Paris and Horseshoe and before it Rio each and every summer, that for many people, it's a total dream come true just to make a trip out to the World Series and to play a handful of events and to get out there and run into some of the guys that you've been watching on television forever, who we call friends. We can pick up your phone, we can text them or whatever, but for many people, it's like poker royalty. And if I can snap a selfie with that guy, that's awesome. You know, we get a little bit apathetic. So lovely and, just pleasant to kind of see.
I say reminded the amount of pictures. How many pictures you think the Foxes have taken the last 2 weeks of the World Series ago?
I mean, anytime someone is within range for a selfie, I would imagine they're being asked for one, especially with the two of them just growing in popularity and performance. We see this pot growing courtesy of a 400K open from Mateos' ace 10. Snug procedures direct left from Einhorn in consideration of the fact that Mateos is a stack that could end David's run.
1 through 5. Literally.
It's okay to play conservative with hands such as this, right?
Yes, and like I said before, Ali, you're watching big stacks play small pot poker, one off the money. Okay? TVK, Taylor, and Einhorn are very close friends. And I promise you that TVK is helping Einhorn here in these spots, knowing what to do, one off the money. Mateo's getting curious here, elects to call.
One overcard to those two tens, the three, no concern, but maybe, just maybe, Mateos' check call is. So a check back from Einhorn as you see the tiptoeing on the stone bubble. Now you see a queen, which you don't love if you're David, hoping that Adrian doesn't lean into you with 2.1 in the middle. Front door flush arrives. Mateos does have that ace of hearts.
And Mateos is trying to figure out here if he can get a hand like this to fold. It's actually a great card for him. He has the ace of hearts. This guy is so good at poker. Look at this bet, Ali, on the stone bubble of a $250,000 buy-in.
3.4, a huge overbet. You see David just shaking his head, powerless to defend against this.
You are literally bluffing $3.4 million against a billionaire. That is what you're doing on the stone bubble, and it's going to work, Ali. You are watching again. That is the best no-limit hold'em tournament player in the world. In the world.
Okay, if you're going to load up on him like this, at least give me a couple of names worthy of debate. Who else is in the argument? Can we talk about Jason Kuhn?
Jason
still in this field?
Jason Kuhn
okay.
is in that argument.
Okay.
Chidwick is in that argument.
No longer a part of the procedures, but yes.
I got news for you. I mean, this guy right here, Wilson, he's not there yet. He will be in that argument. Give that guy 2 years. Give him 2 years, he'll be in that conversation.
Let me give that guy a bracelet in this event, he'll be in that conversation.
I'll tell you this right now. Unbelievable play by the Conquistador.
Ace-7 versus Ace-Jack. 9-5-4 board. Ivy's hijack open. Doesn't have an appetite for a C-bet.
I'll tell you who else is up there. Dow Bing. Bing Dow. As far as...
Farts.
What? I said as far as China goes.
By the way, guys, Jared has tapped into the Celsius reserves back here in the booth as he anticipates that this bubble's going to take a minute. Am I right?
I'll tell you this right now, Ali. I have such bad stamina. I am so impressed by you being able to do this at this length. You have to understand something, right? You watch a sporting event. These guys are commentating for 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, at most.
Yeah.
It is so impressive what you do.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Although don't be too impressed because I've been sleeping until 5 p.m. just to allow myself to be on this schedule. But it can be a big ruling. And listen, if you think it's grueling for us here in the booth, we're not the ones tasked with making decisions at the highest level over and over again across what is now the better part of 2 days. Ace on the river, the decisions of Ivy across all three streets has been the check. And of course, Winter, with this under-revved ace-jack suited, brings forward a barrel. And Ivy.
And again, Ivy's in a spot here where he's going to basically be forced to call.
Take my money.
I don't fault Ivy there at all.
No.
He played the hand perfectly. Great value bet by Winter.
Let's check back in with Jeff.
Well, we watched a lot of Raz, and we saw Sebastian Pauly finally win that absolute marathon heads-up battle. What was it like to be a part of that?
It was exciting, but I would have liked to end it a little earlier, to be honest. I'm pretty exhausted right now.
I imagine. For $1,500 Raz champ, Sebastian Pauly.
Congratulations to him as the German Civil War eventually won by Sebastian. Dennis Weiss unable to take number 2 of the summer. You remember when the Germans took over the high stakes streets, the super high roller streets? Remember that? It was Vogel, Christoph Vogelsang, it was Fedor, it was Sontheimer, it was Rainer Kempe, it was Dominic Nietzsche, right? Just all of a sudden out of left field, 1.6 showing up.
So look at this. Look at this by Petrangelo.
Small blind 3-bet, risky business, of course, against Sensei Kenny. Queen jack offsuit. Hasn't laid down yet.
I'll tell you this right now. If anyone can find the 4-bet, it's Bryn Kenny. If anyone can find the 4-bet, it's Bryn Kenny.
On a stone bubble.
If anyone can find the 4-bet, it's Bryn Kenny, the all-time money leader.
You're not by chance glitching, are you?
I'm on a new gear right now. This Celsius is waking up. I've never had this.
Listen, careful.
He moved in. Ali, he moved in. He moved in.
How did you know this was going to happen?
I'll tell you why.
You've watched this movie before, have you?
I'll tell you what it is. Kenny has, that's like the perfect hand to shove with. Having the queen and the jack blocker. As much as we want to see this, we don't. We get back to the producers. Get back to the 250K.
We're not missing anything. Remember that.
Okay, well, you spend the first 30 seconds talking to the other person, so nobody cares what you think of them. Can you be quiet? No, I can't be quiet. Can you be quiet? 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 No, you be quiet. No, please you be quiet. Can we start the clock? No, you're ridiculous. You do this all the time. You get 1 minute. 1 minute. Can you be quiet? Sorry, it's 30 seconds. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Go ahead. Do it. Isn't it 30 seconds? Not a minute. He's got us 1 minute on the firm clock to act on the hand.
I'm on the clock or not?
You have 12 seconds. I'll give you a 5-second countdown.
Boy, Cabrera has triggered Zamani. Not the first or the last person that he will have triggered. And Zamani caught the sixes. That's the river point.
Doesn't mean I'm not going to scream back at him. If you guys want people to not scream, tell him not to scream. This is how this is going to work. It's insane.
I'll tell you this. This is bringing me back.
Hang on.
This is
Bringing you back to what?
This is bringing me back to like the old school, like Madisau and remember
Sam
Madisau
Griffel and Helmuth,
and
maybe?
Raymer. You know when Madisau. This is like bringing back the characters of poker. I love it. Back to the action here. The future. Wilson opens to 400,000.
Tell you what, there are plenty in the chat who are championing Martin Zamani right now for finally standing up to Martin Cabral as Ivy stands up with a couple of nines over the top of this King Queen. 3.45 in total. 17 bigs.
Wow, this is very close. This is very, very close. If Wilson was suited, he probably would call. The thing is, Ivy's been playing fairly tightish. He does get away. I see that these are the spots I don't know if he's supposed to call there or not.
The King Queen?
I would assume suited is yes. It's close. I'll tell you, man, I would love to see that man right there win this poker tournament.
I would love to see Zamani come off the top rope. That's what I would love to see. Or like, a little hacksaw Jim Duggan 2x4, just swinging around.
I mean,
we need a little, just a touch more WWE. Maybe we have like a full contact event.
I'll tell you, I was at WrestleMania both nights. I loved it.
Yeah.
I'm a fan for one weekend of the year, WrestleMania.
They packed up a Legion, didn't they?
Yeah, both nights.
What was the demographic in there, by the way? A lot of Ed Hardy, Affliction, Kristen Audiger, kind of upcycled.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my read.
Here's a question for you.
Did they sell any Natty Ice or like Pabst Blue Ribbon at the concessions that night? The beer, Tall Boys,
I don't know.
things of this sort. Coors Light. You're not selling bottles of 1942, I don't think.
No.
Meanwhile, Ivy, with Ace Queen, jams the button, collects some more discs. What'd that set you back, WrestleMania, Jared? Because I know you were down there at game one of the Spurs-Knicks finals, and that set you back a haul.
That was...
Have you been public, by the way, about that? I know the answer, but I don't know
Yeah,
if you want the
Jeff
opportunity.
Platt interviewed me about it.
And you told him how much you paid for the seats?
He asked me.
What did you say?
I said it was cheap at $50,000 a ticket, which it was. Because at the Garden, the same ticket was $500,000. They sold 2 tickets for $1 million. I'll tell you this: sitting on the floor, game one of the NBA Finals.
No, I've sat on the wood one time at the NBA mid-court. Granted, it was a mid-season Atlanta Hawks game.
It's a lot different.
It was just even for a dusty game with two teams I wasn't interested in. It was an experience for sure. I like on the glass for the hockey too.
Yeah, but
that works.
There's nothing better in a sporting event than sitting on a floor in an NBA game. Back to the action. 10 left. Einhorn here under the gun. Muller here is most likely going to open. Ace 9 suited. And Mateos here in the big blind. He's definitely most likely going to defend here. Keep in mind, they both have the same amount of chips, roughly. And again, the theme of this bubble is that the big stacks are playing small pots.
10-9-7 board as they continue to tread extra lightly.
Yes. And again, the theme here is Ali. I expect Muller to check here. He doesn't want to play a big pot with one of the chip leaders and someone that he knows is better than him. And he does elect to check.
8 on the turn. Mateos finds the wrong side of a straight, but it's the right side of the lead against the nines. He was in very bad shape here.
Yeah. And again, this is a card for Mateos that he can't really get 2 streets of value from by betting. So checking, he'll actually make more money here. Muller, the fact that he didn't bet the flop, he's most likely going to check 4th Street as well. Because he would check back a 6. He could check back a jack here. And it's all going through his mind. Check, check. And now, if you're Mateos, you have to start the betting. Okay? You have to target hands that are... If I'm Mateos, I'd size down. Because there's not that many hands that are going to call him here on a 4-liner first string. I would love to see Mateos go very, very small, like a 3rd pot. He goes half pot.
And if you're Sam, you raised from the cutoff, you check back 2 streets, and you face this barrel. Second pair ace kicker has merits, does it not? We know it's no good.
It does, and you know, the way the hand played out, you know...
He's just bluff catching.
Yes, and Muller can go either way. He's playing a guessing game. We know he's not raising. He does call. I don't fault him at all. Mateos has a lot of bluffs there.
I often talk about those spots where the call gets made and maybe it feels a bit sus or a bit light. These are direct results of looking across the way and knowing you have a capable opponent that can show up without ace-9 beat. So it's kind of respectful.
Yes.
In that way. Meanwhile, Queen Jack for Ivy. Being honored with mid-raise open.
Kuhn here has a very good hand to defend with. Oh. Kuhn flops middle pair.
8-5, second pair.
And this is a hand.
2 overs in the cover.
Yeah, and this is a hand where Ivy, he doesn't want to get blown off his hand here. This is a perfect hand to actually check back. He can disguise his hand. I love this check by Phil. I expect Kuhn now to actually continue by checking the turn and Ivy to check back again. Again, if you're Ivy here, you don't want to get blown off your hand. You don't want to get denied equity. I like this. And now, Kuhn has to believe he has the best hand here. I would like to see Kuhn put some money into the pot. I would like to see a smallish type bet.
Into 1.1. Does this qualify as small?
I like this a lot by Kuhn.
Yeah, this is north of half.
Really?
Yeah. Phil, that's good fold. Snaps. In terms of folding.
Kuhn tells Phil, good fold. Phil says, really?
That was a lie.
Kenny here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Premium choice cut. This ace king of clubs.
If you
9 horn flats with the nickels.
if you start giving Kenny hands here, oh, this is going to be so dangerous for everyone else in this tournament. I Einhorn here with 2 5s. We're going to go 3 ways here to the flop. There's already 1.4 million in the middle. Look at this. Kenny flops 3 kings.
Smashing it. And Einhorn, let's see. He's been deferent and cautious largely.
Oh my God. Look at this by Bryn Kenny.
Of course, the check back with so much hand on a rainbow board, trying to invite one of his opponents to make something. Muller has picked up a gutter.
And this is what makes this coverage so good. Because a lot of events, you just see the final table. You are watching on the stone bubble of the biggest poker tournament of the whole World Series of Poker. You are watching some of the best players on the planet.
And you're watching Sam Muller play right into Bryn Kenny's strategy.
Yes.
With this equity and a 1.15 million chip barrel.
And if I'm Bryn, I continue the story. And that story would just be a flat call here. Make it look like he has a 9. This is so good by Bryn Kenny. You have to just call. Continue the story. Look at that. He throws 1 chip in. This guy is so good. Ali, this guy is so good at poker.
You know, this is one I don't think we're allowed to be surprised by, though, Jared. He's #1 all time. We've watched him do these things for so long. We know Sam is excellent as well. The heart of the lion beats in his chest. Is he going to be capable of going one and done? 4 diamonds is so dry. 10 high is not a winner at showdown. 3-7 up for grabs. And some leverage available, given that Muller's stack is very big as well, even though it's slightly covered, Jared. Does he wave the white flag?
I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. I know that Brink, look at this. Ali, he's going for chips.
And kiss that stack goodbye.
I'll tell you right now, there's one thing going through Bryn Kenny's mind right now. Is why do I have to tell the world? Why do I have to show the world how great I play? Because I've known Bryn Kenny for over 20 years. And that pot, as much money as he made in that hand cost him a fortune in long-term equity. He is, you're watching it, one of the greatest poker players to ever play No Limit Hold'em. Ever. That check of the flop, Ali, he got all the money by checking the flop.
All right, but Mateos is your horse. You can't come off it now.
I'm not. I'm not. Bryn is that damn good.
Uh-oh. Looks like a muzzle has been delivered.
You know what? You played terrible. You deserve it.
21st place finish for the new mouth of poker, Martin Cabral. Vanquished to the tune of Casino Not Royale.
Okay, good luck, guys. Have fun.
Tell you what, Martin Zamani's not going to mind that.
I cannot get over how good Bryn Kenny is at No Limit Hold'em. This is just unbelievable to watch, Ali. We are watching greatness.
Jared, it's King 6, Rainbow. I have Ace King.
Yes.
I'm not as good as Bryn.
Well,
But my man, I'm checking that back, and I'm flatting the.
are you?
Yes.
Maybe I'm just out of tune with No Limit. I mean,
You're barreling there
I mean,
on the flop in position with all that hand.
yeah. I mean, I'm not. I don't think I'm good enough to
By
check.
the way, I'm not suggesting that if you did barrel it somehow you're a fish. As we see the Ace King now delivered to Muller, he takes it into battle against Mateos as a 3-bet. The Ducks are defeathered. But you know what I'm saying? That spot wasn't the one on which to suddenly, christen Bryn the prodigal son. I think not the most biblical line.
No. But you know
But I
what?
get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. I'm not pushing back on the idea that Bryn ain't among the best. He just is. Period. And by the way, he has some who continue to detract because he's more cut from the street poker cloth than the solver cloth. And Mizrachi ironed him out last summer with a PPC in main event win, being more street poker minded. And Bryn's been ironing him out for a minute. Meanwhile, Ivy being steamed by Trip Aces here. Defended with the King 7. The King is club in form, but no further interest with 60% of the Royal.
Yeah, man, I love watching this. I love watching this coverage.
It is a treat, isn't it?
Oh, it's unbelievable. Folks, if you're tuning in, it's almost 4:30 Eastern right now. I got to be up in about 5 hours and sell a lot of sports cards.
Should we do a box break?
You know what? Maybe let's do it tomorrow at the final table.
All right. But it is weird because without video, it's not quite as exciting. You need a visual, don't you?
You do.
Meanwhile, the visual from Modcheck is pretty sexy.
And I got it.
What are Pocket Kings in terms of cards? Would that be like a refractor? Is that a Pikachu? What are we dealing with?
It's tough to say. It's tough to say. It really is tough to say. I'll tell you this, what I love about the chat is that I'm 50-50. I love it. I get so much hate and I get so much love and I love it.
You should run for president based on the division.
I'll tell you this right now. I swear to you, Ali, multiple people have called me the Trump of what I it's great. Guys, I love the chat. If you don't like me, please just keep commenting in the chat. I love it.
It only makes him stronger.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Attack me. Bury me. Bury me.
Jack 7-3, right?
If you don't like me, bury me.
Einhorn drills top pair and a pipping kicker over the top of Muller. Both of these guys in the blinds and passengers in the face of what was a Bryn under the gun open. He's got the only flush draw. C-bet to the tune of 525,000 now. King Jack into the muck here. Einhorn, no appetite to peel. With a deep stacked sensei, he leaves Muller all alone. I mean, that's a call that Einhorn's going to make at other stages of the tournament, Jared, but not this one.
No, and I'm sorry, I'm just a little distracted here by this. I love this chat, by the way. Guys, just do me a favor. Just keep burying me, please. Oh, my God, look at this.
Both of the men with top pair finding the bin with the lack of a diamond, and you bear witness to a deep stack on the bubble and all that it is capable of, in particular when attached to Bryn Kenny.
I'm telling you this right now, Ali. You're watching it. You're looking at it. You've seen it. It's not a fluke. When you are the #1 all-time money winner in the history of tournament poker, you are watching live today why this has happened for the last 20 years. Because with 10 left in this tournament, the highest buy-in tournament of the World Series of Poker, you are watching greatness. You are watching a guy that's getting the best hands to fold, and Bryn Kenny is doing everything he can to continue to get max value on all his hands. The fact that all of you are watching this for free, I want you all to appreciate the fact that they're watching this for free. Thank GG Poker, seriously. This is free, Ali, that we're watching this.
You know, based on some of what I'm reading, free feels like an expensive price for some people, but what they're not realizing is nobody is holding them hostage. You can both find the mute button or another corner of the internet at which to do your trolling.
Guys, do me a favor. If you're watching and you don't want to hear my voice or Ali's voice, put us on mute, please. But don't turn off this coverage, because this is some of the greatest poker you're ever going to watch. Ever.
Bryn Kenny, top pair here against David Einhorn, who was the open raiser. On the button. Small c-bet. Keeps things moving toward the turn, which there's the queen.
I think this is a turn card that Einhorn's gonna check back here a lot, based on what's being targeted here. Oh, look at this! And again, if I'm Kenny here, okay, a lot of guys would probably check here, but his 10 kicker actually plays in this spot. And he knows exactly where he's at again.
Leads right out into Einhorn. Boy, this is troubling because not lost upon David is the freedom with which Kenny can just lean on you. Stone bubble, big stack. You see bet, you check back, the invitation is there. Fold is correct. And once more, the chips flow towards Sensei Bryn Kenny. Up toward 20 million in his stack as we headed over toward Jeff Platt, who's hanging out in the mixed Omaha 8 stud 8 or better streets.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you guys. We had some technical difficulties for the first 8. It's no problem at all because, again, I get to ask David about how much money that he lost today. So, David, how many tournaments have you played today again? If you don't mind just redoing this part?
Yeah, 3 tournaments.
That's 3.
This is my third.
You had plans to play the 10K Big O.
And I played it.
You played it for a couple minutes.
For about 3 minutes, yeah.
Backup plan was the 10K Super Turbo. How long did we last in that one?
Actually, I went 1 over bid.
Okay,
One
that's a
over
good run.
Yeah, paid a big blind and got a second big blind. I went broke in that big blind.
But this one, the 2500 mixed Omaha stud, I mean,
We're hanging. We're hanging in here, yeah.
and Norman's hanging.
Surprisingly, I got my eye on him. He's bumped it up since the last time I checked. He was a little shorter last time, so
Hopefully we can do a live countdown check-in tomorrow. Okay, let's pit stop with JRB on the road to Norman. JRB, are you surprised that Norman's still rocking and rolling there?
I actually am not surprised. Believe it or not, I believe stud 8 or better is Norman's road game. I mean, he's no Albert Dahar or Scott Siever, but he can play stud 8. I'm not so sure about the 08, but I know he can play stud 8.
Okay, let's get Norman's thoughts. Thank you, JRB. Good to see you. We'll see you soon on countdown, by the way. Looking forward to that with JRB. Norman's out of this hand. Big surprise. Norman's still in, though. No question there. Just
I actually have it written into my contract that I don't have to speak to you after work hours.
when did work hours end?
Well, for you they don't, but for me they were done 12 hours ago.
Okay, well, just one quick question. JRB says that. JRB, did you say stud 8 or Omaha 8 is the good one? Stud 8's the good one.
Yeah,
Do you agree?
he actually goes back to me long enough that he knows that is correct. Stud 8 is the only game that I can really play.
Omaha 8. How would you evaluate your skill?
Oh, 8 if I'm
C minus is. Oh, Alan
Okay,
Kessler
everyone's
says
got an
that.
opinion. Fine. Okay, but against this group I can beat. We got 2 people here who've done time upstate, and 3 other people got DeVry University graduate, and I can probably handle this group.
Well, you know you're playing with the current leader in the Player of the Year race, 2 to your left. Dennis just played a marathon heads-up match in 1500 Raz, and then jumped right into this very event. Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah. He's the leader. Did you know you were the leader in Player of the Year? Yeah. Yeah. He's like, oh, cool. Yeah, that's cool. And he gets the honor of playing now with Norman Chad. You go from playing heads-up for a World Series of Poker bracelet the table with Norman on late day one.
It's really good the way you put that. I like that. That's contrast.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jeff. Having a good time out there. Jeremy, by the way, denied a bracelet. He finished second just a few short days ago. Such a long time participant here at the World Series recently. Moving himself and his family out to Dubai. Timing was quite poor as all of the games that he moved out there for got cracked down on. And then, of course, there's a bit of bombs over Dubai. So he's back here, I'm sure. Feeling a little bit safer. Not so safe as anybody who's having to deal with Bryn Kenny, as we have observed. For that matter, Adrian Mateos.
This is
second pair against Queen High is what it is. With El Conquistadors cut off open. Not coming off the throttle here. Look at the fearlessness. No diamond on board.
You know what this is, Ali? This is watching Jordan and Magic. That's what this is right now. Okay? Imagine watching Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson playing head up, one-on-one. That's what this is right now.
gonna say, I grew up in the Tyson era when Don King was out there promoting the fights. He wasn't really the blowhard, but you have future in that field, Jared. You know what I mean? You should have a UFC fighter in your stable, and sponsor him with the Blaz breaks and whatnot, and just get out there for the weigh-in.
I'll tell you this.
I'm just saying.
I have no respect. I'm not a UFC guy.
You have no respect.
Not respect. I'm not a UFC guy.
Yeah, but I mean, you're a get paid guy. Take 10%, 20%, whatever it is that these guys,
Ali, I mean, this chat is just like I've never seen this in my entire career.
I'm having trouble keeping up.
This is ridiculous.
You've lit them on fire.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Sean Winter gonna test out this King Queen of Spades. Take it for a spin. Defending against the 550 Open from Kuhn. Top pair. Coming up empty with a side.
Okay, and Kuhn and Winter have a lot of history together. They've played so much poker together. Both have been around playing high limit forever. Kuhn knows that Winter's probably the tightest player left in the field. He's taking advantage of that. He's putting a bet out here. And again, if I'm Winter here and I have Kuhn covered, I have a hand that's really good, but not good enough to raise. Okay, I expect Winter here to think about it and make the call. He's got a backdoor flush draw, top pair. His hand is way ahead of the range of a button raised by Kuhn. He elects to call. Let's see a turn card.
$3 million plus in the middle. Now at 9.
And that's actually a great card for winner because I expect now Kuhn to actually, he paired his 9. So I expect him to not put more money in here. But does Winter have interesting ideas here? I'll tell you this. Sean loves to lead and make these small bets and do this stuff. He hasn't checked yet, Ali. He's got something in mind. He might lead. Look at this. He's going for chips. Oh, he hasn't
Deployed him though.
No. But you know what? Having Kuhn covered.
Yeah, that's key, isn't it?
See, here's the reason why Winter would lead here if he does, right? And he is. Okay, this is really good by Winter. Why? Multiple reasons. Number one, you're almost freezing your opponent. Okay, what do I mean by that? If Kuhn had a hand like 9s and 10s, okay, he would bet bigger if checked to, right? So you're kind of freezing. Winter's now playing the hand on his terms, okay? He has the queen blocker. He also most likely has the best hand, but he's trying to get the showdown cheaper. And look at this. Kuhn is good enough to fold. Great play by Winter. It's a very strong play. Having that queen is very powerful in that spot.
So finding improvement was Kuhn, but unable to proceed in the face of the decision there from Sean Winter as the very technical part of the program continues to occupy their screen. Now, 4 or 5 suited. No conquistador.
Oh, look at this.
Takes it to 720. Pocket 10s for Einhorn. Direct left. We've seen him flat this hand already. This is blind versus blind. A little bit of a different setup. And this time, David says more.
I'll tell you this. This is going to sound ridiculous.
Go on.
This is going to sound ridiculous. But I actually think Einhorn's supposed to flat pre-flop here. I think on the bubble here, I actually think he's supposed to flat. And I'll tell you what, right? I'm making it up, right? Let's say Mateos is a hand like ace-jack, okay, suited. What would happen here most likely is he would probably re-shove on top. And the times that Mateos wakes up with a hand here, Einhorn could be flipping or be in bad shape for his whole tournament. And when you're one off the money, you kind of want to play slow when you have a guy that's very short left in the tournament. Again, obviously it's not bad to 3-bet, but if you want to look at those solvers, I'm telling you they might actually say the call there. I could be wrong, but
I mean, this is just the ICM. That's what it is. Meanwhile, Martin Zamani has got himself in a nice spot here where Jack's against nines. And becomes a victim out there in the 10K Super Turbo Bounty. Value to getting people busted out of that one. The bounty format continuing to grow in popularity.
Easy, David.
Yes, baby. You know it.
I smell it.
Look at the sheer volume of chips in front of Brent Kenny, and perhaps the scent of what is brewing is a run at a bracelet for Sensei. 22 million in front of him, takes this one off. That allows Mateus
That's true. I need some
to
help.
shoot it up. With ace 10 on the button.
You play about 4 tournaments a year.
2 to 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4's your max.
4's the absolute.
let's take a step back and appreciate what Einhorn is doing here. Einhorn is surrounded by greatness.
Probably play this on
He's
that.
surrounded by poker royalty, and he's more than holding his own.
Yeah, but I see a potential conflict that could be a problem. So I'd say at best 50%. I'd like to.
You're gonna come travel for a price anytime?
If it's conflict,
Montenegro one is in May. Is a nice place.
well, I've done that. I did that a couple years ago.
Sam
I
Muller.
did a couple years ago. This year they did the invitational like on a Tuesday, Wednesday.
Five driving the other.
I can't be a weekend. I could do it one weekday.
3 weekdays.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Can't any treat. It's a busy part of the year. It's not like August or something. I'll take off for the main and do my best. They let them know. If they work, yeah. I'm easy to.
6.76 spot. 6.7. 6.7.
They do have it.
Mateus asking for the count here, covering Sam.
The thing is,
As we see the willingness to die from Mueller.
the poker has to work around the time.
How well is ace 10 also performing against that jamming range out of the big for Mueller? Not well enough, decides Mateus. You see he's a little bit irritated by it.
Don't want to play Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They're out play Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
100%.
Or Saturday, Sunday,
Double
Monday.
being respected, close declared.
Unless they make the final
So
table.
that's the best.
It should be Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday is.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
You're always happy to miss a Monday if you make the final.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I think you have 140 there. I'm not positive.
Oh, sure.
So it's suited now for Sean Winter in the cutoff. Raises. Now Jason Kuhn with a suited ace in the big. Just 3.1 million back here. Not a whole lot more than those 10 bigs, which we always eyeball as that threshold. We have seen some really epic chiseling at times from stacks, though beneath 10 bigs. The name Sean Winter comes to mind in those moments.
Oh, this is unbelievable. For all of you guys that thought I quit, you can all go to bed. And you can all put me on mute because I'm back and I'm about to perform. If all of you that thought I quit, put me on mute.
But, you know, nature called, and you answered, and now you're back. As Kuhn smashes a pair and the nut flush draw here. Winter
And look at
can't
this.
resist the temptation.
Winter literally could not have picked a worse time here to bet. And again, remember, plays change on the bubble here. This would be a raise here in almost any spot by code. Will it still be a raise here?
900.
We're going to find out, folks.
Yeah, there's your answer. And it comes rather quickly. The check raise to 900,000 as you see Mateos and Muller looking on. Disappointed to see that hand come to a quick conclusion as Winter cannot continue it. Those pickups are ever so important as for those players that are kind of hovering toward the back of the pack in this overall leaderboard. They don't want to wind up on the wrong side of a game of musical chairs.
This is just unbelievable. No one wants to go broke. No one wants to be eliminated.
Well, that part of it is believable. That's not, you know.
Oh, man. 10 left. We're going to be here. We're not going anywhere until we reach the money tonight, folks. Do not go anywhere. So many people are here live watching this. Bryn Kenny continuing to do what he does best, aggression. Petrangelo here has a decision.
King Queen offsuit, 3 million in total. This time we've got the stack sizes right, and Petrangelo is going to 3-bet, recognizing that Kenny's range is wide, and once more Einhorn confronted with 2 10s. On this occasion, it is raise and 3-bet in front of him. You didn't even like small blind versus big blind, the 3-bet. Last time out, I would imagine you would really hate the 10s hopping in here.
No, it's a lot different.
Talk to me.
It's 5-handed. Bryn Kenny is opening a ton of hands here as the chip leader of the tournament. If I'm Einhorn here, okay, can afford it. He's got 9.2 million. I was about to say, I love this by Einhorn.
The flat.
Yes. The 5% chance that Bryn wakes up with a better hand, Einhorn's not eliminated. He can fold. If Kenny were to shove, then Einhorn could fold here. And I'll tell you right now, oh my God, look at this. Look at this already. Einhorn flops top set.
Petrangelo with 2 overs at the King of Diamonds, just 575 left. Not keen to get a barrel in there, obviously. Joe back it down. Finds himself an open-ender to go with it. And it's going to be asked for the rest of the stack. Promptly delivers it. And might the bubble be set to burst? 5.6 million chip pot. 9 are an ace needed for Petrangelo.
And I'll tell you this right now, Bryn had 9-7, by the way. He would have had a straight here. Look at this.
This is a part where you see, even though 8 outs in theory, just 6 in actuality. The top of your screen. And the 3 of clubs makes it official. The most painful of all the finishing spots in poker for Stone Bubble and Nicky P.
And in all
And
fairness,
for just throwing it out of here.
Petrangelo, bad at all today. He was in some really bad spots. Take your hat off to this man, David Einhorn. Okay? I'm telling you this right now. David Einhorn, if you're listening to me, which you're not, I want you to understand something. You should be so proud of the way you have played poker all day today. Ali, can you get behind me on that?
100%. And I've often said that these super high roller
We're just going to finish level 18.
VIPs, if you will, non-professional players
They're gonna have to move and raise and
are among the best. Given the front row seat that they get to watching world beaters on a regular basis and having the tussle.
Again, I want to make it clear, okay? Einhorn called there, right, with the 10s. The reason for not shoving there is he doesn't want, he's afraid of Bryn.
Oh yeah, because if Bryn wakes up with a hand, which he can, that's catastrophic.
Yes.
But the flat already implies strength.
Yes.
So Bryn ducking out of the way. It would have been he who was doing the honors. And with that, this time for a quick 10-minute break, as the field will be consolidated into a single table of 9, all of whom are assured $518,000. Jared and I are going to step in after this.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct. Bold.
Who won a cup here 3 years ago. It's the team he is facing tonight. Carter Hart tucked that away. Well, the Carolina Hurricanes are up at 119. There's a lead. Feed. Taylor Hall is in. Hall with a shot. Scores. The icebreaker goes to Carolina. Well, Chris, I guess Taylor Hall's okay after that early hit and a little bit of a wince. Series long, offensive zone just inside the blue line and turnover, and just not aware of Hall getting behind. And once again, you need a big save to start this game on home ice. So much of the talk about goaltending, Panel was talking about it earlier. First really good chance, and it's Hall the shooter. Look at how Hart has lost his net. Look at all that room on the right. And Riley Smith can't clear the Carrier, and that'll get absorbed by Hart. Well, goaltending is always a debatable topic on this occasion. Dorothea coming on his 4th multi-goal game and gets a shot on goal there. Rebounded from. Not out here is kicked in behind. Inaccurate Svechnikov. He'll put it in front. Left out. Early chance. Oh, just sent it wide. Michael curling inside the Carolina zone. All along. Pick and shot. Doesn't get a piece of that as the entire Carolina bench reacted on a pick that went ungoal. Chance for Dorothea. Another. And he backs up. Top of the net. Blocked by Bussey. Ron said he hasn't been sleeping very much. I'm sure it was a rough night last night to all the things in your mind. Barner slams in and gets the shot away for the Golden Knights. But that coming 31 seconds in, and Gots to spare. Off the draw with a hot shot. Jack Eichel to the line, and forced back by Aho, who wants to make a change. Goes in. There, Bussey has the stop on a bad change. Get him on net. You have 3 guys going to the front. He fires that in. Carter Hart and Fandom in front. Into net. Costello. Using the guy with the turnover. This time it's Hart. He's able to get in front somehow to make that save. Forgets about his stick. Just dives out. Gets the glove. Svechnikov. Martin again after him. just not enough of that. Svechnikov's got the puck. He got robbed by Hart on that open play. Gostisbehere and a stop by Hart there. After the extra man. Jack Eichel on the move. Jack Eichel's in. Shooting and Bussy has that. Back on it. Final minute, first period. And that shot off the glove of Bussy. In behind the Staples. And Walker away. And stays out. Diving for it was Walker. Here's another chance. Bussy. Cross. Dorofeev. His fourth stop off Dorofeev. Great effort in front by Slavin, and then Eichel to the flank. A high shot, and there Bussy sliding across. Such an track there by Marner. Marner in the middle. Across Dorofeev. Shot rejected. Now a shot right on. Rebound is cleared. And a pass picked off by Ehlers. And Stahl with a chance. And again. Stahl. The rebound's picked up there by Martinook. He'll cycle it back. Stahl looking to become the first player in Stanley Cup history to score in this final with 3. And this one, just not a whole lot left in his legs, but he's able to settle this, get a little inside, and he tries to go Walker's side. Didn't get it there on it. There's Riddle getting it up, and then knocking it off the stick of Jackson Blake. Talk about a recovery, and now a chance to return it in, and it's stopped by Bussy. Chatfield and Slavin get it organized. Up a hit off Svechnikov, right to Hart. He'll glove that down, sends that off target. Marner held on to it. That shot through traffic, fought off in front. And Walker is with the puck to Blake. Stankoven tried to give it back. Intercepted. Blake there to. And Stankoven regains possession in front for Blake. Stankoven, and Hart got a piece of that. Stankoven again. Blake scores. Jackson Blake. And Carolina's got a 2-goal lead. Chance to clear the zone. It's a 3-on-2 at one point, but then 2 abandoned. Now it's a 2-on-1 for Carolina. Stankoven keeps it alive. A bouncing puck that almost gets a chance. A missed clear there by Hannigan, and then a bad break off the stick of Marner. It all started, though. You can't compound one mistake and add 2 more on top of it. A missed clear, Lenovo center and rally. There's that goal. Cycles for Svechnikov. In front! Just missed. And that's a huge stop by Hart as he was able to hold that under his arm. And Barbashev with Stone. That slides to Stahl and gives it off to Ehlers. And a shot caught up there. Rebound by Boards. Wraps it around and it will reach Ehlers. Here's a center pass. Gostisbehere across. Big stop by Carter Hart. Easy glove stop for Hart, trying to clear off a high stick, so play is called. Stone holds his own, but now Slavin with a little room. Hurdle didn't have a stick there. That might have been a guy he could give it to. Glove down by Stone to keep it alive. And a half shot by Barbashev. It's taken away by Anderson in front. Back to the line. Jarvis is up. Shot is blocked in by Jarvis. Wrapped around Stone. Able to hold it in once again. A flex here by the Golden Knights, but Ehlers able to work it ahead. Here's Jarvis. Seth Jarvis. And a stop there on the stick side by Carter Hart. Time is the enemy for Vegas now, and they just dump it in, dump it out, chasing it, not able to get that sustained touch. Don't see a little hesitation. This time he's going to eat it. Seth Jarvis to work. Over the line. There's a route. Theodore. And Carter with the stop. Great dash there by Jarvis. And just the pressure is keeping alive. Turnover. And I think Theodore thought, okay, he's going to dump it in. No, got a little tangle-footed there. And a nice save by Hart. The rebound was there for the taking as Jarvis just making sure. 8:40 left here in the third. And a giveaway here. Blake return. Fire. Off the Walker. Outstanding in the Stanley Cup final. with a purpose. Over the line. It's a chance to go deep and Bussy with the stop and covers up. It's a good block by Miller, and again, an excellent stick. Marner lead feed. Again, they're going four forwards with Marner. Trying to get it to Myrtle. And it's stolen to Bear. Ehlers claim the cup. They're 4-4 away. Howden over the line. Dropping it off. Barbashev. Found away by Bussy. And it's Nick Ehlers chopping it back inside the line. Blake's got off. Flipped in on Bussy. Over we see Jordan stall for a while. It'll come back to Theodore. Bussy rebound. Bussy somehow gets there, but the rebound, the shot through. The rebound sitting right in the crease. A rolling puck gets from the seat of his pants. Watch Bussy gets both hands up, able to somehow stop that one. It'll be Marner playing it to Hurdle behind the net. Back it goes Marner across. Janko in front. Bussy again. Off Stone. The story of Brandon Bussy just continuing. Getting across with the left pad there. Stone somehow can't get it. Chatfield, what a shift he had. He gets his stick in there. To make some history. Aho directing traffic here. He'll take the draw. And Ehlers joins the line with Aho. And Svechnikov off here. Nick Ehlers in. And the celebration's going to be on here, both on the ice and on the bench. Once again, the Carolina Hurricanes are Stanley champions.
You are potentially watching the most talented final table in the history of the World Series of Poker. Let me say that again. You are witnessing, with 9 left in the highest buy-in poker tournament of the World Series of Poker, this might be the most talented final table we have ever seen in the history of the World Series of Poker, Ali.
Okay, now between the hyperbole and the decibels, I know what you're doing a little bit. However, with this one, Jared, I actually think it is worth entertaining. I think you're actually onto something, and I don't know how much pushback you're gonna get.
I mean, listen, as much as this chat has been fired up here, when you have guys like Phil, okay? I mean, Mueller is the least known guy at this final table, and all he's done is play great.
Listen, least well known depends on what circles you hang out in. I don't know if I agree with that, but
Ali,
yes,
I'll say it again.
Okay.
Jason Coon.
No, don't
Phil,
names. Yes, we know
okay.
you.
Where do you get to see this? Where?
Right here on the WSOP YouTube channel, free of charge, and all summer long, including tomorrow when we come back to crown a champ. But right now, this is an open race from Miller's King 10.
Ali,
Ivy defense.
Are we doing this tomorrow for free on YouTube again?
Are you coming to work tomorrow?
Is this being shown for free again?
Are you trying to charge? What's that?
I'm asking a question. Is this going to be able to be watched for free on GGWSOP YouTube?
Jared, can I tell you something?
Yes.
I just want to be honest with you.
Please.
This stream
is
coming to you tomorrow. Not for $10, not for $5, but free of charge.
Ali, folks, I'm going to say this. I've been a...
You're messing me up. up, bro.
How is this free?
I feel like I work on QVC.
How is this free, damn it?
This is two kids.
I'll tell you right now, start sending in all the tips. Start sending them all in. Einhorn's got kings. Einhorn's got 2 kings under the gun. He's opening for almost a mid-race.
Ace-9 suited for Mateos.
Oh, and Winter has a decision, too. Winter has a decision. His hand plays better. Yeah,
His hand plays better. Finish the call.
I'll move on from that.
Okay.
But I gotta say here, we're head up. I'll tell you, Mateos loves Ace-9 suit. That I've learned. He loves Ace-9 suit. Great flop here for Mr. Einhorn.
Queen 5 tray. A single spade on board as he did pick up one customer.
After that, you have 2 rows. Not better. You're gonna have to expand and get a bigger plate. Yeah.
1.6 in
It'd
there.
probably be like 5%.
Einhorn dials up.
Make up for the slow start.
1.1.
Roll all out.
He's sized up here.
Oh my.
Interesting. Not sure how much I love it, but interesting.
This is a few more on there. Yeah. Should probably
Adrian stepping aside.
he says she's
This is just. Oh, this is special, guys. Folks, this is special. It is almost 2:30 in the morning here, live in Las Vegas. This stream, WSOP, is sponsored by Solana, as you guys can see. I gotta say, I can't wait tomorrow to watch this guy Wilson play. I've actually never really watched him play. Like,
Listen, you watched him all day long, and it didn't take long for you to begin to christen him as the future. And I've been on Brandon Wilson for a while, which is not some desire to get credit, but you're seeing what I've been seeing, and I'm not arguing with you, and we just get treated to more of it tomorrow. Although, listen, there's still a little bit of play left, and the deck can choose some violence, as we see Ace-8 suited chosen for an open intake. Samuel Miller.
and folks, you gotta understand, these guys have been playing and battling all day long. Okay? This is like, they're all exhausted. I'll tell you, a lot of these guys want to call it. But this is part of what makes poker tournaments great, is you have to be willing to fight and fight and fight. And you have to have the stamina to keep on going and playing perfect poker.
It takes a lot out of you, Liz. It really does. You've been deep. You've gotten it done. You planted your flag at the summit, and you understand how draining it can be. Now, do it across day 1, super deep stack. Do it across day 2, down through the bubble, and then do it across day 3 at an FT with ICM sorcerers all around you. And it's just not going to ever be easy.
No, it's not.
Age 14.
It's really not. Look at Wilson again. Wilson doesn't care. I'll keep saying it, Ali. This guy is elite.
8-4 offsuit just comes with the heat.
I'm
And
telling you,
Einhorn was light.
for all of you that are watching, look at the man on your screen right now. Look at that guy right now. Because you know who that guy is comparable right now in sports? You're looking at a 22-year-old Victor Wembanyama. Give this guy 2 more years and he will be the face of tournament, no limit hold'em poker. I'm telling you, Ali, one thing I've done my whole career is evaluate talent. And what I'm watching out of this guy Wilson, this guy is truly elite.
Noted.
3 for you.
King 10 in the hijack.
For you.
Here comes Ivy.
And again, one thing that Ivy has going for him is you have to remember, okay, Ivy is the most feared poker player on the planet. Ivy's image, people don't like going out of their way and playing pots with Phil Ivy. Okay?
You know, I would say, though, as we look around at this particular collection of players, intimidation is fairly unlikely to be something that they're going to succumb to.
No, but
from any of the other players that they're playing against. And I mean this.
you're
Jared, I know in typical streets at a World Series event, your everyday average Joe's, sure. But these guys, I'm not with you.
I have to disagree with you.
Okay, talk to me.
I think it matters. I think Ivy's going to get 3-bet less than anyone else in this field. Okay? And look at a guy like Einhorn. Okay? There's a part of him that has to fear that man right there. Just look at this.
Everybody is to be feared here.
Look at Ivy.
Third club second deuce, by the way, on this flop in a three-way affair as he picked up both blinds for this ride. Miller with the gut shot on the flop. That hasn't changed. For Ivy, however, King High was the best hand, has changed into a flush draw.
And I'm going to tell you right now, this guy Wilson's such a wild card, right? When he thinks this long, look at this, Ali. You're watching Victor Wembanyama in action right now. Look at this man. This is unbelievable.
How tall is Wemby?
7'4".
Okay, so I don't know. Maybe we cut with someone else. You know, Brandon not exactly going to play center in this Euro league.
No, but I'm talking about talent. I'm talking about where he is today and where he's going. His career is only going up. Look at Ivy. Look at Ivy here. He has a flush draw. Oh my God! You know what, Ali? This is such a great card for Wilson. This is his range. This is 7-8X.
Even as a small blind call,
yes, 7-8 suited, A7. This is a Wilson range type hand. Ivy didn't bet the flop. He's never supposed to have a 7, and Wilson's good enough to know it. Can Wilson bet again? He's looking at his chips.
We know he can. We've seen him do it. Will he do it now?
Can you bluff the greatest poker player to ever exist, Wilson? Can you do it in one of the biggest moments of your life? Ali is going for chips. He's going for chips. Look at this, Ali.
1.4 million, and I'm not so sure Ivy has call on his mind.
I'll say it again, Ali. Wilson is elite. You are looking at a guy with 9 left in one of the biggest moments of his young career against arguably the greatest poker mind of all time in Phil Ivy. Can he get this through? Can he bluff one of the greatest to ever pick up a deck of cards? And Ivy's thinking, look at this, he's thinking with King High, damn it.
If Phil finds this, I'm going to need a moment.
I'll tell you, man, that guy right there on your screen is the most well-known, famous poker player on the planet. Can he figure this out? He's done this for 30 years, make the right decision over and over. Can he figure this out, Phil Ivy?
sorts of calls
Ali, look
are
at Wilson.
easier on the inside of the bubble than they are on the outside, Jared.
Wilson is giving nothing away. Nothing away. Unbelievable.
Ivy giving away the pot, though, as he certainly gave it a worthwhile chew, but he didn't flick the call that he needed to in there to collect that one. And Brandon Wilson showing his chops yet again.
Brandon Wilson, you are indeed the Alan Keaton of tournament poker.
It's Keaton.
It's Alan Keaton.
The G's not silent.
It's Alan Keaton. That man right there is the face of tournament no limit hold'em, just like Alan Keaton, the best no limit hold'em matching player in the world. Ali, look at this guy.
By the way, I don't know if you know this or not, but if I'm not mistaken, Keating is actually up and streaming and in the chat.
I don't believe it.
You don't think that's it?
I'm telling you this right now. That man is Alan Keaton of No Limit Hold'em tournament poker. Wilson, do me a favor, pick up the phone and call me because I will buy all your action for the rest of your life.
Oh.
I'll take it all. I will take it all. Look at this. Ivy's got 2 kings.
Normally, the poker gods grace us with such things when we find a disciplined fold or correct laydown. On this case,
Ali, can we take a step back and realize what we just saw? We just saw, how old is Brandon Wilson? How old is this guy? Okay?
32.
He's 32 years old. He literally just ran one of the biggest bluffs of his life against the... Coverage on mute because I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to shut up. I'm going to continue to watch this and get excited over greatness.
Jared, I gotta tell you something. Is the other guy that didn't hear that? I feel like I end up being the baby with the bathwater in that spot, man. I kind of want him to hear me.
This is great.
There's not an individual comms mute, bro.
This is great.
You're really living rent free in some heads out there, by the way.
I love
Some
it.
keyboards are getting an extra workout.
I mean, the chat is electric.
You've sent them into a froth and a frenzy. That's for sure.
Einhorn.
7-6 suited. Bringing it to $500,000. Winter. King Queen suited.
All right, guys. You know what? For once, I'll be negative. Okay, Winter, the tightest player at the table here, likes to call.
No, who's telling you to be negative? They're just over you being what they perceive to be overly positive. Is that the idea? So now you're going to discipline them with a reversal. Don't do that. Just call it what we're just going to call it as we see it. And as we see it here, it's a spade draw for Einhorn, the aggressor, out of position, of course, and that flatting range for Sean Winter is supposed to contain overcards to this. How much pocket pair?
I would say more pocket pair than the king queen type. The problem is with Winter, when you don't 3-bet pretty and you flat, you're basically playing your hands to hit the flop. And if you don't hit the flop, you're just going to lose. Because if your opponent misses, he's going to bluff at it, kind of like he did.
Isn't it okay to have a little bit of that, though? Flat, try to hit, and if you don't, step aside?
Yes, yes.
I mean, that's a part of the process.
I gotta say, and I keep saying it, man, Einhorn, be proud of what you've done today.
I'm sure he is.
Be proud of everything you have accomplished. It's just, this is great. This is so great. And by the way, Texas Mike is in there quietly.
Yeah, and it isn't too often that at a table you'll find Texas Mike not being the dictator of what goes on out there. But even he recognizes that which surrounds him here is not easily intimidated, incredibly talented, but not going to be pushed around.
Ali, let me ask you, of all these people left, okay, who's impressed you the most?
Man, there have been so many moments that we could zero in on across this long day of coverage that have been worthy of that sort of designation. Impressive moments. Not unilaterally per se, but, I've seen things from Texas Mike that have just left me breathless. I've seen Mateos. I've seen Muller. I've seen Bryn. It's, and even David Einhorn, man. I mean, I guess I come to expect it so much from a majority of these super high rollers that Einhorn maybe not being a professional poker player, that is how we would assign him most impressive status because of some of the things he's done. And he hasn't batted 1,000 out there, but he's done very well for himself. As we see Mateos with a king high, trying to do in middle pair, Ivy defending with the suited connector.
I gotta say, for the situation, my number one would be Einhorn, based on the fact that I'm giving him the credit of being the businessman, not being the pro, right?
Right.
But from actual talent, I don't think it's close. I think it's Wilson. I think he's played the best of anyone here at this table.
I'm not going to push back on it. Wilson's been outstanding. Meanwhile, Ivy not going to be pushed out, makes the call, sees an ace, and this is a card we don't like.
We don't, but you know what? Mateos sized up on the flop, right? So what is that saying? It's saying that Ivy most likely connected with a pair on the flop like he has.
Once he calls.
Yes.
Okay.
So now Mateos is thinking, how many aces does Ivy have in his range? If Ivy doesn't have a flush draw, he should not have turned an ace. I could see Mateos sizing up again here. Okay, he checks.
Are you surprised? It sounds like you are.
I'm not, but I'm going to tell you this right now. Ivy's going to check the river here, and I'd be shocked if Mateos actually gives up at this point of the hand. Because this is a run out that is really good for Mateos to continue to bluff. effect. Why? He has a club in his hand. He has king high. He knows he can't win at showdown. And if you look at the board texture on the flop and the run out, it heavily favors Mateos' range. Again, I've said it earlier, Mateos plays the river better than anyone on planet Earth. Look at this guy, Ali. I can't take it. He is that damn good.
1 million after checking back on the turn, and how believable. I'm sorry, 2.8.
Yes, it was
Okay,
2.8 million. I'm telling you this right now, Ali. No one plays the river better than Adrian Mateos.
How old is he now, Jim?
Hit the flop.
39.
39. He'll be 40 soon. You know, you're gonna have to go and get these physicals and things like that. You know, I'm on a little 10 milligram statin now, but yeah, cholesterol is kind of kicking over. And I'm no cardiologist, but you know, just
I love this. I love it.
you know, I would hate to see, you fall out in here over kind of
I love
a
this.
river bluff or something like that. You know, because I don't know CPR. You know, we don't have one of those defib machines. You know, it's I don't know how long it takes for an ambulance to navigate the hallways and the corridors, but you know, you could.
I'm used to doing this with my shirt off, opening sports cards like that. This is what I love, man. Mateos here looking at King.
Very reasonable stuff, and
again,
Jason with the ace queen suited, the antidote.
the most important thing with 9 left are the stack sizes. Okay, what do I mean by that? Mateos with 17 million is going to be opening a ton. Kuhn knows that. Okay, he actually has a real hand here. I mean, this is standard for anyone's open. But again, what you're going to see is with 9 left is a lot of the bigger stacks like Mateos, like Bryn. When it's folded to them, they're going to be opening a wide range. Okay, 9-handed. The short stacks are still going to continue to play tight. ICM.
That's those stacks doing what they're supposed to be doing, as we saw Kuhn doing what we expected him to do. Disheartening, of course, when you find something as good as a king queen and aren't allowed to continue.
Oh my God, this is, folks. We're Wilson here under the gun. Muller picking up 2 8s here. GTO Wizard. Oh, and look at this. Sean Winter picks up 2 kings.
Sam's 8s.
And again, he's in
Are in
position.
trouble.
Okay, I expect him to go to 1-5, 1-6, maybe a 3x here. Being in position, doesn't have to go that big. 1.2, I like it.
Torque wrench broken out.
Now, here's the thing, Ali, right? Muller is going to have an interesting decision, okay? His hand plays really bad as a call, okay? Why? Because he's not getting the right price with Winter Stack with 4.2 mil, okay? So Muller has to decide if he thinks he has the best hand now and potentially put all his money in or just fold. The fact that Winter's been the tightest player in this tournament, I would love to see Muller get away from this hand right now. There's other players where he can move in, and he does get away. And again, that is knowing your opponent, and that is all about having an image. Great fold by Muller.
And some situational awareness as well, as you talked about. It's unsurprising that these guys absolutely adept at picking and choosing the appropriate situations in which to dial up the aggression and in which to just concede and move on and find a better opportunity.
Yes, and again, right, it's all about awareness. It's all about reading your opponent. What's so great about poker is every situation that you come across is different. Every opponent you play is different. Every moment is different. Okay, I gotta tell you right now that if Bryn Kenny 3-bet, the 8s are probably not folding. If Mateos 3-bet, they're probably not folding the 8s. If Wilson 3-bet, the 8s are probably not folding. If Texas Mike, we're beating you into the pot with 2 8s. And Einhorn here, waking up with 2 5s in a small blind here. I'd love to see him flat here against Wilson. Let's see what he does. And he
Exactly
does.
what you expected.
Yeah, really good. And Wilson has a hand that can go either way here.
Yeah, the big little offsuit combo. We talk a lot about this. Has come into favor.
850.
Yeah, and Brandon Wilson, sure enough, does take it to 850,000. This isn't like he is somehow horny for King 3 offsuit, but what he understands is the attributes of this particular hand free up Einhorn to have foldable stuff as a limp.
Is Einhorn 3-betting?
Oh my! The answer is yes.
You know, Ali, I'm going to continue with our statement.
Limp 3-bet with fives.
Do you realize how good this guy Einhorn is playing today? That is just, again, awareness. Knowing the fact that Wilson is one of the most aggressive players at this table. He made the stone maximum with a pair of fives. What's crazy is, think of it like this, right? If Einhorn open raced, Wilson probably would have flat, and he would have been out of position with a pair of fives. Instead, he limped, got Wilson to put in 850, and got Wilson to fold, and he picked up over $1 million in chips.
Yeah. You know, way back in the early part of my poker career, I had a buddy in the local card room, and he said something really simple, and this is well before all the solvers or whatever. He said, good things happen when you're the one betting, when you're the one pushing the action. Obviously, this kind of distills into being aggressive. Whereas, as you pointed out, taking a passive approach out of position there, limp calling, is just not as favorable. You know what I mean?
You know,
Not going to play some force.
now, aggression in no limit hold'em wins a lot. Being overly aggressive, hold that thought.
Yeah, Queen Deuce here for Einhorn. He gets after it. Wilson going to be returning the favor of the 3-bet from a pot ago.
Hold that thought. Now again, Wilson's out of position. I expect him to go to 4x-ish, a little over 2 million.
Quick concession from Einhorn as 2.2 was declared.
It was 2 million, yeah. And it looks like, is that the last hand of the night?
2.2.
They're on their feet.
Folks, I want to say this before we get off the air.
Okay.
You better tune in tomorrow, because I'll say it again. This could be the most talented final table that you will ever see at the World Series of Poker. Tomorrow night, we will crown a winner. Someone is going to win over $4 million and a gold bracelet in arguably the most talented final table. Ali, you've been doing this for... Go ahead, Ali, take it over.
Well, we don't have a ton of time, but that time is going to be well spent if you come back and tune in tomorrow where Phil Ivey, Texas Mike, Jason Kuhn, Sean Winter, Muller, Wilson, Einhorn, Mateos, and Kenny in that order are going to come back with some fairly equal distribution all the way from the bottom to the top of this leaderboard, and it's all happening at 6 o'clock local time here in Las Vegas. Do the math and come back and see us. But for now, on behalf of Jared Blesnick and our entire crew here in Las Vegas, this is Ali Najad saying thanks for
5 years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizes, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it. The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
We'll be back in a little something extra.
$50,000, say it generated.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. So play it.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong. Never poke the bear. Or you're not better, Phil Ivey, at like literally. Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Not the easy made fall.
Oh! Oh my God!
Oh! Is Sergio's bluffing here? Oh my God! All I do is win, no matter what.
It's my life.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker tour.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's thrown up in poker.
It is a true honor of mine to present you with your 6th World Series of Poker bracelet. There it is here. Hold up there. Let's hear it for our champion, the 100K high roller. Seriously, And with that, we welcome you back to the 2026 World Series of Poker from the Horseshoe, from Paris, from Las Vegas, Nevada. This is WSOP Countdown, coming to you almost live from the Paris Ballroom. Hello, everybody, and welcome in. Thank you all so much for being with us. Jack Platt here. States has most of the day off. David Williams is back. Norman Chad is here. Our special guest, the now six-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. Not going to mess up your bracelet count anymore. Yuri Zidlewski, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for being here. What runs through your mind when you watch that back, when you see yourself hoist bracelet number 6?
Well, first, thank you for having
Sure.
me. It's a big honor and pleasure to be alongside this elegant man and the most iconic voices in poker. So thanks for having me. And what was the question?
What runs through your mind when you watch something like that back, when you see yourself win that 6th bracelet?
Yeah, it's always special.
Yeah.
Winning a bracelet is always a memory that I'm going to remember forever. So all of them are special. I want to feel this feeling more times. I hope.
Yeah, sure.
Now, this is a weird World Series for you. Usually your family is here, but your wife is back home expecting your second child next month.
Correct.
So, what is it really unusual for you to be here and more emotions with them back home?
For sure, it's way tougher to not have them here. Like, we all know that poker is very hard, like in terms of emotions, and having them here was always very, very good for me, for my mental health. Like, having them at home when I go back is everything to me, and not having them, it's really, really hard. The only, like, good thing is that I just play all the time, every time. I don't have days off. I just focus on the game. So that's what I'm doing to represent them the best way I can.
Perhaps you fought extra hard to make it count. Like,
Correct.
I'm going to be here without my family. I'm not going to waste any moments.
That's it.
Now, we all know you pretty well, and everyone back in Brazil knows you pretty well, but there are some people at home who might be unfamiliar with Yuri, so let's just briefly take a look at his poker resume. Number 1 on the Brazilian all-time money list by far. 6 bracelets. No one else in Brazil has more than 2. Of course, back in 2022, he was the Poker Players Championship runner-up to Dan Jungleman Cates. In addition, you have the second best mustache in poker, and you were picked to win the World Series Player of the Year. So, do you think you have a chance for the best mustache, and do you have a chance for Player of the Year?
Yeah, actually, I would like to say a huge thank you for you, because when I was 15-year-old, living with my parents, watching WSOP, your voice was the soundtrack. So years later, watching you picking me as the player of the year of your choice is, and saying so many good things and amazing things and funny things about me, I was like, it meant the world. I was so happy, so pleased, and I even saved the video because it's gonna be forever in my mind. So thank you very much for being the voice that is being that is with me this whole journey.
I appreciate
I
it.
was so happy.
When Jeff hears my voice, he gets nauseous. So this is such an honor to hear that you react in such a great way.
Thank you.
I do really love that. And you wore the Brazil-ish green shirt today, supporting.
Yes, of course.
I'm shocked. He watches our show. I love that.
Yeah, that's well. Knew we had a viewer out there.
Yeah, I watched yesterday too. Thank you, Nick, for the kind words. Nick Schumann said some good things about me too. I was like, oh my god, this series, besides this part of the family, not being here with me, it's been very, very special. So thank you very much. And what was the question again? I forgot again.
No, there was no question.
Yeah.
Norman was just appreciative of your comments.
If I'm gonna be the best mustache, and
Player.
I mean, now my mustache is not as good as it used to be. Do you remember when I had the very big?
All right, let's go back and take a look at what happened 2 nights ago at the final table of the 100K High Roller, where you won. I had the pleasure of being on the call of that with Ali. Here's 2 hands, 2 eliminations on your way to winning. Tell us your thoughts and feelings as you watch these back. What are you thinking?
Yeah, here Kulev was a short stack with like 6 BPs, I think, on the big blind, or 5 BPs. So I think Ace 4 is an easy open, and then he just jammed on the flop. I had middle pair, I can't fold for 5 BPs. And the last hand, I had 9s on the button. He had 20 BPs. I decided to limp this time. Sometimes I'm gonna raise, and he raised for 4x, and I just jammed, of course, and he called with the hand that he's supposed to call. So that's just a correct.
Yeah, got to win those. So something I mentioned during the call, we were looking at your bracelets, Ali and I said, Yuri is kind of known as a mixed game killer. He won the super high roller goal. Look at his 5 bracelets. He's got PLO bracelets in there, but then he's got horse, things like that. No limit hold'em only bracelets. And I said, I'm pretty sure this is very important to him. And then when you spoke about it, you mentioned to win a no limit hold'em meant so much to you. So did the weight of this being no limit hold'em, being a high roller against the best in the world, was that added pressure on you? Like, I got to get a bracelet in the Cadillac of poker here.
It's not about the buying, but I think being no limit hold'em, yeah, maybe I was like owing to myself like this because no limit hold'em is the game that I dedicate my whole life to. So I know that nowadays I play a lot of mix, but still no limit hold'em is a game that I dedicate myself a lot. I have a poker team in Brazil, a poker school in Brazil, so I still need to be sharp to teach them. And I also try to play like twice a week no limit hold'em tournaments just to be sharp for these moments. And yes, it was special for this reason. So that's one of the reasons I was very.
Now my next question: there's a 250K going on.
Yeah.
You just won the 100K. Some would think you're ready for the 250. You just beat these guys. Are you planning on playing? And if not, is it I got my no limit hold'em win. Let's go back to the next game streets.
Actually, that's not what I was thinking about when I decided to play the Big O. Actually,
okay.
Because Big O is a game that I've been playing a lot too. I don't know. I think the field is.
You playing Big O today?
Yes.
He's playing Big O today?
I'm playing Big O.
How could you play Big O? Your first bracelet was in Omaha, a stud 8 mix.
Correct.
That is today.
That is today.
It's your first bracelet. You're playing Big O instead of that?
Hey, look, we can always enter that if Big O doesn't go well for us.
True. Yeah, Big O is a very volatile game. So
it could be quick.
Yeah.
One more player to your question, since we got a little sidetracked on mustaches and Norman Chat Appreciation Day. Is Player of the Year something that you really want to come after, that you think that you could be considered one of the favorites to win?
Honestly, like I would be amazing to win, but I try to not put this type of pressure on myself. I just want to show up every day and do the best I can, hand by hand, thinking about maximizing EV, like making good decisions. I think this type of pressure just made me anxious and maybe not like if I have to take a day off, for example, I'm gonna take the day off. So if I have this pressure, I'll probably be like, I have to play every day.
It's definitely the right way to approach it, I believe.
You hinted at it a little bit earlier. I know you saw what Nick Schulman said about you, but let's revisit that real quick from yesterday's countdown.
Yuri, my Player of the Year pick. He reminds me of Nick Schulman. Plays all the games well. Never seems to tilt. Yuri's won 6 bracelets since 2019. Only 34 years old. A little younger than Nick. A little better looking than. Are you a Yuri fan, sir?
Huge Yuri fan. I agree with all of that. He's top 3 in the world overall. Maybe the best. Wow. So he's awesome.
A future Hall of Fame. I mean, that's pretty cool. You heard me say it, David, at the very end, but Hall of Fame just kind of has to pop up in the discussion, right?
Right. So what I was going to say is all your bracelets are in a short time frame, last 7 years. 6 bracelets. Is the Hall of Fame something you envisioned for yourself when you won that first bracelet 7 years ago? Where you're like, I could be in the Hall of Fame one day. Is that something you thought about?
Definitely not. Actually, it's like I haven't allowed myself to dream with something like that. But it's insane to think about it. It's just like.
So now you may have heard the changes to the system yesterday, with multiple people having a chance of getting in. They're going to vote, and if you get a threshold, so there could be up to 6 per year. Do you think with these changes, do you think maybe you might get there sooner than later?
I don't know, honestly. If I do, like, I would be super honored.
Well, you got 6 bracelets now, as David mentioned. That's tied for 18th all time. And, of course, you just got your first No Limit Hold'em title. You talk about how you coach, and you still coach in No Limit Hold'em. But when you first branched out into mixed games, you got a PLO coach who did not even play poker.
Correct.
What the heck?
Yes. I mean, my best 3 coaches, all of them, they were not professionals. Wow. That's insane, actually.
Wow.
Mixed games in Hold'em and PLO, all of them, they were physicists and mathematicians.
It makes sense, though. Because poker, there's a lot more than knowing the numbers to poker, but having someone help you with that, they may not be good at the skills that we have for for the live part of it.
But still, no background whatsoever in poker.
No.
But
Yeah, they had.
oh, so okay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah. Like they were professionals for like a few years, but then they just stopped and they coach at a very, very high level.
I won't make you brag about yourself anymore. We're gonna move on. We want to cover so much action. Last night we had the 250K. We had another 2 bracelet winners. This is normally stakes time, and it is his segment. But I get to deliver the intro and give myself a countdown in 3, 2. Buckle up, buckaroos. It's time for the tight laydown.
First up is PLO winner Jason Zipfel, and I'm going to apologize now to that very long list of the best players to have never won a bracelet.
And are you that experienced in PLO? You're mostly an Olo and Hold'em tournament player, yeah?
If you ask anyone, they'd say I'm the biggest donkey in PLO. I'm not even kidding. It means a lot because I love poker. I play poker every day. It's because it's like the Mecca of the World Series of Poker. Everyone dreams of winning a bracelet.
Careful mentioning Mecca. There's at least 4 red hats in here. Benny Glosser is now one name on a very short list of players who almost had 9 bracelets but got beat heads up by Daniel Negreanu's sleeper fantasy pick.
I win another one. He's my boss.
Don't Chen and Daniel telling you to rip off Scotty Wynn's entire everything? On to the real highlights in a tournament that costs $250,000 to play. First up, it's Ben Heath facing off against Jason Kuhn in the GG mystery hand. Tracks because Kuhn and Benoit Blanc are actually first cousins. Ben flops trip 10s, and the turn brings a potential flush. The rest doesn't run out too bad. But Jason starts with the donut hole and makes it into the whole enchilada. Remember, only the best and worst players in the world are capable of getting bluffed in this spot. Then folds. Jason had a 5. Keep in mind, Ben's one of the best in the world, but to be clear, I also would have folded. Oh, it's another GG Knives Out mystery. Fun fact, when you're playing poker, every hand is a mystery hand. Yatza Red has 2 kings and the candlestick in the study, facing an under the pistol raise from Archer Martirosian in the parlor. Archer calls on the 9-9-10 flop. Flush card hits the turn, and I'm guessing this mystery is about to have an exciting third act. The river is the deuce of glass onions. Arends checks and wake up, dead man. There it is. And I must be out of jokes because I want to say that Arends is unblocking diamonds. What? Who am I? And oh my God, we were right. For once, the guy that looks like he did it actually did it. Next up, Daniel Negreanu all in with the kings against a literal billionaire with a billion outs and a post-flop flip.
Really, I'm fine with it because I'm so used to whatever happens. I've done kilo, my life's amazing, I'm going to have a baby boy, every couple, whatever, right? Life is good.
Life is good, but is it 9 outs against Daniel Negreanu good? Holy Lord, Daniel's hand held. Unfortunately, because of that accent, he was then taken into custody by ICE. In a much less of a mystery hand, Sam Muller has flopped the joint against Alex Theologius, but we're only seeing this so we can show you Daniel's daring escape from Alligator Alcatraz.
I stopped midstream.
Don't worry about it, buddy. I've been pooping this entire time. And finally, in the hand of the century of the day, Daniel doesn't have it, but does he still got it?
Yeah, I don't think it was 315.
Quite the speech, but maybe Muller recognizes the nearly direct quote for rounders because after mulling it over, Muller snaps off Worm's bluff like he's Mike McDermott. You've been called, sir.
Crazy? I think you. That's good. Thanks.
Daniel takes it on the chin like a champ, but if you ask me, we're the real winners.
And that was the tight
laydown.
No. That's a Staves thing.
Sorry,
Please.
Wow,
we tried.
We nailed that. Okay, moving on. David, how's that 250K Super High Roller looking?
Yeah, I did have the day off, but of course I was at home watching coverage day 1 of this star-studded event. Let's take a look at the overnight chip counts from the 250K High Roller. 10th place, Ding Biao seems like he's always there, along with Artur Martirosian, Sean Winter, Daniel Negreanu, Brandon Wilson, and your chip leader Samuel Muller with over 4.3 million chips coming into day 2. Registration's still open for a couple more levels. Yuri, you know most of these names really well. You just smoked most of them. Of the registered players, who do you like to make the final table tomorrow?
Just one?
Just one.
Should I pick with my heart or for a good
I like that. He does watch the show.
Whatever you choose. Whatever you choose.
So I'm going to pick for a good show. I think Artur Martirosian. I think he's a fearless player. He's capable of creating some very good highlights for us because I think he cares about the money, but he can apply a lot of pressure even like on the big stage.
Good pick.
David, who you got?
I'm going with my man, Real Kid Poker, Danny Magranu. Perfect mix of GTO and exploitative style. We saw him playing fearlessly yesterday. Even though his table talk got looked up by Muller, I think he's going to make some adjustments. He seems focused and ready to win.
Norman?
Kristen Foxen
Yes.
is my pick. And forget the fact that she's been on an extended heater. 4 7-figure scores in the last 7 months. 23 final tables in the last 2 years. I'm going with the good karma factor. Yesterday I went to a patisserie here at Paris to get a $12 cronut that Poker Users Mike Patrick told me was the greatest donut in world history. 2 fellows were complaining about how slow the line was, and Kristen told them to go ahead of her because she wasn't in a rush. That is old world, 19th century courtesy, unheard of in the 21st century. She's earned another 7-figure victory.
That is absolute classy and no surprise. How was the donut? Scale of 1 to 10?
It was an 11.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. Oh, okay.
The cronut.
Very excited for post-show activities now. Yuri, you've played in the vicinity of Martin Cabral plenty of times. It is quite the experience. And this is quite the video that we are about to show you right now. Let's roll it. Okay, fine.
Kai eating.
Yeah, you're just eating at a poker table, no problem.
Whoops.
No,
Oh, my God.
wait, how much is he?
What?
Wow.
What is that?
Ugh.
What? Yuri, you can go for. I don't have much to say.
You got anything?
What should I say?
I don't know.
That's good enough. That's good enough.
That's great.
Okay, well, I hate to be in the position of defending Martin Cabral.
Oh, no.
And I know he wasn't demonstrating game theory, optimal binge and purge technique, but using just a small plastic fork and some Tupperware, he didn't spill anything onto his shirt. He didn't spill anything onto the table. He didn't need a napkin. It wasn't stop him from talking for 20 seconds. Why are we complaining?
Hey, that is an excellent question, and I have an excellent question for you. Why so mad, Norman Chad?
Why am I so mad? Where have you gone, Phil Ivey? Poker News turns its lonely eyes to you. Woo, woo, woo. What's that you say, Mrs. Robinson? No home, Jerome has left and gone away. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Yep, Phil Ivey is dead to me again. My man's got 1 bracelet in the last 12 years. Poker's GOAT and I have one thing in common this summer. 1 cash between us at the World Series. This is particularly disturbing on his end. He's F. Scott Fitzgerald on the felt. I'm Fred Figglehorn. What, you never heard of F. Scott Fitzgerald? Go along, you hot-doodles. To me, Ivy hasn't been the same since that Baccarat Punto Banco business back in 2012. No edge sorting needed when you've got sort of an edge. You're Phil Ivey. Act like it. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Phil Ivey is never out of position. Just go back to basics. Darting eyes, icy stares, otherworldly shoves. I've made you and I can break you. I'll give you 1 week to get your act together. I'm shipping you out to Dubai to live with Jean Robert, and you're paying rent. JRB can probably use it.
JRB, big fan of Countdown, by the way. Yuri, we are big fans of yours. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. You two are off to Big O. Wishing you both the best of luck. A reminder that tonight we will have feature table coverage of this 250K super high roller, Ali Najad and Jared Blesnick on the call for day 2. That sound means the blinds are going up. It's time for us to make our move and break. So until next time, we leave you with these sweet, sweet moments from here at the World Series of Poker.
it's not always about winning hands. You just watch Santos lose the absolute minimum in a hand where everyone else, for the most part, would bet the river.
Well, everyone would open under the gun, precisely as the overall tournament chip leader, Samuel Muller, has done.
You realize if he bet the river there, he might be out of the tournament. He would have got raised, and he might not have folded.
I don't know. It just depends on sizings, right?
Yeah, but
he certainly would have lost a lot more than he did.
Now, bring Kenny here. You're watching one of the greatest Nolan Holden players ever. 3-bet, an under the gun raise with 2 8s. A lot of people here would probably flat with his chip stack. Raising 3-betting here is also fine. I think once you 3-bet here with 8s, if Muller comes over the top at 4-bets, I think Kenny can now maybe get away with 8s, if that's what he's thinking here. Ali, your thoughts?
I mean, everything feels
okay, so
reasonably straightforward. We know Kenny has the appetite as he picks a fight here, and unfortunately the test came back positive. Muller up to 2.1. I hear where you're coming from, Jared. I think with so many chips in front of him, Muller just has a lot of liberty to stick you in some blenders. I mean, best case scenario here, we have to be thinking we're up against a couple of overs of the over pair. You see Kenny making the call. Catastrophic developments here for Sensei. Just 19%. A 4-1 dog. Needs the snowman. Can't find it on the flop. Both are available. Muller, not one to celebrate until all cards are dealt.
Oh, and Kenny turns a flush draw, Ali.
This is precisely why we don't get overly excited as 2 outs become 10. 3 of those clubs are busy, but plenty of ways to snap off the queens, and that's exactly what Brent Kenny does.
Wow.
Being justice to from your side of the booth, but you know what? Don't change. Listen, I like it. Meanwhile, let's see if 210s can do a little bit better for Texas Mike Monchek. Under the gun here. He makes it 160 to go.
Let's see if Mike can play these 10s better than being down.
Well, now. It ain't right. It just ain't right.
There's the stickiest guy left in the tournament, Santos.
Jack deuce suited defense. C3.
Oh, no.
Tens full against trip deuces.
Wow.
Gentlemen.
Santos is eliminated. This is what's about to happen.
It is time to eulogize Suvarna. You see the check back from Monchek. Very innocent turn card.
Santos, I love you. You are now eliminated from this tournament.
Yeah.
There is nothing at any point that he's going to be able to do to not get away from this.
We don't see her on the screen right now, but somewhere a corpulent lass is belting out a tune.
And now, I mean, Santos, is he just good? And he's just calling, he's trapping himself here.
Are you suggesting that he's supposed to announce himself here? As the hearts do come in, might this be some salvation?
I'll tell you this, though. Santos still cannot fold his hand. It's just not possible. He will be out, Ali. He has less than a pot-sized bet left. Yeah, he can't fold.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Just because you said his last name correctly, and in the future it'll be well played by Ebinger.
Yeah.
But, certainly, we know Matthias has such things within him as top shelf stuff.
And again, you're seeing, you're watching deep stack, no limit hold'em, the middle of the earliest day 2.
And isn't it a treat, Jared, where we become so accustomed to a lot of these, streams coming with just final table ICM heavy moments? Here we're sinking our teeth into soup to nuts and every phase of this thing, and now Sam Muller sinking his teeth into a couple of kings. Chidwick, the ace-10 opener, a flat from DK with the eights.
I think people need to see how these tournaments play out. I think you can make an argument that you're more likely to watch. It's more fun to watch now because as the tournament goes on, the stacks get shallower.
Right.
This is where you see a lot of next level play to get to where we're going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Even though we're not looking at payouts and we're outside of the money, what we are looking at is a phase of the tournament replete with opportunities for these players to show off what they're capable of.
And folks, if you're tuning in, you're watching a $250,000 buy. This is real money. First prize is over $4 million. This is the highest level poker tournament of the entire World Series of Poker, the most prestigious. The World Series of Poker, if there's one thing that you want to do as a poker player, it's win a bracelet.
Nearly $2 million in the middle in a 3-bet pot.
Now, the only thing I know about Muller is Ali, did you see the hand day one where he called Daniel with ace-3?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Right away, I was like, wow, this guy has to be good.
There was some speech play that went into that, and I don't know whether or not Daniel leveled himself, but yes, that in a vacuum told you were dealing with a man with a great mind. This is why, of course, the folks over at GTO Wizard have enlisted him to be among their ambassadors.
Oh my God.
Speed on the turn now after DK peeled both players with the flush.
And I'll tell you right now, if I'm Muller, I actually would love a check.
DK.
And he's betting. I'm going off the K, and then
his name is Dayon, so I'm
all right,
going,
DJ.
his
Okay.
initials. I love it. DK.
DK. Wow, when he sized up, it's funny. I don't like it, but it's probably going to work right now.
One of the problems, of course, for Kala-Djurdjevic moving forward is that we make this call for 1.1, pot grows to nearly 4.6. We've got 2 point some odd, and we can't guarantee we're not going to face this big barrel on the river. And the price that we're going to be laid here, as we see a 7 of clubs, an inconsequential arrival, it's going to make it hard. We're just bluff catching now. You can't make your man hang themselves on a board such as this, right?
And he's...
Did he lead Kala-Djurdjevic with chips? No. Oh, no, he did. 1.4 of the 2.4.
Wow.
Oh, this is a bit nasty. Talk me through why you wouldn't ask for the full amount, Jared. Is there too much utility to keeping Kala-Djurdjevic at this table on a lean stack?
I don't really know. This is so interesting by Muller. I don't know what he's doing.
This man is in a cold press right now.
Oh, he does call.
Yeah, payday. Maybe the call is obviously made easier when it isn't for your tournament life, and you can retain some payoffs that perhaps for all 2.4 you wouldn't, Jared. Pickups, regardless of the means by which he manages to do so, as Quinn caps his losses on the flop. Get back over to the blue table where Nick Petrangelo has a suited one gapper, and Peter Wayne has the club edition of the same kid.
Oh, Peter, it pains Peter to fold 10 suited there. A lot.
Of course.
It pains him. Yeah, he's never folded a hand.
In a cash game.
$50,000 pre-flop?
Yeah.
I call.
Sure. You know that the biggest of pots when we're playing deep stack poker, certainly in cash games, but even in the right phase of a tournament, are the products of a hand such as that.
Yeah.
King Jack now in the big blind, defending.
And the good
extra buck and a quarter.
And the good thing with Chidwick here, he has a very under-disguised hand here, King Jack.
9-6-4, gutter and a hard draw right away here for Petrangelo.
Yeah, probably too late.
And Petrangelo flopping the world here with 10-8 suited.
That was...
And he's slow playing. Oh my God, and it's going to backfire on him. Look at this.
The king on the turn, free of charge, connecting with Chidwick for the lead.
And I'm wrong. And I love it. Look at the size. It's tiny. But this is what makes Chidwick so great.
Jared, is it ever so tiny that Petrangelo turns this into a semi-bluff?
I mean, it's so tricky here. What Chidwick is doing is so next level. Yes, Ali, look at this. This is unbelievable, this hand. Chidwick got his opponent to do exactly what he wanted, which was to raise. He could be out of this tournament.
Well, let's see, as the extra 600 demanded and deposited. Not exactly how Petrangelo was hoping the street would go. Needs help and gets it. 5 of hearts on the end.
Now, Ali, okay, what's so interesting here is that Petrangelo checked the flop. What does that mean? It means that he's not really supposed to have made a flush here by checking the flop. It looks more like Petrangelo turned a flush draw with a straight draw combo, because that's when he raised 4 street. He bet nothing on the flop, and now Chidwick has top pair, but he also has a jack of hearts, which is really important here. Will Petrangelo get paid off here?
Important and potentially costly. North of 1 SPR by 600K. 27 bigs with 21 in there. And full pot. The declaration here.
Wow.
From Petrangelo. Remember, this was an open from the hijack. Chidwick defended, and Petrangelo checked back that 9-6-4-2 hard board. Then on the turn, when Chidwick came with quarter pot, Petrangelo 5x'd it up to 750. Chidwick hung in there. Now is being asked for a big commitment.
And he calls. He calls. Wow. Beautifully played by Petrangelo.
I'll tell you what, it's that flop check back in particular, and then couple it with the raise on the turn, I suppose, where maybe he had backdoor club combos.
But they battle, and it's so much fun to watch.
That ilk, the gambler's ilk, they recognize each other, and they have a lot of respect for one another, win, lose, or draw, when they get after it like that.
Oh, yeah.
King 10 suited getting after it here. Early position open from Mateos. Ace 9 for Monchek on the button. And here he comes. 8-figure stack in motion, as we would expect. This is what makes him exciting, and as you put it there, dangerous.
Yes, and I said it earlier on the telecast that if Monchek gets to 10 million in chips, he could be the favorite to win this event. This guy has so many different modes. We've watched it. He's fearless. He wants to win this. He doesn't care about the money. He wants to win a bracelet. I know Mike very well. He cares a lot about winning this tournament.
But you know what? His style implies that he doesn't care at all about going broke at any given moment. And yesteryear, the name Amir Vahidi is the one that brought us the idea, in order to live, you have to be willing to die in these streets. And that's precisely what it feels like Monchek is. At any given moment, as his ace 9 doesn't improve, paired flop, he reaches for chips. Mateos with the spade draw, not going to be going anywhere.
Okay. The problem, though, is with Mateos is if you raise here, okay,
Which he does.
which is great. The only problem with raising is that if you get played back at it, you have to call off your tournament life with a bare flush draw on a board pair. Oh my God! Look at this.
What?
Look at this.
El Conquistador being forced to call it off with king high against ace high, and these are not the sorts of visuals you expect. And look at Mateos' face. Welcome to the Texas Mike experience, my friend.
And Ali, I just told the world that someone is going to make a major mistake in this tournament, and you're watching it right now by Texas Mike, okay? But what's crazy is he's still 44% equity here in this spot, and now he's dead.
Yeah, that was a short-lived 44%. As a three of spades gives this one to Mateos, and Momchak will fight on with 4.7. But if you're at this table, you loathe.
Oh, we have a mystery hand, a Juju mystery hand. Ali, I love this.
Brandon Wilson raising from under the gun +1, picking up Mateos for the ride here.
You are watching the best no-limit hold'em player in the world in a tournament setting in Mateos, and you're watching one of the future best no-limit hold'em tournament players in the world. Guys, this is classic. With 13 left, it doesn't get better than watching these two talents battle it out.
I asked if I should have
Wet board as Mateos finds bottom 2 and a check.
I'm telling you, because like when I folded the tens in the small blind, it was fucking. You told me you had it, so go ahead.
All right, come to 335.
Okay.
On the follow through here from Wilson.
Now, Mateos here has a very vulnerable two-pair. Okay? Notice how he elects to call here. Okay, why is he calling here? Because he knows that there's so many bad turn cards for his hand. He's also calling to disguise his hand to the fact that he wants to make his hand look a lot weaker than what he actually has. Look at this. Wilson continues.
Is it heat? 830. Half pot territory.
Now, the fact that Mateos called the flop, he's going to most likely call here on the turn. He has no reason to ever raise here in this spot. He has two pair. He has a 9-high flush draw. But he also doesn't want to get blown off his hand and build the pot with a very vulnerable holding. And he decides to call. And let's see a river card, Ali.
A whole lot of cards the 8-9 does not want to see. How poor is a king of diamonds for Mateos?
No, it's a Mateos has two pair, but there's so many hands that he loses to here. And the way that Wilson is playing, Wilson has already shown that he's capable of bluffing on a high level.
Early position open from Brandon. Big blind defense. Check call across 2 streets. And the gun hasn't been holstered.
Oh my God, Ali.
Instead,
Oh
it's
my
been
God.
pointed in the direction of the Spaniard.
Ali.
This is Chateaubriand off the menu. We're not looking at a petite fillet. 3.3.
He bet exactly full pot. Wow. Chat, can you put a poll in there and see what... I'll tell you right now, Mateos is going to be thinking about this. He's probably going to use 3 or 4 time extensions. Minimum.
Okay, walk me through, Bless, if indeed Wilson were to be bluffing.
So
what would check out? Ace of hearts?
Ace 10? Ace 10, exactly. Ace Queen is a hand that he could be bluffing with. Here's the thing. Mateos knows that Wilson is not doing this with anything worse for value than 9s and 8s. Mateos knows right now that he only beats a bluff, right?
I heard the word pass. He has laid it down, and it was Queen 10.
Kenny here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Premium choice cut. This ace king of clubs.
If you
Einhorn flats with the nickels.
If you start giving Kenny hands here, oh, this is going to be so dangerous for everyone else in this tournament. Einhorn here with 2 5s. We're going to go 3 ways here to the flop. There's already 1.4 million in the middle. Look at this. Kenny flops 3 kings.
Smashing it. And Einhorn, let's see. He's been deferent and cautious largely.
Oh my God. Look at this by Bryn Kenny.
Of course, to check back with so much hand on a rainbow board, trying to invite one of his opponents to make something. Muller has picked up a gutter.
And this is what makes this coverage so good. Because a lot of events, you just see the final table. You are watching on the stone bubble of the biggest poker tournament of the whole World Series of Poker. You are watching some of the best players on the planet. Look at that. He throws one chip in. This guy is so good. Ali, this guy is so good at poker.
You know, this is one I don't think we're allowed to be surprised by, though, Jared. He's number one all time. We've watched him do these things for so long. We know Sam is excellent as well. The heart of the lion beats in his chest.
I don't know what he's going to do. I know that Brink, look at this. Ali, he's going for chips.
And kiss that stack goodbye.
So many people are here live watching this. Brink Kenny continuing to do what he does best, aggression. Petrangelo here has a decision.
King Queen offsuit. 3 million in total. This time we've got the stack sizes right, and Petrangelo is going to 3-bet, recognizing that Kenny's range is wide. And once more, Einhorn confronted with 2 10s.
If I'm Einhorn here, okay, he can afford it. He's got 9.2 million. I was about to say, I love this by Einhorn.
The
okay?
flat.
Yes, yes. The 5% chance that Brink wakes up with a better hand, Einhorn's not eliminated. He can fold. If Kenny were to shove, then Einhorn could fold here. And I'll tell you right now, oh my God, look at this. Look at this, Ali. Einhorn flops top set.
Petrangelo with 2 overs and the King of Diamonds, just 575 left. Not keen to get a barrel in there, obviously. Check back, but now finds himself an open-ender to go with it, and is going to be asked for the rest of his stack. Promptly delivers it, and might the bubble be set to burst? 5.6 million chip pot, 9 or an ace needed for Petrangelo. The top of your screen. And the 3 of clubs makes it official. The most painful of all the finishing spots in poker. The stone bubble and Nicky P.
7-9.
And in all
Can't
fairness,
fault him for just throwing it out of here.
Petrangelo
Would have been a sick one.
with his credit, he didn't play bad at all today.
I would have felt that.
He was in some really bad spots. Take your hat off to this man.
Aaron Nichols, the host of the show, and he has this co-host, Johnny Crutches, who's a guy with MS. And Johnny Crutches struggles sometimes.
Sure.
He used to be in studios over at Aaron's house. They do it from the basement. Eventually, this is no joke, he's tripping over all the computer cords and stuff. And Aaron's like, just do this from home, man. I don't know how to drag yourself up the stairs and trip over everything.
Wasn't there a great bit where we could donate to get Johnny to be allowed to sit down?
Yeah, so at one point, so Aaron's always trying to raise money for the goal. He needs to make $300 every morning, $200 every evening, and so you have to give him money as you're watching.
So he can make somebody with the MS come to his house and crawl into his basement.
Pretty close. Oh, so listen to this. So one of the ideas he had to make money
Yeah.
was he goes, all right, we're going to force Johnny to stand, which is it's very uncomfortable for him.
Sure.
And he goes, if you keep donating, every 5 minutes, if there's at least $5 in donations, he has to keep standing. So he got his audience to just pay for John's misery for like over an hour.
Then he did the Lindy Hop.
I forgot about that.
It was cruel.
So
he tortured a man with MS.
for the goal, for the money that comes in.
I don't know how he lost his radio job. It seems like these are solid ideas for sponsors.
So Johnny comes on the show, and what we're going to see, Bubble Popper sent this over to me today. Thank you, Bubble Popper, for grabbing this. He calls it the most awkward conversation ever. I see this as a complete blow-up between these two.
Let's bring in Johnny. There he is. There he is. We need to go to number one, buddy. You need to bring it.
All right. Sorry, I just literally.
It's becoming a bit that now you can never come on here with like double Dutch energy. You can't. It'll fuck up everything now. It is like becoming a bit on the show that I'm like, all right, 45 away from Bubba. Here we go. Let's get him. Let's crush him. Here comes Johnny. And then you go, hold on, my computer's. 1 second, my computer.
You want to see Johnny laughing along so far?
Yeah, he's enjoying himself. He's part of the joke, not being antagonized by somebody with a widow's peak that's worse than Steven Seagal.
Now, you heard him say we're 40 away from Bubba. Here's a new thing Steel Toe is doing. He wants to be number one on the live podcasting on Rumble, however you get to that page. And Bubba's Love Sponge is always higher than him, has more viewers, live viewers. What he leaves out is that Bubba's Love Sponge has way more people on YouTube watching him. He just runs his show across Rumble and YouTube. But Aaron thinks it'd be a huge victory if they have more viewers than Bubba. And he also thinks that somehow saying that out loud to his audience will affect that. As if I should be like calling my friend, Mom, are you watching Steel Toe now? They're 40 away from Bubba. You don't have to watch it, just stream it, just put it on the computer.
Bubba, the love sponge. Hulk Hogan had sex with his wife. That guy.
Yeah, Mom, come on, keep up. What the fuck?
Come on, Mom.
I explain the lore to you every time.
What do you have, dementia?
Like that has to be. You will never be able to come onto this show and go, all right, yeah, big support. Let's do it. It would fuck up everything now at this point.
Okay, well, then we pulled it off today.
What's wrong?
Johnny's like, great bit, Aaron. Moving on.
Am I being predictably like I always am? What the fuck did you expect?
I had bad news yesterday. I don't want to talk about it, and my computer literally crashed like 2 seconds. Like I was here for the last half hour just hanging out in the background, and then like a minute ago, my computer did this thing where its battery backup needed to be reset. So I just shut the whole computer down and reset it.
Oh, so there really is something wrong.
No, literally like a second ago, like just before you said, let's go to Johnny, I just got back into the Zoom call because my computer thing went off, and it's this stupid high-pitched noise, and I have to reset the whole battery back up. So I had to shut it down and turn it all back on. So I'm still getting my windows open and everything else.
I'm trying not to laugh because I just accidentally glanced into the chat and one person did the Garth from Wayne's World. I'm having a good time. Not. Did you hear the karmic stuff?
Yes, I did hear the tail end of the karmic stuff. I heard what's going on with him. All he has is his stream, but he hates his stream. I don't know.
I have to be honest. I thought about you yesterday when I saw that clip. I'm like, this would be a perfect feud for Johnny because you guys have a little bit bigger audience, but not like you guys have similar numbers and stuff. I think because like when I go after karmic, it looks like I'm picking on him.
All right. Aaron obsesses over these numbers. Then all round down to zero. Aaron claims he has 600 people watching him live or 700, something like that. It's Rumble. The numbers are inflated. It's probably more like 250 people tops. And then he's like, Karmic, you have the same numbers as Karmic does. Karmic has 50 people watching or 60. Johnny, someone in my Discord finally found his channel. You can't even find this guy's channel. I don't know who's possibly watching Johnny's show, but Aaron claims none of this matters. It's so insane to me. But
did he just say when I go after him, it sounds like I'm picking on him?
Yes.
Okay.
Aaron thinks the show is way too big to make fun of Karmic's show.
Well, yeah. Well, the guy next to him, it's going to be odd when he has to do the eulogy for the funeral of the guy he bullied into suicide.
And when the eulogy's all about him.
It's you're right.
He keeps trying to create this scenario where it's him and the chatters against this guy.
Yes.
They're all laughing at him together. And none of that is what's happening. And every attempt he tries to like get in there at him just falls flat. And it's painful watching him hold that smug face while the other guy talks, just waiting to come in with something else that won't be received well.
No, I agree.
Right, but I don't want to feud with anybody.
You should feud with Karmic. It would be funny.
No, it's gay.
You don't want to play that?
No.
I'm obsessed with Karmic. I think he's hilarious.
I know. I've seen It's your show. You can do whatever you want in your show. I don't give a shit what you want to do in your show.
I'm just trying to help. I just think when I do it, it looks like bullying. When
I don't
you
think
do
drama
it,
is fun or helpful.
it's not drama. No, stop.
You want me to feud with him? You literally said you
Not feud as much as remember what we did on the radio, which is what I'm doing right now. Like I'm doing the thing we used to do on the radio with JJ and all those guys. I'm talking about that.
Turn off advertisers.
Yeah.
Lose your Get fired. Don't listen to the thing we do on the radio, you know?
Stuff.
I love that Johnny said, I don't give a shit what you do on your show. You're on his show.
Get fired from the St. Paul, Minnesota market. Or St. Cloud.
St. Cloud. The 200th market in America.
Yes.
My mom said, "Don't come home if you don't beat Bubba."
Like I'm doing the thing we used to do on the radio with JJ and all those guys. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about working for a living. I'm talking about sharking.
No, I don't want to do that.
You're a fucking guy today. You are Mr. I'm above it all today.
No, I'm not even saying I'm above it all. I'm saying I don't want to do it.
You're a bummer.
Sorry. I don't want to do drama. I tried that for a little bit. I didn't like
It's
it.
not.
Like the people.
Drama is like I went to jail. That's drama.
Aaron did go to jail for revenge porn.
Did he?
Yes.
Yeah, he's so dramatic.
I love that it's 600 people watching because he typed it into his own lower third.
Yes. Well, no, that's how many people. Oh, that's a whole other thing. Before I go there.
Okay, I was wondering what that meant.
I'll explain that. But you're going to love this because you're going to know the characters involved. What Aaron did was he took a nude photo of Nick Ricada's wife and sent it to Gino Bisconti.
Oh, that's this guy?
That's this guy. He sent it to Gino live on his show. Bragged about it.
That's famous.
This fucking guy. Sorry.
I should have opened with that. Do you know Steel Toes, the revenge porn guy?
Actually, yes, I do. And he did go to jail for that.
He did.
Yeah.
He went to jail because, so when he went to court the first time, they're like, okay, but don't mention Kayla Ricada on your show ever again. And Aaron's like, no problem, boss. And then Aaron goes on vacation. He goes, hey, Gino, you do my show. You can have my time slot on my channel. I'll be in Florida. And Gino comes out and goes, Kayla Ricada's a fucking gross pig who fucks everyone. It's like, thanks a lot. So now I'm going to jail because Gino thought that was hilarious.
Making fun of a guy because you think he's funny and you want to pick on him a little. We've been doing. How long have you done Steel Toe before? Because we've been doing that since 2014.
That's still, I don't want to do that on my show, though.
What do you want to do on your show?
I hang out, talk about the news, and chill with the chat. It was supposed to just be a fun thing that I did for fun back in the day. Now I do it because I don't have a job to do in the afternoon.
Jesus Christ, it's so pathetic. It's so fucking pathetic. Everything you say.
My liver still hurts right now. The body sounds crazy. I mean, it's really, really fast, but you know, when he didn't get the finish at the end of the second round, I think it really took his spirit. And you know, again, I said it in the press conference leading up. Like, he really backed himself into a corner, saying he's going to be so dominant. And I said it. When we go to the second round, you're going to be like, what the fuck? When we go to the third round, you're going to be like, what the fuck? You know, that's what I did tonight.
Did you feel he was broken after he didn't get that finish?
I never felt he was broken because he was so dangerous at the whole time. But in the third round, when I started landing those jabs, when he started finding his back foot, I knew something was different.
$2 from Zenman, thank you very much. If Aaron was black, he would be Balrog from Street Fighter 1994. Oops, should listen to the OG. Says, why the fuck do I have to search for your name now to find the show? Was there an update or something? No, I'm not becoming a member until I can play you at work. Oh, God, fuck me in the dick. I think if you hit follow on our channel and then you click on my feed on Rumble, it'll show right up. It should be the first thing on there. Scouts goes with $1, says, Aaron, just pretend the signal is poor and drop the miserable. Oh, well, that's not very nice. Why are you being a miserable?
Not my words, the chat. It's like, give me $1.
He had to read that.
I would never use those words on you, Johnny, my buddy.
He's like fighting with his wife at dinner, and he's just drunk enough to be like looking around at the restaurant like everybody's on his side. Also thinks his wife's a bitch.
Yeah.
I'm not.
There's no self-awareness at all with him, ever.
Well, that's not very nice. Why are you being a miserable?
I'm not. I'm simply saying I don't want to pick a feud with Karmic. I don't want to feud with people. I don't want to go, oh, our whole show is ripping on this guy, or a segment every day or every week. I don't want to check up on and rip on Karmic. I just like
Call the doctor. They're calling for the doctor in the corner. This is crazy. It's the same.
And there's nothing wrong with saying no to the Karmic idea, but it was just such a flat no and shitty about it. And it's like, well, there goes the fucking air in the balloon. They're sorry, fuck me for doing my show. The funny part is, Johnny's not different than he ever is on this show. No. And Aaron wants this kind of co-host out there so that he can be the fucking, hey, look at me, I'm the star over here.
Absolutely.
And all of a sudden, it's just like, you know, you're not bringing a lot of entertainment value to the show. It's like, yeah, no shit, Aaron.
Opie would love Johnny out of
Yes. You can't work with anyone if you don't come in with exactly what he decided in his mind. He can't roll with anything. He can't adjust, and he's so fucking sensitive that if he doesn't get absolute just yes and, he has to crumble and throw a tantrum and just humiliate this guy until he loses. And Karmic is an interesting guy to pick on. I've been told by multiple sources, you gotta watch Karmic. Karmic is incredible. There's so much there. And I watched it, it was like, I know he cries on stream sometimes. That's funny, I guess. It is kind of funny. That part's good when he's wasted and crying. That's fine. But it's mostly boring.
He seems to get dumped every other week.
Yeah. When his girlfriend breaks up with him, he says that she doesn't smell like pussy. Like, okay, I'm down with that. But that's few and far between. So for Johnny to be like, yeah, Aaron, that's what you do on your show. I don't want to make fun of Karmic every fucking day. It's not my thing. They're just like, what's your problem? Why do you be such a bitch about this? I can't do it. I look like I'm above it, but you're lower to the ground. You should do it. I just need you to do my dirty work. What part of that do you not understand?
I don't know what you want from me, man. I'm sorry. I've got my computer thing reset, and I simply said I didn't want to do it.
This fucking resetting the computer thing. How bad could this personal issue be? The guy's actually dying, and he's just like, yeah, why not reboot my computer, man? I've not mentioned that like that. Yeah. You had to turn your computer on and off. Yeah, no, there's no reason they should be brought up 30.
I think maybe even Dirty Jersey Rat. Dirty.
For the quartering segment. Are you ready for the quartering segment, ladies and gentlemen? Strap in and strap on. Here we go. Jer. My muse, Jeremy Hambley, the Ham Planet, the quarter pounder, the man without a plan. We love Jer. Saturday night, and you'll have to keep me. Let me refresh this actually, just in case Jer Bear has sent out any new tweets. As you can see, he blocked me. Oh, hold on. You can't see yet. I'm sorry, folks. As you can see here, he blocked me. He blocked me a long time ago. And like I said before, he blocked me way before I made any of my videos. So I don't know what. Can't remember what post it was that he got upset about. But I was just another face in the crowd when he blocked me. All right. Anyways, so for those of you that didn't see, he had a very eventful Saturday night. A very eventful Saturday night. Thanks to Dormy Wormy, who first pointed this out, who said, look who is responding to Bearing. Because Bearing put out this post. Oh yeah, supposedly this guy was DMing him, saying that he wanted to collaborate with him, and basically upset that Bearing was just receiving information from him or something and wasn't giving him enough respect or attention or something. I don't know. But anyways, basically he just puts out here, oh, here's the DMs. I guess he tried to send him something about the quartering and the coffee, brand coffee, right? He says, all right, sorry about that. Mate, you don't
You don't know how the world works. You want information, but offer nothing in return. You only offer collabs with larger content creators. Meanwhile, you use smaller creators and yourself offer nothing in return. You are scum, mate. I see little difference between you and the quartering. Save you being smart enough not to get embroiled in drama. Now the thing is, I didn't realize who this was at first, but this is somebody who's he's got the philosopher. We were gonna watch a video of his, but after seeing this tweet, we're not gonna watch it anymore because he basically goes down to the facility, like the one that we had talked about, where there's where there's the machine company, and then there was like the freight forwarding company. He went down there, and I mean, there was nothing wrong with that. But supposedly he was talking about going to Jer's house and looking through his. Yeah, so let's just look at what Aaron said here. Bro, are you okay? I said like 5 very polite words in response to your wall of text where you explain how you plan on diving through the quartering's bins for evidence. And now I'm scum and blocked from applying to your message. I never asked for you for information and don't want it, especially if it's going through people's trash. That's some psycho shit. Calm down. That is absolute psycho stuff. Nobody go to his house. Absolutely nobody do that. So yeah. So that's what I was like. And there was a video that he made, and we can kind of just talk about it without really saying it. But yeah, I just don't want to. If that's what he's planning on doing, I don't want anything to do with that. We don't want to do that. Yeah, don't touch the poo, folks. Don't touch the poo, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah. So anyways, so Jer saw this, and what did he say to it originally? Yeah, here we go. Yes, please stay out of my garbage can. He quote tweeted Barry. Yes, please stay out of my garbage cans. I mean, unless you want to sift through cat litter, that is. It's a bummer. Baring thinks I'm scum, but whatever. Stay out of my garbage, please. Jared, just one day, folks, we will teach him how to read. Is Luther in the chat? What's going on, Luther? How you doing, bud? Oh, there you go. Realist Philosopher is hyper-combative and attacks pretty much anybody. Yeah, I saw he put out a YouTube video where he went down to like the Meta PCs. The Meta PCs was a building that was like 5 minutes away from that shipping and freighter and we were going to look at it, but after this I'm not going to, we're not touching that at all. But it's alright, we can talk a little bit about it without doing that, but yeah. But so what Hamley, just unfortunately he's still just finding a tough time reading, folks. Yeah, oh, by the way, if you don't know Luther the Writer, please go subscribe to him. Done incredible work on exposing a bunch about the coffee brand coffee and a bunch of the grifts that the quartering has done. So yeah, he's on YouTube, he's on Twitter. Please go check him. He's got a great book as well too. Go check him out, folks. So anyway, so quartering doesn't understand or didn't read it well enough to realize that Barry wasn't calling the quartering scum. As we just read, he was calling the person who's going insane in his DMs scum. But unfortunately, he just can't read, folks. It's not his fault he can't read. Skyron the pilot with the gifted sub. What's going on, Skyron? How you doing tonight? Thank you so much. Thank you. He's just finding it tough time reading, folks. So we have that, but unfortunately, like all of which one is it here? Like like all Saturday nights where Jared starts going crazy, tweeting, quote tweeting. He deleted it, folks. He deleted it. And once I saw this, I'm like, we are so back, folks. We were so close to. I will say we had like a mini Miller time. We had a mini Miller time crash out. Because not only did he respond to that, did he quote tweet that, he also started responding to people. Also, again, no, my coffee is not drop shit, and it seems like nobody in the world even cares about the definition of words. And then, this champion, Brian Weber, More like white label. Wrong. And Zitty here asks him, I've been asking for a virtual tour for years at this point, since way before the drama. And he says, I did one 2 years ago. Interesting. There was, I mean, it was somewhat of a tour. There was like some promotional video or something, right? But as Luther the Writer, who was just in here to show off some of his great points here, he puts out a tweet. Well, why did you take down that factory tour? Because the tour was of Milk Creek Coffee. You could put all this controversy to bed by actually saying where Coffee Grand Coffee is manufactured. Where is the coffee factory, Handel? And it is so true. It's just, throughout all of this nonsense, he has just never clarified anything with a coffee company. Why are you using fake addresses for shipping? Why is, and another thing will come up here, why is your LLC, why is your LLC registered your business to an address that is occupied by another business called, was it Raider Gator? We're going to see it here in a bit, but it's something like that. It's like Raider Gator, Rock Gator, sorry. But yeah, his LLC, his business, his, like, was it LLC form, is listed to another business address. Or sorry, listed to the same business address as another business. It's insane. Sorry, I'm getting flustered here, folks. All right. So before we go a little bit deeper into that, though, oh yeah, sorry about that. So I want to, we'll see his stream, his victory lap stream, where he talks about how great he's doing, and he figured out the algorithm again, folks. But what I want to bring up first is to see how that's going. He said he basically says that he figured out the algorithm. The viewers were always there, and he just found them again. We're gonna see if those viewers stuck around. Kiwi Possum with a rage quit for the 500 cakes. Thank you so much. Can you imagine how felted we would all be if Jer did a live stream tour of his totally real coffee company? Exactly. He would be able to, and you know why he would do that in a heartbeat. If he could, he always talks about owning the trolls. He gets so stoked about it, right? If he could just simply own the trolls, he would literally, if I were him, I would be walking around the factory with a camera, holding up both middle fingers for 10 straight minutes. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just what you would do. Smoking a cigar. I'd probably have my thing. Okay, not actually, but get a little too carried away there. But anyways, gives me TP USA vibes. Honestly, I haven't really looked too much into TP USA, but I know what it is, but I don't know if it's. I don't know. Is it like an outright scam like that? I'm not sure. But anyways, if it is, hey, maybe that's something we should look into, folks. This should probably be doing a TP USA investigation. I know it was taken over by the was it that World Wrestling Federation announcer, Erica Kirk. It's funny what she's turned into now. She's just like a. Anyways, all right. Anyways, so let's keep going here, folks. So let's check in on Handley. Let's check in on his views. Let's refresh this just so we have the most up-to-date information. Did he release any video? Oh no, unfortunate. All right. So he was farming this Carmelo Anthony thing, right? And it genuinely did give him a little uptick in views. Right? So as we can see here, let's go back here, because he almost hit 200K views on a couple of these videos. Let me see here. Yep, so this one here, they gasped in horror. 8 days ago, 190K views. And then there was another one that almost hit, like, I mean, all these are, even these Carmelo ones didn't do too great. What? 60? He couldn't even farm the bricks and minifigs situation. 30K. I'm going, my Jer. All right. There was another one. Maybe I passed it. Yeah, there's 190K, 163K. Maybe that's the one I'm thinking of. Man, it was farther than I thought. Never mind. But really, that's your renaissance. Your comeback as a 2 million sub channel. You're celebrating not even getting 200K views. Maybe, you know, like I said in a tweet earlier this week, maybe his fans just hadn't heard the news that he's back yet, that he's successful again. His fans just haven't heard the news yet, folks. But look at this though. So he did get an uptick, right? Because a lot of his videos were getting like what, 20K, 30, something like that. But you know, some of these have like 90, 100K, right? 130. This has 60, right? But you know, we'll also mention he does obviously upload a bunch of videos. You know, it's not he just uploads one every few days, right? He uploads multiple a day. But the thing is too is I think he was also running ads on all of these. Or not all of them. I think he was also running ads on some of them. He was definitely botting the likes on a bunch of them, which we were looking at where he had he had over a 50% like rate within in the first hour or two on a lot of these. That is absolutely fake. Challenge me on it, Jer. I dare you. I would love for Jer to come on the program. I would love for you to come on the program, Jer. Johnny Pretzels with the gifted sub. Thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, where's the support? No, the support I couldn't thank you guys enough. It's been incredible. So let's keep going here, folks. Now, and are we about to hit over 100 on Kick and over 600 on YouTube? Jer, what are you doing, buddy? I'm figuring it out. Only took us a month. There's the support. It's our moral support. No, I couldn't appreciate y'all tuning in tonight. Thank you so much. Like the stream, follow the stuff, follow the socials off.
Hey, what's up, everyone? It's Charles Advance. We're welcoming you guys to another episode of the Dreamers Pro Show. We're covering for sports, hot topics, classic debates, entertainment. I'll give you guys the first perspective on things tonight. So let's get into this topic here. So one of the biggest stories that's about to start probably in a week or so, maybe 2 weeks or so, is going to be the NBA free agency, right? That's going to be the biggest story, and a lot of it is going to have to do with LeBron James. What he plans to do for the summer. Is he going to play with the Lakers? Is he not? And this and this and this. Now, recently we got a video here, and this is from NBA on ESPN, but it was Rich Paul on the Pat McAfee show. And essentially, Rich Paul was asked, how many teams are potentially interested in the services of LeBron James? And Rich Paul said something that many of us find very hard to believe. He said that between 10 to 12 teams are interested in signing LeBron James. Take a listen to that there.
Things are kind of just going into the world right now. From your standpoint, what's a realistic conversation about LeBron James, the 41-year-old man who's entering year 55 potentially, or retiring to a golf course?
Here's what I'll say to you, Pat. For me, nothing that's out there, because I haven't had one conversation with him. At the end of the season, I made it clear that I would respect he and the family, because this is going to be a family decision for him. This is not, look, I went on to build a business that will do great long after LeBron retires, and so I'm not dependent on that at all. And Maverick has done the same thing. He's done a tremendous amount for everyone he's ever encountered with ex-teammates, coaches, executives, etc. I don't think there's a player that has done more for not just the game, but people in the game that has benefited throughout his 23 years. And so whatever decision he decides to make, that is his decision. He doesn't need to make a decision for anybody but himself in this regard. And so, but there's been no conversation. I have not had one conversation with him. We played a couple rounds of golf. I don't mention it. When he comes to me and wants to sit down, I'm more than prepared for every scenario that there could be. But when you think about numbers have been thrown out, what we're asking about and all these things, that's all false. We haven't had one conversation with anybody about anything. And so I'll continue to give him his time, and when he's ready to talk, look, it's back. I can tell you this. I tell there has been incoming calls from every team with the excitement of possibly him playing for them. And so at 41 years of age, going on 42, I think that's something to be extremely proud about. And, just it's one of those things where it's like, wow, even at 42, I'm still wanted. That's admirable.
You had to put a number on that, and obviously you rep him as well, so the higher the number would be better for your leverage, but everybody understands everything. Would you say 5 to 10 teams have called him, or like the teams that could potentially get him? Like, how would you be able to put a number on that? Like the Pacers called, obviously.
Yeah, I would say without naming names, I would say, yeah, about 10 to 12.
About 10. Okay, all right, we appreciate that number.
So you heard what he had to say. Then we have another post here, and this is from Full Court Pass, and they said LeBron James and Rich Paul are going to ask the Lakers for a max contract per Basketball Talk and NBC via NBC Sports, right? So I'm like, okay. Now, as someone that's a Laker fan since the early 2000s, it's clear that a lot of Laker fans are kind of ready to move on from this LeBron James experiment. But for whatever reason, it seems LeBron himself is exhibiting an unwillingness to let the franchise be in peace. It's like the guest that just won't leave, man. It's like the guy just can't read the room. So recently they had Magic Johnson on ESPN. He was on Get Up and then First Take. But on Get Up, Stephen A. Smith asked Magic Johnson directly about the potential of LeBron James returning back to the Lakers. And Magic Johnson all but refused to essentially say that the Lakers should bring back LeBron James. Take a look at the sound here.
Do you keep LeBron, or do you say, okay, let him walk, and we'll invest in Luka with Austin Reeves and build around that? I think both of them going to have to say, hey, LeBron, I want to come back. The Lakers, I want you. And then what's the number? I think that's going to be the key on how much money they pay.
Charles Barkley said on this show last week he thinks LeBron should finish backwards started in Cleveland.
Well, that's not a bad place. They're already set up to win, and you put LeBron in that lineup. That's a really good lineup, and a chance to really do something in the East. But we don't know what LeBron wants to do, and we don't know what the Lakers want to do. Mark Walters, the new owner, has to make that call and that decision, and they got to make it soon because the draft is coming, free agency is coming. So, hey, LeBron, what do you want to do? Hey, Mark Walters, what do you want? And they got to make that before the draft and before free agency.
So you saw the video there. What are my thoughts about this? I think that a lot of these Laker legends are kind of they've seen this. I think that they know that this story has kind of ran its course. I think they're tired. If I'm being 100% sincere with you, I think they're tired. I think at this point in time, these people are ready to move on. That's what I think. I don't think many of them want him back. I've certainly heard Byron Scott allude to it, and I'm sure a lot of others are like, man, let the franchise live. I know for a fact a lot of the fans want, like, the Lakers have to turn the page. They have to turn the page. LeBron has been there for 8 years. 8 good years. In those 8 years, they had 1 year when they won the championship in the bubble. Since then, it's just been a bunch of ineptitude. Total ineptitude. Total and utter ineptitude. Now, his fans will say, oh, well, we're the Lakers before LeBron. Now, when LeBron's there, the Lakers are relevant. Yes, they're relevant. People talk about them, but for all the wrong reasons. That's the problem. So, if you're telling me that the offer, the thing that you want to hang your hat on was that LeBron brought the Lakers irrelevancy, yes, we are aware of them, but for all the wrong, the Lakers have been a clown show over the last 8 years, a total clown show. We've seen various iterations of them, and it just didn't work. We've seen them under 3 different head coaches: Frank Vogel, Darvin Ham, now JJ Redick. It's not working out. The team is not good enough. But I've said this: if LeBron fans are keen on LeBron James coming back next year to play for the Lakers, then let him come back. They certainly want him to get paid the money that he wants. It's just let them pay him. Pay him his money. But then I don't want to hear any of you guys complaining that the Lakers don't have a good enough team to help. I don't want to hear it. If he's going to pick up all the money, and Austin Reeves is going to pick up his money, and Luka Doncic is going to get his money, you think other people are going to take less money for LeBron James, you are living on him Narnia. If you think LeBron, who's already a world worth well over $1 billion, that other people should take less money for him, you're living in a freaking fantasy land. Would you take less money? Maybe you would, because LeBron fans have no shame. But real people are not taking less money for LeBron James. Like, they're not. Nobody's doing that. So, if you're keen on him, the 42-year-old getting paid that much money, then go for it. That's what I have to say to LeBron fans. If you think that he deserves to get paid what he's worth, then pay him. And then show me some examples around the league where you have 42-year-olds who are winning championships, or 40-year-olds. Show me. We just finished watching some of the best teams in the NBA. Is anybody confusing those teams with the Lakers? No. So then go ahead. That's what I have to say to them. It's not even worth fighting them anymore. Let them have it. But then don't turn around next season and start complaining about Rob Pelinka put the pieces together. Nobody's coming to LA to play for $5 a month to play with LeBron James, bro. Nobody's doing it. So that's my take. But in terms of Magic Johnson and a lot of these guys, I think they're over this thing. I don't think they want him in LA anymore in terms of, like, not from a malicious standpoint, but I think they're ready for this team to move on. But we shall see. But don't put it past the Lakers, because I have a hunch here.
Would it be for Agent Coulter? It goes, hey, Miranda, this is Josh Garcia. We have to drop you today.
What's going on with this Miranda Sings bitch?
She got in trouble.
What? Everyone's getting in trouble.
She got in trouble.
Dude, you
for
can't.
what?
You gotta. All these people pretend to be good people. This is the thing. Stop pretend. If you have any skeletons, stop pretending to be a good person.
She was doing like sending her undergarments to 13 or 14-year-olds or something. This is what. Bring an article up, Lewis. I'm not making it up.
Possible.
Lewis, I'm not making it up. And then she did a apology with a ukulele. People got mad because she was like, "I'm sorry, I tried to kid. I guess you're perfect too."
Is it, Shannon? How much is Sin getting right? Because I saw some of her apology, and apparently what she was saying was like, yeah, she like was just sort of communicating with fans, and it was just like inappropriate in that like they were underage and she shouldn't have had friendships with them, but that's as far as it went.
Right.
Was she actually sending undergarments?
This is one thing that in a group chat she was asking. They're all children. Are you a virgin? She also asked them what their favorite sexual positions were. She asked them to send her like full body pictures.
No, really? Whoa, hold on. Is this hot or not? I'm trying to figure it out. My turn, hot or not? Is this toy or night, Shannon? You know what? Time for another edition of Toy or Night. Let's go. Toy or I don't know, man. I don't think this girl's that attractive when she looks good there.
I gotta be honest with you. Her face looks like Chris Kattan.
She looked at. I didn't think she was.
What do you want me to do?
I didn't think she was.
I met her once at a Whitney Cummings' house. They had a birthday thing.
Really?
Did you? She was there. Miranda Sings was like at the party.
And
then like that. Whitney thinks she's friends with famous people, and you go to her house, and it's like, I don't know. It's like a Melissa Etheridge. It's like people that were certainly famous, but it's not working out at the moment.
Whitney is this Miranda Sings thing has like a. I remember hearing about its popularity. It's fucking kind of astonishing, right? Like,
yeah, YouTube channels are like. I have no idea.
It was a Disney show,
click, but was she originally a YouTuber?
You might
She
be
was.
right.
So and that's how they get Disney shows, right? They become YouTubers and they get tens of millions of views.
This is very unique, though. A woman being like, "Let's see that full body shot."
But it's a little wild. There's not. I don't believe that women can be that devious.
It's like
in my
so
mind,
rare.
there has to be something more to the story.
Are you a virgin? Is even that is like you never see that.
Like if this was a dude, I'd be like, yeah, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, well, this is her apology. If you get it up, Shannon, it's kind of funny. I mean, I guess judging by the,
there's an apology.
Yeah, she did an apology.
In a musical thing. But before we play that, actually, what are some of the other things she was accused of or did, Shannon, before you... Because that was just one thing.
Okay, so I have, this is one clip on Twitter where she makes like a joke about rape.
All right, that's not going to bother us.
I was going to you, but if you're going to do covers, that is way too much work.
Yeah, no one cares. What about let's go.
She was just doing content that wasn't for kids. Yeah.
I think asking the 13-year-olds for the full body shots is a problem.
Yeah, that was just she did something that wasn't for kids.
That's crazy.
That's crazy and probably illegal, or definitely illegal. So it's weird that there's no legality.
Well, like, was it full body shots because she was sending them fucking like fan merch?
So this main guy that a lot of
I'm always trying to defend. I'm always looking for the angle.
And she asked if they were virgins. She didn't know what size shorts they wore.
There's one main guy that a lot of the allegations are coming from, and he claims that he posted like my ass is looking fine today or something when he was 16 or 17, and she wrote back and she said send pics. So that's what they're referring to here. This is the same guy.
That's weird. That is weird.
Yeah.
Not great.
That's weird.
It's not the best.
Take away her career.
Well, listen, 13 or 14 is crazy.
Well, you said 16 or 17.
That's also very bad, but 13 or 14 is
certain
crazy.
jurisdictions, and it's a girl and it's a guy. It just isn't that big a deal. I gotta be honest.
Well, I mean, it's a big deal.
I mean, it's a half thing at this point to say when it's a guy. It just doesn't. A 17-year-old guy just is.
And if she strikes me now though as somebody, and I don't know this, that like she probably like started super young, and you get this really weird arrested development.
Yeah.
You get like fame when you're too young.
you stay in that age range, like that bracket, as you get older. I think that we all assume she's. I think she probably like looks younger than she is. Like, how old is she?
Yeah, you're probably right. She probably is in her 30s,
And
but she looks like she's 22.
Yeah.
Her character, I believe, is like a kid. Like
Yeah.
supposed to be a kid. And this happens a lot. My niece and my son watch YouTube, and they watch a lot of these characters, and they start to grow up, but they don't because there's no money in fucking growing up, dude.
Shit, so it's a 30-year-old woman is telling a 16-year-old boy.
It is.
That's fucking weird.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
What's her age?
33.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird, dude.
Very strange.
But this is
a picture from her live shows. So I don't know.
This is not the first time she's been getting hit on shit for like a month because we talked about this, I believe. And then there's a blackface thing with her as well.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So this
They
particular
say the perfect woman doesn't exist, but here we are.
This particular picture is from her live shows. Apparently, she would whatever girls are dressed the skimpiest, she would call them on stage to do bits with them. So
And
they
she
would.
pretended the girl farted, and the girl was like really upset because like it was like she had her legs and then she went, and then everyone laughed at her, and her fans are retarded 16-year-old girls, so she was mortified.
If I'm not wrong, there was a big article that were like tweets that was a couple that went to go see her, not knowing she had the kid audience. They get there, see it's all families, and they're like, "This? Oh, did we accidentally come to a kid show?" Then she starts, and it is for
provocative.
It's provocative, and all the parents start to flip a bitch because they didn't look at what her live show was as opposed to.
Well, she probably. I don't even know this, but you get the sense that it probably became a more forward because she wants to do a more adult show, but the fans are the fans. You know what I mean? Like, she probably got tired of doing that kid shit,
right?
And then just developed a more adult show.
Yeah,
which is a weird choice.
Yes. So at least they go by the same name.
Yeah.
Separate.
Like Miranda's gonna be doing some different shit. It's not Miranda Stanley.
Yeah. Sharon, what's the apology? Because it is, with the gravity of the accusations, the apology is kind of funny.
It must be very serious.
It's already great.
Good.
Oh no.
Good. No. Good.
Nobody wants this when it's not an apology.
It's been a while since I saw my face. I haven't been doing so great, so I took a little break. So a lot of people are saying some things about me that aren't quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true, though. Just as long as it's entertaining. Right? You guys having fun?
The best part, here she goes on to say, she's like, my agent told me not to do this.
My publicist did as well.
This is somebody that's about to unlive themselves.
Yeah. Several lawyers called me and said, "Do not make me song." But I'll tell you that 13-year-old boy deserves the ukulele apology for his attempted.
This is bad. This is so bad.
All aboard!
Ironically, it's the greatest piece of content she's ever produced. There's nothing better than if this is what her shit show was, I would have watched it.
Chatting down the tracks of misinformation, the toxic gossip train. You got a one-way ticket to the manipulation station. Toxic gossip train. Talking the tracks and harassing for my past. These rumors look like facts. If you don't mind the gaps, I won't survive in the crash. But hey,
It's so crazy that
I want to leave. I want to leave the room. I'm so uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's bad.
That is horrible. This is one of the worst things.
I love how she gets in. She's like, it's like, it's that her insanity. Here's when you see it. She can't come back from this level of insanity. It's the way she does train and she's into it.
Yeah.
Like to be accused of being a pedophile and then to apologize and then to apologize with the ukulele and then to apologize with the ukulele in a song and then to get into the song is the step where you can go.
Listen, I need to apologize, but I still want to fuck boys, so let's make a song about
The
trans.
manipulation.
How long was the video? The video is like 20 minutes, right?
It's long.
10 minutes. Yeah.
And wait, the song stops, right?
No, it's a song.
10-minute song?
Yeah, it's like fucking.
Keep singing?
Right? You keep singing. You gotta watch a little more of it because it gets actually
Worse.
Oh my god.
Hi everyone. I've been wanting to come online and talk to you about a few things. Even though my team has strongly advised me to not say what I want to say, I recently realized that they never said that I could sing.
That's the
loophole.
justification. It's a loophole.
Yeah, and today I only want to talk about the facts. So I hope that you'll be willing to listen.
Hold on. This needs to be every apology video from now on. Has to have a ukulele. You have to.
Michael Richards, he's like, Gwyneth Paltrow wasn't that talented. You have to make decisions in a split second.
Michael Richards, I have a lot of black friends. Crystal Lee was like, I got caught up. Things happen. Texts are weird.
Yeah.
I used to message my fans, but not in a creepy way like a lot of you are trying to suggest. It's more of a
Please, Tucker, forgive me. I had to share that. I know you like her. I know you're a fan of Erica. I know we have different opinions, different perspectives. But this doesn't make sense. It's a rather explosive piece that was published in the New York Times yesterday. This was also trending. This is inside the White House freakout over the Epstein files. Now, I am not a normal consumer of the New York Times, obviously. But I don't really read much of the media anymore because of how many lies have been told. But this piece, it was very obvious that it was well sourced. And I'll get into my opinion, which is that Dan Bongino was one of the sources, and I'll tell you why I think that in a bit. But revealed in this piece was a relevant portion about Charlie Kirk. In summation, it's about how Trump really did not want the Epstein files to be investigated. Now, there are two takes on this. Some people think that it is because he's in them. I don't doubt that Trump had some sort of a business relationship with Epstein. It makes perfect sense to me when you understand Epstein's business model, right? What did Epstein do? He was involved in a trafficking ring. He trafficked weapons. He trafficked people. He did it on behalf of the state of Israel. We have another Israel theme. Charlie Kirk, I'm turning away from Israel. Donald Trump, I'm going to screw over Miriam Adelson. Shortly thereafter, an assassination attempt happens. Okay? And now we have Trump in a full panic at the White House over the Epstein files and him having to do anything to shut down that investigation. So we learn that just in the midst of Charlie's SAS, the Student Action Summit, where we have been telling you over and over again, according to our timeline, it seems to us that after Tucker took the stage at SAS, Tucker Carlson took the stage at SAS, instructions went out to kill Charlie Kirk. That's just what the timeline tells us. Like, if we're just looking at it like a story, things got weird after Tucker hit the stage. We have said this from the very beginning since we mapped out this timeline. Well, it turns out Tucker spoke on July 11th, and on July 12th, Charlie received a phone call from the president. Here's what the New York Times article tells us. It reads, quote, on July 12th, the president took to Truth Social to defend Pam Bondi against criticism and to urge his boys and gals to stop wasting time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Trump told aides that he was very unhappy with some of his most influential supporters, including Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, and Megyn Kelly, all of whom were publicly urging the administration to come clean. Kirk had held a Turning Point USA event the previous day that turned into an Epstein grievance fest, with one speaker after another bashing Bondi over her handling of the situation. Trump had called Kirk and scolded him. Okay. Couple of things happening here. Why would Donald Trump, the President of the United States, call Charlie Kirk to scold him because people on stage are calling out a child rapist? Make it make sense. I'm open to
I don't know what you want from me, man. I'm sorry. I've got my computer thing reset, and I simply said I didn't want to do it.
This fucking resetting the computer thing. How bad could this personal issue be? The guy's actively dying, and he's just like, "Yeah, why not reboot my computer, man?" I imagine that yet?
Yeah, you had to turn your computer on and off.
Yeah, no,
There's no reason they should be brought up 30 times. His name is Johnny Crutches. He doesn't need an excuse. Just be nice and move on.
Right. Yeah, that's true. You could be, just nice for that reason. His computer could be his blow chair.
Got my computer thing reset, and I simply said I didn't want to do it. I don't know what energy I need to have. I'm sorry.
Just read the room, bro. Just read the room.
Oh, that's
all.
Yeah. Fuck. All right, so that's a 50 number from 600. Here's the deal, Dave.
Yes.
Aaron likes round numbers. And so he wants people to gift memberships during the show. And he says, gift these memberships. We want to get to 600. Once we get to 600, that's a big milestone. And when you get to that milestone, then it flips to how many they're away from 700. Yeah. So that's a big deal. So he's constantly showing on the scroll how many memberships he needs to get to the next milestone so he can celebrate.
I see.
The thing that Cardiff Electric pointed out brilliantly on his show is that Rumble actually shows you how many paid subscribers you have on your channel.
Oh.
So it's like, that's 550 right there, 50 from 600. I did that math in my head. And Cardiff goes on and he goes, but there's only 492 subscribers. So where's he coming up with this number from? It sounds nice. It sounds better, right?
Who exaggerates by 58 and wants to be alive?
You gotta like, like before you go on, you got to send me a warning that like I got to handle you a certain way?
Ooh.
Because like I didn't expect that. Like I'm coming in with the energy I've been coming in with the last hour.
I'm sorry. Are you having flashbacks as a Crowder right now? This guy's getting dressed out. I need you here at 6 a.m. working on bits, pre-recorded bits.
I'll have another lager. And can you believe the content I'm with?
Yeah. Why are you tired? I got bad news today. I still work for your show.
Yeah. Oh, guess how much he pays him? This is fun. So,
I can't imagine. Yeah.
Johnny Crutches comes on for 3 hours a day or 4. He used to come on at the beginning of the show at 6 a.m. But then Aaron's like, he seems tired. Maybe we should give him the first hour off. So he changed it to 7. And so Johnny makes $50. Not an hour.
Oh.
For the 3 or 4 hours that he's on the show.
Why?
But in Aaron's mind, he rounds it to.
Yeah, right. But he's only 150 away from 200.
Yes. How many days a week does he do this?
Okay, so Aaron does a show 5 days a week, but it's 2 on Monday, 2 on Tuesday, 2 on Wednesday, 1 Thursday morning, 1 Friday morning.
That is a lot of content.
Yeah, oh, it sure is.
It should be.
Do you think the content suffers when you're online that often?
So far, I've seen no sign of that.
That's true.
Yeah, it's for him. It's pretty easy, but I mean, for somebody who's not a natural, perhaps.
Sure.
I mean, just in this very 2-minute clip, I haven't seen anything that makes me want to not watch this ever again.
Imagine this is only 4.5 to 5 hours every morning. It just speeds right by. It's great.
Because like I didn't expect that. Like I'm coming in with the energy I've been coming in with the last hour, and it feels like I fucking wronged you in some way.
No, you kept pushing me to do something I didn't want to do.
I'm fucking around. We've been fucking around for the last hour. Fuck around back.
Okay. You're a jerk.
And sit there silently and be a dick.
I'm going through a lot of stuff right now. I'm sorry.
Then text me and say, I'm going through a lot of shit. I can't be funny today. I can't be in a good mood. I need the day.
I was trying to get myself in a good mood and it got reset with the whole fucking computer thing. I'm sorry. I guess
This computer thing really threw him off.
If you're in a bad mood and you're going through something, why didn't you text me? He told you it didn't work. You think texting's gonna help?
I know.
Yeah, you seem like such an understanding guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it would receive very well.
Get myself in a good mood and it got reset with the whole fucking computer thing. I'm sorry. I guess you want to let me go and just fuck it and just like.
No, I don't want to let you go. I want you to power through and do a show because I know you can.
Well, that's what I was planning to do, and I'm sorry I started it wrong.
Oh, this really is a couple.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. You're gonna get $25 today.
$1 from Scoutsco says Aaron just. Oh no, that's the one I just did. There's another $1. I got so many $1 I can't keep track of them all. $1 from Zenman says I think I speak for most of us here. Fuck Jeremy and his workplace. Let it rip, Aaron. Johnny, say the N-word real quick and it'll be fun.
Listen to this bullying right here. This is abuse.
Oh, you had a chance. That was it. That was the spot. That was going to be the golden boom. That was going to be the fucking fight. None of us have a career. You can say it. It's not going to ruin everything. You're not going to lose a single opportunity if you drop the N-bomb. And someone is going to throw a red boy at this show when you say it.
By the way, a red boy is a $100 donation. So that's all that matters to Aaron. Not his friend and how he's feeling right now or what's going on with the show.
Yeah. And with tears in his eyes, Johnny said the N-word.
Yes. Just start saying it over and over again. Johnny made $6,000 that day.
That'd be great.
Someone is going to throw a red boy at this show when you say it.
Fine, there.
Oh, no.
Dude, you are so fired. Oh, we cannot talk like that on this show. That's fucking racist, dude. I can't believe you would say that. On the day where Carmelo Anthony was unjustly convicted of murder.
This is the guy who wants people to money to him. He's just a fucking asshole.
Now show us your tits, Johnny.
Yeah. You're gonna get 2 Red Boys for him.
Dance.
40 closer to Bubba.
Oh, God, that's fucking racist. Captain Prepsy says, Kyle Busch died because of an untreated pneumonia and sinus infection. Please go get seen by a doctor. All right, now I feel like...
This guy's like the movie King of Comedy, except he worships man cow. It's a very weird... It's very bizarre how he does this.
This is how you run a show. All right, so one more clip. Later on in the show, Johnny leaves, and people bring up, like, hey, what's up with Johnny earlier? Which gasses Aaron up enough to rip on Johnny some more.
We deserve a win today. It's not even a fucking question.
I should also point out, so when he says we deserve a win, it means they hit their goal, the amount of money he needs. And that light behind him, that green light that's flashing, that signifies it's white power hour.
Oh.
You heard that he thought that the N-word would get him $100. His audience is mostly hip racists in central Minnesota.
Okay.
Catch up to speed on things.
I just like this guy more and more.
Confident of that. Papa Shop says Johnny shutting down the karmic talk was probably the top 3 worst things I've ever seen on a show. I do want to address that for a moment.
Please do.
While I stall so that you guys can give us our much-deserved win today. Balls deep, also show me the raid you want us to do at the end of today. What the fuck was that about? Like, I told
Johnny was the asshole, right? You guys are all with me?
You guys saw him. Yeah, the depressed guy with MS who lives by himself. Remember when I was calling him a dick and rating every single chat that called him for $1?
His girlfriends. He's like, finally can gossip about this.
Then he got fired from his real job for dropping the N-bomb. Remember that?
He privately and on the show numerous times. I'm like, dude, doing a...
He's yanking something out of his nostril.
It sure is. Without any idea he's doing. No self-awareness.
You're on the radio anymore, Aaron. You can't do this.
Like, I told Johnny privately and on the show numerous times. I'm like, dude, doing a show, and I shouldn't have to tell him this after being on this show for so long. Like, dude, this isn't your show. It's like Double Dutch. You feel the vibe and the energy of the show coming in. You gotta... Boom. You gotta hit it. You gotta match that energy. I was actually really impressed with myself that we dug that out and gave such a good show today.
Unbelievable. This guy never fails to be impressed with himself. Every fucking time.
And yet he cries himself to sleep.
But like, and then the karmic shit, he met that aggressively. And he's got this cancer.
Was he aggressive? He goes, I don't want to do that.
I was trying to do the white power hour. They were being so aggressive.
I remember Johnny being aggressive and all. I did that back and
Being
forth.
downright rude during White Power Hour.
I don't even want to see Kyle anymore. I don't even want him.
I'm going to goose my way out of here.
Just gonna yank these Jews out of my nose.
Whatever's in that nostril, he can not get it.
Aggressively. And he's got this cancer that a lot of people in the chat have. Well, not a lot. A couple of people in the chat have it.
Well, he got an MS, I guess is what I should call it.
And that chat is called, and that cancer is called not gifting the memberships to hit that $30 today, which is fucking insane that we would miss even by a fucking dime today. Let's go.
He thinks he deserves the money, Dave? He thinks he deserves $30 every morning that he turns on the street. People should just hand over their money to him.
He does.
When they don't.
And it's this... I don't really watch The Office, but it is like if Dwight from The Office was a shock jock and just having no idea of anything. Like, he hasn't brought up a topic. He hasn't... All he does is bash his only friend in the world who's very sick.
He does read news articles, which is very helpful.
Oh, like David
I can't
Brenner?
do that.
Yeah, that's great. That's very timely.
He does misread whatever a shock jock used to be and thinks he can just claim he's that and use it as an excuse to say and do whatever he wants and appeal to that 15% of his audience that just comes for the white power hour to hear Triple say the word name.
Right.
Him saying that, like, it's drama. It's not drama. It's radio war shit. It's picking on people like we've always done.
Johnny might not be in a position where he wants to start picking on people.
No, he's like, well, like we've always done. Remember when I worked for that radio station for a very short time?
Yes.
Like back then, when I worked with JJ and other people that have blocked my number.
Right. I can only imagine from Johnny's perspective, he's just like, well, if I pick on him, they might find things to pick on me about. And they're numerous. I have a feeling.
What are we talking about? I really don't understand it. I don't get it. By the way, Balls Deep has our raid ready for us. It looks like we're not going to do it. It looks like we're actually going to miss by $30 today.
Now, the raid he's referring to is he sends his audience to a different show when he signs off. And you're not even going to get it because you guys didn't give me the last $30 I needed. So,
And that was Johnny's $30.
I'm punishing you.
Comes out of his, yeah.
Yeah.
Anonymous Andrew says, I'll give you $30 right now if you'll say please one fucking time. Weird ask. I know. Oh, okay. Hey, Anonymous Andrew, would you please chip in $30 so we could knock out the goal today and call it a win for the toe?
He's so unlikable. I think that when you beg for money on the internet, there should be like some level of likability. People are like, I want to support this guy and help him out.
Yeah, you could, I don't know, maybe have MS and somebody else create your page for you.
Right.
As opposed to this. Who's calling himself the Toe?
Steel Toe does this thing where he tries to make jokes about stuff to make a show entertaining and fails miserably. And the main joke that he tells us is that things are gay. And so we're going to play a clip. We're going to set up whatever Aaron's talking about. Then we're going to figure out if Aaron thinks that that thing is gay or not. Each round is worth 1 point. We do 5 rounds, and then the final round with 3 points. Here's round 1.
Crunchy with $10 says, if you knew how to punch, you wouldn't have torn your shoulder. And your calves look like Johnny's. Gen Zs know how to have a conversation. They just don't want to talk to you in the sauna, bud. How are we supposed to be gentlemen if you won't talk in the sauna? That's all. How are we supposed... That's how gentlemen... That's how the West was won.
By the way, guys, we have a theme for today's Is It Gay game.
Oh, nice.
It's the drugs and sauna game. How?
All right.
So...
Both very gay, so that's good.
Is it gay to converse in the sauna? Adam.
No.
Carl.
It seems gay. I'm going to say it's gay because you're like naked and stuff.
Chris.
It's gay.
Annie.
If it's 2 dudes, yeah, it's gay.
That is how gay. Thank God Annie's here. That is how gay works. You're right. All right. So let's find out.
It was in steam rooms and saunas. And it's not gay. Thank you, Crunchy, with the 10.
Oh, so I lost? It was too obvious. All right. So it was not gay is the answer.
That was very satisfying.
Cool.
All right, round 2. That was a tough one.
Roots fucked drug-addicted women who were living in a halfway house trying desperately to stay clean. Some of them probably trying to stay clean so they could see their children again.
Yeah, good luck with that.
And Roots fucked them and gave them cocaine. I like Roots Calhoun. And I now hate myself for liking Roots Calhoun. Still like him. Still think he's a hell of a guy, fun to drink with. But
Still got the shovel.
the fact that he fucked sober women who were trying to get back to their children by staying off of cocaine.
Is it gay to fuck sober women and sell them coke when they're trying to get their children back? Annie.
Yeah, that's gay.
Chris.
I gotta say, not gay.
Yeah.
Carl.
This is the opposite of gay, people. This is the straightest thing you could do.
Adam.
Yeah, I mean, you can speak from experience, or you can speak from what you think Aaron would take from it. So I'm going to say not gay.
All right.
And he was selling them coke is about one of the most vile fucking things I've ever heard.
So not gay.
Just vile.
Okay, good. I didn't think you could connect those dots. I was going to be surprised if he could. So 2 not gays in a row. We're going into round 3 if you're playing at home.
interest says Aaron wearing laced up dress shoes in the sauna. Yeah, I wear wingtips in the sauna. I make sure that I've only got the flyest shit on in the sauna. You ever wear a finely tailored suit in the sauna? It really gets the sweat working. For sure.
Will you look gay if you wear finely tailored suit in the sauna? Adam.
Aaron would. Yeah.
Carl.
Yeah, I think you'd look gay.
Chris.
Yes, gay.
And
Very gay.
Oh, very gay.
Let's find out.
Sure. You look like an absolute rapist, but you're trying to sweat.
God damn it.
Which is.
God damn it. I'm 1 for 3 so far. Not a good start.
I get you guys this week.
I know, you did call your shot on this one. All right, we're up to round 4. I see people in the chat have similar records to me or worse, so I feel better about that. Anthony's also 1 and 2. So it's good to see.
You're outing everyone, which is gay.
Sauna was kind of wild today. It was a little wild in there.
Gay. What a start of a sentence.
He's so
Get in
lonely.
there. It's so lonely.
There's so little going on.
There's a lady and there's 3 guys. It's 3 guys and a lady. I don't think I interrupted anything. But I got in there and I stood. If there's not that much room, I don't like to go sit next to people.
Is it gay to sit next to people in the sauna? Adam.
When he says it, yeah, it's just so uncomfortable when he talks about this topic. It's like Obi and his family. It's just never right. It's always weird.
So it's gay.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Carl.
What about when Chad and Zubak sat down with that naked black man in the sauna? Was that gay?
Accidentally gay.
Right. Yeah, that was when he slipped. I'm going to go ahead and say that this is gay, yes.
Chris.
So does he have a towel on, or okay? Gay.
What's the woman wearing?
Yeah, right.
And
Gay.
All right, let's find out.
It just feels gay.
Yes.
So I stand up.
Which makes it less gay.
Yes.
Here's how much of a gentleman I am.
So I stand up and sit down quickly, and then sit back up and sit back down quickly. You get the point. All right. I have 2 points. Round 5. Who's leading so far? Producer Chris.
We got Adam Bush. TV's Adam Bush with 3.
All right, Adam's in the lead. Round 5.
They can't hang on to the money. They got to blow it. They got to buy cars and drugs and then houses and then lose houses and then coffee and they lose the coffee and the Cybertrucks and they're going to lose the Cybertrucks. You can't. When the sun is shining, you make hay, you invest it well, S&P baby, and you make yourself 9 to 10% a year.
Sure.
Yeah, right. Is it gay to waste your money on frivolous purchases like a Cybertruck? Annie.
I say gay every time, so gay.
Chris.
That is true. I'm also going gay.
Carl.
Gay.
Adam.
Nope. Okay.
All right.
Instead, you gotta have a Cybertruck and a fish tank. That's gay enough to get Melanie Mac to marry you.
I didn't hear the fish tank. I didn't know about that.
You didn't complete information on that one. All right. Now I feel like there's a multiple-way tie going into the final round. Is that true?
Yeah, we have a 3-way tie. Carl, Adam, and myself. Annie lagging with 2.
All right. This round is worth 3 points, and it's not is it gay. We're going to get a multiple choice of what Aaron's going to say next. First, the setup.
Here. Well, and then you have, they were saying, like, it was really funny because one of the guys started then going on this rant where he's like, yeah, if you're doing cocaine and you're like in your 40s, you're a fucking loser. He's like, you should be over that shit by the time you're in your 40s.
That's a 20-year-old thing, right?
Yeah, he was like, well, he was going on.
How much is Charlie Sheen?
Because I know someone who has been doing it well into their 40s and they are a loser. And he was just like going off about how like, yeah, you have no life, you're just not cool, you don't have a personality, and you're using cocaine to try to be young again. And I'm like, fucking go off, King. And that guy's like, man, he's like, I stopped doing cocaine after one of my vacations. And then he told me where he went on vacation. Peruvian flake. No. It's not where he went. You can ask him where he went. Where'd he go?
These guys have no chemistry, by the way.
They're terrible. I know.
Aaron and that was what I was going to say. Aaron and Oz clearly have no chemistry. Aaron wants Oz to ask him where his sauna buddy went on vacation. So I ask you all, where did Aaron's sauna buddy go on his vacation and do cocaine?
For the last time.
For the last time.
Okay.
1, Puerto Rico. 2, Jamaica. Or 3, Aruba. Adam?
Puerto Rico.
Carl?
Aruba.
Chris?
Jamaica.
And
Jamaica.
I'm actually on ecstasy. No, is this Puerto Rico is the answer.
he had that drop waiting for God knows how long.
Yeah, and it was so pathetic. He's like, yeah, you know where he went on vacation? I actually don't know. Do you want to know? I don't really care. Can you please just ask anything? Do you want to get a song? She
I was
like
gonna
hooks.
yell at him like he did Johnny.
Yeah, it's amazing relationship. All right, what's the fun? Who won that?
Adam.
Adam, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And your
Thank
big
you guys.
victory. I think just for that, you get some children getting excited.
Whatever will I spoil you?
Everyone's just a dick because I don't have the big chair anymore. That's why everyone's turned on me. They're just using me all along. So that's what Opie thinks. But now he's back in therapy. So is it possible that he's realizing sometimes the problem is internal? Sometimes you are where you are in life because you are who you are in life. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if Opie learns shit like that. I have no idea. But I love that Ron brought that to him. And Opie's like, yeah. I've experienced that too. Go fuck yourself.
He has been talking to a therapist, and this is one of the things he's talking about.
And I got to tell you, my dear friend Carl, who I need to get over his death. It's been a while. I got to get over it somehow. I don't know how I get over it. I tried. I even talked to my therapist about it. But
maybe replace him with a friend who isn't AI.
Yeah.
Opie's a lonely guy, and Carl was like a cool friend who wanted to like do cool stuff and had famous friends and was interesting to hang out with.
He seemed like a good egg and accepted Opie at face value.
Laughed at all of Opie's dumb jokes.
Yeah.
Except for when he called his employees Olas.
Yes.
Yeah. She's German, Opie. Stop calling her an Ola.
Now that's an Ola over there.
Yeah. You want to see an Ola. And I don't think Opie's found a replacement for that. What's funny is they never hear Opie cry about Nick Henley.
Not once.
Never once is he like, I can't get over Vic's gone. And
I miss him singing.
Sherrod Small doesn't talk to you anymore. Those names never get brought up. It's just Carl Ruiz.
Did you see how his face was when he said that? Did you see the crazy eyes and the spastic? Look at him. Like, that's real crazy.
Yeah. Yes.
He's like, I spoke to my therapist about it, and I'm still fucked up. Did he think it was going to happen once he talked to them, and they were going to be like, here's the solution, and then it would be done?
Yeah.
Like, he didn't know what to do.
That's what therapists do. They give you some pills, and they go, eat these, you'll stop caring about Carl Ruiz.
Well, then he's not taking them, or he's taking the wrong ones.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
But he does do great impressions.
He is a talent. I don't know if he does impressions.
yeah, baby. Remember everyone walking around? Yeah, baby. Opie, hey.
I
can't do the accent, so I'll do it as a ghetto chick. Yeah, baby. If you can't do the accent, then you gotta do it as a ghetto chick. Yeah, baby. Oh, behave, baby.
I'm more offended by the ghetto babe.
Yeah, I think Opie and Anthony have a lot more in common than they realize.
No shit. Oh, that was rough right there. He does his impersonations. You'd swear it was the real person.
I love the way Ron is looking at him, like, disgusted.
Mm-hmm. He's like, we're trying to do a comedy show here. We're really ruining it.
This is really bizarre what he says next about his ex-girlfriend. My ex. Why do I have to even say that ever? Gross. Never liked you. Just so you know, I never liked you. The chemistry was off when I kissed her for the first time. And then, you know what? I did the right thing 10 years later and I got rid of you. Anyway, she was a big fan of La Vida, what is it? La Vida Loca.
Jesus Christ, bitter much? Opie's been married for a year. He's got a family. Well, supposedly, allegedly. And he's still bitching about an ex-girlfriend he dated for way too long. He was with her 10 years.
But he kissed her, felt nothing,
Uh-huh.
waited 10 years, did something about it, and says he has good instincts.
That's a good point.
So then this is what we are living through right now. It's like in 5 more years, he's going to be like, I got to stop this. So I finally stopped it.
Mm-hmm.
But look at what's going on, this free fall. What does she do to you?
Right, and he acts like she's watching. You know what I mean? Like, that was a message directly to his ex-girlfriend. Hey, I have to call you my ex.
He sounds like a 5-year-old who doesn't. Girls have cooties. Like, that's not morning radio.
All right, so the next day, fast forward to the 29th of May, and he's out with Tony P. There's no Ronnie Babes on this. I can't keep saying that. Ron Perlman.
Please don't.
I'm not going to say Ronnie Babes anymore. It's Ron the Waiter. He's not on there. It's just Tony P.
Opie's been trying so hard to be a friend, like a guy's guy with Tony, the same way he was with Matty O, and he always it's too much, and it's not sincere, and just turns him creepy. Was my son, maybe, I think I could too, I'm older, but I think I could too. I could have thrown a rock and hit where you live from where I was in the Bronx Friday night.
Correct.
So then I drove around the block, literally, and I took a picture of your house. I said, is this your house, Tony? Is this your house?
You took a picture of my neighbor's house, actually. I'm attached on that side. So technically, it's still the same house, but I'm the one with the little pond in front.
I know exactly where you are now. And people might say, well, why didn't you stop in and say hi to Tony? Tony was at a comedy gig.
I was at a comedy.
What was the point of that story? Opie had to go to the Bronx, slumming it? The shitty neighborhood that Tony P lives in?
Yeah, whenever he goes anywhere, he's got to tell you all about it.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted to see Tony, why didn't he just go to the comedy gig? I bet it wasn't far away.
Probably not.
Why are you going to see where this guy lives unannounced? That's really creepy. You're like his boss or something. It's just not. There's no way he explains this to his wife, and she's like, oh, that sounds nice. That's lovely.
Right. Yeah, do you know that Chad Zuma was over at Bush's house, too? It's fine. All right, let's get back into Opie's name. We all know Opie hates his name, Greg. He hates his nickname, Opie. And we have something that actually makes this a little bit more interesting, the backstory of all this.
I don't know how old I am, and I'll be honest with you, because my mom, at the end of her life, she said something to me. She said, Greg. She called me Greg. She was the one that named me. After her best friend's husband, by the way, who was Greek in Astoria, Queens. Greg, I got something to tell you, but I don't think you can handle it. Yeah, the pause is I never asked to follow up because I guess I didn't. I guess I knew I couldn't handle it. So she went to her graves telling me, I got something to tell you, but I don't think you can handle it.
Okay. So this has been a problem for Greg for a long time. Why am I named after this guy that you know? Your friend's husband. Am I Greg Jr.? Like, what's the deal here?
But he says this is why he doesn't know how old he is.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
So I don't understand that. But he doesn't understand why he was named Greg. And he's concerned about it. Not so concerned that he asked his mom a follow-up question.
No.
So that he goes on about this.
So it's going to be 3 things. It could be that there's a reason why I'm named after her best friend's husband. She says because she just liked the name. Fair enough.
All right.
Could be that I'm actually Imus's son. Don Imus swears that I could be his son, and then he hooked up.
Really a thing?
Huh?
Let me stop you there 1 second. You can't like move on from that. Is that a real thing? That Don Imus says you might be his son?
I mean, I think he was joking, but I posted a picture of me and him once, when I met him, and it's kind of creepy, the resemblance. I looked at the time like a younger version of him. And he's like, yeah, man, I think I might have banged your mom outside the Nassau Coliseum after an Islanders game.
Man.
He said all this.
He's a shock jock, Opie. I think he might have been joking. Yeah, I think he might have been joking. And Tony P's a retard. Whoa. I was what you did? He's never told me that before. Fucking idiot. These guys are so stupid.
I met Ron Jeremy once, and he's from Bayside, Queens, and I told him, my grandmother's from Bayside, Queens, and he made the same joke.
Yep.
It's not a good one.
That's what you do.
Yeah,
Right.
I should base my family history on it.
Probably not. But so Opie's got some options, and one could be that Imus is his dad, and other things could happen too.
And then I'm thinking that a lot of UFO stuff is coming out. I think I might be like a fucking alien hybrid that they talk about.
Bro, we're all alien hybrids, bro. That's why we don't match. You get it?
Yes.
Everything in nature matches except us. We do everything to stay out of nature, from putting shoes on to building fucking houses.
I think every nationality on Earth is an alien hybrid. I think that's another alien that came from another dimension, and they were a little different, and there you go. You get the Asian people.
Jesus Christ. This is some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. There's that South Park episode where it turns out that the Earth is just a reality show for aliens. It's like, look at this, we put Asians next to Latino people. And we watch it all on this reality show. And Opie thinks that's real. Could you imagine? There's black people and Mexicans? That doesn't make any sense. There will be obviously aliens that came here from a portal, through a portal or something.
He gets upset when things get a little too right wing or left wing, but this he's fine with.
Yeah, and Tony P's all into it. He's just like, yeah, that's what I've been saying. There's no way us Greeks are related to Italians. That'd be crazy.
And then you get the alien from another dimension comes down, and there you go. There's all the Greek people. Yeah. How are we all from the same thing? Black people, Asians, white, Greek, everything in between. How are we from the same thing? It's impossible. We're a whole bunch of hybrids from a whole bunch of different dimensions.
I don't want to toot the Greeks' horns, but the Greeks are kind of like in the middle. You get me? We're white in the winter.
Good stuff.
Tony, do you know where I can get some more weed?
Yeah, Jesus Christ. And Anthony's in the chat saying it sounds like the first time you smoked a joint.
Yeah.
The conversation you would have. And Opie thinks and Opie can make fun of Joe Rogan all he wants. The conversation would be a little bit more interesting if this was on Joe Rogan's show. But Opie, listen, Opie might be kind of a drug guy. Maybe that's why this is going on.
It hit. I think I had so much sugar in me that my body's like, yeah, we're cool for now. But now I'm out of my mind 2 weeks in.
Man, you gotta start smoking some pot, bro.
I was thinking about doing an edible to calm the cravings down this weekend. I decided not to at the last minute, but to your point, yeah, I might have a fucking body again. It might have been the sugar that was making me look like a slob.
Listen, they said it the other day, bro. We gotta take over the 55 and over community, you understand?
I hear you.
We're studs. If you still got some kind of hair on your head, you're a fucking stud.
I do. It's just a mess right now.
That's pretty low bar. I'm going. Tony P really does think he's hot, though. He's got his nipples pierced. He's constantly showing off too much of his chest and all his jewelry. So he's trying to get Opie on his team. Like, yeah, we're studs, right? You and me? We're the hot guys. It's so embarrassing. I love that Opie's going through this, sugar withdrawal. He's quit sugar. He doesn't eat ice cream at night anymore. And he's getting a hot body as a result. So that's cool. But this sugar withdrawal, he even thought about maybe having an edible.
But hold on a second. I'm no Scarface, but we're taking an edible. Get rid of your desire for sweets. I think it works the opposite way.
It might be just the opposite, actually.
I think so.
I think it might help you justify having that Rocky Road ice cream that's in the back of the freezer. You didn't know was there.
Now, Tony P has been rolling a joint throughout this, so he knows the correct way to talk about that. He just can't because he's scared of his boss.
Yeah. Yeah, Opie's solution is not the best one, I would say. Fill up on proteins, Opie. Have a steak. Next thing you want a candy bar. It's not a horrible substitution, honestly.
He needs something, and he needs a lot.
You ready to start with Chris? Yeah. No, I want steak. I know. It would be good. You made me chili yesterday with our leftover steak. I have to try that. I'm going to get on that tonight. All right, where do we go? Oh, that's right. So Opie now is talking about how hot he is. And I don't know if you know this. Opie could have been a model. He's talked about this many times. For whatever reason, he went into radio, but he was a fucking hot dude.
I'm gonna lie to you. I had a nice ass. Not too big, not too small. It was nice.
Mine's terrible.
I had I had muscles. I had a hint of some abs. I had kind of like bleached blonde hair that went past my ears. I had crystal blue eyes that drove the women nuts. And now look at this mess. Look at this. What is this crap?
You still got it there. You just need to be brushed off, bro. You understand?
Yeah, brushed off. I mean, Opie was fishing for a compliment there.
Oh my
And he got it. He got exactly what he wanted right there. You're still hot, Opie. I'd fuck you.
Come on, boss.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
You're too hard on yourself.
So gross. I hate when Opie talks about how hot he is or was or will be. Ugh. Sucks. I like when he tries to relate to the common man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something that Opie does very well, as we can see.
Do you watch basketball? Do you have an opinion on the NBA Finals?
I don't really watch sports, but I'm sure I'm not going to be able to avoid it.
Oh my God! Why would you avoid it? You're a New Yorker.
Because I got things to do, bro. I don't got time to sit around watching sports. I got to figure out how I can make this. All of this.
I also got bills to pay, mouths to feed. There's no rest for the wicked. But I'm going to be watching the Knicks in the NBA Final.
Okay. Hold on a second. Opie, if the Knicks weren't in the finals, let's just suppose, maybe Boston puts up a better front against them in the first round. Is there a chance? Wait, was it Boston that played the Knicks? No, it wasn't. Is there a chance, I'm just throwing this out there, that Opie would be making money instead of watching basketball? Because that's what he's saying. He's like, I mean, I also have to pay the bills, but, I gotta watch some basketball. These are big games that are coming up.
Were you not listening? He said no rest for the wicked, Carl.
I don't think Opie makes any money. I know he has this new grift right here we haven't brought up yet. The Rotting Tooth Fund. Yeah. As the 49 shows up on his screen right here. Opie's literally asking for $2,000 paid for dental work.
It kind of mouths to fix.
Right. And this fucking asshole is going to sit there and tell Tony P, listen, man, I also have bills to pay. Tony P, who's a janitor somewhere, who's like excited to work on Memorial Day because it's time and a half.
What was Tony trying to say? He's like, I got stuff to do. I can't watch sports. I'm trying to develop this show with you. Is that what he's saying?
I think what he was saying was, I'm trying to turn my hotness into money.
Yes.
He's about how hot he is.
All right. I thought he was talking about the show.
Tony P might be the gayest character in the Battlewars. It's really fucking weird what he's up to. All right, let's get to the important part of the show. Mattress update. We know that Opie dragged his California king off to the curb, and this is at his house in the Hamptons. And then he dragged another one out to the curb, and he thought, this is going to get snatched up in a second. And if you remember, Ron and Tony both told him, no one wants a used mattress that's just outside. That's gross.
And that it's a health hazard if you don't put it in a plastic bag.
Yes, they literally told Opie it's illegal to not have it in a plastic bag. Opie's like, I don't have a plastic bag that big. Well, right, you have to purchase a plastic. Anyway, so let's get an update on the mattress.
Mattresses and beds, but this thing was in pretty good shape. I gotta be honest. There were no stains on it, nothing. It looked pretty fresh.
were 100.
You got all the blood stains off of that mattress. So that's pretty impressive.
No stains on it, nothing. It looked pretty fresh. I'm here to say you guys were 100% correct. No one took the goddamn mattress.
Yeah.
I got well, the local police came by and said, we just want to give you a heads up. You got to get the mattress off the fucking street. You know, you're gonna get in trouble with the town.
Holy shit. When Ron was just like, you're gonna get fined. Opie's like, I don't even know if I can get someone to pick this thing up. It's like, no, it's worse than that. Not only is the town not gonna come pick it up, you might get a fine for it. And Ron was right. The cops were like, dude, you can't throw a mattress out here. What are you thinking?
Especially in that part of town where everyone has cameras, and the way he worded it was so manipulative. The cops warned me, like friends, you might get a ticket if you keep it out there from the town. No. Your super told on you when they came to the building, and they said, who left that out there? And they said, this guy at that address. And they said, fucking take care of it, or we're going to give you a ticket or a fine or something. Not the town. It's them. They're there. It's happening right now. It's not a friendly warning between friends.
Hey, just FYI, if there was law enforcement in this area, you have to take care of this.
The town looks down on that. Who is the town? It's like some bad villain in a Batman thing. This gets really good.
Oh, good.
I called a place called Got Junk or something like that. They quoted me. They're like, it'll be $400. I'm like, you look like a mom and pop place. Your commercials are good. You just point at stuff and they take it away. I'm like, this is wonderful. And I'm like, don't screw yourself. They're like, well, we'll come by. We'll give you an estimate right on the spot, and you don't have to take it. I'm like, no, I don't want any of you people at my house. No. So I said no to the Got Junk people.
He was offended. He was offended that it costs money to pick up his fucking mattresses from his house and dispose of them for him. These are not big expenses that we're talking about. He's insane.
And they said, we'll give you a quote. We'll come by and look at it. And he said, no, I saw the commercial. The commercial said I point at it, and it disappears.
Yeah.
Let's go to the videotape.
I like those commercials. They're fun. Why can't life be like commercials? But he was so offended. So I can't look you in the eye, mister. Don't even dare come over to my property and offering me a quote to get rid of my junk. I'd rather pay the fine. He's going to pay the fine. It sounds like.
Play 10A.
Okay.
Are you ready to make junk disappear?
I'm so looking forward to this. We make junk disappear. All you have to do is point. Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK. Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com. We'll be there before you hang up the phone.
He thought it was a mom and pop. This is insane. Because Opie and I used to watch Hoarders together. I mean, not really, but every Tuesday morning he'd come on the show. I'd watch Hoarders night before, so did he. We'd all talk about Hoarders. It's a lot of fun. That was the fucking company that picked up all the junk in Hoarders. 1-800-GOT-JUNK was featured in every single episode of that. That's a national television show. Opie, this is the mom and pop in Long Island?
And that they're lying to him.
Yeah, right. But in the commercial, there's the poofs and everything, the sound effects.
They said, we'll come give you an estimate, and he couldn't handle that. So look at how this situation has to be resolved.
That's fucking hilarious. I haven't seen this yet.
Oh. My wife found a lower level company that works kind of like Uber Eats, kind of like that type of business.
Right.
Where you text them and you say, all right, what do you got? You negotiate a price. My wife's like, you know what? I think we can do a little better. And they're like, all right, well, we can do a little better too. And we negotiated down to $190. So half the price of Got Junk. And it's all on an app. And what they do is they find people. So you're part of this app. And let's say you got something like an old dresser. So you put your old dresser on the app, and someone goes, yeah, I'll go and get that. It's kind of like an Uber driver, but for junk. And someone said, yeah, I'll fucking take that. And they came by and took the mattress off the street for a cool $194.
Beautiful.
The town wanted to price that too, by the way. And they wanted me to wrap it in the plastic like you guys said.
You have to wrap it in the plastic.
they told him. He was being so indignant to them, too. He's just like, oh, he has a what the fuck you're talking about. Just because it rained on him last night doesn't mean someone's not going to come by today. I forgot it got rained on. Mattresses. So gross. And Ron and Tony just like, no one's ever going to take those mattresses, you asshole. And remember, Obi was also all upset because the company that he uses to get rid of his trash charges $400 if you want to throw your grill out or something like that. So what did he think this was going to be? We started calling around, and it seems like a huge hassle to save that $210 during $5 that he saved.
I mean, not really. It seems like there's a bunch of apps, got junk things around that do this. Opie, tried to call an Uber. They gave him a quote, and he screamed at them and hung up. So his wife had to go find Lyft, sign up, and then have them come. They're all competing. They said they'd give you a quote. Haggle with them. That's what your wife did. He's either completely incompetent, or his wife is like the ventriloquist dummy, and like that's the part of him now that can get things done. And he like speaks in her voice like the movie said.
He's also very cheap. And even when he's talking to Ron and Tony, who are blue collar guys, they're always just like, yeah, things cost money. What are you getting going on about? Jesus Christ, though. He's always complaining about these things that I miss when he used to move his car. That was my favorite. Not paying $800 for parking.
It was a tease, that last clip we saw where he was waiting outside. Yes.
Monday was Ronica. Happy.
I think polio was created in a lab.
Yeah.
I think it was the first
COVID
gain of function research, trying to see if they could do it. I think it was probably the same sort of game theoretic attitudes involved in building nuclear weapons applied to viruses. That's my hunch.
What about Black Plague?
Yeah.
How far are we going here?
Which
was the first? Anything polio? Lord Kozwoff was. Well, they had alchemy and whatnot, and bubbling witches brew in the Middle Ages, and they're probably pretty nasty at plagues, right?
People say Black Plague was a thing.
No, I'm just. I mean,
I've heard that suggested that the bubonic plague was deliberately worsened by
Brazilian.
If talk about Martha's Vineyard and how it's a great place to vacation, but you can also never eat meat again. Okay, so all of our worst nightmares that we've been trying not to think and talk about, or we'll talk about a little bit. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to? Oh, okay. I mean, you know what? When I learned about this, first thing I started
building nukes. Like, what do you know what I mean? Well, plus we're not here to answer those questions anyway. But yeah, so you're saying that there's the ticks are spreading this disease that people cannot.
What do they call it? Alpha gay?
Alpha gay makes them allergic to
What is it?
grain.
Alpha what? Gas?
And this is odd because Martha's Vineyard is a stomping ground for our rulers, which is an odd thing.
All right, a man has become one of 450,000 Americans affected by alpha. That's what it's gal syndrome, tick-borne meat allergy that triggers painful allergic reactions to animal products. It's not something I want.
Yeah, now it's 450,000. Now a handful of years ago, it was just a whispered conspiracy, and now when everything is hitting, just like you said a few moments ago, everything is hitting.
Something
Now
else.
all of a sudden, there's ticks everywhere. And instead of how do we get rid of the ticks, it's they're working on a vaccine. That's how you know there's the military in charge.
Right. And I'm not gonna even say it's always like a conspiracy side of it. It's 200,000 ticks that were dropped off.
Yeah, the boxes. Yeah.
Yeah. Farmers find boxes.
That's a dark operation.
It's crazy.
Now, people think you can't find people to do that, to spray with the chemtrails and the drop boxes, but I assure you that you can.
Now, wasn't this, conspiracy-wise, wasn't this just a way of seeing how they would like reproduce and move?
Oh yeah.
I want you to read this, Eric, if you can.
Yeah, but they dropped them over Cuba in the '60s, though. You don't remember that?
Did they?
Yeah, they dropped ticks on Cuba. It was a military operation.
What happened?
People probably got Lyme disease.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so it began as a military operation, and it happens again. This time it's not. It's actually a civilian operation.
What's up on the screen is basically
No, it's God.
there's some professors that basically said it's a good thing that the government or whoever's doing it is making it so these like the alpha gen or alpha gal basically works as a bioenhancer, and they're actually very happy about it, and they think it's morally correct that they're giving it to the world to make them allergic.
Yeah, they've been talking about that for years. They say that they decrease this population, this and that. Oh yeah, they talk about it. So we fight the Nazis. You pay taxes your whole life. You sit in school. You get out of school. The world's desolate. Why even bother going to college? This and that. The jobs, this and that. Foreigners, this and that. You fast forward all these years. We try our best. We're on here. And then it's ticks. Oh, it's actually a good thing. You guys are losers. Well, you know what? We'll see. If there is a God, and there is a hell, and there is divine justice. There might not be justice on this world. It's not divine. It's pretty queered up. But divine justice is coming for all. Oh, I know it. So don't lose faith. I know it's pretty demoralizing, pretty scary, but I know that they've already lost. I know that's a hard pill when you're bombarded with all these things. I really get it. But faith and those concepts are non-linear.
My sister went to close to Cape Cod, which is obviously close to Martha's Vineyard.
Mm-hmm.
She went there to visit, probably like Memorial Day or something, like visit some gravestones. And she left there. She had 12 ticks on her, and her son had 16 ticks on him. I've never heard those numbers in my life.
No. So it's like they say.
It's like as bad as you can dream. I was like, holy crap.
So we're not trying to find a way to get rid of them, though, are we?
Well, we are.
No, we were before we figured out it was actually good.
And I think that there are nefarious things that have put these things into the population.
Oh, you think that's like a biological weapon? Because so is Lyme's too, right?
Lyme is definitely like Lyme, Plum Island, biological weapon. Yeah, like Lyme, Connecticut, the proximity to the island, the animals, getting infected, passing to humans.
Just to bring some of if our viewers don't know this up to speed, Lyme's disease is government-created bioweapon that escaped or was just they dosed it on the people of Connecticut just to see what would happen or what?
Well, yeah, exactly. Like these escape, right? So like the last one that just happened over the last few years, escape, right? Mm-hmm. It's where it's clearly being put into somewhere into the supply.
But this is a pretty confirmed thing.
This one is proven and is mainstream now. But it's still, RFK in his confirmation. This one got brought up or before his confirmation. But yeah, it's
so anyway. You had Lyme, Epstein-Barr, some glandular shit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess a lot of people are talking about that trial. There's a trial. There's a stabbing at that track meet. A lot of people are really talking about that a lot. And it just seems like there's nothing goes anywhere. You see people just I mean, this goes for everything with all news, but the fabrication it's gotten to the point now. The floodgates are open where people they can hold office. They could do when they're on camera just fabricate just saying anything at all, saying anything at all. And when you see people saying anything at all times, and you're bombarded with footage of people celebrating of just this and that, it's just what the how the hell are you supposed to let it in?
So, all right. So he had a trial. Obviously, it's been almost a year.
It was a trial.
It's a trial. Now, we talked about. I think it's last week. So there was no peers, his own peers, that were allowed on the jury. Correct.
Well, okay. Well, that right there, allegedly, the black people would confess that they would never convict another brother, no matter what. So this is all just the spin.
Yeah.
This is all just the spin.
But this is the start of the spin.
This is you're living through what you're seeing is the hyping up, and you've been living through since before you were born of everything we've been alluding to for all of these years, but are just too sickened to really admit it. But you're living through a race war.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Right. So this person killed somebody, but now they're saying all weird things like they don't even know if he was holding a real knife.
Yeah, they said it was a knife that was an inch, and they said that the twin brothers were so much bigger they were trying to have sex with his ass, chasing him around Benny Hill.
Oh, really?
Imagine that. They were buck breaking like this. Nah, now we're gonna fuck you until you're gay.
And they were saying that so these other guys were bigger and they were jumping him.
They were jumping him. Yeah, so there's that. Raising money, spending it, getting nose jobs, buying houses, buying shoes, having a public defense, like show trial shit. Show trial.
It's almost like the Johnny Depp trial.
It's all mega pints. All of it is mega pints. Now may have been when the court. That may have been the turning point when the court, even the legal system, became reality TV.
Yeah, so that might have been the tester.
And that might have been it.
So the tester was for them to throw that out, see how interesting it can be if you just talk about nothing.
Yeah. But that's what it's like, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe these people are all actors. I have no idea. But that's the messaging doesn't seem too good. Blacks, they're well, at least the people they're capturing on camera, they don't seem to be doing themselves any favors. But of course, you can pick people.
They're miscast.
You pick the people you get on camera.
No. So everything's on purpose.
Everything's a jury.
Yeah.
You get it.
So he goes. I don't know the stats. Maybe he was sentenced to 34 years.
Something like that.
And then what is it? 35. 35, and then he has to serve 17 before parole.
Yeah.
When you murder somebody, how old was the kid? 18? 17. I can't do math that quick, but let's say he gets out in 17. I mean, 34 years old?
Yeah, it seems like he's back slinging.
He has a whole second life to live after that.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. But I guess that's part of it. That's part of the big FU to say like that. Even though I know it's a jail sentence, it's murder, but you see people get nothing for rape and this and that. I mean, the list goes on.
Right.
It goes on for. So I guess that's part of the magic right there to make you sickened with justice not being served. And look, some people say you should be executed. Some people, this and that. I mean, what do you want to say to that? I mean, of course, there are many people that need execution. I'm not going to sit here and talk about his execution.
No, I know. It's the fuck is that? It's just the idea that there's a race war going on.
A race war, and it's a hard.
It's publicized so heavy.
It's out there, and now that you see all manner of old media talking about the most hardcore conspiracies, that everything, whether you see people from the CIA that are in the Trump administration or that were Senate or Congresswoman or whatever the hell, coming out and warning people about data centers and all different kinds of surveillance stuff. Now, I get the feeling that these people are coming out and tooting horns because it's too late to do something about it. I think that's part of the witchcraft that they're doing because they're 10, 15 years too late. 80, it's 5 years too late. 8, you know what I'm saying?
They only talk about it when it is too
late. Yeah, and that's what it seems like. They all come out. All the old media comes out and starts saying these things. And then I question to myself, if I'm talking, let's say, Tartaria and all that stuff, it's very interesting and all that, but you have old media blowing all that stuff up now. You question yourself, like, them talking about this stuff, and I know controlled opposition, but does that mean? I've always known conspiracies are ineffectual. I guess it's proof what I'm seeing. Old media talking about all the stuff that we got some kicks talking about. It's not like we were in the streets writing about it. Them talking about it proves that it leads nowhere. Otherwise, they wouldn't even bring it up. Yeah, they do. So they're going with it now. All right. Anyway, what? I mean, well, like this guy, a Texas man sentenced 45 years in prison for stealing Lego sets from Target. Yeah, that seems like that's a real crime. Yeah, that's these are all pretty. They look like extreme cases, and I get it, but it looks like part of the race war is a court system that's hostile to the natives. That is an essential ingredient to a real race war. You're not fighting the guests there. You're fighting the government who wants you gone, and the guests to be working. I don't know to be cloned, to be sacrifices in a machine that feeds a spaghetti god. Whatever the fate is, it can't be much better than that. But even still, in a law system, how come there isn't consistent sentencing for things? I guess because there is no legal system. Yeah, exactly. Like you could kill. I know. You get 17 years. You can steal Legos. You get 45. It's because there is no integration of the New Testament in the court system. Is why. It's because there's no basis and foundation of the Bible. They always say Judeo this, Judeo Christian that, Christian this, Christian that. If it was run with a foundation of Christianity, especially.
You're tuning into Black and White Sports on YouTube. The no-holds-barred truth of sports. The main event starts.
All right, Black and White Sports supporters. Well, I did not have the ability to record this when it happened last night when the news broke because I was literally covering a Caitlin Clark Indiana Fever ball game when this came out. So today we're going to look at some of the reaction around the league. It is pretty amazing, and I'm going to be the first to tell you, I'm a 49ers fan, lifelong. I loved those Jim Harbaugh teams. I'll never forgive Jed York for pushing Jim Harbaugh out the door. Fact is, a lot of people don't realize Jed York's got a bit of a pompous asshole to him, and it rubbed Jim Harbaugh the wrong way, and they couldn't get along. They butted heads, and that sent us spiraling down a path towards Jim Tomsula, Mike Singletary, and Chip Kelly, because the owner
couldn't put his ego out of the way. But I love those teams. I love that defense. Navarro Bowman, Justin Smith, Patrick Willis, and Alden Smith. And of course, Alden Smith could not, unfortunately, and you're seeing this a lot with the media today. Look, I was a huge Alden Smith fan. And when I saw this news, I just shook my head and was like, this is just awful. But hardly anybody has acknowledged, hey, he had some problems. And there was some things over the last several years. And they got in the way of his playing career. What was he? Suspended for 4 seasons, I think. Let's just look. I've got it right here. It still, as a Niners fan, it sucks. It does. Right here, 2016 through 2019, he was suspended for 4 seasons. There is some details that are coming out by way of the San Francisco Chronicle. Alden Smith's friend, Amir, talks about Alden's final hours. Amir Shirazi walked out of his Los Gatos house Saturday morning. I'm in Texas, so I'm sure people listening or watching this is like, it's pronounced this way. Dude, I'm not from there, okay? House Saturday morning and found his massive friend, Alden Smith, slumped over in the front passenger seat of his white Chevy pickup. He thought Smith was asleep with his eyes open, his 6'4" frame slightly twitching. Nice. Shirazi said he quickly knew something was wrong. He thought it was possibly a seizure, and then maybe a massive heart attack. Shortly before noon, Shirazi told the Chronicle in an exclusive interview he called 911 and summoned former 49ers running back Anthony Dixon to the scene to assist him with CPR. Less than an hour later, Smith would be declared dead at Good Samaritan Hospital in San Jose. His cause and manner of death are pending. According to Santa Clara County's chief medical examiner, he was 36.
There was a UFC fight on the front lawn of the White House last night to kick off the 250th anniversary celebrations of this great country, which also happened to coincide yesterday with President Trump's 80th birthday. You can see how amazed Dana White is there that this actually happened. Of course, the liberal lunatics are upset about it, and it's a waste of tax dollars when the UFC actually footed the $60 million bill to build the event, compensate for the security measures, and it was quite a contrast from the previous White House events under the Biden administration.
Welcome to the White House. Thank you. Happy Pride Month. Right here. Happy Pride Month. Transgender children.
You are beautiful.
You are heard.
You belong.
What an honor to welcome in my broadcast partners, Americans Joe Rogan and Daniel Cormier. What an absolute scene here in D.C., man.
It is such a scene. It's so surreal. It's so amazing. The energy is in the air. We're outside. We thought it might be called off for rain, but we're good.
Yeah.
The whole thing is nuts. We're surrounded by the boys.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The only downside was it was streamed exclusively by Paramount Plus, which you have to have a subscription for. It wasn't broadcast on all the big networks like the annual Independence Day celebration at the White House because Paramount Plus has the exclusive streaming rights for UFC. But you can find clips and highlights online everywhere, and if you didn't like it, then
You ugly.
so, of course, Harry Sisson, the Democrat Party's favorite Generation C social media personality, took to TikTok to complain.
One of Donald Trump's UFC fighters just screamed, "Michelle Obama is a man," into the microphone after winning his fight at the White House. Just incredibly disgusting.
But I thought you support the transgender community, Harry. Why are you so mad?
Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America? Ladies and gentlemen, Josh Hogan.
And because the liberals still haven't learned the first rule of social media, never feed the trolls, the meme makers went right to work.
But I've been watching you all evening, and I want to tear you apart.
brings back some memories of when I once trended on Twitter back in 2016 after Big Mike spoke at the Democrat National Convention. Posted a speech.
This is what happened in New York yesterday. It is insane. Here we go. Yelling at the horses. Isn't that crazy? Oh my god, bunch of retards? Yeah, I know. It's just insane to see this happen, man. These people are just crashing the fuck out. And advancing cavalry looks scary. Is the new mayor a fascist? I guess so. Yeah, he must be. But yeah, I saw some of this before, and you know, again, like it's just this is just look at these videos, man. This is crazy. Oh no! Oh no! What happened? How horrible! Caught a Pokemon? Yeah. Jesus Christ! Holy shit, man! Like a lizard? Yeah, like a lizard losing its tail to escape. Exactly. Oh man. Wow. This is in New York. Nothing says sports ball like a riot. Uh-huh. Oh my god. What a fucking zoo. What a zoo. Holy shit. Third world babe. I know.
giving space to a non-American what this is about? All right, you fucking Europe. Let's just shut the fuck up. You guys do this after every soccer match. I don't want to hear it from you. Okay? I don't want to hear it. Shut the fuck up. Mind your own business. Get this happening over there too, all right? Uh-oh. Somebody's been a...
Would you ever open experience?
That's the heartbeat of Vegas. Those are the industry, the Vegas industry, all live off the strip.
Right.
The dancers, the magicians, the bottle service girls, all those girls, and all the people. Summerlin, Henderson. So I was there for two and a half years. It was great. It was during the pandemic. I lived next to Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
Which was cool. Carrot Top's actually the one that reintroduced me to him. So, and I had known Nicolas Cage because we went to the same high school from back in the day. So, so when we connected, it was weird because I'm like you, huge fan.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been doing it for 40 years, and his movies are, he's one of the best actors. So when he'll hit me up. He'll be like, "Yo, come out, let's go," and then he'll like text me, and he'll be in his $500,000, Ferrari. I'm like, "Where are we going?" So we'll get some sushi. So we'll go get sushi. And then we'll drive down Las Vegas Boulevard. I'm like, "Dude, you don't need this." He's got 8 cars. I'm like, "You don't need this." He goes, "Yeah, but it's badass." That's his answer to it. It's badass. I'm like, "All right."
It's correct.
It's true. And his house is awesome.
Yeah, but you're a little more sensible. Okay.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Nick?
Yeah.
Slow down. He's trying to be Nick Cage.
Yeah, he is.
He's doing it.
He loves it. And his house is cool. And he's great. Very, very, but he doesn't, he's not on social media. We signed an NDA. He made me sign an NDA.
Wow.
That I can't put any videos or photos anywhere. No, I'm just kidding. He didn't sign it. But I'm just saying. But one of the first conversations with him was when I came over to his house. He's like, "Come over. You're my neighbor," out of nowhere, right? So I come over. We start having a nice glass of wine, And he says, "I'm not doing your podcast." I'm like, "I didn't ask you to fuck with me on the podcast. I'm just here. What's up?" And he goes, "Just one thing, promise me." He goes, "Don't ever, post any pictures or videos of us together because I want to be private." I'm like, "Cool." And ever since then, it's been cool. Yeah,
That's cool.
but I do have a lot of photos and videos of his penis. And no, but he is fucked.
As an immigrant, I actually think the hardest immigrant to be would be like Indian or Asian or something, because a lot of time their dads will be like, "Son, you can only date an Indian girl." It's like, well, then, Dad, why'd you move me away from where they all are? It's kind of a crazy thing to tell a teenage boy, right? 90% of the pussy's off the market. Get out there. Cock blocking them a little. I dated a girl like that when I lived in Toronto, Canada. Her dad wanted her to date an Indian doctor, and this guy was not pumped when she started dating a white comedian. And he didn't want to listen when I tried to explain to him that laughter is medicine. So, if you think about it, I'm a bit of a practitioner myself. And he was like, "No, get out of here and take all these goats. We don't even do that." I know. So this racist sentiment. I actually have a super multicultural family in Toronto. I have a lot of half black and half Indian cousins. It was like a cool family. But one Christmas, we wanted to go to a movie, and the only thing playing was Django Unchained. It's like awkward, right? Because we're all cheering at different parts. And I'm cheering at the credits. That's awkward. The only thing I can think of is more awkward is if you went to that movie and there was a black guy sitting in your seat and then you had to ask him to move. Can you imagine mid-whipping scene? You had to come in. All right, seat 43. Ooh. I think you might be in the back of the theater there, pal. Because that's the most thing you don't want to call as a white dude's racist.
morning, everybody. Happy Monday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. We have a lot of excellent guests to cover some big news this morning, starting off with Jeremy Scahill, because it looks like we may actually have a deal, or at least a memo of understanding that is supposed to be signed on Friday. So he will break down what we know about that deal and what obstacles remain. We're also going to talk about the freak out from the Zionists and the neocons over what appears to be the elements of that nascent deal. So obviously we've got to pay attention to that, because they're going to do everything they can to make sure that there is never any resolution to this war. Also, huge news on the AI front in a couple of directions. So the government has effectively blocked Anthropic's latest release, Fable 5. Very similar to the Mythos release that was considered to be very dangerous. It had some guardrails put in. They're saying, no, this is still too dangerous to be used. It's been pulled back. There's a lot that's interesting there. And then we're going to talk to El Citron, who is a big skeptic of the economics of AI in particular, and perfect person to have on because we just had this big SpaceX IPO, Elon Musk becoming the world's first trillionaire. So really excited to talk to Ed Citron and get his view of what is going on there and whether or not this is all just a giant bubble. Trump had his big UFC birthday party yesterday, so MMA analyst Luke Thomas, who is also very political and has his eye on all of those angles of things, is going to join us to break down the various elements there. A lot interesting to dig into as well. And finally, the White House is apparently concerned that someone was actually recording inside of the Situation Room, and that is how Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman were able to get these verbatim explosive revelations about the Epstein cover-up and some other elements of what has been going on behind the scenes in the Trump administration. So, that would be quite something if someone is recording inside the Situation Room.
Yeah, where phones are literally not allowed. And yet, somehow, seems that they were able to get out. Thank you to everyone subscribing to the show, breakingpoints.com. If you can support us, become a premium subscriber. We have huge things that are launching this month. If you're watching this on YouTube, please hit subscribe. If you're listening to this podcast, please share an episode with a friend. One programming note, we're going to put this block out early for all of our premium subscribers. Just a heads up, we have all of these guests that are in the show. Ed, I believe, is on the West Coast. We have to record a little bit late with him, so the full show is going to be out later than usual. Just a heads up, want to make sure that everybody knows that going into today. But let's go ahead and start with the big news. A1, let's put it up here on the screen. So here, Donald Trump last night announcing the deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines. Let the oil flow. Let's immediately then go to the next one. And to show you, however, there are some major difficulties and obstacles. Netanyahu reportedly informed Trump that Israel will not pull IDF forces from Lebanon and does not consider itself bound by the Lebanon clause in the U.S.-Iran agreement, which Iran has published 14 points, and in it includes a total withdrawal of Israeli forces from all Lebanese territory. This was confirmed by the Israeli Defense Minister Katz as of this morning. Let's take a little bit of a listen to the Vice President Vance, who immediately called in to Fox News to help sell the deal. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, I think it's a big moment for the United States of America, thanks, of course, to the President's leadership and the hard work of the entire team. Three things that I think are important for the American people just to appreciate about what this deal does for all of us as Americans. Number one, this is the immediate opening of the Strait of Hormuz and, of course, the lifting of the naval blockade that we've had on Iran along with it. The number two thing that it means is that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, not just pursue a nuclear weapon, but procure or try to buy a nuclear weapon as well. That's built into this agreement. And then the third thing is, and this only happens, to be clear, if Iran delivers on their promise. And so there's an approach here where we verify and where there are real benefits so long as Iran meets their end of the obligation. But if the Iranians comply with this deal, it is going to fundamentally transform the Middle East for the next 50 years. It's going to end the war. It's going to make the Middle East more investable. It's going to mean a lot of prosperity, lower energy prices for the American people. This region of the world has been a basket case for my entire life and longer than that. And what the president has really set us to do is to certainly eliminate the nuclear threat of Iran. That's done. But now possibly to build to a new era of Middle East prosperity and success where it's not a
spin, at least from the White House. I guess if that's what we have to all swallow after this deal is done. But the reality is very clear. Let's go ahead and put the Wall Street Journal piece up here on the screen. Don't worry, there's still plenty of time for Israel to try and torpedo this deal. It will be signed on Friday in Geneva. And marking, as they write, U.S. and Iran have reached a deal to stop the fighting and reopen shipping. Here, Trump said in an interview, quote, "We'll get the nuclear dust later on when we're ready to go in and to do it, I'd say, over the next month or two. There's no rush." He called it harmless. Some of the background on this, Crystal, is kind of maddening because so much of this came together. It appears that, and we'll show some of this a little bit later, on Sunday, Israel had bombed Lebanon. Iran had immediately said, and the vice president actually confirmed in that interview, he said Iran was preparing to strike a significant number of missiles upon Israeli soil. The president called them, admonished Israel, called Iran, and reportedly, according to the Iranians, they gave some major concessions. It appears that that major concession is likely the lifting of the total naval blockade upon the immediate signing of the deal on Friday. But that's where things stand as of right now.
Yeah, and there is something that is worth noting here, which is we have not gotten the details of the deal from the American side. We've only gotten effectively their spin, like what we heard just there from J.D. Vance. Our understanding comes entirely from the Iranian side and from reporting on sort of the outlines of this deal that has been being shaped over the past several months. As we understand it, effectively, this is not a full and complete deal. I think that's important to understand. It's a memo of understanding that would create a window of 60 days. And during that time, that's when all of the elements with regard to specifically the nuclear file, but also the sort of, how the Strait of Hormuz is going to run, all of that will be worked out during that 60 days. So not only do you have a full week now to get to Friday and that signing ceremony where, Israel can do the things that Israel is going to do, but then also during that 60-day period, are we really going to be able to come to full agreement with Iran on those nuclear issues without, again, those who would like to see us go back to war successfully undermining any sort of potential deal as they did in the past? But I do think Sagar is very telling that the Iranians put out, their version of what this all looks like. But the Americans have not done so, I think, because Trump understands how difficult this is going to be to sell to, the neocons and the Zionists that are part of his political coalition. He understands that even for him, who, say what you want, and I say lots of things about Trump, he is a very good salesman, especially to his base. I think he even understands that it will be difficult to frame the specific details here as a big win for the U.S. Also, on this piece about whether or not there are going to be tolls for the Strait of Hormuz, we've talked before about how it appears what the Iranians are going to do is like, well, no, we're not going to call it a toll. We'll call it an environmental responsibility payment for services rendered. And it looks like the strait will be run with Iran and Oman. It looks like there will be sanctions relief. It looks like their assets will be unfrozen. It looks like there will be a lot of money put in for reconstruction into the country. And you can hear in J.D. Vance's comments there, he says, well, this is going to transform the Middle East. That part is true. I think the war has already transformed not only the Middle East, but the global order. And he says this will give us a reason why we can be less present in the region, which is a way of framing our withdrawal from the Middle East as a win, as if we weren't sort of forced out of these.
No, it went off. It went. Yeah. There was no rain. No, it went off fine.
Bases and forced out of these position at gunpoint.
Right. I mean, yeah, if that's how they need to sell it, I'm fine with it. Yes, as Rokama said this morning, fine. Let's all just celebrate it. We can also leave the analysis and all that to Professor Pape, who I'm sure will join us later this week and lay out just how much of a strategic disaster and humiliation this has been for the United States. On the Iranian side, let's go and put A5B, please, up on the screen. So Iran's Mehr News Agency last night released the 14 clauses of the Memorandum of Understanding. Let's check their work. On Friday, presumably the deal will become public and we can see whether any of this is true. They write 12 billion of Iran's frozen funds will be released before negotiations begin. with another $12 billion during the 60-day final negotiation window. All oil and petrochemical sanctions are suspended. That's insane. That means a multi-billion-dollar windfall for the Iranian people. A full naval blockade lifted within 30 days. The U.S. commits to non-interference in Iranian affairs, a withdrawal of forces from around Iran, and no new sanctions or forced deployments during negotiations. An immediate ceasefire is required on all fronts, including Lebanon. The Strait of Hormuz will reopen within 30 days under Iranian arrangements. Iran reaffirms its NPT, its commitment not to produce nuclear weapons. A 60-day window is set to negotiate a final deal covering nuclear issues, full sanctions removal. The U.S. and allies must present reconstruction plans worth at least $300 billion. Iran's missile program and support for resistance groups are removed from the agenda entirely. No final negotiations begin until $12 billion has been released. Oil sanctions are suspended, the blockade is lifted, and a supervisory mechanism will oversee implementation with any full agreement approved by the UN Security Council resolution. I mean, there is no way of describing that than a total defeat of the United States. We are paying them hundreds of billions of dollars, either directly or indirectly, via sanctions relief, allowing at least some de facto environmental toll fee over the Strait of Hormuz, not touching their missile program, not interfering with their support for Hezbollah, which they have made a red line in the agreement itself, and perhaps most importantly is Lebanon. But remember, Lebanon, if there's one thing that's going to blow up this entire deal, it is going to be Israel and its commitment to occupying Lebanon. And just to show everybody all of that, I believe that we have some of the video, if we can show it here to everybody, what kicked all of this off. This was Beirut on Sunday, where we got the news. I mean, just devastating Israeli strikes in the middle of Beirut. This was following Hezbollah drone launches into northern Israel, but of course they lit up the Lebanese capital. As I said earlier, the Iranians appeared poised to launch a large number of ballistic missiles. Immediately then, Donald Trump posts, if we have A8, if you put it up here on the screen, Trump said, quote, "This morning's attack on Beirut should not have happened, particularly on a special day when we are so close to a peace deal with Iran. Israel has the right to defend itself against the threats, but the attack it was responding to was very small, meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed. Should not disrupt this important process. We are very close to a deal that will bring peace to the region, including to Lebanon. All sides should stand down. There should be no more attacks by Israel anywhere in Lebanon, but there should also be no more attacks by any other party, including Hezbollah, against Israel. This could be the beginning of a long and a beautiful peace. Let's not blow it. Thank you for your attention to this matter." This was also followed by a classic Barack Ravid phone call. A9, let's put it up here on the screen. Trump to Axios. Netanyahu has, quote, "no fucking judgment, but Iran deal is still on." He says the president is racing to sign the deal of the Beirut strike. He said it shook it up. It delayed the signing by a few hours. It was supposed to be now. Now it's scheduled for a few hours from now. He then said about the strike, "It's so bad, I couldn't believe it. An hour before we were supposed to sign the deal." He said, "Why did Bibi have to do a fucking attack? I was so pissed off, I let him know. He has no fucking judgment. I let him know that." And of course, Bibi has not yet even issued one public statement after the announcement of said deal. However, we will talk with Jeremy here just in a little bit about what it looks like inside of Israel. A full-blown nuclear-style meltdown from the Israeli left, right, and center, their media apparatus, and all of their supporters. One of the few nice, we rarely get to report good news here on the show, but nothing gives me more joy than to see these people who are absolutely weeping and melting down. But that, again, that's where things stand now. As I said very early on, do not hold your breath. Friday's still a long way away. A lot of potential Israeli strikes that could happen. In the interim, lots of missiles, lots of, distrust, rightfully, I think, from the Iranian and the U.S. side. But nonetheless, it's a positive thing. The war should never have happened. I'm glad it's ending. What a disaster.
Hopefully.
I think that's all I can say. Yeah, I'm glad it appears to be maybe ending, but what an absolute disaster.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely no doubt about it. So let's go ahead and bring in Jeremy to get his understanding of how this deal came together, the tenets of it, how shaky it is, how Israel and Lebanon factor into all of it.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
Bless. Is that copyrighted now? Nowadays they would copyright God Bless America. My singing voice is too good. I'm gonna get us. Demonetized before.
God bless America.
My home. You gotta sing in a Jewish accent. My home, sweet home. You gotta sing it like Chuck Schumer. Yeah, that's how you get around the copyright, and it's also more accurate nowadays. It's more meaningful nowadays. Yeah, America Fest is on. Despite Meghan McCain's really proud. America is so much cooler than every other country on earth, and it isn't even a competition. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. So much cooler than everybody else, says Meghan McCain. The White House. This is the official White House account. America AF. Yeah. Oh boy, happy 250th anniversary. So Gavin McInnes had a good observation. He said, "What a perfect example of the American divorce. The people who think this is awesome want absolutely nothing to do with the people rolling their eyes." I mean, I don't want nothing to do with them. I just don't necessarily think they have the firmest grasp on Middle East policy. That's all.
Yeah.
I know some people are into it.
Or reality.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing against them. I just, I have my reservations about their judgment when it comes to, life and death matters, war and peace, things like that. But man, the takes on this were great. This is one of my favorites here. It says, "This was the White House lawn just a few years ago by people rolling their eyes. Now, I mean, I gotta say, I think this is much better. Not even close. Indisputably better. By a mile. I mean, ask 1,000 men. Would you rather a woman show you her tits, or would you rather have dirt kicked in your eyes while choking on exhaust from a 91 octane fuel from a motorbike? I think it's not even close. I don't know what you mean. It's obviously better. It's my lead.
Yeah. What woman is loosely applied there? Loosely
Well, hey, could have fooled me. Could have fooled me. Certainly better than this. Certainly better than this.
That's why it's a good thing you're married, because God knows what situations you'd get into.
Who the hell knows, man? Who the hell knows? I have bad attention to detail. Hey, but that's certainly better than this.
All right, that'll grant you.
It's better than that. That's what you got at the White House. Now you're telling me that. You're telling me that's better than this. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
That.
Hassan Biker calls Elon Musk okay, all right, we're gonna look at this here. Elon is a failure. Meritocracy is a lie. Meritocracy is a lie. Lying is OP. And money is fake. This story that we are watching unfold in front of us is a great example of all three of those classic. Look at like him trying to go on this like fucking intellectual diatribe holding his red wine. This is just so sad. He's really trying to play the part. Elon Musk is a fucking failure. Elon is a failure. Elon has failed. In spite of his failure, because he lucked into a initial, because he happened to be at the right place at the right time, he has failed up. I think that he just corrected himself from saying that Elon Musk was born into wealth, because people could easily say, well, you were also born into wealth too. How does that work? With his endless wealth. He's a horrible person. He's horrible. He's a unbelievably insecure person. He's insecure, wow.
Hassan literally just spent almost $7,000 for an NBA game and was mad they didn't mention him when they showed the other celebrities attending.
Ray had dumped a decent amount of money for these seats. Did you say hi to Taylor? Yeah, no, I did not. I didn't. I was not mentioned in the celebrities that were invited. I was not mentioned in the celebrities that were invited to watch the game list either. It's like behind one of the baskets, but like not exactly behind, but just like not in the center. Yeah, you didn't get mentioned in the Jumbotron. Unbelievably insecure person. And yet, he's the richest person on the planet. And we know he doesn't fucking work hard because he tweets all the goddamn time. That's working because he owns Twitter. This guy is a trillionaire, owns like 3 or 4 massive companies. He bought Twitter and completely changed the entire landscape of
I wanted to talk about this Tony Hinchcliffe special, Man of the People on Netflix, because you are absolutely right, Casey. I went in wanting it to be good, hoping it was going to be good. I think there are a lot of channels, like the special came out on Tuesday, and I think there are a lot of channels that cover this stuff that had their minds made up on Monday about what it was going to be. Like, I think a lot of people already hate on Tony. They think the Austin crew sucks, and they just said, oh, this is going to be another Gringo Pop. I went in this totally open-minded and said I want to enjoy it. Especially, I think Tony has such an interesting place in comedy where he has, basically the biggest comedy podcast that exists. And he's created something that I do think is very cool. I think there's a lot of negatives to what Kill Tony has brought to comedy. Mainly, I just think those guys blow up too quick when they're not ready for it. But you give young comedians an opportunity to be seen by people. And people talk a lot about like, oh, Cam Patterson gets on SNL. But I think what it does is there's a lot of people that get on there and gain, 300 Instagram followers, which for them is like a real opportunity. Like that is a big deal when you're early on in your career. So I think Tony holds an interesting place in comedy. And One Shot, his last Netflix special, there's like legend around how bad it is, where he got scrubbed. You can't find it anymore. And now this new special was so bad that I found people saying, I actually liked One Shot compared to this. So it was so disappointing, this special. Given the last month of people calling Tony a lazy racist, and people like me sat here and were like, hey, you're crazy. He's not lazy. And then he put out the biggest lump of horse shit. It was completely lazy. Like, this was a lazy special. And I don't think Tony's a lazy guy. He seems like a guy who cares about stand-up and cares what people think of him. And he just showed up to this special taping and did a lot of crowd work that went nowhere, relied on, like, lazy stereotypes. And even, like, some of them would lead to kind of an interesting joke. I think if it was formatted, because based on the roasts, maybe someone does a lot of the writing for him, I don't know. But based on the roasts, Tony seems like a good joke writer. And I think maybe if he formatted it like
like Mark Norman, where it's joke, 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 which is kind of what I was expecting. I think maybe he could have done something.
I'm just thinking about the list of people directors that you've worked with, and it's an insane. It's Coppola, Scorsese. Help me out here. Eastwood, Spielberg,
Chris Nolan,
and the one I'm most interested in, kind of, is they're all iconic directors and amazing, but I don't have a sense of what Eastwood would be like as a director. I've always heard it was like one take, or he's quick.
Yeah. The very first day. So the first time I worked with him twice, and the first time was Invictus. So I was playing a South African rugby player.
Yeah.
And that's a really tough accent to do. So I spent 6 months. There's this great dialect coach named Tim Monick, very famous in our world, and he's wonderful. And I've known him for a very long time. And Tim would come. I was living in Miami at the time, and he would come. And I had a little office over the garage, and he would come in from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. We would work on this accent because South Africans speak English. It's like their tongue does the exact opposite thing that ours do. Like if I say, "I'll be right back," if you say it and you think about what your tongue's doing, they say, "Oh, we got big."
Oh yeah.
Okay. And you go, "What the fuck just happened in my mouth?" Right?
Yeah.
So it's very hard.
This is why you're an actor and I am not.
But we took it was a lot of work. And fun and great. And I showed up and I'm ready. It's like my chance to work with one of my heroes. And the very first take, I did it. And meanwhile, I've done this so many thousands of times. I have a number of different ways that I'm thinking maybe doing the scene. So he goes, "Cut, Brent, move on." And I go, hang on. Boss, want to do another one? I mean, I wasn't even in costume. That was the first one. Like, you want to do it? And he goes, "Why? You want to waste everybody's time?" Oh my God. And I went, "No, I guess we're moving on." and it was one take.
He was holding a gun.
No, but there was a kindness in it too. He was a lovely guy. And what was really interesting is the second movie I did with him, there was it builds to a head with this a scene with me and this 9-year-old kid. And the 9-year-old kid was a non-actor. And we had done one take for everybody, all through Invictus, Morgan Freeman, everybody gets one take. We must have done 40 takes with this little boy because we were trying to get this. It was this kind of huge moment in the film, and we were trying to get this stuff out of him. And Clint was right next to me, like we were right next to the camera together, just working with this boy. And so it was like his whole mentality was your crew will go to the ends of the earth for you as long as you're not taxing them on every shot. Right. When we need to get in there, we get in there. But for the most part, we can. Professional actors are going to show up with something good, and we keep the momentum.
I had a chat with Clint Eastwood once briefly, and I told him how much Unforgiven meant to me. And I said it's one of the most European. It's an American movie that was a huge hit, box office hit, and it's a very European film. And he just sort of asked me, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Because it's everyone's trying to do the right thing and making it worse, which is very much life. And that is not a kind of classic American movie formula. And that movie is magical to me. And he hit me. No, he's
Want to hear a good Unforgiven story?
Yeah.
That you can cut out if it's too boring for people, but I thought it was really interesting. there was a scene in Invictus. I think I had to give a speech or something to the guys in the locker room or something like that. And we were shooting it the following Tuesday or whatever. And I said to him, "Hey, boss, you know, that scene on Tuesday, do you mind if I tinker with the dialogue? I've been working on it, but I think I can figure out kind of a better way to say it." And he said, "Sure, go ahead." And so I came back, and on Tuesday we shot the scene and did one take, and he printed it and moved on. Yeah. But he came up to me and said, I thought you were gonna change it. And I said, "Yeah, it's a funny story." I go, I wrote it and I rewrote it all weekend. I wrote it probably 27 drafts, and then I got it perfect. And I looked back and it was exactly the same as it was. And he laughed and he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "You know, that happened to me once." And I go, "Really?" He goes, "I had a script and I loved it, and I had it." And I worked for 5 years on this thing. And he goes, it wasn't getting better, and I couldn't figure it out. And he goes, and then I went back and to the original script that I had. I pulled it out of the drawer and I read it, and I called the writer that day and said, "I'm making your script exactly as you wrote it." And I said, "Oh, hey, what movie?" And he said, "Unforgiven."
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, it's all there on the page. I mean, I've looked at the script. It's all there on the page.
Yeah. But it's sometimes we get in that headspace where we go, "Oh, I bet I could, you know what I mean?" And then, of course, yeah. But it was a great lesson in kind of returning to what attracted you to it in the first place, right? Like the elemental aspect, the thing that really pulled you in, like, you know, is the reason you're doing it. And so too much tinkering, you can kind of get away from that.
Yes, you can. Yeah, it's this is really stupid, but you're saying very well-spoken, intelligent things that I come in with. But for years on the late night talk show, people would have a good idea and then they'd bring it down to the floor, and it would be different from what they told me. And they would say, "Yeah, I started thinking about it." Now I would say, "When you overthink, you start to stink." And
actually, that's great. That's
I know.
Charlie? Yeah. Just need you to name an animal that we eat but doesn't eat us. Doesn't eat us? That's easy. A dragon. Okay, show me a dragon. I told you. I found one right here in this gibberish book. There's a whole section on McDonald's.
It's not gibberish. You just can't read.
No, I can read this. Here, check this out. The McDonald's County Court settled in the Lee Valley as far back as...
Wait a second. This is like Irish or Gaelic or whatever they call it. You can read that?
Well, Gaelic or Irish is what you call the magical gibberish language that my pen pal taught me? Yes, Mac, I can.
We're not making the lead of our big budget action movie, Half Dog.
No, he's not half dog, he's all dog. What if it's a man with a few dog-like qualities like heightened sense of smell?
Jesus Christ, Charlie.
Licking.
There's no... Wait a second. A heightened sense of smell?
What if he can smell crime?
What if he smells crime?
What if he can smell a crime before it even happens?
Holy shit, dude, that's amazing. Smells crime before it even happens. Yes, dude.
What if his entire head is just one big nose? Write that down. I like that. It's gonna be awesome and double and stuff.
What you doing, buddy?
I wrote a musical.
Huh? You wrote a musical?
Why did you do that?
Just to write a musical. What? Does there have to be a reason? I don't think so.
Yeah, there does. Nobody writes a musical for no reason. It doesn't make sense.
All right, well, this guy did, so there you go. I just wrote a musical to write a musical, okay? I don't have a ulterior motive here. I'm not trying to screw anyone or gain anything out of it. You know what? If you guys don't want to be in it, I can find other people to play your parts.
Hey, hang on there, pal. Hang on. We're just trying to wrap our heads around this.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to give away our parts, all right?
First of all, this part is a ripoff, okay?
Secondly, someone should teach these people how to do a decent hem, don't you think?
Oh, are you unsatisfied with that hem?
Very unsatisfied with the hem.
Do you know about hems,
I've been
Charlie?
sewing my clothes back together for like almost my entire life. I think I know a thing or two about a hem.
What the hell are you doing, Charlie? I told you to just feed my crops.
I did. I fed your crops, and then I gathered some rocks, and I built a little wall around your tribe. Then I used leftover rocks to dam the river so that you can fish. Now you're doing well in the game. You sucked at it.
Do you want to play? I could get you a game.
No, I shouldn't. I'm not very good, so.
I bet you're really good at it.
Well, it's been a long time, you know.
Oh, come on.
All right, let me just go get it. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna crack a little hole in your wall. Tiny one, that'll be cool. And then I'm gonna slip a second cat in with a string tied around it. Those two will become
Give me your boots, your clothes, your motorcycle, and a box of Xanax. Transphobic jerk!
Elliot Page, or should I say Ellen Page? She's here to teach us men how to be more masculine.
Get the fuck out.
No, I'm not joking.
Okay, she's taking this way too far.
So that intro, last month it was revealed that Elliot Page is going to be starring in Odyssey, which is like the Troy sequel, is it? Sequel?
Yes, she's going to be playing Achilles.
Well, no, that was the rumor. That was the rumor going around on the internet. Apparently it's not true. But when it was speculation, my God, the memes that came out were so funny. So I can't show it, but she obviously dies straight away. I can't show it because there's blood.
Yeah, she took it like a pro.
Yeah. And then everyone jumped on this bandwagon of putting Elliot Page or Ellen Page into action movies because it's really, 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 really funny.
Oh my God, it was an AI free-for-all.
Actually, it was mostly one dude, but he did it really well.
King Xerxes offers his respect, Mama. All he asks is that Sparta kneels a simple bow and your people would be spared. Don't call me ma'am. My apologies, miss. Xerxes is generous. He only wants your loyalty. Surely even a delicate thing like yourself can understand that. I said don't fucking misgender me! Ma'am, calm down. No need to get emotional.
That has got to be my favorite.
No, I've got a better one.
No, you can't beat that.
Have you seen the Rocky one?
I've also seen the Roadhouse one.
Is there? I haven't seen the Roadhouse one. I've seen the Predator one, but we're not going to dwell on these all day. They basically show Ellen Page from the Predator's point of view, and it's like stick figure alien.
Like Heat Vision.
Okay, we'll watch a little bit of the Roadhouse one.
You know what they should do? They need to put Ellen Page in that movie. Oh, what's the bloody movie that you kept making me watch with Stallone in it? You made me watch every single fucking one of them.
Rambo.
Rambo? Was it Rambo?
Yeah.
Remember the first one where he goes schizo on the computers?
Yeah, at the end, yeah.
Yeah, they need to do that scene like she's mad at the trolls.
So as we know, Ellen Page is a petite little trans man.
Yes.
A woman. And I came across this interview the other day where she talks to she talks to this bird called Ilana Glazer, which is apt. It is fitting because all she does is glaze Ellen Page. This interview was so boring. It goes for about half an hour and it's almost unwatchable, but there were some tiny little nuggets. So I've done my thing, I've clipped it all out, and I think I've made an interesting video. Do you want to have a look?
Is Alana a trans?
We'll get to that. Let's have a look. Let's go!
I've been asking people about masculinity and femininity. We are seeing so much, and I mean our entire lives, we've seen so much unhealthy masculinity, so much sickness in this world, specifically through the lens of men. What does it mean to you to hear me say healthy masculinity?
Now, what do you think Ellen Page is going to say? What do you think her answer is going to be to this?
I don't know, but I feel condescended already. And I'm not even a bloke.
It is very fucking condescending, let me tell you. But before we start, let me just say my version of masculinity, right? This is sort of on the fly. I
would say it's being like a leader, especially like within your own family group sort of thing. It's being emotionally strong, you know, sort of being a rock that other people can sort of lean on a little bit. It's being a provider, those sorts of things, you know?
My version of masculinity for you is yesterday when we went to fucking Korean barbecue, and all you had to do was put a buffet of meat in front of him, and all of a sudden he forgets that the little 6-year-old child is around a fucking live barbecue machine. I'm like, is it okay? Is it safe for me to get up and go and get my food? Are you going to watch the kid? Or
Shut up, get done, grill it! That was delicious, that Korean barbecue. I had a good time there.
You were whining afterwards.
Yeah, well, the feeling afterwards isn't so fucking fresh, I can tell you.
You crashed out when we got home.
I know.
I will say, like, when I first started taking testosterone, I was like, oh, okay, like, I was like, whoa. But did I just start going out and grabbing people without consent?
Right.
No. So I get so sick of, like, something like that being
Right.
an excuse. It's not a fair excuse.
Yeah.
And I'd say I've always been, you know,
Down. Yeah. We down. Yeah.
Don't people.
The fuck is going on? The whole bit where she was explaining what it felt to be masculine for the first time, she sounded like Alvin the Chipmunk.
So point one is don't people.
Cool.
But she goes further, and this gets so fucking gay. And it just sounds like, well, obviously it just sounds like, because it is, two chicks sitting there imagining what they think fucking masculinity is.
It's crazy. You know what I just imagine in my head? I imagine a class full of boys, like in a boys' school, and they're teaching them about being a man. And you've got Professor Baring at the front saying, number one, do not rape anyone.
healthy masculinity to me is, or even just something I've felt as transitioning is like leaning away from whenever there is some sort of impulse or expectation you put on yourself to like shut down or conform in a way that usually feels like this, like I'm closing off. Like I remember kind of being like, oh, I don't know, maybe you should, talk with your hands a little less, or
Okay, so point two, being masculine is talking with your hands less. What about Italian motherfuckers? There's Italian guys that are very masculine and they talk with their hands lots and lots.
Hey, you wanna be a man? Then don't use your hands. Hey.
So, okay, don't use your fucking hands, whatever.
Hey, you wanna be a man? Stop going over in your head how you should be expressing things.
That's such a chick thing to do.
It is totally a chick thing to do.
Maybe in pictures, because ever since transitioning, now I'm like, Johnny, I'm smiling. I am smiling in those photos. Whereas I used to be so, I could barely look at a photo of myself. I was always like, and now, then I'll be taking, say a dude's like, hey, are you Victor from Umbrella Academy? And we're doing a photo together. He's very,
So smile more, don't use your hands when you talk, and smile more. That's like being a man 101, masculinity 101. Smile for the camera and don't use your hands.
She's still too descriptive. She's still a fucking chick.
No shit, she's still a chick.
Dudes don't talk like this. They don't delve into the fucking mechanics of how to express their emotions
No shit.
aptly.
No shit.
and like having that moment where I'm like, oh, should I also not? Like, should I also be closing? It's just like, what the fuck, Elliot? What are you talking about? Like, oh, honey, you're the part of the problem.
Okay, can you imagine any fucking man saying honey? I mean, unless it's to your fucking little daughter or maybe your wife. But imagine me, right? I'm in dialogue with myself and I go, oh, Bearing, honey.
No, this is some retarded schizophrenic inner monologue.
To me, healthy masculinity would be a healthiness for anyone to just, love themselves, care for.
I want to congratulate you on this court case. There is nothing worse in my book as somebody who creates stuff, somebody accusing you of a ripoff. I read in the paper, you sat down with the jury, and I think this is great, and you took out your guitar, and you said to the jury, you think I ripped off this song? I'm going to play you something and I'll show you how similar things can be. What did you play for that jury? If I was the jury, yeah, what did you say to that?
So it was, so my one is, when your legs don't work like they used to before. And then there's, have I told you lately that I love you? And then, people get ready, there's a train coming. And then, what was the, looks like we made it. Look how far we've come, my baby. Don't you break, just like the woman. I mean, there was 101 songs there. And that was like scratching the surface. There was like 101. You know, there's I guess you say it's really. And what I was saying is like, yes, it's a chord sequence that you hear on successful songs, but if you say that a song in 1973 owns this, then what about all the songs that came before? We found songs like from like the 1700s that had similar melodic stuff, and then there was like huge songs in the 50s and huge songs in the 60s, and it's just, no one's saying that songs shouldn't be copyrighted, but you just can't copyright a chord sequence. You just can't. I'm really glad it's over now. It was like 8 years of that, and
8 years.
Yeah, and this is my like livelihood, and this is the thing that I've worked my entire life to do, and have someone like disbelieve it and diminish it and just say that you've stolen it. I really felt like I had to take a stand and go to it. And either way, you lose, because you spend God knows what to win the case, and then you don't get that back. And if you lose the case, you lose God knows. So either way, you're sort of in a. And then there's also the stain on your reputation. The whole of your life is always a question mark of the headline of Ed Sheeran stole this or what. That doesn't go away. So you have to sort of take that risk of like, I'm going to go really public with this, take it to court, and hope for the best, basically.
But you missed your grandmother's funeral because of this court case. Could you have said to the judge, hey, by the way, can I have a day to go to my grandmother's funeral?
Well, it was in Ireland, that was the only thing. And the thing with it, like, I thought the case would end Monday or Tuesday, and the funeral was on Wednesday. And then on the Thursday or the Monday, I can't remember what, their side suddenly randomly called my manager to, like, it wasn't in the schedule. And they randomly called him, and they questioned him for whatever it was. And that made it spill over. It's a shame. I won't get that time back. And she was a great woman.
Did you get a lot of phone calls from other musicians thanking you for standing up?
Well, yeah, it was sort of like in the process.
People to care for themselves, ideally get rest when they can, you know, like just the practical basic drink water, like even that, you know, like, and also just, you know, doing what you can to be intentionally and mindfully not letting yourself get like swayed or twisted by the rules that I feel like end up like leading to so many of the problems that we see that are, you know, do get inflicted by toxic masculinity.
Okay. So can we just do like a stock take here? You've got to speak with your hands less. You got to smile more and avoid toxic masculinity and like don't bitches.
Drink more water and eat more dick-shaped fruit.
Yeah. This isn't working out very. I don't think she pre-thought about this fucking answer.
I don't even overanalyze as much as this woman. I'm a woman. I don't overanalyze that much. You know dick all. Sorry about that. You know dick all about being a dude.
Yeah, I think it's just like the healthy masculinity could just mean a really good cry.
Healthy masculinity. By the way, what is up with the fucking vocal fry? I call that queer fry.
It's fake though. Have you noticed it drops sometimes? Like when she was ranting, just going off, you know, on her schizophrenic projection of her inner monologue, she completely forgot about trying to sound like a dude, and it came out more Alvin the Chipmunk.
I was going to call it homosexual fry, but then I realised some homosexuals don't do the fry. It's specifically a queer thing. When someone identifies as like queer or trans, they start talking like this. It's the vocal fry, and my transition was really, really scarring, and I went through a lot. And but you know, I'm coming out the other end.
It's toxic masculinity.
I feel the joy in my heart now with my fake dick and scar titties.
Yeah, the scar titties and fake dick, and I think I'm going to transition into a frog next. Ribbon.
Yeah, it's like a rule. If you're a queer, you have to do that fucking queer vocal fry. It's ridiculous.
I'm hearing like an openness. Yeah. Practicing opening.
Yeah.
Because it's so true, like a closed off. That and like
what happened in the closed off could lead to just impatience. It could lead to whatever it is. I'm trying so much to just be like, when that happens, it's like, Elliot, shoulders back, take a few breaths.
Like it was in my pregnancy that I realized I identify as non-binary, as a non-binary woman.
Oh, there we go. She identifies as a non-binary woman.
The bonuses tonight are Fight of the Night, Ilya Gaethje, the performance of the night, Gaethje and Gone. So Gaethje wins like $825,000 in bonuses. Either you can gauge success. I mean, the merch, we beat merch, the all-time merch number by double. We beat the budget by 40%. I just got off the phone with David Ellison. He's going crazy. I mean, out the gates from the first fight, the fight exceeded all their expectations. I'll let Paramount make their own announcement, but
it's painful for everybody. You say cruelty as related to the patriarchy. It's unfortunately true, but this is actually emblematic of how everybody feels in this society, wrong in their bodies.
No, they fucking don't. I don't feel wrong in my body. What are you talking about? I don't think you feel wrong in your body, do you? No. I mean, occasionally you might feel a bit awkward if you put on a couple of fucking kilos or something like that, but I don't feel wrong in my body. I never have.
It's this modern mindfuckery. I was a tomboy growing up. I like to do male things, or stereotypically male things, like skateboarding and playing guitar and shit. I didn't start thinking, oh, maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a boy, trapped in a girl's body.
No, because that would be ridiculous. But notice how, like, this is just two chicks sitting there talking about, like, what it means to be a man. It's fucking so lame.
Yeah.
But you notice as soon as that fucking the Glazer chick comes out and says, oh, yeah, I'm non-binary, by the way, suddenly she has the authority to be like, well, this is how everyone feels psychologically, you know? This is how I analyse everyone, and this is how it is. No, you're two schizos sitting there making shit up.
Yeah, blaming all your crazy shit on the patriarchy.
We're missing this opportunity for the trans experience to be a particularly pronounced and accessible example of finding your true self.
Word diary.
Yeah, it's mostly word diary. I kind of want to help sort of deciphering this, because it is all, it's, this reminds me of The View.
Ah, yes.
You know what I mean? They talk about the fucking feelings and fucking that overanalyze fucking everything, and it's just so fucking, like, you're clearly two chicks sitting there talking about feelings.
Gosh, we need to get, like, feel like liberated from that and that shame that you've been carrying. Like that is what I would wish for everybody. And I do think that's what trans and gender non-conforming people can offer. And of course they, people in power, what have you, these like, white supremacist patriarchal structures don't want people to feel liberated. Yeah. And feel that sense of power and feel that sense of possibility. Yeah, nor do they want to lose a societal structure that keeps so many people oppressed.
Societal structures of systemic systems.
White racist patriarchy.
So are they saying that everyone should be trans? I mean, am I simplifying this too much? Because that fucking Glazer chick basically says, yeah, the trannies are good because, like, it just allows people to be free. And then Alan comes in and goes, oh, yeah, when I sort of became trans, it fucking freed me from the shame. Like, what are you talking about?
I don't know. Honestly, when they start spewing off that many fucking buzzwords in a row, my brain starts to shut down because you hear the first white supremacist and your bullshit alert goes off, and then the next one comes in, it's like shutting down. Shutting down. Bullshit overload. Well, I mean, you're going to have to replay that. What the fuck did Elliot Page even say then?
I don't know. Let's have another listen.
Gosh, to get, like, feel like liberated from that and that shame that you've been carrying, like, that is what I wish for everybody. And I do think that's what trans and non-conforming people can offer. And of course, they empower that have needs, like white supremacist patriarchal structures to people feel liberated and feel that sense of power and feel that sense of possibility. Yeah, they want to use a societal structure that keeps so many people oppressed.
I think she's saying that, like, the people in power are keeping down the trains or something.
Yeah. She says we want people to be liberated from shame that the white supremacist, patriarchal people in power are trying to stop.
Systemic systems of systematical structures.
Oh my god, fuck off.
Yeah, it's just so fucking far from what it means to be masculine. Men don't think about this shit. I mean, I keep going back to the word schizophrenia. This is queer vocal fry. Schizophrenia is basically what this is.
Men are problem solvers and they don't overanalyze, okay? They think, what is the best possible way to solve this problem? And they don't want to fucking sit there and overanalyze for like 5 hours because then the problem isn't getting addressed.
So they talk about the documentary.
Oh, the animal fucking?
The animal fucking documentary, yeah.
The fish are gay!
The queer animal documentary.
Yeah.
Your new documentary, Second Nature, it's going deep into the non-binary nature of gender and sexuality in the entire animal kingdom, of which we are a part of, but also it's funny.
They're being gay. Squeezing those genitals of their friends. Really gay.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. She loved that gay animal documentary so much.
I reckon Tank would love it. Little bit of squeezing of genitals of monkeys.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah.
Of course, it makes sense that animals are queer as fuck. And whether it's waterfowl or lions or frogs or sex-changing fish or bonobos or the list goes on and on. So it's a nature documentary that explores how what we were taught in biology class in terms of gender and sex being this really binary thing. In nature, men being the dominant, violent, aggressive ones, women being inferior and submissive and what have you, and just literally none of it's true.
What are you fucking talking about? It's literally like 99% true. There's like 1% of men who are like passive and submissive and fucking would like lose a fight to a chick. You know what I mean? Men are the dominant fucking set. That's just the way it is. And no amount of animal fucking, gay animal fucking, is going to change that. I know you really, really want it back.
I feel like she's looking for loopholes desperately. Yeah. Like when I think of biology, it's just solely based on the structure of procreation. The male does a little fucking dance to try and win the woman over, and then if the woman accepts, they fuck, and then they have baby animals.
Yeah, but the shrimp.
Oh, the shrimp.
Yeah.
Right.
The shrimp change sex. Yeah, so wasn't that eye-wateringly cringe and schizophrenic?
It was completely condescending and laughable.
Like I said, that is two queer chicks sitting there kind of laughing about, like, yeah, let's discuss our experiences of masculinity.
Posing as men.
Yeah, it's so cringe.
Posing as men, dictating how men should act.
Yeah, so that's what Alan Page has been up to. She's got a channel.
Yes, I do.
Thanks for watching. We'll catch you later. Ta-ta. Bye-bye.
See ya.
To 3 o'clock.
The 7 o'clock.
Ride my pitch thing.
Yo.
Yeah, he's riding my pitch. I'm waiting to be on my pitch. Holy shit. Sorry there, Foxy. Back to what you were saying before these children interrupt.
To ride your picks, yes, thank you very much. But yeah, heartbreakers at the end there. We
So
almost
you
won
were
a lot of money.
perfect then until those night games.
Bingo, yeah. And I knew
Was
it.
there a cash out?
It wasn't good enough though, so I wasn't gonna do it. It would have been awesome just to go 10 for 10.
DA, I don't know if we need you to putt ever again. I don't think you need to.
Several presses.
I literally just remember that as I looked over here and I saw the 4 balls and I was like, that was last week. It was unbelievable. Have you golfed since then? Have you missed a putt?
I did not get out this week, no.
So you still have not missed a putt?
I have not missed a putt since then. I'm still thinking about bringing that putter out of the garage.
He wouldn't take the putter. I tried to give him the putter. I'm like, hey, you've never missed with this putter. Just go ahead and take it. Nah, no. Puts it back. I'm like, how many putters have you been through? What was the number?
I had 36 in the lake, but that's all close.
He said since he has retired, he's went through like 90-some putters.
He's been trying to find it, AJ. He's been trying to find putter. It's like, you found it, buddy.
Yeah. I have that.
You ever regret it, BA? You ever regret it? You ever watch one and regret throwing it?
Oh yeah, I paid a kid $500 to go in the lake field one. I really like that putter. I missed like a $500 3-foot putt. Oh shit, I like that putter.
Man, that's another spot. That's $1,000 now all of a sudden because of you said you had this putter already.
I have that putter at home, yeah. But it's been benched.
Okay, not drowned.
No, it did not drown. But every now and then, you take your putter, you dip it in the lake, just give him a taste of it.
Let him know. Warn him.
This could happen today.
Then you bench it.
Well, you're paying them. It usually makes about $1 a day.
Oh, because
Then
it
it
wakes up.
gets benched.
It's like a football player, Pat. We talk about it. You got to be scared of your job. You got to come in every day thinking, hey, I could be cut if I don't do this. If I don't play well.
So what you mentioned, what, it just didn't have a couple good showing days, not enough to drown. They had got a taste. It didn't react well. It's a bad horse. This is just a bad dog.
I don't chip a lot. I putt a lot off the greens. That putter's hard to chip long putts with. It's much better that distance. So I found one I could do both with.
Did you?
I did. Shot my age twice with it.
Hey, when that thing gets ready to go to the bench, all right,
I had it up in the air a couple weeks ago. My buddy goes, no, you like that. Oh, I do. Put it back there.
Everybody playing with you. Hey, just, if you guys can help me around 13, 14, I really like this place. So if this thing doesn't act right, and you look like, if it looks like it's about to be gone forever, know that I would like to keep this thing.
Yeah, one of the sister pros came by the other day. That wedge broke. I gave it to him. Hey, you can give it to the kids. Fix it. Give it to the kids. Kevin ain't playing no more.
That wedge broke its nut around your thigh?
Today's guest is one of the biggest country artists in the game right now, and I think for the future. She's got that power in her voice. She's got that, it's raw but refined. It's delightful. Her new album Dandelion is out Friday, April 10th, wherever you stream music, and she'll be taking it on tour as well. I'm excited to sit down today with the one of one, Miss Ella Langley. And it's a little warmer. Do y'all feel that?
I feel great.
Damn, all right. You feel you want a little flub?
Do that.
Oh, brother.
He ordered it. Yeah, I know he is. I met him on the way in.
You made the whole family now, pretty much.
Hey, I have. That guy was fresh off the damn boat. He seemed like he had some real grit to him. We'll talk about him.
You can say that.
Yeah.
He do.
He do, yeah, he do. Yeah, I met y'all's granddaddy. He was a real. He definitely.
Hey everyone, welcome back. My name's Justin, and this is Dad Discovers, where I'm learning about the world through YouTube. People told me in the comments of that last video, like overwhelmingly, that I needed to check out more of the Molson adverts, specifically the I Am Canadian campaign and the what was it, the traveling fridge. So today I'm checking out the I Am Canadian campaign. There's a ton of them on YouTube, so I just grabbed just a handful of them just to check them out. So let's go ahead and jump in and see what they're about.
So I hear you're from Canada.
Yeah.
How's it going, eh?
Typical American.
Do you want a donut? I thought all they had up in Canada were lumberjacks and coolers. Is there running water up there? Where's your two, gang? You do the beauty.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in the beginning. I was thinking typical American. Say dumb stuff that you have no idea about. But then when you got into, do you have running water up there? I started to think, no way, not typical American. That's not how.
I want to talk about a scene of yours from your filmography that keeps popping up in my Instagram algorithm. It's the old school one where the dart goes into the neck of Will Ferrell. Can you walk me through the day you shot that scene, what that was like for you? Because that is so damn funny. You're in a mullet. You're in a mullet. You look crazy to begin with.
That was so fun. Honestly, I remember because I worked with Todd Phillips on Road Trip, and so when he told me about Old School, he's like, read this script. He's like, I got this great role for Will Ferrell. That's he's already big. He's gonna explode after this. And I remember reading the script. It was so funny, but there was this petting zoo owner guy, and I was like,
the original Tiger King.
Yeah. Well, the look came from I have an older brother who looks like that, or he did.
Yeah.
He had Tina Turner hair, and I talked to the director like, "Can I do this? Is this weird?" And he's like, "No, go for it."
It was your idea for
that look. Okay. Yeah, and I remember I went there and they gave me the wig and the cut off shirt and all this stuff. And when I showed up, they'd already been filming a movie for a while.
Yeah.
And I remember, I think it was Vince was there, a couple of Vince Vaughn, these huge movie stars. And I don't think they were at first this isn't Joe Dirt, you know. We were there like old school, like, what are you doing? Yeah. But then my whole idea was like, he's got to be the petting zoo owner who hates the animals, who's been waiting for them to screw up so he can yank on their leash or just whatever. Like, he hates his job, he hates the animals, probably hates kids. And so I remember there was one take where, like, I talked to the little miniature donkey, whatever, and yanked out his thing. He's like, oh, I go, shut up. And like the animal person came over afterwards and was like, you can't do that. I'm like, I just did. So I didn't say that, but I was thinking. Right. Okay. But anyway, so we were shooting the scene. Like, we didn't know that the director was going to slow down the vocals. Okay. Which obviously made it a million times funnier. But it was still funny because, like, with Will, like, he would add the line, even when he said it normally, he's like, you're crazy. I like you. But you're crazy. And then when he walks away, he's like, I'm so tired. But like when I watched it and they slowed it down, I was like, this is the funniest thing. But then the other thing too that I remember is
Yes.
funny, but you know, when I pull him out later, I pull him out of the water and give him mouth to mouth. Like the first take, I did it, and Will's like, what are you doing? He's like, you could kill somebody. And because I breathed air into him, like I was trying to give him CPR like a moron. Like the real instead of acting. Like I blew air into his mouth. And he was like, dude, it's like, that's not safe. I'm like, oh man, I almost killed Will Ferrell. He's pissed at me right now. That sticks out because that was a bummer moment for many reasons, but also like, dude, learn to act. It's like the Dustin Hoffman, right, thing where it's like, he was a marathon man. Yeah. You don't gotta run. I'm not criticizing Dustin Hoffman. That's right. Go for it. I'm not. I'm just repeating the story. But like, right? Like he was like running before because he wanted to be out of breath, and right. You don't have. Olivier's like, just act. That was my just act. Like I don't have to really give. You turn Will Ferrell into Lawrence. I love that. But my favorite decision, I guess it is, that you would make it from your character, make for your character in that scene, unless it was scripted, was that you have been waiting your entire life to see somebody dart themselves in the neck with one of these darts. Greatest moment in his life. That was a great moment. Like it wasn't like you were concerned for his welfare. Yeah. You had your moment. Sorry. Yeah, that for me exactly. It was like I hate this job. I hate these animals. And then when that happened, it was like it was the best thing that ever happened to him. I was like, wait. It's so funny, man. This scene is so. And so this you're going for your brother here, is what you're saying. Yeah, my oldest brother. I'm so glad I asked you about this because it keeps popping up, and I'm like, I gotta ask Sean when he comes in here, and so I just did. I love that. Better. I forget that I'm in the movie. I love that movie so much. Yeah, and then like, oh yeah, I was in that. Yeah, you don't get that in anything else that you do you? You've been old classics, man. You've been some absolute classics. That one is like, I feel like old schools, you know, Caddyshack is obviously its own thing, but I feel like in that period of time for movies, yes, old school. I don't. I think it's hilarious. Oh, come on, it's as classic as it gets. You know, obviously it's up there with all of Will Ferrell's stuff, and then in terms of Vince Vaughn, that's up there with Wedding Crashers as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, all of it. Like that's from that era, right? Yeah. Of everything, and it's kind of wild just watching Jennifer Coolidge go through a sort of crushing career renaissance. Yeah. And you know, you're you know, got to work with her. You got to work with her way back in the day. No, it's awesome. You know, actually, I think we're trying to get her for Shifting Gears because Kat Dennings has worked with her on her show, and of course I worked with her, and they were like, she's really busy.
Yeah.
And I think I kind of dodged it.
Like the links people are going to try and make these arguments that Carmelo Anthony was wrongly convicted. I've never seen anything like this. Andrew Wilson just took on 7 people at the same time to discuss this.
What do you think? 35 years was too much, or you actually have a different idea?
Yeah, it's definitely too much. So I understand why he got 35 years. The inadequate defense that he was given is why he got 35 years.
Now, the argument is not just the sentence was too much. Their argument is he should not have received any years at all.
I'm actually of the belief that he shouldn't have got any time.
What I would describe as anti-white racism is astonishing. I don't think these guys knew what they were getting into when they invited him on.
Pay attention, white dude. Pointing it out means I see it. I didn't point. I'm trying to show you. I know you're smart. You're not smart. You're white. So when I point it out, if you don't pick up on it,
one second, please.
And eventually they just kick him off because they can't contend with this argument.
That's the only answer. If y'all want to go, this is the only answer. They don't do that with low IQ people.
This just happened, and it is worth looking at. Andrew asked an interesting hypothetical.
If I were to say that he pulled out a gun and shot him in the chest after it was the case that he got shoved, would you say that that was equally justified?
The laws need to demonstrate what actually happened. Again, which is a young man who sat there and was aggressed by another young man, responded to being pushed.
Okay, right there. Notice the language he used. He responded to being pushed. So if someone pushes you, are you warranted in shooting them or stabbing them? It's interchangeable.
Can I just get the answer to my question, though, on the Glock versus knife, just real quick?
What is the question, bro?
He pulled out the Glock and shot him with a Glock, a concealed Glock, instead of stabbing him in the chest. Would your opinion about this be different?
No.
Logically, could not be different. It would have to be the same because this isn't about the instrument. It is about whether or not the threshold of self-defense was met.
No. And the reason it wouldn't be different because ain't no white boy got no business walking up in front of no young black man standing over him.
Notice the racial component here.
Telling him he has to leave and then pushing him on his shoulder.
Again, he just used the language pushing him on his shoulder. There's no evidence that I have seen or anyone here is able to present that would indicate there was anything more than pushing him on the shoulder. If someone pushes you on the shoulder, can you kill them?
So whatever happens to him, he was asking for it. And whoever got to go clean up his blood, so be it. Keep your hands off people. Leave people alone. You're not a bully.
Yeah, but this has nothing to do with whether or not you're bullying someone or being mean. All of that is noise.
You're not tough, and you can't make nobody do shit. Go get a teacher, tough guy.
And well, I don't know. Now he's in prison, right? So, I mean, how'd that work out for him?
Right, and Austin's dead.
You can only use deadly force if you reasonably think you have no other choice in order to prevent someone killing you or causing you severe bodily harm. Pushing someone on the shoulder does not indicate incoming severe bodily harm.
And Andrew, we didn't know that you were going to be here like 1 hour before the show, so I don't want you to think that this is an ambush.
Now the host springs his trap that he had prepared ahead of time. He thinks he's got Andrew cornered here.
I'm just saying this because it's going to sound like it's an ambush, right? But like we all YouTubers here, I'm kind of a student of the game.
And Andrew just says, "Bring it on, let's go. What do you got?"
And I actually
fucking ambush me. Let's do it.
And his secret weapon is a video clip you've probably seen of Andrew Wilson sitting on stage when a guy starts to posture on him.
So I'm going to play this so you can understand exactly what I'm talking about, right? I think you remember this.
This. Yeah, he works. He's. God damn it! You're still whining. Stop whining.
That is a product. I'll smack your fat ass.
So you're gonna attach during it?
All right. You see. And I cut it here because you say. So do you usually treat people on stand your ground, stay something like that?
So he's trying to make the case that, well, Andrew, you said to Wes Watson, do you usually pick fights with people who are armed? As though that somehow proves that Andrew Wilson would shoot someone for posturing, which is not what he said at all.
If Wes Watson, with the hairs on the arms, whatever the dude I'll call him, smack Andrew, everybody on the white and black community would say, hey man, you got what you got. You went ahead and you put your hands on a person that wasn't doing nothing to you. So if Andrew has a gun and he shoots you or a knife or a bat or whatever, you are going to Andrew doesn't spend one day in jail. You touched him, you go to heaven, and Andrew goes and does his Crucible podcast.
I don't think that's how it works. I don't think that had he touched Andrew, Andrew could have shot him.
What changed between that and the situation where that dude put his hands on him and warned him? He says, if you touch me again, see what happens. You kind of warn him.
Only use your weapon if you genuinely believe you have no other choice. That's the best way to simplify it, because it does vary from state to state.
There was never any threat from me at all. Just that if you attack me, not you shove me on the shoulder or something.
No.
You attack me.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm attacked, of course.
Yeah.
If he tackled Andrew, had him on the ground, and was choking him, that would be a different story. There's no parallel here to what happened with Carmelo Anthony.
And I think I kind of got you. The difference between you and Wes Watson is the same size difference between Metcalf and Carmelo.
This has nothing to do with the size difference. All of this is noise.
Go ahead.
Florida has a different set of standard ground laws than Texas does. That's one. The reason I bring in the state of California is because it has distinct laws about self-defense too. Wouldn't have been able to use the same laws to protect myself in California, having a concealed carry, that I would have been able to in Florida. And Florida does have better standard ground laws than Texas does, though Texas does have pretty good laws when it comes to this. So, but ultimately, I think in Texas, I still may have ended up in a problem unless the guy attacked me.
And Andrew also points out that there was no escalation on his part. He did the opposite of what Carmelo Anthony did.
In fact, the reason I won that engagement overwhelmingly is because I was cool, calm, and collected and refused to escalate it. I refused to escalate the engagement. Instead, I de-escalated the engagement. It's literally the opposite of what happened here. I'm
Sure.
talking about. I don't know. Draw the parallel.
No, the parallel is a hypothetical like you usually do. You bring hypotheticals to see if people are not
hypotheticals usually are analogous that I bring up.
Yeah, but this situation is very close to what happened to you.
And if we were to play out this situation in the way it played out with Carmelo Anthony, if that guy had pushed Andrew Wilson on the shoulder and Andrew shot him, he'd be facing the same outcome as Carmelo Anthony. So I'm not sure what your point is. And Andrew even points this out.
This is what I'm saying. If this situation escalated because Wes decided to put his hands on you, he was the one that was pussy and threatened you but didn't do nothing, I guarantee you most people would literally say, hey, respectfully, this laws to protect Andrew. He warned him first. He gave him a warning shot. They look at where we at. Don't do that to me.
Then this guy brings in the racial component as well.
There's a pattern of behavior that we observe from years ago where when a white man decides to go ahead and chase somebody because of some Skittles, chase somebody because of a bottle of water, chase somebody because he was protecting something city from looters, and all of a sudden he's being chased by the crowd, all of y'all say they deserve to die. They deserve to die. They shouldn't escalate the situation. This shouldn't happen. So what changes now? Now that we introduced the Andrew Wilson on this situation, what changes now?
Bro, like we just determined 15 times. I don't know what is hard here. What are you not getting here? What are you confused about?
I mean, this is such an easy hypothetical to counter. This entire secret weapon setup backfires completely.
I'm trying to make this as analogous as possible to engage directly with the hypothetical.
Sure.
Okay. If it's the case, and this would seem to be critical to both the prosecution and the defense, that this guy was saying things like, you're all a bunch of fucking pussies, you're all sissies, you're all wusses, shit like this. He was escalating the situation as much as he possibly could in order to force a confrontation. That's when he stabs the guy in the chest. I think that if I had done the exact same thing or the exact same parameters with Wes Watson, that yeah, I would have been arrested, justifiably so, and probably would have gone to jail for murder.
Case closed. The trap fails. And then they bring on Byron Gaines.
We haven't disrespected anybody on the panel. He's been the disrespectful one. He's actually
Andrew does not do anything differently this entire debate, and yet in the end, all they can do is kick him from the debate.
If y'all both gonna go then, because y'all when you
This is Sparta!
They don't do the only answer if y'all already forgotten. This is the only answer. They don't do that with low IQ people. They'll let low IQ people talk themselves into the grave. When they're talking to people who have intelligence and can counter their responses, they always got to do this dumb debate roll stuff, and then they got to actually throw in homonyms and demonstrate they're the races that they're talking about. Nobody was racist toward them.
Which is ironic because you guys are the ones who brought race into this whole thing.
Pay attention.
white dude. Pointing it out means I see it. I did right. I'm trying to show you. I know you're smart. You're not smart. You're white.
Disseminated on behalf of Canadian Goldfields US CGMXF, on May 31st, President Trump posted 4 words that immediately caught the market's attention. Time to audit Fort Knox. It was his clearest call yet for physical verification of America's gold reserves. Today, Fort Knox reportedly holds more than 147 million fine troy ounces of gold. Yet on the U.S. Treasury books, those reserves are still valued at just $42.22 per ounce, a figure that hasn't changed since 1973. Is that the last fully independent and exhaustive physical audit of Fort Knox took place back in 1953. For many investors, an audit of this magnitude would reinforce a simple idea. When uncertainty rises, hard assets like gold remain a cornerstone of value. That's why the current market setup is so interesting. Gold prices have declined for 3 consecutive months, and gold mining stocks have surged even more. In fact, as I'm recording this, key gold stock indices remain in the red for 2026. One measure that highlights just how pessimistic sentiment has become is the Gold Miners Bullish Percent Index, or BPGDM. This indicator tracks the percentage of gold mining stocks currently generating buy signals. Historically, readings in the teens have often coincided with periods of extreme pessimism, and in some cases, attractive opportunities for contrarian investors. The current reading, 0. And that brings me to a company that has recently landed on my radar and the sponsor of today's video, Canadian Goldfields Discovery, ticker symbol CGNXF. Find it on select brokerages like Fidelity, Schwab, Interactive Brokers, and E-Trade. As always, make sure to do your own diligence and independent research before making any investment decisions.
But you would not hear them because the windows are always rolled up, the climate's always on, the Sirius XM's always blaring, you have the woofers and you have the speakers, and so maybe they should go silent, especially 4 in the morning when there's nobody, there's physically nobody on the road.
I agree. I think we need, it's time to change the slogan from protect and serve to we get there when we get there.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe you shouldn't have left the iron on when you left the house to join a fentanyl drug gang.
By the way, you can find the clip. Someone in L.A., we have a fire captain who beat you to that. She was, remember that clip that came out right after the fires where this woman...
Do you know you're yelling?
Yeah, sorry. I'm excited, Jared.
That's good.
I
wish I was.
I'm going to get you out of your shell. Don't worry. She was basically explaining that she shouldn't have to come in and carry her husband out of a fire because he was there. He shouldn't have been there in the first place, which is a crazy conceit. It's sort of like being like me working for AAA going, hey, if I have to drive a tow truck out to you, you did something wrong, bro. Like, yeah, it's kind of my job, though, right?
It's called personal responsibility. That's the new Corolla administration. You're on your own.
Here's what I'd like to get rid of. I'd like to get rid of all sirens and all backup beepers.
The backup
beeper.
We see your truck. It's the biggest thing there is.
That's right.
It's the loudest thing there is.
Yes. Nobody misses a garbage truck or a cube truck or anything. I don't need, and also, think about this. How many backup beeps have you ever heard where you moved out of the way versus rolled over in bed?
Yeah.
Like every backup beep I've ever heard, I've been in bed.
Yeah.
I've never been standing behind a cement truck.
No.
When I heard it, I've never moved, and I've never actually used a traffic report. I've heard 1 million traffic reports. I never went, oh my God, that's coming up. I got to turn off now. I've heard 1 million traffic reports, done nothing.
Right.
Heard 1 million backup beeps, not moved. I'm O for everything.
That's funny.
I think that's the batting average.
Yeah.
Have you ever moved because of a backup beep?
No. But I
you've heard it from
like traffic reports of traffic I'm not in. It makes me feel good. I always stop and listen and just feel nice. Well, in New York, we just walk everywhere.
Right.
I love hearing about traffic that I'm not in.
I do love it when I'm sailing down the freeway and they're running a traffic brake on the other side.
Yeah.
Going the other direction. It's all piled up. Yeah, Schadenfreude.
Yeah.
Good German name there. Probably know it well.
Do know it well.
Where is that clip of that lady? You're gonna love this. But I was thinking about Porsche, and I was thinking about you, and I was thinking about like I love race cars specifically. I realize I like them more than street cars. There's some amazing street cars, and some are on the border of street car and race car. But
that's my favorite.
Yeah, where
the one leg.
Yes.
Streetable racy is my favorite.
Yeah, maybe a Ferrari F40 is like the one of the more like the indoor. The panels doesn't have a door latch. It doesn't have a handle. It has a string.
Yeah,
for lightness.
Yeah, I love
there's
that stuff.
weird stuff. And I agree. I think that stuff is really cool. But I think I love a race car because it is super pragmatic. Everything is gone that doesn't work.
Focused is the word you want.
Focus.
Not pragmatic.
Not pragmatic.
Yeah.
They get rid of everything is practical and it has a use. And people say to me all the time, they go, "How fast are you going in the race car?" And I go, I don't know. And then they go, "Well, what's the speedometer?" I go, "There's no speedometer." And they go, "Why no speedometer?" I go, "It's just weight.
You don't need it.
You don't need it."
Cop cars too. Do you like cop cars? I love cop cars.
I love anything that has purpose.
Yes.
Like it's made
What
for
is
this
that?
thing, not
I
15
like
other
that
things.
too. That's a car. Is that a car head thing?
It's not all cars. See, they're guys that like Mustangs, and the Mustangs have fake vents for the rear. Yeah, I know. The fake hood vent. The hood doesn't even have a hole in it. There's just a plastic thing on top of the hood. And then I don't know why this angers me the most, but the rear brakes on the fender has cooling vents, except for there's no hole in the fender.
Right.
It's just plastic stuck on there. And then some cars, you go in the interior, and the steering wheel would have Allen bolts in the steering wheel, except for they're just plastic.
Right.
And they're just cast in. And that's what I hate the most.
Why do you think Japanese cars put a little bugle on the horn button? Why did they do that? I remember noticing this when we had a Toyota Corolla in '71, and those little bugles.
Yeah.
I thought, what are they? They think we don't know what that button does?
Yeah.
Why do you think?
I don't know. Here's what I would say if I was designing a car. Get rid of the bugle, unless we're talking about the snack. And
No,
that's a
not
totally
the
different.
snack.
That's a totally
I like
different story.
the
The
snack, but I
snack's
don't
awesome.
like a little bugle.
Get
on
rid
my
of the
horn button.
bugle.
It's annoying.
And
it's
then
insulting.
Don't make me have to get out my jeweler's loop to figure out which side the gas flap is on. I have to do a lot of like peeking. It's that
little triangle.
That little triangle.
But they didn't used to have anything, and you had to guess.
Nothing. I know.
I love that little thing.
I want it bigger. That's all.
Okay.
Get rid of
To go
use the
back
ink from the bugle.
You love Datsun,
Yes.
then Nissan.
Yes.
The Nissan Xterra, their ad campaign, as you recall, was everything you need, nothing you don't.
Right.
I always felt like that summed up a car guy's mentality perfectly.
But there's different car guys. So you like
Yes, of course.
You like Porsche because Porsche is everything you need to go fast, with none of the trappings of like Ferrari is awesome, but they're still Ferrari, and they still have a few bells and whistles.
It's a little bit of a car for other people too that you want to impress, and I don't like to be that guy.
Porsche is the purest, I would say. Like when you start looking at the key, and the key is drilled out for weight. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that.
It's minimalism, essentialism. You look at the body shape itself. Looks like a fitted sheet over what's the minimum shape, but still interesting. As Mies van der Rohe, who was the first guy to say less is more, an interesting simplicity is the most precious and difficult thing to achieve. And I would say that describes what I like about Porsche, especially old ones. An interesting simplicity.
Yeah, I completely agree. And there's little things where you just go, oh, like when I got my 935. That's the big turbo car for those who are listening. And
we've lost everyone who's interested in commenting or show business.
All right, well, we'll circle back, but I will say this. When I got my 935, I took it to Bruce Canepa. You probably know.
I know Bruce.
And I said, well, you got to get this thing ready so I can race it. And they said, well, you got to take the aluminum roll bar out, which it doesn't weigh anything. It's sort of like wide. It's a roll bar. It's made out of a coat hanger, essentially.
Yeah, it would do nothing.
And you got to put a chromoly one in there in case there's an accident. And, you know, you're a big celebrity, not big enough for Seinfeld to walk 100 feet to see your car.
No.
He added that. I didn't even say
100 feet
this.
is far.
So when they pulled the old roll cage out, at the back of the roll cage where the engine was, there was this fitting, like an opening, like a hose bib, into the roll cage. And then at the front, where your feet went, there was another fitting. And I said, who builds a roll cage with a fitting in it, like a hose fitting?
Mm-hmm.
And they said, well, that's how they got the oil from the back of the car to the front of the car to get cooled and then back on the other side.
Oh,
and I was like, they're pumping oil through the roll cage? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, why? They're like, 8 feet less of hose to run.
Oh, that's cool.
And I'm like,
never knew that.
That's nuts, right?
There's a car I almost brought today to show you. I have a 934, and you know what that is.
It's a one turbo, single turbo.
That Bruce and I found in Greece,
Uh-huh.
and we turned it into a streetcar, and it's completely insane. It's 2,000 pounds, 500 horsepower, but it's a bit of a handful.
Yes.
I was going to bring that today to show you because I knew you would like that.
Well, you brought it up. You brought a GT. I'll play this clip, by the way, just so you can
Okay.
know.
For those of you that are still listening.
Then we'll do comedy.
This is a good look.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person a little bit more ease, knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is she strong enough to do this? Or you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire, which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
I like that she's clapping back at the grieving widow. What's the wrong place to be in a house fire? Like a den?
What are you doing in your house while it's on fire?
That's a bigger question.
Yeah.
Yeah, why were you even in...
Why are you in your house?
Why were you in the Mini Cooper when it went off the cliff? Why do we have to do it? Yes.
That's funny.
I like that. And I also like that people produced it and edited it and put music bed under it and went, this is ready for release. And nobody in the chain of command raised their hand and went, you know what?
Yeah. Question.
Quick question. Have you ever seen, for that reason, the Minister of Defense, Deacon Jones, the clip of him talking about the head slap?
L.A. Rams.
60s.
60s.
Yes.
Roman Gabriel.
That era. Deacon Jones, there's the greatest clip ever. Meaning somebody shot it, NFL Films shot it, NFL Films edited it, and then it was released. And then I saw it years later on TV, and they've edited it out now, but somebody captured it on their TV, and it'll go along in the annals of why didn't they catch this and why didn't they edit it. I'll play it for you, just react
75.
to it.
I was going to guess 74. This is really my...
Merlin Olsen was 74, I think. All right, here we go.
Atkins' threat of breaking arms was the reality of the Deacon Jones head slap. The head slap was to do two purposes. One was to give myself an initial head start on the pass rush. In other words, the extra step. Because anytime you go upside a man's head or a woman, then they have a tendency to blink their eyes or close their eyes.
He added woman. He added woman, even though no woman has ever started as a weak side tackle in the NFL.
Deacon Jones and Bubba Smith, two greatest lineman names ever.
Yes. Otis Sistrunk was pretty good.
Sistrunk, yeah.
That's a strong lineman's name, too. And back when bald meant something. Bald today is just like Bezos, you know what I mean? Back then, if you were bald, that meant something. You know what I mean? You were Von Villain, or you were Otis Sistrunk, but like nobody went full shaved head back then.
No.
It's nothing anymore.
Nothing.
Sort of like, it's about the time when like a guy who drove a Mercedes. I said, he's got a Mercedes Benz. Yes. He's a big deal pulling up in his Mercedes. Now everyone's secretary's got a 190 or whatever. It's not.
Do
not
you
a thing.
think the shaved head, beard, reverse baldness solution will last? It is hugely, couldn't be more popular.
Yes.
For some reason, James Taylor has no interest in it. I don't know why.
Right.
But do you think it will last as a men's fashion technique to deal with baldness?
Feels like compensation is kind of what you're saying. Like the guy.
Yes, I have hair, but in a different place.
Right.
So I get the same credit or some credit. Give me some credit.
Yes, I'm capable of growing hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think this UCLA baldness cure story is real? Have they really cured it?
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen that story?
No.
They have apparently cured it. They've come up with something.
I don't like it as somebody who genetically did not get a great hand, and you can kind of tell. I mean, I don't.
Look at what's behind you.
I don't think
the Adam Carolla show.
I know. Now
I'm
you're
not
trying to
secure,
build me
he
up.
says.
No, I don't feel that way.
Slapping his name all over the place.
Look, I have skinny calves, and that just
So
means
do I.
it's bad genetic hand because that's all genetics. It's 100%
The
genetic.
only thing I'm insecure about, the only thing I would wish for myself that I don't have is I like when I see people with nice lower legs.
Yes.
Strong lower legs. Yeah.
Yes. And it also is purely genetic. It has nothing to do with performance. It'll intimidate other guys. Like there's guys. Yeah, there are guys. Sometimes I'll see a guy and I go, I think I could take that guy. And then I look down and I see those calves. I go, okay, I'm not going to mess with this guy. Huge calves guy, you got to stay away from.
There are great boxers that don't have big calves because they.
John Jones, the greatest UFC fighter to ever live,
really
has no calves.
Okay, so
zero.
We don't need them.
They're really like those vents on the side of the Mustang. They're just there for show, Jerry.
Right.
They don't function. The most devastating knockout artist in the UFC has no calves.
Is he still active, or
he retires, he unretires, he goes dormant for long periods of time. They throw lots of money at him, and they get him back out to fight, and then he wins.
I like George St. Pierre.
Yeah, me too.
What a physique.
There's a bald guy.
Oh, right. But
yeah, no beard.
But you never noticed because
he's
such
busy.
a specimen.
Hey.
What a specimen.
I totally agree with that great Jean-Claude Van Damme type accent, you know, and a gentleman. But he's got
Canadian.
the French accent. Yeah, but he's like French Canadian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Do you do any preparation for this show?
I think you know the answer to that. Yeah, I got a punch list that says George St. Pierre on it right now.
But is there anything about me that you want to know that you're curious about?
Yes, I did.
You did do some prep.
I did.
Okay. That makes me feel
I did. Sorry. I wanted to talk to you. See, here's the thing. I meet a lot of guys and they go, I'm a car guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, what do you like? They go, Mopar guy. And I go, okay. I got rims for my Dodge. You're not a car guy. You're not a car. And then I'll tell them, I'll go race or whatever. I go, what do you race? I go, I got Datsun 510. They go, I don't know what that is. And I go, then stop saying you're a car guy.
Right.
Because you have one thin category of car.
Somewhat generational.
I know, but I was trying to. You being a Porsche guy is not you liking German cars per se. It's a little insight into sort of how you think.
I agree.
You would approach a comedy premise the way Porsche would approach an automobile, which is let's shave it down, let's streamline it, let's see just how effective we can do this and how much brevity we can put in here to get then to the next joke, you know.
This is one of the nicest compliments I've ever received.
Really?
Yes, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I am an essentialist. I like, let's remove everything but the absolute essence of this.
Right.
Yeah, and we appreciate that in engineering terms as well as show business terms.
Right. So
comedy terms.
Your love of Porsche, and not only Porsche, but the kind of Porsches you like, with a little emphasis on racing, that says a mind that's sort of efficient and streamlined and practical and all those other things. So
but if I may, in comedy, that's not just aesthetic, it's also a survival mechanism. The closer your laughs are together, the harder it is for the audience to fall into any kind of lull. You just are. It's like in boxing, you want to keep your attack incessant and the space in between the punches small, especially when you feel you've got someone backing up.
Right.
So this is a comedy technique that I learned over the years that when you get an audience in trouble, to use a boxing term, if you can just not have any air, then they start to almost feel uncomfortable that they can't stop laughing, and I think that's fun.
So what
was your question? What were you getting at?
Well, the kind of things I was thinking about with you is multiple things, like Massapequa.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, the Baldwins are from Massapequa.
Yes, that's right.
And then I was like,
and Joey Buttafuoco.
and Steve Gutenberg.
Who's
not as bad.
And Stray Cats.
Oh, the Stray Cats, yeah. And I was like, what was that like? And then did people know people? It's not that big a place.
I didn't know any of those people, but when Alec Baldwin became famous, and I found out that he was from Massapequa, and that his father was a gym teacher in my high school, I said, "You mean to tell me Alec Baldwin's father is Mr. Baldwin?"
Right. Which was right. I had Ricky Nelson's cousin, Mr. Nelson, looked exactly like him. By the way, as my gym coach at Walter Reed Junior High.
Isn't that Garden Party song excruciating to listen to?
When you garden party.
You know what it's about.
Yeah.
He got booed at MSG.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had his sons Nelson in here.
Well, they were a popular group, right?
Yeah. Nice guys.
But I feel like I threw you off track of where you were going. Massapequa.
Well, I thought it was interesting that all you guys are from Massapequa, so I was going to ask if anyone knew anybody growing up.
No, but Long Island is a place, not unlike San Diego and outlying areas of LA, where you see a lot of talent detritus that had failed to make it, and so they moved out. That's why there's so many attractive women in Southern California, because they came here from around the country to be in show business, failed, met somebody, reproduced. Long Island is a lot of Manhattan talent that failed or couldn't, and then they reproduce out in Long Island, and then you get a generation of semi-talented, somewhat, some kind of ability, and I would put myself in that category. I had so much love for comedy that I just worked at it like crazy because I loved it.
Yeah.
And I think that's how I got good. But I didn't have the gifts that some of the people had that, when I first got into it.
Well, it's kind of interesting. I was at dinner with someone last night, and I was sort of talking about some comedians, and he was a lay person, but I was kind of explaining to him, not everyone's that funny, and not everyone's that into it. They just do it. I go, there's roofers that aren't that into roofing, but it's a gig. It's a good gig if you can get it. There's sort of, and then there are guys like Kimmel. When I go out to dinner with Kimmel, it's like all jokes all the time. It's nonstop. Yes, it's like he's very into comedy.
Right.
And when I met him, he was 26, and he would show up to the radio station with piles of newspaper clippings, like, oh, we should talk about this and that. And then I'd go to his house, and he made a whole claymation model of all these different characters, like a sitcom. It's like, I was just doing it over the weekend. We're making this thing. And it's like super creative guy who couldn't shut it off. And then there's other comedians where you start floating something, and they're like, I don't know, I don't care. You know what I mean? And you're like, I thought this is what you did, but they're not really. They're just, it's a trait. It's a trait for them.
Yeah. Seth Rogen told me the greatest analogy story for this. He came down from Canada. He was doing stand-up up there in high school. He was very young, doing pretty well in Vancouver. Came to LA, went on at the Improv. I said, so what happened to your stand-up when you went on at the Improv? He says, I used to know a guy who wanted to be a boxer. He says, I wanted to be a boxer till I got in the ring with guys that really wanted to be a boxer.
Right.
And that's what happened to him when he got to the Improv.
Right.
It's the really want to.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's also shut it off. Like, this is just what you
Well, I'm
do.
not one of those guys.
I don't mean in an obnoxious way. I just mean, like, when I was a carpenter, I would sit around the job site and I would just joke around. Like, I was like, what about this? And I could remember all my friends going, shut up, who cares? You know, why? And I would just go, I don't know. That's like, I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, I was like a, you know what I was like? I was like a, like Dr. Drew had his dogs were like those sheep herder dogs, those little German whatever border collies, right? But they live in a big house with him, in Pasadena, and he doesn't own any sheep. But like, if kids would come into the house, they would start. They would herd the kids. Yeah. They would just herded people into the kitchen. They're just doing.
Yes.
They didn't know what they were doing, and there was no reason to do it. Yes. And there was no reward to do it. They were just doing it.
No, there's a reward for them because they live to do it. And I would put myself in that category. Right. When I walked into a comedy club in 1975 at the age of 20, I felt at home on Earth for the very first time. I felt like, oh, this is my breed. I'm with my breed.
Right.
We're Jack Russells.
Right.
You know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And so that is a gift. Like, whenever I talk to people and I say to them, what do you want to do? And they go, I don't know. Oh, man, do I feel sorry for you.
Yeah, that's tough. But that's life for all humans to find. You got to find something. And I think you fail when you settle. You fail when you settle. Don't settle.
But not everyone has ability.
Doesn't matter. You may not have ability, but you have something that you can fall in love with.
Yeah,
There's always a thing you can fall in love with, and if you're not in love with anything, you haven't looked around enough. And don't go into finance because of that.
Did you
keep looking?
What is your process? Do you write every day?
I love to write. I love to work on something on stage, mess with it, and then put it out on a piece of paper and go, well, where could I go with this that I haven't thought of? What's the? And there's always a line that I don't like. That there's a funnier way to say that, or how do I get into? How do I bring this up?
Right.
That's something I love to work on. How do you bring this subject up?
Is the most, and maybe I'm just projecting, but is the most satisfying part when you bring something up and people go, yeah, but I've never thought about that. But
like I'm doing a bit now about cemeteries. Going, why is this thing not full yet?
Right.
And everybody goes, they never thought of that.
Right.
And it's really, that's the most fun when you take something that everyone's seen the cemetery.
Right.
We know the population is exploding. They don't expand it.
Right.
They don't open up new ones.
Right.
Why is there always room?
They don't put a
I
second
can't get in
story on it.
Yeah,
you're right.
I can't get on that flight, but the cemetery has room.
Right.
And every human that's ever lived is supposedly in there. There's some funky math here.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a satisfying bit.
Yeah, no,
I used to do a bit about when you use a shower in someone else's house and there's a hair on the wall.
Right.
When you find out that everyone on Earth has had that experience,
right,
it's like you're picking their pocket. Like, I know something that
right.
That you thought of that you don't know that you thought of.
Right.
That's the fun comedy thing.
No, I agree. I enjoy sometimes the nod and the wave of, oh yeah, even more than the laugh.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Which is, I will sometimes do a joke where I go, I'll streamline it, but you can't really make fun of groups or religions or ethnicities or whatever, but there's one group you can still make fun of. Old people.
Right.
You make old people jokes all you want. We just did it with Biden. Nobody cares if you make old people jokes. And I go, why are we making fun of a group that we all one day hope to enter?
Right.
And everyone goes, yeah, that's right. Like, we want to get old. We want to get old. Why that group?
Right.
No one's ever going to become Armenian like one day. But we're all going to get old. And it's not even, I don't do it all the time. I just like the audience when they go, oh yeah, I never thought of that one. Right?
You are in touch with a consciousness of humanity that no other artist can feel. A painter, a musician, a writer, an actor. You bring them to such an intimate place of your brain and feel exactly what they think of it. Stand-up comedy is an intense experience. It is a druggy, mind-bending life to lead that you get to be in, and you get to play this sport your whole life. I really look at athletes; they have to stop when they're in their 30s.
Sure.
I'm 72.
Amazing. And, oh yes, and do you even? Sometimes I think back and I go, "Oh, I was doing that stuff 5 years ago. I'm a lot better now."
Right.
Like I'd be embarrassed if you, and even though I wouldn't. I mean, it wouldn't be bad, but I'd still be thinking, "Oh, I wish you'd seen me last night, not 5 years ago, or like what have
Do
you."
you know that story, that old comedian story where he does 2 shows at a club, goes back to his hotel, the phone rings,
Yes.
it's a beautiful girl.
Right.
All right, forget it.
No.
Let's talk about my favorite thing of yours.
Yes.
Which you probably, I don't even know if you hate talking about it.
No,
but I love this bit so much.
It's
I don't know where you came up with it. Similarities between rich guys and poor guys.
Yeah.
Do people request it when you go out?
No, I don't do it all the time, but once in a while I'll just go, we'll do it Rich Man, Poor Man, and people seem to appreciate it.
It's the greatest. I'll say,
Yes.
I want to make you feel good because I made you feel bad at Rensport.
Sure.
I think it's one of the top 5 greatest pieces of material I have ever heard.
Really?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's brilliant. It works on all these different things. Whoever, it's original, it's brilliant, and it explodes your head.
Wow.
Showers outside. You both get driven. You both drink brands of alcohol you've
Well,
never
I'll
heard
tell
of.
you what's fun. First off, there's 10 million. Some work, some don't work, and then some are.
Get rid of the ones that don't work.
Some don't work, and people go, huh? I go, had your bachelor party in Mexico, and they go, what? I go, well, you're either a rich guy who took a private jet with his friends to Puerto Vallarta, or you live in Mexico. and then they go, oh yeah, people live in Mexico. You know, some are interesting.
What's your favorite?
My favorite is knows the going rate for copper.
Yeah, that's a great one.
That is a good one.
Great one.
There's another one where I go,
how did you think of that one?
I don't know.
It's amazing.
They'll start to. I like. There's ones like when you leave the stadium, you get a police escort. I'm glad you like it. I'll keep them coming.
I love it.
There's another one. There are ones where people go, huh? And then there are ones where there's the one that makes people sad. I go, has sex with a maid, and they go, what? I go, well, you're either Arnold Schwarzenegger,
right,
or you're her
husband.
Your husband waiting for Arnold to finish.
What about the ladder with the wheels? That's a great one.
That one, that's another one where I go, you use a ladder with wheels, and they go, what? And I go, it's either in your mahogany library or you work at a Home Depot. I did that joke a month ago, and the guy in the front row looked at me and goes, I work at Home Depot. I went, oh boy, I'm never going to get around.
So what, copper is your favorite one?
I like copper.
Yeah, I like the going rate for copper.
I like built a room using reclaimed materials, which is, 100-year-old oak or a pallet in a refrigerator box. It's an LA thing. I like, there's weird ones that I never do that the audience never gets, so I never do them. Like, has had lunch with Bono. Like, people are like, huh? I'm like, well, you're either super rich or you're super poor. It's not a middle class thing. Has had sex by a fountain. It's either in the park or there's a fountain in your courtyard. Oh God, there's weird ones like.
So you're still cataloging this list.
I have a list of 100,000 of them. Like, if somebody, rich man, poor man. Okay, if somebody asks for you and somebody says, "I think he's in his trailer," I'm glad to join. I wish you were there for all of these.
They're great.
Yeah, they kind of keep going. They're kind of fun.
I think I probably quoted this bit to other people more than any other piece of comedy I've ever heard. Have you ever heard Adam Carolla's Rich Guys?
Really?
Yes, it's.
I'm so flattered.
Yeah. Oh, I want you to feel good. I made you feel bad. good.
No, I'm not. It's really hard to make me feel bad. I grew
No, you
up.
felt bad. You were talking about it on other shows. I go, oh, this poor man.
No, I do. In all, if I'm being very forthright, I've always said Seinfeld and we should be friends
Yes.
because this guy loves cars. He loves the right cars.
Yeah.
I know. I follow your collection. I know what
really?
you have, and I know the good stuff. And versus again, I'm the Mopar guy or the guy.
Right,
the worst I go. This guy's the NBA guy. He's a big car guy, and he put rims on his Denali. And it's like that's not really a car guy. It's just a guy with a lot of money who can afford something.
Saying you like cars is like saying you like movies. It tells you nothing.
Right. So the car thing, I was like, but I was like, I think Seinfeld and I have similarities in our sense of humor. Like I watch your stuff and I go, yeah, like there's comedians who are great and they sell out arenas and stuff, but you watch them and you go, that's not really my thing.
Sure.
Right, fine. It's not an indictment
Comedy
of them.
is a flavor. It's just a flavor.
Right, but when you watch comedians where you sort of go, oh, I kind of get that. Like I get who that guy is.
Of course, that's why we have more than one comedian.
Right, but I've always felt between the cars and the sense of humor. So it's like Seinfeld and I should at least text once a year.
I could start there.
And if it goes
Let's see where it goes from there.
Let's see where it goes from where. So you got into that club at age 20,
yeah,
and you were just like a marlin in the open sea.
Exactly.
You've been on the dock the whole time.
Well, it was more like an aquarium that I went. I am never leaving this aquarium. What do I have to do to stay in the aquarium? I'm a tropical fish. This is the greatest possible environment. They feed us every day.
Right.
We got a fake treasure chest. I got a little bridge I could go under.
Yes.
I love it in here.
Mm-hmm.
And I never wanted to leave.
And I feel like you got onto TV pretty fast.
4 years.
4
From
years.
Audition night to Johnny Carson.
And
that is quick.
Did everything change at that point?
Not right away. Because I wasn't, I was a hookless guy. It was just good stuff.
Right. But it wasn't get her done or whatever that.
Yeah. But it was the 80s. The 80s was a great time to be a comedian. The scene was really growing. All of a sudden, there were gigs, and you could make money. The first 4 years, I worked for free.
Right.
Zero.
Right.
And then I never, it wasn't about money. I just wanted to live.
Yeah, but part of the reason I got out of carpentry and got into comedy is because I liked cars. And I drove a truck.
Right.
And I'm like, I don't want to drive a truck. I want something cool.
Yeah.
And race cars and racing's expensive,
Right.
And I was like, I'm not going to be able to do this swinging a hammer.
Right.
So some of it was sort of pragmatic. Like, I like this stuff.
Right.
And I won't be able to afford this stuff. Did you ever think that way?
No. I was in love with comedy more than anything else. And when I started making money in the 80s, then I realized, hey, I could get a cool car. I think the first cool car I ever got was a Saab Turbo in 82. I borrowed them. I was $16,000. But that was a black Saab Turbo with that little wing.
Yeah.
That was cool at that time. And then I got my first Porsche in 87.
Is the ignition in the transmission on that car?
It's in between the seats.
That's just Saab being weird for the sake of being weird, because the keys would fall in between the seats.
Yeah, and the Aero, the curved windshield. And, that was a great company, so much missed.
They're not making fighter jets anymore?
I don't think so.
Oh, you think Saab's completely fucked?
Somebody found a new Saab dealer in rural Massachusetts I saw on Instagram.
Really?
It's still there.
Wow.
And they have some Saabs there.
Like new old Saab?
Yeah. I don't even know if they're new, but for some reason the guy refuses to close up.
So, now, I always loved comedy, and I would have done comedy for free, and it was always in me. I just knew that one road, the carpentry road, would lead to no cool cars, and the other one was carpentry, and that would lead, comedy, that would lead to cars, but I didn't do it for the money.
No.
I did it because that's what I had to do.
Well, we know that show show business is a lucrative field should one succeed.
Right.
We know this.
Yes. And so, speaking of that, the show, Seinfeld, it must have been brought up to you before, but I did the math. When you started that show in 89, I think
89,
it was.
July 5th.
I was doing earthquake rehab work at that time in Koreatown in LA. And whenever the beginning of Seinfeld was on, I would see those tension anchor plates, the square plates on the outside of the apartment building.
Oh, yes, of course.
And I put those plates on for a living. So I would look at those anchor plates and I'd go, this is not in New York.
Of course
This
not.
is an earthquake
thing,
which I don't have in New York. And it took me completely out of it.
Yeah. Sorry. We're not flying to New York to get a shot without those plates.
What
And
about all the guys who do earthquake rehab?
We didn't have Photoshop to get rid of them. What do they do, those things?
All right.
How do they work?
Here's how they work. If you look at those plates, you will see that they're about 8 foot apart, meaning first floor, second floor, third floor. That's a floor. That's on the floor. So I would go into your unit. I know how that sounds. I would rip everything apart. And what we would do is we would lag bolt down continuous plate all the way around the perimeter of that floor. And then we drill a hole with a roto hammer, put all thread out there, put that plate on it, and weld it on the inside. So we would tie all the floors to the exterior of the building.
I'm going to need some more coffee to get through this. I'm fading.
It's informative. I think the Germans would have liked this retrofitting.
You're not the first to mention those things.
Yes.
And let's move on.
Okay. But that's what I used to do when you were starting that. Larry David, I ran into Larry's...
We had dinner last night.
Why? Oh, he did?
Yeah.
I think he's hysterical. I ran into his wife a couple nights ago.
Ashley.
Ashley was telling me her politics are a lot different than Larry's.
Right.
And I was like, well, how does that work? Because Larry seems pretty amped up about it. But how do you live with that person?
I think you're married.
Oh, I was. Not anymore.
Oh, not anymore.
But I know Jimmy Kimmel.
Okay, so you know that in marriage, we do have to adjust a little bit.
A little bit. That's probably why I'm divorced.
Yeah.
A little bit. No adjustment.
Yeah. So that's how things work, hopefully.
And how's dinner? But does Larry get fired up about politics and stuff when you socialize with him?
Yes.
He
Yes,
does.
he does. But with Larry, everything is funny.
Right.
His angle, the things he notices are funny. And he's just the funniest, most talented guy I've ever met.
I agree. And in a weird way, I don't know. Well, this is going to be a stupid question, but I'm going to ask anyway.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that different from the others.
Belichick had all that success with Brady, right?
Yes.
And then Brady goes off to Tampa and wins a Super Bowl.
Right.
And Belichick had to kind of go like, I kind of wish he'd just retire.
Yeah.
And you have all that success with Larry David, and then he goes on to do Curb,
which is fantastic.
And it's fantastic. Does that put you in a little Belichick situation?
I'm not following.
Meaning, like, people go, oh, maybe that was the smart guy behind the Seinfeld or whatever. I know, but it's forming as I'm talking about. When I'm not trying to be insulting.
You can't insult me.
We got our once-a-year
I've already got the money and the cars. Let's go back, if I may, to an obsession of mine, which is Brady winning that Super Bowl with Tampa Bay his first year out of the Patriots.
Right.
Being a show business person, born and bred, how do you miss that moment as the greatest retirement opportunity? Probably on a par with Michael Jordan's last shot, winning NBA trophy number 6, and then going back with the stupid Washington Wizards for 2 more years. Dude, that's not how show business works. I saw Tom Brady somewhere one time, and we had a conversation, and I'm obsessed with that. But he's not in show business. He's an athlete. Anybody in show business would know. I just did the impossible. I went to another team and took them all the way my first year. Good night, everybody. You're old anyway. This is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Take that trophy and say, I'm out.
I know.
That's showbiz. That's good show business. But these guys don't care about show business.
You watch Muhammad Ali fighting Larry Holmes, and Larry Holmes is peppering him with jabs, much like your setups and your never-ending joke session. And Larry Holmes is like his left hand, he's jabbing into Muhammad Ali's face. His right hand, he's signaling to the ref, "You want to come in here and just stop this? Because it's kind of embarrassing. I don't feel good about beating up the greatest of all time."
Right.
And that's it. So what? So, how do you account for that? Like, he's
What does that have to do with what I just said?
You took a nap.
This one's for three. AJ Hawk, $5,000.
So, Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. BBC cancels Doctor Who off the air until 2031 because no producer wants it. The BBC potentially struggling to find anyone willing to take over one of its most famous properties. Well, what happened with Doctor Who?
Well, what happened is that we already called this out 2 years ago. So let's give it a bit of context. And then I'll show Asman the disaster that's been the latest 2 seasons.
Metro UK deleted their Twitter account after backlash to their Doctor Who article. Metro put out this article with the racist headline, "Sorry, straight white men, Doctor Who was never made for you."
Halt! Before people try to cancel Asman again for talking about something he has no idea about, Doctor Who, created in 1963, holds the record as the longest-running series in television history. It follows the adventures of the Doctor, a time-traveling alien. What sets the show apart is the Doctor's ability to regenerate into a new form when near death, resulting in 15 actors portraying the role since its inception. Even though the show always had some goofy special effects, what made Doctor Who great was that the show had soul. It wasn't just about looks. It was about good stories, big ideas, and interesting sci-fi adventures. And then the first female Doctor was announced, after 12 male Doctors, and the show saw its biggest decline ever. Now, you would hope that the show, at its lowest point ever, would go back to what made it great. Nope, they sold the show rights to Disney.
Yes, the meat. I promise I can help him get home and then you'll never see me again.
You're assuming he as a pronoun?
Yes, we know. We know everything.
And you know nothing? It's a shame you're not a woman anymore. Something a male-presenting Time Lord will never understand.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how you destroy one of the most successful sci-fi series in history.
So that happened 2 years ago.
Reduced to the most vandalized, subverted, and perverted of them all, Doctor Who. And what puts Doctor Who below the rest? Well, unlike the others, the brain trust at the BBC decided to retcon the entire history of the show,
The BBC.
replacing the first Doctor, played by the legendary William Hartnell, with a little black girl.
I gotta use that.
Actor James Monsoon from season 14 said, "Who gives a what bigots think? For every transphobic, racist, bigoted Doctor Who fan that we lose this season, there are going to be 3 to 5 new fans who are coming in for the representation."
Henry, get away from him. Them. What? I'm them. Well, who?
Nice to see you again, kiddo.
You know each other.
That's my daddy.
The average person at Walmart thinks things about that person that I can't repeat. The average person in China thinks things about that person that might even get them banned on Twitter.
Which admittedly is better than what the show's star said, Shurigawa. Don't watch, turn off the TV, go out, touch grass.
Apparently,
follow up a season with the worst ratings in the show's history with a season with the worst ratings in the show's history. You showed them conservatives now.
But the thing that amazes me about all of this is that the BBC actually expected anything different. I mean, how completely fucking out of touch do you have to be to think that you could spend years belittling, insulting, and lecturing the very people who watch your show and expect them to keep coming back for more?
He was depicted as a wheelchair user with a disfigured face.
Along with the Daleks, Davros is the most iconic Doctor Who villain, with his first appearance in 1975.
But on set today, Davros is looking quite different.
And there's a problem with Davros at all, in that he's a wheelchair user who is evil. I had problems with that, and a lot of us on the production team have got problems with that, of associating disability with evil. So we made the choice to bring back Davros, and without the wheelchair or his support unit, which functions as a wheelchair, I think it's absolutely vital to do this. And I'm very, very, very proud of the fact that we have.
Are you kidding me? This is what these people do. Doctor Who boss Russell Davies warns audiences that X is a hate site for fandoms. I'm so tired of activists. People are awful. They're parasites. They will drive this shit into the ground. They have infinite money and support. They don't have infinite money. And how do you know that? It's because the show's getting canceled. Their entire ideology is dying. And in every single instance where we win, we're able to delegitimize and destroy these people's.
Right there are never going to be without vision on that Stanley Cup, no matter where it is. Could be an adult ballet.
Yeah. Yes.
Could be at a 6-year-old birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
Could be at an ice cream shop, eating so many cookies and cream ice cream on the top of that. Or it could be at the bottom of a keg in a backyard in somewhere Halifax, Canada.
That's right.
That trophy will celebrate alongside the team that earned it, which is the Carolina Hurricanes. And when you talk about those two champions, the Hurricanes and the Knicks, you're talking about a dominant playoff run. Almost saw it early for both teams. We thought the West in hockey was going to have a little bit more hope. We thought the West in basketball was going to have a little bit more hope. But instead, the Eastern Conference, the eastern part of the United States of America, win the NBA and the NHL over the weekend. Congrats to both crowned kings. Oh, yeah. Well, let's not even get started about soccer winning on Friday night.
Man.
We happened to be there on SoFi. Had a sports fan dream Friday. Was in Omaha. Watch West Virginia beat Troy. Troy would go on to beat Ole Miss. Now West Virginia's got Troy tomorrow in an elimination game. See who's going to have to take on big bad UNC.
Yeah.
I fear they're very good at baseball.
Program.
Yeah. They got a kid with glasses. McDuffie.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were allowed to do this. I mean, the entire length of home plate. I mean, it was his glasses. They got an AI now that does stuff in it. I'd like his glasses to be checked. And don't tell me that old ass ump has any idea what AI could be in these guys' glasses. I think this guy might have actual laser on the ball from his glasses, throws it out there, glasses catch it, break it off. West Virginia couldn't hit shit. And then in the field, somehow, we couldn't field the ball either. So maybe McDuffie's glasses were doing something out there. And then they pull McDuffie. I think there's 1 out left, or only 1 out, 2 outs left in the bottom of the ninth, or top of the ninth where the West Virginia Mountaineers were. And I thought, for the true freshman, these guys are idiots. These guys got 97. UNC walks out, moves on. West Virginia has to battle Troy. That team's unbelievable. Eric Church was there. I didn't like that he potentially didn't ask anything about McDuffie with those glasses as well. I might have had another UNC alumni texting me throughout that game. I will be making a rather substantial donation to his foundation. I think Drake May had a good time. I had to guess. But West Virginia, obviously, Omaha on Friday, 2 o'clock, first pitch. We watched that game. Actually get to sing Country Roads in parking lot as we're heading out of there. Hop on Bird, very lucky to be living this life, not acting like we're not. Fly out to Los Angeles. Missed the first 10 minutes of the United States soccer game. Missed a goal. Get in there as they're calling another one back. Don't worry, we score again. U.S. Soccer all of a sudden had the greatest night in the history of United States soccer. Put up 4 goals, filthy. Okay, 1 was an own goal, 3 filthy goals against Paraguay. Dominated them completely. All of a sudden people are saying, wait, soccer doesn't suck. That's kind of what's happening right now.
No doubt.
It feels like soccer not sucking. A sport that I played as a child, as a youth, trying to make it on this U.S. national team. Not only Friday night helps that, but the entire World Cup has got magic going on. Germany scored 7 goals. They were tied 1-1 at one point. Everybody thought, like, whoa, what's wrong with Germany? Then they came out in the second half and said, excuse me, 5 goals. In the second. Sweden scored 5 goals in the game. Netherlands and Japan, they scored 4 goals. 2 each in the second half. Explosions everywhere. And the fans and the atmosphere is absolutely incredible. It's like, wait, did soccer have a weekend? It did. Yeah. But I thought NBA had a weekend. I thought NHL had a weekend. Soccer had a weekend? Baseball had a weekend?
Yeah.
Well, how could it get better? Oh, I don't know. How about an underdog American knocking out some foreign champ, making him quit in the front of the White House? Oh, yeah, that happened last night at about 1 a.m. I mean, when you talk about sports having a home run of a weekend, no pun intended, because West Virginia had no home runs against the North Carolina team. Sure. They will there tomorrow as they take on Philly. Hopefully the wind's blowing out. But when you talk about a home run weekend for sports, we just had it. Yeah. And we're so incredibly lucky that we get a chance to chat about it. Joining us today, Kendrick Perkins will be here.
Okay.
He FaceTimed me at the end of the Knicks game.
Okay.
After they get crowned. I did not answer because I was like, pretty tired, I'm going to be honest. Sure. Saturday night after the Big Friday. I'll be excited to hear what his thoughts are.
Yeah, me too.
Big body Brunson from Stall.
Yeah.
Mike Grillo will join us at 12:40. He's CBS and Paramount Plus soccer father. He started a war with Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Good news, USA plays Australia next week. Mm-hmm. Grillo has played all around the world. He's an actual superstar. Also a former member of Concave Fatigue.
That's right. Yeah.
He's the one scoring in the open.
Yeah.
That I
Sick finish.
Sick finish, yeah. It was like when we were kids. I played with him as a child. He was chosen one as a child. He's really good. Now he's great on a mic. We'll talk to us about soccer. 1:15, we're going to have a hockey guest. We don't know who it is.
I just wait. Hockey roulette. TBD.
There'll be a hockey person speaking at 1:15. And also, if you're watching at home, you're a hockey person that's good, 1:15 could be a spot for you.
That's right. Reach out to Mick Fist.
Hit up EVP Mick Fist at ESPN for hockey at 1:15. And then Carl Ravitch will join us at 1:40. We only got a chance to catch up with him for like 7 minutes in Omaha because we had a 1-hour show on Friday. So we'll talk about it all. We'll cover it all. And we can't thank you all enough for allowing us to be a part of it. Sports were spectacular this weekend. Obviously, the weather was great here in Indiana. I know there's some weather in some other places. Kind of easy come, easy go. We are in that time of year. But I will say, man, from Friday at whatever time we got up till last night at 1 a.m., sports have just kind of carried life and carried society. And I think it's a beautiful thing. The Toxic Table is here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. One after the hammer, Cowboys AP Tony's here. Tony got a new front to your desk. I don't know if you've seen it.
Oh, look at that. That's good.
Now available in all 50 states. 21 plus, obviously be responsible. Got predictive markets in all 50 states. Got free plays as well available. And obviously their sports book. If you're 21 plus and want to dabble responsibly. It's not ruining for everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Please, don't be stupid.
You're an asshole. if you do not gamble responsibly. We would like to let you know that. And although we know that it is an outlier in this world, we know the people that kind of fall into the trap of chasing and think that they're smarter and can figure everything out is much smaller than the whole. We want to let you small people that do that know that, first of all, we're pulling for you if you're in there. But get out of there, you're making us all look bad. Can't be like, we got to gamble responsibly. We just got to have a little. I bow nickel. I put out 45 plus strikes. It was only 40 plus strikes, which seemingly makes it better. No, bow nickel kicked the guy's head off. I had Vegas Golden Knights straight up to win so that we could get a game 7. Carolina won. Yeah. And then I had West Virginia plus 1.5. They lost by 5. Yeah. So last night was a tough night chasing the crown. But what have we been learning about the crown chasing that we need to maybe remind ourselves?
You were on an absolute heater before that. A lot of us were this weekend. And we all started with Mexico on Thursday in the opening game. I believe that night we took South Korea. DraftKings is doing this +1, where if a team goes up 1 at any point during the World Cup, you win that bet. We did that with South Korea on what was it, Thursday night? Yep. Friday we had the Mountaineers. Friday night we had Team USA. That was great. We rolled into the Knicks. That was great. And then you talked about it, like the Stanley Cup. The Hurricanes were absolutely tough. There's so many things to bet on right now. It's insane. It's fun with the World Cup, and now when you have baseball, all the baseball, UFC, golf. We have the U.S. Open this weekend. There's so many things. So, and
sports are the greatest.
I will say this: you have to do this because I always forget. Before you go to DraftKings and do place a bet, they literally have a bonus on any sport you want. Like any sport you can imagine, there's 50%, 25% bonus, all those things. So make sure you do that before you actually place your bet, because I always forget and it costs me money.
Yeah, DraftKings, the +1 bet, both teams are winning.
Yeah.
Now it caught us on Sunday, I think.
It did. Brazil.
Brazil, it caught us because Brazil ended up tying. They didn't end up coming back and going up 1. But this +1 bet, if your team just gets up by a goal, you're a winner.
Yeah.
You're automatically a winner. Now, we're not saying that's a guarantee, because obviously we lost with Brazil, because that would have been an assumption that we all would have made. We thought it was too easy of a bet almost that it was happening, and once again, it ended up not hitting. But they're paying out both sides of this bet sometimes, because in a lot of these games, and we mentioned right there, Germany scored 7 goals, Sweden scored a bunch, Netherlands and Japan had 4 goals. This isn't the soccer of the old days. Now, there's still some boring-ass games. Let's not get it twisted.
Yeah.
And there will be. Used to be 32 teams that make it in the World Cup, so I think there's a lot of parity. Okay, I think there's a lot of parity amongst the teams. I don't know if there is as much disparity as you would amongst the talent level. This is the first year they've had 48 teams. First time. 16 more teams. I assume they were absolutely crushed for making this decision. I assume they were called greedy, corporate fat cats, disgusting pigs who are going to maybe add some blemishes to the beautiful game and make it no longer watchable. Especially with this hydration break, which is just a commercial. Are they playing quarters? Is this U8? Are they bringing oranges to eat at halftime? Like, what is this amateur hour? I think there was a lot of that being said. I will say this as somebody that grew up playing soccer, but never really watched much soccer because I was super bored, because I like to see things happen and everything. Probably should have watched more. Probably could have got better at soccer, but just couldn't do it. And also, my family wasn't sitting around watching soccer a lot. We were a American football family, always have been. These games have been electrifying. And getting a chance to be there on Friday night, this American team right here, hey, first time in our history, in my life, I don't know about before that, but in my life, once again, growing up playing soccer my entire life, aiming to hopefully one day play for the national team, all that type of stuff. We've never had the amount of guys with nasty, filthy skill that we have now. We have 9 guys on the pitch, on the field, that can cook people, that can take people on. Now, Reamer, our captain, 37-year-old, plays a vital role in this entire thing in the back.
The old guard.
He is the old guard.
Yep.
But I think the guard that's coming up right behind him, which was the crew that was crowned maybe in the last World Cup, I don't know if they're all natural. I don't know if there's any natural leaders in that bunch. I don't think Reina is like a natural leader, even though his dad was. I don't think Prolific wants to be like a leader. I don't think that's the case. There was that generation that was supposed to be the Golden Boys. They're supposed to be the best we've ever been. And these guys grew up in academies in Europe. We never had that before. I don't think any of them wanted to be like the captain of the team. I think they all just wanted to play. Now, that generation, Reamer's captain, 37 years old, that generation, very talented. And then this generation that's right behind it,
Nasty.
Yeah. We killed Paraguay. We cooked Paraguay. Our defense was suffocating. We were running like a 3-4-3 and then a 4-3-3. So you start from the back, you work forward. We had 3 defenders whenever we were on offense. Then we slid back 4 on defense. And Paraguay had no idea. Paraguay had no clue what was happening. I think this is potentially why the boys didn't look great in the couple lead-up games either until they played against Germany in Chicago. I think they were trying to learn the system. The system is chaotic. The system is insane. All our guys have to be able to run. All our guys have to be able to cook people. And Paraguay's coach came out afterwards and was like, yeah, we didn't know what the hell was happening out there. They had guys moving and playing. Yeah, here's his quote. The Paraguay coach puts the feet down to the complexity of the U.S. approach. They dominated tactically, technically, and physically. They create a pentagon in midfield. They have a solution to every problem. We were everywhere, and we knew exactly what they're going to do. That isn't just against Paraguay. Paraguay played well in the lead-up, by the way. I think they tied Brazil and some other. Beat Argentina, tied Brazil. Like Paraguay's a good team. I think a lot of people are like, "Oh, Paraguay must be ass." It's like,
the least amount of goals, I believe, in their qualifying in that region.
Everybody's saying they must be ass. It's like, no, I think we. Hey.
Might do it. Look out! It's coming, house.
I think we have the confidence finally. And I said that in Chicago whenever we played against Germany. And Anthony Robinson attempted that volley that just went through the back of the net. It was a nasty strike. Just an absolutely nasty goal. American teams of the past would have settled that, passed it back around, because we always thought the other team had more skill than us. We're just going to try to not let up any goals. Let's not make any big mistakes. And then we'll score on our one or two opportunities that we get. Pochettino is coming here dressed.
Delivery raise against boxing, betting the turn after getting check raised. It's like I'm in his head.
I feel like Negreanu's doing this because he's trying to throw off these GTO wizards.
Randy, you're on something. Absolutely.
Didn't see a soul when I sacrificed it all. Where they at now? Cause I can see it when I fall. I'm going in. I got dependence who depend on me to win. Bet on myself, so I just double up again. I'm going in. I'm going in. So know my losses and the lessons for my kids.
This is dirty too, because Negreanu played Foxen like a fiddle, and Foxen just managed to get there. Do you hold Negreanu's sizing on the turn accountable?
I mean, Negreanu's
Good morning, everybody. As usual, I watched the vlog. Oh, look at little Rocco. Rocco's out there chilling out. He loves to be outside, even if it's hot. Doesn't matter. I were watching some of the coverage from yesterday. Some funny lines from Ali and Randy.
I feel like Negreanu's doing this because he's trying to throw off these GTO wizards stuff off their game. They know that they haven't studied these spots.
I mean, it's atypical for somebody to limp and then 3-bet in general. To do so with pocket eights, I'm not so sure it's something Foxen would be expecting here as it comes queen, 4, deuce, rainbow.
Well, if you saw the story, they've got aces or kings with this limp raise. You might as well follow through.
Randy, you're absolutely right. Randy said something like, I feel like Daniel's doing this stuff to mess with the guys who haven't studied it. Randy, you're on something. Absolutely. I have a lot of experience, 30 years of playing poker against a wide variety of players who play different styles, and limping being one of them, unique sizing, all that sort of stuff, and it is a remedy for success in high rollers for me. I'm going to say something, okay? Okay, I mean, listen, I I'm going to be honest, right? It's going to sound very braggadocious, but I have to be honest. And I have to be, one of the things, sometimes having delusions of like grandeur at poker is a good thing, like an overconfidence. Deep stacked, when we play like 100 plus deeps and then like high roller no limit tournaments with slow structures, I am, without question, in my opinion, either the best or in the conversation. Because I do stuff that they're like, Scott Stevens said, there's the rib, right? There's a way above that rib, that's where I'm doing stuff that is very difficult. And the great part is I love when they don't understand it and think it's bad. That's exactly what I want to create, because I know what I'm doing.
I mean, Negreanu did say that he's having fun here in this 250K, playing his own style. How is this hand not over? What's going on?
We got some sticky boys on our hands, Randy. Foxen, not only does he not check call, he turns this interview around and asks questions of the limp three-better. This is Alex saying, I don't think you're doing that whole King's Aces limp three-bet business.
Oh, my.
And this is Negreanu saying, yes, I am, by calling, retaining the ability to rep that, right? He wouldn't necessarily bring another raise with the overpair.
That's true, man. Now I'm just wondering who's the judge of this hand.
Like the limp re-raise against Foxen, and then betting the turn after getting check raise, it's like I'm in his head here. And he's in mine too. Listen, I'm not gonna. Foxen's another one who I think is very, very good in this deeps too. But I find a way to control the game with my sizing. Hands go through me in a very unique way. They don't go through me because I'm the tiger and the line go rah rah super aggro. No, just see my freaking face, sticky, annoying, around, doing stuff. Let's go, D-Neg style. I really feel comfortable. Ali said too, he thinks I play better when I'm in like a flow state or whatever. He's right, And I tell you, there was one hand yesterday, 2 6s against Chidwick. I lived, he raised, and something came over me in that moment. I'm like, oh, you're going to win this tournament, Daniel. You are going to win this tournament. So that's really, something weird. I just had this weird feeling that now, because I don't know, something about this hand, universe, I'm going to win this tournament. I just have the weirdest feeling right now, just because of this hand. Something switched, and I'm like, I'm going to win. I don't know. You ever have that?
Congrats.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Third is available. But I have just got the weirdest feeling. We're going to win this tournament. No, Rocco, your tongue is hanging out. It's hot, buddy. What are you doing out here? You just love it. Huh? Go inside. Okay, so I'm going to watch the rest of this, have the coffee, head to work. All right, drive-in video. It says I'm supposed to get there at 11:30. I don't like being late, so I like to leave early, which means I was in a bit of a rush to get out of here before 11, leave around 10:45. Often when I'm in a rush, rather than make my, stop there, rather than make the overnight oats type thing, alternative that I go with, yes, probably. I actually thought I brought I like strawberry banana too, but I grabbed an iced coffee, which is great too. These are really, really good. These hit the spot. This is Huel, guys. Check it out. Huel.com/Daniel15. Use promo code Daniel15. Okay? 15% off. Make it up a little bit. I like strawberry banana too. That's all right. Iced coffee. All right. We got day 2. We're coming in 4th and chips. We're going to have some people that are registering today. There's 2 more hours of late reg. But it's not the same as those other tournaments where they're going to come in super short. Because even max late reg is 30 big blinds. So those stacks are not like, So today we got an interesting table from what I can see, but it'll be musical chairs. I think I saw Leon Stern, Vinny Lingham, Santosh, who just won another big high roller. Now, some adjustments for them. They're not the same, him and Vinny, as the other, more GTO-centric players. So, probably with Vinny, I think there's some spots I can maybe bluff a few. Santosh, I'm not so sure. I haven't played a lot with Santosh. I haven't watched a lot, which is probably problematic. I should be watching more, so I have a better idea. But I'm just going to, play what's dealt to me and see how that rolls out. So this morning I woke up with a very braggadocious how I'm good at this. I am. I'm very good at, deep stack tournaments specifically. I'm not talking about cash tournaments specifically. Understanding how to maneuver my chips leverage, take some chances to get some chips, and I do. Like historically, super high roller bowl, the one drop, this one, I'm always deep. Day one's like the invitational, the Triton one. I always pull stack on day one against all pros. I always do. Like I do think that I completely, genuinely break brains, bro. Break brains, and that's what we're going to do going forward this term. Now, I will say this: 20 or less, I'm definitely not there. I don't spend time studying that stuff. Really important, you guys, if you do want to be in tournaments, to study those because most of the tournaments you play are going to have fast structures where you're going to have to go. I give up a little bit there, but not so much that I give a crap. I enjoy deep stack. I enjoy that I can let pre-raise. I enjoy that I can make some goofy lines, weird sizes, and all that sort of stuff. So today, we're going to go in happy, ready to have some fun, be in the flow state, if you will, and just ebb and flow with whatever I think makes sense at each table, at each player, at each decision. Just go with what my instincts tell me. I've been playing this game for 30 years. If I can't trust my instincts, after all those years, then whoa, and I do. I really do. I'm really trusting my gut, and I'm gonna let the game come to me. We shall see. We shall see what's in store. All right, here we go. Start of day 2. We have the gentleman here. It says on the screen there, do not bluff. Ding, 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 ding. No bluffs. Who do we have over here again? Santos. Santos a little bit late. We got Vinny. We got one seed. We got Spanish businessman, and the young German with a sugar daddy, apparently. That's because I asked him how he plays 250Ks. There's multiple sugar daddies. Multiple. He's an OnlyFans account. Hey, whatever. No judgment here. Okay. Oh, look, Brandon brought a lot of money. Okay. Here we go. All right, so we're going to have a quiet discussion. I'm going to talk about there's a gentleman in this tournament, okay? There's a gentleman in this tournament that is actively, because he's in this tournament, caused about 5 or 6 people, I would say, that we would have liked to have in this tournament. Is that fair guess? 5 or 6 people. Yeah, he says more than 5 or 6. Problematic, disruptive, over the line. I would have banned him 5 years ago. I'm not even going to name him. You can guess. Right? I'm just going to say, just guess. So, I don't know. We're having that discussion before people, whatever. Something's got to be done. I agree with you.
Yeah, man. I mean, we all love table talk. I love banter. I like people getting excited. And I even like a little talking here and there. But once it crosses the line of abuse and harassment, absolutely, you're just ruining everyone's experience.
Yeah, we're not going to name the name. We're just going to, let you guys guess. All right. I guess you'll get the update right here. Dipped to about 1.65 inches and lost a whole bunch of little Nicky Mac pots. 200 here, 200 here, 200 here. Where I was value betting against Vinny. Vinny beat me like 4 pots. Sanford River beat me another. But like all 200 here, 200 here, 200. I did pass on one spot. One spot I passed on early. Brandon opens the button for 60. Adrian makes 250 from the small. And my instinct said, I should throw out 550 here and take it. But I didn't want to use a time bank. I just should have. If I use a time bank in that spot and then do it, I'll hold everything. So I pass on that. That's all right. We have, 30-something bigs, 33 bigs. How you doing? Thanks. And played really good. Like I lost the minimum on all these hands. I just kept having like top pair value betting. I was value betting, and then they get there and check. So we're good. We all right. 1.65. Start with 1.5. And one bullet. Hey, we saved 250,000. Hey, that's big. What are you doing? What are you playing? 10K Super Turbo. Okay, let's go. You're a Super Turbo genius. Oh yeah, that's what I hear in the streets. You did all the sims on the bounties and how to play. Stayed up all night doing it. Yeah. Which sims were you looking at? You're chipping in the backyard. All right, break time. We go. All right, Alan, you got a minute 30. What's bothering you today?
Oh my God! I'm wishing you good luck in the 250K.
Thank you.
We were talking about we had a really subpar dealer.
Subpar.
We were all giving them a 1 rating, but there's no place on the app to say this is why I'm giving a 1 rating.
It's not a complaint box.
No, but you should be able.
It's not a complaint box.
But they could. Whoever is.
Can you do better than the subpar deal?
Yeah.
Let's see you deal the next bet.
But here's the thing,
We'll
right?
call it the Kessler Classic. You're gonna deal, right? Gino will back you up and deal up the offer.
Here's the thing. At the end of the day, the dealer coordinator person can look at all the comments and say, this is what they did.
You think they need that headache? Listening to every one of your comments? It's a book, but you know how long it takes to read the book that you would write?
No, I would just write like 3 or 4 sentences.
Yeah, for each single one, each down.
I've only given a 1 or a 5.
That's all you need to do. 1 or a 5. What'd you give him? Huh? Come on.
He's
5.
trying to sort his steps for.
No, I meant the dealer. Good dealer.
Oh, this guy's great.
So you gave him a 5?
Yeah.
All right, 5 stars for Rick. All right, everybody else, 5 stars for Rick.
Yeah, this guy, he bet 20,000. He said, no, it's 17.
He's great.
See? Genius. You went to the sauna, you did the massage, the whole deal, you're ready to go. Deep run incoming in Team D-Bags. Let's go. All right, we got redraw, and guess who's back? Back again. On my left, on my left, on my left. Oh. Foxy's back. Right on my left. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Let's get him. All right. Didn't really start right after break. Same old thing. This one's Andrews makes 100 and it's got 2 big blinds. One of the big blinds was Jack's. Make it 350. He calls. I don't have a dime. He calls. Comes in 6-4 200. Bet 200. He calls. Brings a few diamonds. Check. Check. He had 5s. 5. Good news is still 1.2, which is 24 big blinds. But pretty frustrating day. It was so many back and thoughts. All you gotta do is win one big one though, and all is good in the world, right? Sayonara chips. King, queen, king, queen, 10. Bravo. Finito. Okay. All right, that was quite a tilty day. And, you know, I'm keeping my cool head and everything, but holy smokes, man. No chance. None whatsoever. Open king, queen, then ace jack, comes queen 10. Turn king. He checked back the flop. I was gonna put it on the flop. He checked back the flop. Turn king, and then kings and queens at 400K, which is 8 big blinds. Put it in. Didn't win any hands. My God. Never had anything. I have aces, kings, queens. Had jacks once, and those jacks lost to 5s on the river. Man, that was frustrating because we really played well. Yesterday it looked like we were mojoing. 200 here, 200 here. And like, so many hands. I lost. I can't even count them. It was like I lost a lot of small hands. And each one I had, you know, I was like, had it and got turned. River. Damn. Oh well. On to the next. All right, no rest for the weary. We're going to throw coffee on second of the day. We're going to jump into the 10K Super Turbo. I had a blast in that tournament. Today was not fun just because I didn't win any hands. But I played my ass off, played great. I need a little bit of luck. You know, I mean, like, I'm not just, but I do. You know, I've been lucky throughout my life, of course, but, you know, beggars, I don't know. It's just frustrating. I'm playing really good, man. I should have, it's like 6 bracelets this summer. Maybe not that, but, man, damn. Oh well, on to the next 10K Super Turbo. We got a motor, so you don't want to have a chance. There's a rebuy available. It's a fast structure, so coffee and go. You all missed the table bet. I remember she's already making fun of me, calling me old. Right?
You called me old first.
I didn't call you old.
Yeah, you implied it.
I said you don't need the money like he needs the money.
He's a young boy. He needs money, but why do you need money?
He needs money, young boy, because we know about old. So you're right. Okay, so maybe.
Yeah, right?
But you don't need the money. You already know.
No, I need the money.
For what? What are you going to do? Buy what?
No, what do you need the money?
I don't. I just play for fun. I wouldn't have said that though. But I need the money. You know?
Just because you don't need the money, it doesn't mean
you don't need the money. You would like to have the money, but you don't need it.
No, I really need it.
He needs it. He's a young boy. He needs to eat. Needs to make a life. Yes. And that doesn't mean me saying you're
Well,
old.
then you don't need the money. Give it to him.
Okay. I do give him the money. I do give him the money. That's what I do. I give him the money.
Then you don't give me enough.
I give him as much as he needs.
He gives a lot.
I give a lot. No, I busted.
Oh, you busted, yeah.
No, so get this, right? I busted 250K, okay? So I jump into this super turbo bounty, right? What do you think happens when I sit down? This guy, bro, how do you get to my table? Who are you tipping? Who do you grease? They don't care. You say you want my table, and they just give it to you. Unbelievable, bro. Well, I'm gonna go to freaking the Golden Nugget and play the $40 nightly with Jeremy because that's where he plays. And we're gonna see Foxy over there go dark. Is they red open? Yeah. Is they red open? You know, over here. He follows me everywhere. He follows me everywhere. Doesn't matter what time. $600 tournament, 10K, 250, 100K. Tío, cabrón. You love it. We're having fun over here. A lot more fun than we were over there. Damn. Okay, we like this kid. But who has? Where's the bounty chip? Oh, you got my bounty? What do you have? 2 pair? I have king. So I can win. Easy. King 8 or you run bad ballin'. Right? Alright. Get in there. You got me covered? So what? Here, take my $3,000.
Just keep the bounty.
Yeah, keep it. Put it on the sheet. Alright. Kill me so I can rebuy. Okay, Super Tuber Bounty, 2 bullets. We gave the second one to PK. I moved in the small blind with the garbage. Hey, what's up, Don? Yeah. Oh, you love that. Very old school, right? That's playing the lightning wheel. Old school stuff. That's okay. Yeah, I jammed the small blind. It's a bounty tournament. I don't know. That was bad play, but whatever. Maybe a little tilty. Maybe some tilty. Okay, what's next? We might play the $800 buy-in. I'm not even kidding. Because I like those. They're quick. $800 buy-in. Maybe we'll get to horseshoe. Let's see. We're going to go from... What's up, buddy? I'm just playing the next tournament. Because I can. I already give the tickets away. Anyway, bye, y'all. I'll be able to play the next one. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It is quite a fall from grace from the 250K. Didn't win any hands. Went to the Super Turbo. Lost the first bullet, the top pair against the 2 pair. Played that a little goofy, but it's fine. And then, the second bullet, bring the 18 meter out. This is just stupid. What am I doing? Like 18 bigs, small blind, moved in with 10-3. Call with king 9. Could have won, but what am I doing? No, that's just impatience. That was TOT. So now we're going to go play, as punishment, the $800 buy-in. Because why not? I deserve it. Here I am, slumming it in the $800 buy-in. This is what we're running into. Another guy slumming it. We're trying to get even for the trip. You trying to get even in this thing?
Trying to get even
We're
in
going away. $800 buy-in. Get this table over here. We're punishing ourselves. We really torched it in the 10K. Put that hoops meter up. On the second one only. The first one's fine. You know, it's Johnny Campbell. Top pair. What are you going to do? Get top pair. What are you going to do? Is this kids today? Is kids today? What are you going to do? Hey, you got to put wood. You know what I'm saying? Oh, all right, so what are you going to do? You can't buy me. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? You know? Hey. All right. So here we are in the 800 Gen Pop room. We doubled already. I didn't show you the hand because I was eating chocolate. Man opened, I jammed a 6 in the menu. Double TNT. Called me with king high. Honey, they called me with king high. That's silly boy. King queen suited. Rubbish. Okay. Here we go. And definitely, without question, we are opening up a bottle of wine tonight. Guaranteed. Because this is the perfect G-Gen day. I went from a 250K buy-in to a 10K buy-in to an $800 buy-in. And next, I'm going to the goalpost to play the $40 nightly if I bust this. All right, as I sit here grinding the $800 tournament, I'm going to give myself a little grace, okay? It was a rough day in the 250K. You know, I jumped into the Super Turbo because it was like, you know, not much time left. And I completely pissed it, right? But that's okay. You know what I mean? Listen, I'm not proud of it, but I understand I'm human. And I just didn't have it. I don't know why. It just wasn't there. But now I'm in this 800 and I'm going to try really hard. I doubled already. I like these fast tournaments, but if I'm given the chance, I'd like to go back and Super Turbo and not do what I just did. But, you know, everyone goes through it. That was my moment. Only one, though. World Series, right? I'm really good. We haven't had any oopsies, really. You know, except that. That's like, it's not even an oopsie like I don't know. It's just like, what are you doing, man? Come on. Have some respect for the game.
you know, and that wasn't it. So, penance, sitting here, I sit with this guy. That's my penance. I got to sit with this guy in the $800 tournament. Mike didn't tell me. You remember the time? I'll tell him after. You remember the time when you called my house?
Yeah,
They what the hell?
funny story. So
Somebody hacked
somebody
your phone. Yeah, and you were calling me names.
put us together.
You said, what the hell are you calling me? He goes, what the hell are you calling me for? I said, Mike Dental. You said, what is your problem? You called me some bad names. Because you didn't know it was me. Crazy. It was weird, but it happened. Anyway, lady raised my big blind. Check raise. Boom, boom, boom. We in. You want to film too? I got my top two from big blind. How what do you have? I got a two pair. Two pair. You got a big pair? Kings, yeah. Okay. So now we need to hold. Okay. Double. Do I have her covered? Yeah. Good hand. Sorry. Big blind special. What do you want me to do? You know what I'm saying? Big blind been raised. You see 6-7. There you go. Now I'm gonna win this stupid thing. Okay, they're not gonna let me say anymore because I lost all my chips. And I don't think let me check. I'll tell you what happened. I mean, whatever. He opened. I king queen of hearts. I called. King 10. Two clubs. He checked. I checked back. A little tricky. Turns a 3. He bets 5K. I'm trying to size up. I'm trying to get the pot size to where I can jam the river. So I make it 18. He calls. River is a deuce. He checks. I bet my 35,000. All in. He calls because he has king 10 offsuit. So I lost the king 10 offsuit. I lost another one. Ace check suited. The king 10 offsuit. I lost a lot of hands. So I'm just gonna wait on Din Din. It's on its way. Then I'm gonna jump in. $2,500. Half and half. Half stud 8. Half Omaha 8. Patty's on her way. We were gonna get crossroads, but that might be a little bit. This is too much of a hassle to get. So we're gonna go back to modern vegan. Got me some pasta and a salad. And a little bit of. We're gonna go Camus tonight. A little bit of Camus. Finish the night off with a nightcap from 2 or 3 or 4. One bottle. That's it. I'm gonna share it because people always want, you know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for my next trip, I will attempt to open this bottle of wine with this theme. But before we do that, a word from our sponsor, Z-Biotics. Z-Biotics pre-alcohol probiotic drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists at home rough mornings after your health. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It's a buildup of this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for rough days after drinking. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Just remember to make pre-alcohol your first drinking night, drink responsibly, and you'll feel your best tomorrow. As always, if you want some Z-Biotics, you can get some. It's good. It works. We always have this as our first drink of the night. Check that out. Okay, send it out. Without further ado. I think what I was doing before was I was pressing it the wrong way. That one looks like it's going down, right? Boom. So it's backwards, because that's the pull up, which makes no sense. You would think this. Okay, so here what we're going to do. We're going to go with this button. Push down into it. Okay? Where to go? All right, I think that's working. All right. Yep. Going in there. Going in there nicely. Okay. Keep going, right? What the hell? This thing's a piece of crap. I don't know what's going on. What the hell? That didn't do anything. So it's the other button? Alright. Figure it out. What the hell? Okay, that one's going in. Alright, here we go. Now it's going in. Okay. It was this button the whole time. Okay. It's easy now. Oh. I have another electric one at home. It's better than this one. You stupid piece of crap. I can't believe this happened again. Well, I should just use this next time. This is insane. Okay, what the hell? Okay, now it's off. I'm gonna chop that part off and go back in. But you know what? I'm just gonna go back in this because that thing, I don't know. That was like backwards. Okay, this guy should just get. This is absurd. How I keep doing that. No, I have a good one at home. Electric. This one, just not good. Okay, so we're deep in this one. We're deep in. Deep in. Okay. Should be deep enough, yeah. Let's click that guy. Come on. There we go.
Yes. That's a tasty little bottle. It's a good year, I think. 2019 Special Select game is one of my faves. Nice and easy. This will go down well. Pasta's on the way. Patty's bringing us something yum. We'll have a little glass before the food comes. Shall we? All right, Patty, what do you got for me? We're missing some stuff, you said. I wasn't reading the text. We got some cameras. We got some yummy food. We're gonna open this up. When are you playing the ladies' event? All right. And root for Patty once again in the ladies' event. In the meantime, got a little of this. We'll open it up. I'm gonna show you what we got. Thanks, Patty. Okay, I'm out with water. We got a little bit of pasta with some garlic bread. We got a side salad with some stuff. And this is a dessert. I don't even know what the hell it is. Looks like sugar. Just a big loaf of sugar. And we're going to enjoy it with some vino and then go to work. Let's do it. I don't know what the hell this thing is. This big block of deep fried sugar. But my God, it's good. If I eat this, I might die. The whole thing. Look at that. With the chocolate. Oh my God, how beautiful. What the hell is this? This gotta be 8,000 calories in one whatever. Go for that. Whew. That's gonna hit the spot. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in the study of Omaha 8. Okay, over here, a bottle over here. This gentleman's gonna have a glass or two. He's wearing the nice jersey. That's not going well right now. No, but so game over. But look at this. Okay, we can. How good am I? I'm very well. Like a 12. Is it hard? I studied this game in the 90s. So I'm very good. Like, you don't get it. No, I'm very good. You see how perfect that plays so far? I know. That was a sick laydown. This is the way. Please, be quiet. Please, be quiet. Be quiet. Hombre in 2,500 OE. This one might have been a mistake. Just to play. I'm doing good. I have like 55,000, 60,000 very good at this game. But I forgot. I haven't played in a while. The 2,500 structures and 3Ks are insane. It's going to take us six weeks to get in the money. Another month to get to the final table. And then 3 months from now, if you're still in, you could win a bracelet. Oh my God. So slow. You know why, too? Because it's split bucket, right? So it's not like high variance. Man, 400 or 500 people. And you got to play till late, bro. We got freaking 4 more hours? Oof. I'm going to do it because I'm here already. But man, too much. I don't know. I'm like, wow. Yikes, bro. Okay, we got 2 more minutes to sleep. Back to work. All right, we got 78,000. I had like barely 2 glasses of wine. Just wasn't feeling it. The food really got to me. Hey, what's up, Bill? Long time no see. Some people said you were dead. I didn't believe it. I didn't even believe it. You look. It's like 20 years ago. So bizarre.
I just stopped playing poker, bro. I've been dealing. I've been working in sports betting.
That big money, man. Yeah. All right. So what was I telling you? Sure, why not? All right. So we got 2 more hours of this freaking thing. I doubled my stack. I got more than average. Come on. I'm too tired for this today. What a day. God, sorry, I already got one. No, I'm good. So what the hell am I doing here? 2 more hours of this. Shoot. Lovely game. I love the games, honestly. It's just my own fault. Probably not even worth playing this because it's going to be a 4-day event. I mean, it has to be. It's just so many players and 2-hour loads. It's my own fault. I should have looked at the structures. Well, no, but I usually don't even play those because the 25 and 3Ks are always way too slow. But whatever, no more bitching. It's just, go. I wouldn't say go through the motions, but you kind of can in these games. I know what I'm doing. It's not really that difficult. So, 2 more hours and then done. Almost forgot. Throw the oopsie meter out there. This is just silly oopsie. I was getting a massage, and I called the raise in the big line, Omaha 8 with deuce 359 with the suit. For min raise, the guys all in. Flop was 9-5-3. I check call. Turns a 3. I check call, where's his name? I got checks, it says kings. I'm like, all right. Got counterfeit, right? Because nines and ties, I said. Forgot that I had a three for a full house. Luckily, the hand gets turned over, but and actually, it probably didn't cost me anything because the guy's gonna fold the checkbook with his hand. Ace king king nine in there, but doesn't matter. It's still a mistake. You know, you kind of like should know when you have a full house. So put that on the instigator. I got 5 minutes. I'm gonna curl up here. 2 more hours, baby. 2 more hours. Just coast and go to bed. When I go home, I'll go to bed. We're almost done here. We got a 5-star dealer. Give him 5 stars. Edwin's doing a great job. Keep up the good work. We got one more hand or two. One more. One more. Oh my God. One more. Let's go. Good job, Edwin. Good. All right, y'all. We done. I got 145,000. Average is 99. A couple thoughts. I'm just really good at these games, but I mean that's easy to say in these fields because, and I'm not being mean. Okay, I promise. It's great, but like you play high stakes, the play is atrocious. It's horrendous. And I will say this: you're not going to believe me. You're like, oh, you're crazy. I ran horrendous. I ran terrible. To have 150. Some of these monkeys were doing some crazy things. Crazy bad. Like a guy on one of my cousins, they had 2 kings, and we just go crazy. Boards could be 4, 5, 6, 5. Ray, 1 pair. Good luck. Good luck with that instead. Anyway, we're done, man. I'm exhausted. I'm going straight to bed. What a day today. Phew. This is how most tired I've been. All right, done. See ya. Better than an ace, if you can believe it. Limpy's fun, man. I'm sticking with it. Limpy, boom. See the flop. Let's go. What the heck? Why not?
So far, so good.
Limpy. Bringing back Limpy, like the old 90s days. And the river card is the queen of clubs. Okay, so you could have ace queen now, but again, I really thought that ace queen was going to be a hand to be races with. I might have been wrong. Again, I don't have a full sort of scouting report on the player, but I would assume ace queen raises, so it seems like a blank. Now the question is, and this is where I make a mistake. What do you do here against this player, right? Well, if you're going to choose to value bet, right? What are you targeting, right? You're targeting not aces up, because that beats you. You're targeting just an ace. So with just an ace, do you want to give this guy an opportunity to like get off the hook? One of the things that, and this is not the theory, blah blah blah. This is poker. One of the thought process that should have went through my head in this spot was twofold. Number one, I might be value betting myself, right? So I just might. Like I might be betting ace deuce, he calls, shows ace three, right? But more importantly, what I should have considered is this guy's having a blast, right? He doesn't want to go home. Okay? When I move him all in, it makes it a lot more difficult for him to make this call because he's gone. So there's an added stress pressure. There's time banks. There's a shot clock. There's also the proposition of you're out of the tournament, right? So what was the better option here? I was being a little greedy and silly and not thinking it through. I should have bet 300 again. Sounds crazy, right? That third, he's only got 450. Just put it in. I should have bet 300 because with the 300, that allows him mentally to say, you know what? I'm still in the tournament if I call, right? And I got to see this hand. And I beat bluffs and all those types of things, right? Again, that has a dual function, right? Because when he does have me beat, I lose a little bit less. But that's sort of contradictory thought process, right? In the sense of like, am I value betting or am I not, right? Well, I am. The question is this a $450,000 hand worth of value bet or is this a $300,000 worth of value bet? And it's probably closer to a $300,000 value hand in this spot
with the added component, which is the most important part of allowing him to still be part of the tournament, right? Which, yeah, when you factor those two things in, this was a mistake on my part by moving them all in, and he decides to fold the hand. I think if he would have, I really do think if I bet 300,000 that, despite me having 2 million in chips, I probably have about 2.3. But hey, I would say that of the entire tournament, this was, and it's marginal at best, this was like crazy to say, but this I think was the biggest mistake I made. And I think really the only one that I look back on and go, oh, you know what? There was something there that was available to me that I didn't take. Previous to this, every spot, I was doing exactly what I wanted to do. This one, should have thought about this one a little bit longer. Came with the 300 once again, right? Pick up the 300, which is substantial. It's only 30% pot or so, but it's substantial. Should have done that. Didn't. Let him get away with the ace-jack. And we'll never know for sure whether he would have called, but I got a feeling he would have. I think he would have called me with the ace-jack. He did call the flop. He did call the turn. I don't think he was folding the river, unless I did what I did to him, which was put them all in. Which, conversely, right, when you think about this concept, right, think about this for future when you do play against players like this, or you feel, emotionally or somehow that they want to be in this tournament really bad, that opens you up to do something else when you're bluffing, right? And that is, rather than just bet like, 2/3 of their stack, put it all in, and have them think about one more thing, which is, I don't want to leave just yet, but it's time for me to leave. Till next one. Peace. All right, but before I leave, we got one little simple pre-flop hand. I just wanted to throw a few things on, okay? This is where we had the best hand with a couple queens.
Certainly evidence here that I went hard on the poultry earlier.
How are you feeling, by the way?
Don't ask.
What do you mean? Again, the full Chinese dinner. The chicken sandwich for dessert. King 7 suited for Chewy here in the cutoff.
Robust plumbing at Casa Najad, by the way, don't worry. On the heels of that exchange with Negreanu, Lichtenberger opening again, and Daniel sort of looking to draw the table's attention to that uptick in activity.
Perhaps he drew the attention to Mr. Worry a bit. As we can see, Chewy hasn't been on. Look at this, ladies.
It's almost as though Daniel set the stage for himself here, didn't he? Chewy opens. Worry then wakes up on the button with one that he didn't need to 3-bet, but chooses to. And now Negreanu, 2 queens in the small.
Fair enough, Bobby. I believe this is the big Negreanu, but indeed. No, this is small. Worry on the button.
Couple of dogs into the mouth. Chewy slides in. Just 360 back for Worry. Good chunk of it on request. 150 more. It is difficult to walk away from 115. But one does begin to ask themselves how well the ace-8 suited performs against Negreanu's 4-betting range here, much of which would include the power aces. Good spot. Oh, fold, right? I think that's not time bank and fold. Who's correct? 4-bet. If I'm not 3-bet, what are you going to lay with a 4-bet? You know what I'm saying? This was a top 10 Philharmonic hand. It was in the top 10, I swear. You know what the top 10 is, right? 7 plus. Ace 3, ace 3. 9. In this hand, Lucky Chewy, another well-studied player, goes ahead and raises lines of 10 and 15,000. He makes it 35,000 from the cutoff with the King 7 of spades. This is certainly a standard open for him. Not surprised to see it. Eric Worry, he 3-bets from the button. They say the club. So who is Eric? Eric is a successful businessman. He loves to play high-stakes poker.
he's actually quite good. He's really like trying to learn and get better and all these kind of things. He's not like just because he 3-bets doesn't mean it's aces or kings, whatever. He's going to be doing this with a wider group of hands. Now, that's kind of less relevant in the sense of like what we actually have, because with his stack size being what it was, we're in the driver's seat. We've got over 2 million. Listen, if he's got us cold deck with aces or kings, or if we're flipping with ace king, we're going to do it for his stack size, right? Because worst case scenario, if we do, flip with them and lose, we still got 1.5. We're still the chip.
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the MMA Zone. Today, let's get started with what's next for Ilya Topuria following Justin Gaethje loss. Last night, we saw one of the biggest upsets in recent memory, as Justin Gaethje shocked the MMA world by making Ilya Topuria quit on the stool. And before we continue, make sure to leave a like on the video to help support the channel. As we're coming off the UFC White House bench, let's be honest, guys, this was a huge W for the UFC and the fans. The UFC's production delivered, and so did the fighters on the card. That includes the main event, where Justin Gaethje put away Ilya Topuria by making him quit on the stool. Who would have ever predicted that Topuria would quit? Dana White was such a massive fan of Gaethje's performance that Gaethje was rewarded with $825,000 in bonuses after earning Performance of the Night and Fight of the Night. Huge congrats to him for that.
The bonuses tonight are Fight of the Night, Ilya Gaethje, Performance of the Night, Gaethje and Don. So Gaethje wins like $825,000 bonus.
As for Ilya, he was transported straight to the hospital following the fight. Dana White provided everyone with an update following the event.
Yeah, Ilya's in the hospital. He's busted up. I'm not a doctor, but his eye looked like he probably has a broken organ. I don't know that. That's not a fact, but I'm just assuming. And my plans for him are to go home and rest and recover and take his time. And tonight was a rough night for him. I just want to make sure he's healthy and good, and not even thinking about him fighting. I just want him to go home and relax and rest.
As for Ilya, man, this is going to be a tough situation for him. He was super confident going into this fight, and now suffering the first loss of his pro MMA career has got to hurt that confidence a little bit. So what could be next for Topuria? Well, one fight he won't be getting is an immediate rematch, as Justin Gaethje said during an interview that he made him quit and that Topuria doesn't deserve one. I'm such a huge fan of this kid, but where do you go from here? It's going to be a very tough climb back. Again, I don't want to say anything bad about this guy. He was a world champion, but he's in the hospital right now, and I'm not. So I would say definitely not a rematch. I mean, I made him quit on the stool. During a post-fight interview with Paramount, Justin talked about the fight against Topuria, saying that he did get rocked a couple times violence in the fight. But ultimately, yeah, he's such a pretty boy that he was so concerned about the blood. So immediately I hit him with the uppercut. He's bleeding, and he started touching over and over and over. But I mean, he's so dangerous. You know, I don't know how I stayed away from some of those shots. He definitely rocked me. But, you know, I just kept telling myself that to just trust my abilities, you know, not be emotional. And again, when I say I don't have emotions, nothing feels better than what I feel right now. Then, during the post-fight press conference, AJ went on to say that he felt like Tapudia lost his spirit after he couldn't secure an early finish.
You give him all the respect in terms of like his skill set in there. You know, said probably the second best fight prepared for outside of the But now that you're through Ilya, was he as good as you thought he was? Was he better than you thought he was? Just kind of talk about what you experienced in there with him.
I mean, he's very good. I mean, my liver still hurts right now. Those body shots were crazy. I mean, he's really, really fast, but you know, when he didn't get the finish at the end of the second round, I think it really took his spirit. And you know, again, I said it in the press conference leading up, where like he really backed himself into the corner, saying he's going to be so dominant. And I said it. When we go to the second round, you're going to be like, when we go to the third round, you're going to be like, what the
As for what's next for Justin Gaethje, he said he needs to have a conversation with his mom about possibly walking away from the sport. But if I had to put money on it, he'll most likely fight one more time. One fighter wanting to step up is Paddy Pimblett. He reacted to an old comment from Tapudia and fired back last night, wanting a rematch with Gaethje. He wrote, "The only thing you had to do was beat a 38-year-old coming off of a 5-round war with me. Instead, you quit on your stool like the little you are. I'm a real fighter and went 5 rounds. You're a little pretender chorizo. Congratulations, Justin Gaethje. Rematch for Undisputed?" Anyways, we uploaded our reaction video last night covering the event. And after we uploaded, Islam Makhachev reacted to Tapudia losing and called him out for quitting on X, writing, "He who exalts himself will be humbled. There's levels in this game. Congratulations, Justin. You deserve this belt more than anyone." Islam then followed it up by writing, "To quit in the biggest fight of your career is something not everybody can do. Rio La Leyenda." Makhachev wasn't the only one talking about Ilya Tapudia quitting. Conor McGregor also reacted to the Tapudia fight by tweeting, "He quit himself. Sad to see. He earned a nice strike. However, take it. He will get stronger from this beating. What a sport." Conor McGregor followed it up with, "Holloway flatline Justin. Face down. Out cold. It is a glorious time to be in the McGregor fight business." Speaking of Conor, he was actually defending Ilya Tapudia last night. As we all know, Tapudia got into some beef with Terrence Crawford over the whole MMA versus boxing debate. Well, following Taputia's loss, Crawford obviously had to take some shots. He wrote, "This is the guy that said he would knock me out and whip me and Shakur at the same time?" Well, Conor saw that post and fired back with multiple tweets. He first tweeted, "Strange how not one MMA legend at the fights tonight, yet a load of little scared of an MMA fight boxers were." And then followed up by responding directly to Crawford, writing, "What the are you saying? You can wrestle, yet you are afraid of an MMA fight. That, to me, is pitiful. The kid was beaten in an MMA fight, of which you don't have the courage for. What was all these little boxers at the show, yet no MMA fighters? Hashtag, these boys ain't man enough." However, those weren't the only big names who reacted to the fights. Merab Dvalishvili reacted to Ilya Taputia's loss by writing, "Proud of my warrior brother Ilya. I know he'll come back stronger than ever." Hamzat Chimaev also shared the following on X: "Those who rejoice at the defeats of others will never see greatness in this sport." Now, of course, Hamzat probably knows exactly how Ilya feels right now, given that he also lost his undefeated record just a few weeks ago to Sean Strickland. So sending some support to Ilya doesn't seem so wrong. And Ilya Taputia's team did break silence on the fight as well. Ilya's brother, Alexander, posted on IG, "Proud of everything you do and have done, my brother. In victory or in learning, always grateful to God for everything." Following the amazing night of fights, Donald Trump reacted to the whole event on Truth Social this morning. "The UFC at the White House last night was incredible. The weather was scheduled to be horrendous, and it turned out to be perfect. So much for weather predicting. The fighters were outstanding. Bo Nickel, Justin Gaethje, Cyril Gane, Sean O'Malley, Josh Hogan, Mauricio Hufi, and Diego Lopez were all unbelievable. Most people have never seen anything like that kind of human speed and power before. The White House has never looked more beautiful. The setting was unsurpassed. Congratulations to Dana White and his unbelievable UFC. One of the most exciting days in the history of our fabled White House. As we're coming off one of the biggest cards ever, let's take a look at some updates. We'll kick things off with some updates surrounding the event. In our reaction video last night, we covered the whole Daniel Cormier and Eric Trump situation. For those of you who need a quick recap, DC tweeted and
looked like a bowl of brownie balls.
Versace.
Maybe he should have blown a bowl of chili.
Do you see Josh Hockett?
No.
That heavyweight that's making waves? He did the Incredible Hulk. Let me find the clip, actually. The clip that I like is not the one that's popular.
Is he the one who talks shit?
Yeah.
I didn't see it,
He
though.
flipped off Derek Lewis a bunch of times.
Did he win?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Who did he beat?
He beat Derek Lewis. Or no, he beat no, the other guy. Blades. Curtis Blades. Yeah.
It's tough, right? Curtis Blades is pretty tough.
Oh yeah.
Obviously undefeated in the sport. You've got a couple of first-round finishes as of late. What was your reaction when you get the phone call that the UFC is asking you to face a top-5 opponent in Curtis Blades?
I was, he's a real tough opponent. I figured nobody wanted to fight him, and so I asked the Incredible Hulk if he wanted to fight him, and of course he likes a challenge like that, and the Incredible Hulk didn't hesitate. Nobody wanted to fight the Incredible Hulk either.
Is he saying he's not fighting? He's a doctor?
He's talking about himself in the third person.
Wow.
It's like,
I'm a doctor after all.
you'll find a way.
What do you think the Incredible Hulk is looking to prove to Curtis Blades, who maybe
Wow.
thinks of him as not worthy of
She's
his
calling him the Incredible Hulk.
Wow.
The Incredible Hulk, he doesn't like it.
The Hulk.
Glad that he corrected it.
Hulk, he doesn't like when people mess up his name, the Hulk. Sorry about that. I'm just speaking for him sometimes. I know the Incredible Hulk. He doesn't want to play this game.
Now show the fight clip. Show Hockett versus Blades highlights on YouTube.
That girl looked like the perfect bitch. That girl with the bob hair.
Annika Patrick.
Yeah.
Biatch. She's the one that interviews all those fighters, right? The meme is like, what nasty thing is Sean Strickland gonna say to her?
Oh yeah. Did people say nasty shit to her?
No, not like.
He doesn't mind taking hits, does he? Oh fuck! How do you come back from that? How do you come back? I guess it's possible.
Curtis Blades has an incredible reach too.
Oh, he's running.
Wow.
Are these guys not use their legs at all?
A kick's kind of a different thing. If you're throwing bombs, it's time to throw bombs.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, this looks like a decent fight. These guys, damn.
Curtis Blades' face is rock.
Oh, was that an elbow? Fucking some meat tenderizing fucking factory. Look at this. What the is this the 10th round or something?
First round. Round 1, yeah.
What the is this normal for a fight?
No.
How are these guys taking these hits?
Typically, the fighters
try to keep.
It's kind of a problem that they're like pussies nowadays. A little bit. Some of the fighters.
Okay. That was very weird.
And I like this Josh Hogan guy because he reminds me of Pride Fighting. He's bringing a character in.
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
Doing karate right there.
It's like in slow. It's kind of like in slow motion.
Yes, it's very.
Well, when you're this size too, it is slower.
Oh, these guys are heavy.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah.
This is crazy.
Okay.
Oh. That's silly. Give him some stunning moves.
They did 3 rounds of this?
Oh, man.
that deadlift is a fast twitch thing?
Yeah.
So I don't understand.
I don't either. It's an amazing field. Genetics is an amazing field.
Is that a lack of understanding of what fast twitch do, or is it they can compensate with the other muscles in some way?
I don't think it's other muscles because I think that it would probably apply to all the musculature. So there's something that we don't understand. There's something weird going on. Eddie, you can sue me. Eddie Hall, I love you. I love you. Eddie's got a stop code
In his genes.
on fast twitch muscle. Makes no sense.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Makes no
He
sense.
moves so fast.
I know.
And he hits so fucking
I
hard.
know.
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
How is that possible?
I don't know.
I've seen that guy hit mitts. And you're like,
I
Jesus
know.
Christ.
I know.
Is this what the Hercules?
No.
Not
No.
that.
No.
Something else?
No.
Okay.
Oh, that's myostatin.
Yeah.
That's myostatin inhibitors.
Yeah.
So it regulates the production of myostatin, the protein that stops muscles from growing too large.
I mean, be quiet.
Can you be quiet?
The king of space, right? Not like that. That's close. It's like big blank in the park. No. Is this still alive? Well, I think it's very unreasonable.
Okay, well, you spend the first 30 seconds talking to the other person, so nobody cares what you think is
Can you be quiet, please?
No, I can't be quiet. Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet?
Can you be quiet?
Can you be
during
quiet?
my time?
No, you be quiet.
No, please tell
You be quiet.
Can we start the clock first?
No,
You're ridiculous. You do this all the time. You have 1 minute floor. Can you be quiet?
Sir, it's 30 seconds.
Unbelievable.
Sir,
It's very unbelievable.
Go ahead. Do it.
isn't it 30 seconds? Not a minute?
He's got us to 1 minute on the turn.
Oh, it's a 1 minute left. Sorry.
I'm on the clock or not?
You have 12 seconds.
I'll give you a 5-second countdown.
Thank you.
5.
What is it, 6?
Yes. Just because he starts screaming in the middle of the hand doesn't mean I'm not going to scream back. If you guys want people to not scream, tell them not to scream. This is how this is going to work. It's insane.
Stepping onto campus for the first time.
From this moment now, and have an incredibly painful surprise as our second farm. This is the OTP.
Right, I know this isn't how we would normally start a video out, but problems happen quickly. We are at a farm and we have 2 cows left to do, and the next farm is a bit of an emergency case because the farmer has texted me this morning to tell me that he's got a cow that cannot even touch the ground with her foot, and he very rarely has cows with sore feet. So, but now, it's hit the fan here too. Too bad.
These gates out here to take the cows out of these cubicles as we're trimming them. And it's just open running into the cubicles, but this cow here, that one, has jumped these gates
because there's some mischief. That's a fine book. Life's subverted. Oh.
I know you made that look very simple there, but that could have been a big problem. She backed up and got her feet caught in that gate.
Yeah, there's absolutely no doubt about it. Things like that can go wrong very quickly. Right, we only actually have one cow to trim, so we'll finish up trimming her and then get to this next farm. Seriously, we came back to finish the other cow and then something else.
How long this is like this? Just
I have no work sometimes. She was the only one we had to trim. Right. Literally just standing there without a care in the world, like she's got her feet up watching the telly. Telly meaning television. So the tactics are going to change here. I'm not in a hurry now because she's comfortable and fine and safe. But she needs to want to get herself out of there. Yeah, she needs to get herself out of there. With that food, she'll feel like she can't move, so I need to get that on the other side of the bar and then somehow get her to reverse. But I have a feeling a tractor may be involved in this situation. Right. I also don't want to get run over in this whole process. There's no way we're getting her out of there. She's too riled up, and going to end up hurting us, probably me, if we continue. Snab her to the rescue.
Get on there, there you go. And you knock all the gates down, then you go in there, and then you jump in here. Is that a solution? Or you ain't get her all the way down there.
So the plan is, we're going to try and get this cow to move right down this passageway of cubicles, which is slightly too small for her, so she won't want to do it. But the bar at the end of this lane is removable. So if we can get her down there, then she can come out without a bother. If not, then we'll have to lift her out with the tractor. And we do not want to do that. But if we need to, we need to.
Come on, sir. Come on.
I was thinking about cutting the cubicles up with an angle grinder to get her out instead of trying to get her down, because she's too big to go down between these lanes. She's going to hurt herself. She's already skinned the back of her knees, and we're scared that she gets her leg caught in between the bars and breaks it. You might decide which cubicles to cut up.
my way of thinking is you can cut it there, pull the bar across, get the joint. Then you can just slide back in it, a rough bolt, and just sit in until you get welded back on, and you get the ground there.
Yeah, you got a cut this thing too. A small cutting disc. Right, okay. Just this is agriculture all over. You need to think outside the box. Your dealt hands like that can be dangerous for animals, they can be dangerous for people, and you need to sort it somehow. Sometimes those methods can be terrible, sometimes it can take a long time, sometimes you need to think outside the box and just cut everything up. And in this case, that's what we're doing here today. Great. Put the body on this cube first.
Why would I do this? I don't know if you need the button.
He gave me the body, did not?
What?
Oh, I don't know.
I said the button's in the box. Don't blame me for him saying that.
This was not supposed to be the video today. Right. Right, come on. Up, up, come on. Up. One, After more trials and tribulations than we would have preferred, we get the crush all washed up without getting the cow drowned. For now, though, we are travelling to the place that I grew up, a little coastal town called Port William. This is where I lived with my 4 brothers and sisters. It's where I went to school, and it's where I had my first pint. We're on our way to this farm, where we were expecting a cow in a huge deal of pain, hoping we could do something about it.
There she is, standing waiting on us. The bottom of the lane, not looking very happy indeed. I said that this farm doesn't suffer from lameness very much, and it definitely doesn't. But I am worried this cow could have foul in the foot, and if she does, there's not going to be much we can do to help her, so I'm praying that's not the case. Go on, lass. Oh, it's quite swollen though, isn't it? I can see exactly why the farmer was so concerned. Obviously, anybody can see that. Come on.
Cows are incredibly resilient animals.
Oh, imagine you can't even put your foot on the ground, it's so sore.
Because they're herding animals, their instinct is to run with the pack, and any sign of lameness is a sign of weakness, something which they will do everything to hide so that they don't become prey. So when it overcomes them, it must be very serious.
Oh,
it doesn't take a genius to understand how incredibly painful that must be. This is the result of the cow's immune system fighting something within the hoof capsule itself. A war is going on, and it's spilling out the bottom of her hoof.
Right, first things first, we'll get a block straight on here. So if everything went completely wrong here, we would want her to have a block on, because that is going to be the most beneficial part of this trim. So it's crucial that we get that on right away, so that it's got plenty of time to cure. Okay, now that's on, we want to understand what is going on in here. So this foot has been well looked after. It's not overgrown, it's definitely not too high, nothing like that. We can model it out a little bit, which would be in the routine trim, but that's not going to cause an issue. So we're just going to model. Oh. What? Oh, no way. See that? It's either a piece of steel or a piece of like slate or flint or something. God, no wonder she was so sore. I never saw that. I heard it with my blade. Look, recreate it here. We're just gonna model. Oh, is it metal?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that looks like metal.
In some respects, I'm happy that's what we found, and that it's not foul in the foot. In other respects, must have been so sore. Right, so back to where we were, which was modelling out. Can't actually see the hole yet. It's up in here something. There. That's where it is. Right there. You can hear from my knife strokes that this hoof one is incredibly hard. The entire hoof capsule itself is under extreme pressure because of the inflammation, because of that foreign object, whatever it may be, a piece of slate or flint, or even a piece of iron, I'm not sure. What I am sure of is she must be so much more comfortable now that that is out. She still has inflammation though, and there's not that much I can do here with my knife to reduce it. This cow is already receiving anti-inflammatories as well as antibiotics. I can tell that because her bum is sprayed with these red dots. There is clearly substantial damage in this foot. And for now, I think I've pretty much done everything I can. So for now, I'll just spray it with this iodine to hopefully get rid of any of the bugs in the outer layers. Down she goes. Clearly now this has been removed, but the inflammation is still there, so she still is going to be in a substantial amount of pain. Right, let's see if she is walking even slightly better now that it's been removed. Now that we can see her foot on the ground, she's completely off the ground. There's no pressure on that inner claw because the block is taking it all. Seeing her walking away like this, clearly she is still feeling the ramifications of having that in her foot, but she is putting weight through that block.
And that is a real result. Now that she's in the ring, you can see the clock is the only thing touching the ground. The real fight now will be against inflammation, because we can all clearly see that back left leg is seriously swollen.
Very, very excited tonight. I'm going for overall food challenge win number 1,382. I am back in the greater Spokane, Washington area, the home of my fiance, Katina Eats Kilos. Just like every time we're here, we've got lots of people, which is much appreciated. I am here at the Bearded Ginger Bar and Grill, which is actually in Spokane Valley, Washington. I'm hoping to become just the 6th person to dominate the Bearded Ginger's 8-pound Thor's Hammer Challenge. As you can see, it's called a Thor's Hammer because of this massive beef shank, which I don't even know how much this bone weighs, which thankfully I don't have to eat that. The beef shank, which is a beef leg, there is just so much meat here, which is the main staple of Thor's Hammer Challenge. What is the meat? Do we know? It's like 5 pounds of beef shank with the bone. Yeah, I don't even know, and I probably don't want to know. And I also don't want to know how much fat there is with this steak because it is tender and juicy and it is going to be awesome. Underneath this beef shank, there's a whole bunch of sides and stuff you can get from the menu of the Bearded Ginger. We've got, thankfully, just one garlic bread split into 2. We've got 2 of, I'm very excited for these, they're mozzarella cheese logs, which are hand rolled and made here. And then we've got, thankfully, only 2 chicken wings, which is funny. I just went with their dry breaded. Those are going to be awesome. And then we've got pint-sized things of coleslaw, which is homemade. Their baked beans. And then we've got a pint of their homemade creamy macaroni and cheese, which is all on the bottom below all this meat. And then I am very, very worried after watching someone go before me. She did a whole thing of tater tots, which was crazy. So I went with half JoJo potatoes, potato wedges, and then half tater tots. I watched Nathan Figueroa's video, and he did the JoJo, so I wanted to get some of those along with tater tots. This local amber is called a Rochambeau. I don't know if we're going to have room for dessert, but if you want to get this to split with your family, it's like $150 plus tax, but if you try to challenge solo with a 1-hour time limit, it is only $85 if you fail. I'm hoping I don't do that. I'm hoping to get the entire meal for free. I'm hoping to win not just a sweet t-shirt, a sweet tank top to show off these guns, especially in 2026. I'm also hoping to get just the 6th spot on the Wall of Fame here at the Bearded Ginger Bar and Grill in Spokane Valley, Washington. Lots of people here cannot disappoint. Let's shut up and eat and get this challenge started. Yeah! Got this. Alright, my friend Scott has the record. Scott Eats is his current channel name. It might be something different by the time this video posted. No, I'm just kidding, Scott. But my favorite video editor, Nathan Figueroa, he has done this challenge. And then Katina Eats Kilos, she has tried this, and so have a few others. Ooh, let's do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Let's go. All right. I didn't even need to do anything. Yeah, Tanner, for a couple people, has cut off the meat and stuff, but mine was sitting in the broth or the au jus while Tina was doing her challenge, so mine just fell right off. I'm going to keep this just in case somebody tries to eat some. Be able to beat them. What is it, Flintstones, like a Bam Bam stick? This is not lean up here, but it is very good. It's got the mac and cheese on it. We actually will keep that by us. It's kind of cool to have. All right. And just before these cool down anymore, before we eat any of the meat, let's have one of these. So let's see the cheese pull if there is one left. These are homemade mozzarella sticks. Okay, not bad. Those are good. As you can see, that's very tender. Kudos to Tanner, the owner. I'm learning the hard way that I still should have had Tanner cut it all up, but we're going to be okay. Small, efficient bites. It's very, very good, but this is a lot of food. This is a hell of a lot of meat. It's 8 pounds minus this, which this is like 3 or 4. But I'm inspired because there's a few local non-competitive or professional eaters who have won. So I'm hoping to join them on the Wall of Fame too. I'm going to get all the scraps down, and then I'm going to move on to the chicken wings and some other stuff. Okay, I do know I don't need to eat that. Okay, that is bone. Let's do chicken wings. We're 7 minutes and 11 seconds in. Katina made this look so easy that I'm getting a little bit cocky, and I shouldn't be.
She also had it cut up.
Yeah, I should definitely have had it cut up. I'm going to feel awful because of all the fat I just ate. By now, you've seen a photo of the owner, Tanner. Him and his family own the place. Tanner is not a bearded ginger, but he did buy it from the original bearded ginger who started the place a couple years before he did. Thanks to Tanner, who I think started this challenge, right? Yeah, I think he did, yeah. So, an awesome idea, really cool challenge. All right, let's do this other cheese. A regular appetizer comes with 6. 10 and a half minutes in, just to have them down. Let's finish off the garlic bread. I forgot all about this. I was thinking about this, and then I saw somebody else do it. Yeah, let's make a sandwich. Katina, what's your strategy? What should I do, Coach?
Don't put it in.
I'll remember that.
It's really good for me.
Or as my friend Dr. Ramsay the Mantis Hilton used to say, ABC, always be chewing. Yeah, I definitely need to get this meat down before I worry about anything else. Which is, of course, the bulk of the weight, but that's still a hell of a lot of sides remaining. really stupid. I should have had them cut it out. We're going to get it. We're 15 minutes and 15 seconds in now. Very good meat. There's just so much of it. How long did it take Katina to finish all the meat? 17 minutes. Really? Damn it. Okay. Oh, stop it. I've got an hour, but I'm really excited to be done with this beef shank. Most of the people who have beaten this challenge have already finished all the meat by now. 21 minutes. Couple bites of beef shank left. I won't need many liquids once I'm done with all this because all of this is just going to go right down.
All right, Randy, you got it.
29 and a half minutes in, we're done with the beef shank. If you ever try this challenge, don't do what I did. Have the tanner cut the meat, and along with the bone, he takes away some of the fat and stuff. I thought this was going to be easy, and I ate all the fat, and I should not have. I am going to be feeling awful tomorrow and tonight, but I'll feel even worse if I lose. So, we are going to get the big utensil, and we'll do our best. We got basically a half hour to go. You got it, Randy. It's only happened once where she beat the challenge and I failed. That was a wing challenge in South Korea, which kudos to her for finishing that. It might happen today too, but I'm going to try my best to salvage my ego and finish in 59:58. I need to get the mac and cheese and the beans down while I'm still okay. I think the potatoes will be alright. There's still a lot of food left.
He has approximately 27 JoJo's left.
And the coleslaw, and a lot of other shit. If I lose, it's okay, because that means I get to come back and see Katina's family again soon. in front of Katina's family. My mom's not giving me any Christmas presents. If there's one thing I've learned, most people come for Katina nowadays. The biggest question in my solo events are, where's Katina? I would really push it harder, but I can tell you what, this ain't gonna freaking cut it. Oh. We're 55 and 15 in, so under 4 minutes. No, under 5 minutes. The problem is, it's like, two tater tots fell on the floor when they were making the tray, and I put them back on. Now I'm regretting it.
Just one big handful, one big handful.
I would feel so bad if I lost this. We got 30 seconds. I am not feeling well, but I freaking hate when I see comments saying this was all for show. Nathan Figueroa, who's on the Wall of Fame, is not going to have enjoyed editing this one, so thanks to him. My fiance whipped my ass today, so kudos to her. I'm guessing that I have the final number 6 time on the Wall of Fame. 59 minutes and 58 seconds. If all these people weren't here and if Katina hadn't won, I might have quit early and just decided to come back in the future when I'm thinner and sexier and able to eat more. But I'm well aware that I need a break, especially after that. And my strategy was so stupid. I am not finishing the beer. I apologize for that. If for some reason you want to try the challenge, get here because that was really delicious. I enjoyed it not only all of the beef shake, that was great, but the mac and cheese was fantastic. Loved the coleslaw, the chicken wings, the JoJo's, the tater tots, all of that stuff. When Katina's family brings me back, I am going to get some of their pizza because their pizza looks fantastic, along with all of the other stuff on the menu. Thanks again to Tanner and his staff, everybody here in Spokane Valley, Washington. The next video that you watch, if I can survive the evening, that will be at Casa Tap House, which is in downtown Spokane, Washington. It'll be a big burger challenge, and we'll just have to see how that goes. I can't say I am proud of the win. Never mind.
Interesting.
I'm not sure how to react to what about that.
would call a guy and say decent sightings. Maybe that's the call as well, because he's not blocking either. Yeah, you're right. Well, whatever. Not much you can do. So you want to say Trump and MAGA are not Russian puppets? Bro, I hope you're kidding. Or just like, if you really seriously thinking like that, better to not back in my chat. Just because I don't want to buy you, because I don't want to answer any stupid questions. But if you are trolling me, so also don't do like that, please. Because like I'm streaming and playing poker, and like I have to be concentrated and not devastated. So like maybe originally we could use different sizing on the wall or something like that. But what for sure we have to do because of 17 people with the money and 19 in the gun, we're supposed to jam the bag or something like that. Because like out of position, we can give him a chance to just call and see the river in this particular spot.
On everybody's post for everything right now. I didn't know that he had 3 albums. All of them had hits on them, I guess.
What? She bang, oh baby, she bang. That's not Ricky. How you talking about?
When she looks like a bird, she stings like a bee. She bang, oh baby, when she moves.
Is that what we're talking about?
No, shabang.
Oh, okay.
S-H-A bang.
Like the whole shebang? sick.
Yeah, it is. It's everywhere. I didn't know Drizzy had 3 different genres he was going to do that in, but he certainly did. Ricky Martin had that type of bass at one point. Here we go. Ole, ole, ole. Go, go, go. Ole, ole, ole. Tonight, tonight, we're going to celebrate. Oh, here we go. Ole, ole, ole. I think that was a World Cup song.
That definitely should have been.
Cup of Life. Should be now.
He won Cup of Life in the Victoria's Secret Fashion Show 2006. It was unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
2006.
Yeah, we remember that was before we had access to everything on our phones the way that we do now. So these kids would never understand what those types of shows meant to society back in the day. Can't believe they're still going. They are.
Yeah, we're back.
Absolutely crushing. Absolutely crushing. How are the songs going? I saw Future and Kyla did their thing. We got a chance to watch that.
It wasn't bad. Shakira was awesome to open the whole thing up. That's about all.
Once again, we're back to soccer. Did we expect this? I just had to stop myself right there.
It's kind of taken over.
I got the fever.
Me too.
That's doing
Big time. Yeah, Australia. We played the soccer
Friday.
We played soccer race fresh off.
We're favorites. 3 o'clock. You're damn right.
We are favorites. We're supposed to beat Australia, but the thing about it is they weren't supposed to beat Turkey.
No, they weren't.
They're very compact in the back. They're very well organized. They play 5 in the back and hit the long ball. They got this striker up front who's fast as hell.
We were plus 110 against Paraguay. Thank you. And minus 165 against Australia. So. Do what you will with it.
Anyone counting?
18.
They ain't fucking ready for the big end.
25.
Nah, it's a lot more than 18.
Yeah.
Like 120.
The Socceroos ain't ready for the fucking big engines we got. They just aren't.
You love that Assyrians Grellis?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, so what does that mean exactly?
Hustle.
Right.
Respect.
We play hard.
Motor.
Never stop running. Work rate.
Diesel fuel.
To be.
Let's think of like 11 Max Crosby's out there.
Yes.
Bingo.
11 Max.
Yes.
Okay.
Black Boy Max.
Black Boy Max.
Algo would be considered a big
Yes.
engine.
Yes, you're a big engine, big motor, high motor guys.
Lunch mail.
Usually,
There it is.
yeah, first one in, last one out. That's what big engines mean. Americans kind of have that in soccer. I guess Grella just taught us that.
We did. It was good.
Japan used to be known for that.
Oh, yeah.
Japan would run you to death. Like that was kind of their thing. Like we are just going to run you, and we're just going to be smothering, and then they inevitably get you tired, and then they take advantage of you. We did that to Paraguay. We outran them. We're faster than them. We suffocated, and you could tell they were like tapping out of it. Like it was almost like they just fuck. There was a lot of that coming from Paraguay. I didn't know that that's what we were known for, but I like it. If you can run better than the other team, you're going to win in soccer more often.
I like how Ponch. It sounds like Ponch is kind of keeping the guy like. He's definitely doesn't sound like he's buddy with everybody. He's keeping them kind of on their toes and kind of nervous. I think that's not a bad spot to be.
I don't think he speaks the clearest English either, so email might be the best way to kind of, just like how we're reading all these tweets from Japan.
Yes.
Translate
Same thing.
sentence. I think that's part of it, but I do appreciate that he just has come in and said, "This is embarrassing. I'm fucking sick of it."
I ain't your fucking buddy, okay?
Company, tell me if I'm wrong. The amount of, and they're like, "Oh, I can't. Don't want to hear it. This is what we're doing. Guys not running full speed. Hey, fuck off. Yeah, we're doing it." That Diego Luna, I love him. I absolutely love Diego Luna. I don't know if he could have kept up with what this team is doing. It feels like Ponch. I think he's got a good work rate.
He's got an okay.
He's got a good work rate.
Maybe ethanol though, not diesel.
That's what I'm saying. The engine. I don't know if it is a V8, which we got. These guys are just buzzing around. Turbocharged.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we're talking
Twin turbos.
Yeah, nitro too.
Yeah.
You know, that's what's happening whenever.
Cigarette boats.
Yeah, big fart buckets on the tailpipe.
Yep.
You know, those things that are happening. That's what we got going on.
Well said.
Fucking yeah, that's what we got. Diego Luna, I don't think he can run with this team.
Not yet.
Is that accurate, Gumpy? Americans we can run. We're running. We ran Paraguay to death. We ran them until they quit. Are we going to be able to do that the whole time? That's what Grella's asking.
Yeah.
You can, because all of these guys are playing in the big leagues now. Like Alex Freeman, he got a transfer to Villarreal. He's 21 years old. He plays right back. He's all over the place. Everybody's playing in England. They're playing in Italy. Like these guys have been playing like this all season, so they're ready for this tournament.
I love it. Let's go, boys.
Here we go. Go, boys.
Go, boys.
We're in on sport. sports. We're in on life. We're thankful we get to do this. Let's go watch some World Cup soccer.
Hell yeah. 3 o'clock.
AJ, anything you'd like us to hit that we haven't hit?
When's Ronaldo play?
You've asked that twice now. That's a good
I
question.
know. Is he playing? What team is he playing for?
Portugal.
Portugal. They're saying
Okay, I
this
don't know.
is
He
the
talked about
best
that money.
Portugal team there's ever been with him on it.
They play Wednesday.
The money is not in international play. That was where he chose to go play his club soccer.
Yeah.
International, he's still from Portugal.
Gotcha. So for all these teams, all these leagues Guppy talks about, there's tournaments every single weekend. Do they just take 2 months off every time the World Cup happens?
Yeah, it's international break, I believe, Guppy.
Yeah, the summer's usually the time that they're off. All the seasons are done. So
Except for MLS is the only league that plays during the
But
summer.
the MLS is changing their calendar to match. Remember, that was the big deal from Primetime Sports, whatever, with the commissioners. That's the big story about the MLS is they're changing their calendar to match everybody else. So when international breaks happen, they can happen. Because the fear is with the MLS wanting to take its next step, you can't get any real players because when international play comes, there's always going to be some shit with MLS still playing while everybody else is taking a break. So maybe we can attract more players, bigger name players, international players to the league if we get on the same cycle, so same international break. And we're changing. That just means it's going to be 4 degrees some of these games. So that's all.
and they are getting another big name player, Robert Lewandowski, Barcelona, Bayern Munich legend, signed with the Chicago Fire.
Wow.
Lewandowski's going to Chicago?
You know what?
He's a dog.
You know what? Where's he from?
Poland.
Poland?
Thank you. A lot of Polish in Chicago.
That's right.
I got a couple.
Only reason he's going.
Got a couple Polish friends with no future. Okay, you up there in your ivory tower, making moves. We'll see. Yeah, thank you.
What movie is it?
That is the one with Jennifer Aniston, The Breakup.
Vince Vaughn had.
I took some liberties there because there's some stuff there I didn't know if I could say or not, so I did it.
What sounds about it?
Everybody's kind of learning what they can and can't say in real time. A lot of people saying stuff.
A lot of stuff coming back that we're gonna. I can't wait to say it on this show.
All right.
Can't wait to hear it.
I'm pumped for you too. I'm pumped for you too. What's the opening thing say that we run on here? Do not reflect the opinions of others on microphone.
Right.
The opinions expressed on the show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans end up all the time. We might have to add the cuss word thing, just better descriptors of what might be coming down the pipe. Tony wants to take a trip back to 2003 locker rooms, which there's a lot of people. I've been very alarmed that is just so casual, out and out. Like we're out there at Omaha.
Oh yeah.
And people just walk up, just casually. First thing they're saying to me, I'm like, holy fuck. I didn't know it was like that. They're like, well, you? I'm like, all right. We're all living out here. We're all living out here. We're just trying to be happy. Everyone's trying to have a good time. Sports is the greatest. We're lucky for that. What are we on tonight? Tom?
I am on. There's a Belgium. I'm on Belgium and Uruguay parlay together. That's plus 126. If you want, there's a 50% bonus for World Cup right now. That takes that to plus 190 for Belgium and Uruguay. There's also MLB tonight. There's also College World Series tonight. So you really get down on whatever you want.
College World Series. Who's playing tonight?
Tonight, there's Georgia and Alabama and Texas. And
Alabama, Texas has 2 elimination game. Georgia, Oklahoma at 7.
Is that kid throwing the 95 slider kid?
Probably not.
Slider from hell, as Ravi says.
So apparently there's stands back there that are like a whitish color.
Oh, they don't have a good enough. They don't have a big enough backdrop.
Oh no, they have huge batters on. He's way out here.
I guess that fucker's like.
That's like your arm angle. Isn't that what your arm angle? You change your slot.
Yeah, my slot is a little bit more like this, which I've seen more throwing like this, by the way, which makes me feel a little bit more comfortable about my arm build and where I'm at in my life. But I guess his reach is just fucking outrageous. It's like Miz. It's like, hey.
You want to talk about it?
Yeah, Miz.
Can't wait to watch this. Good luck out there, boys. This Mizorowski guy, hey, front of the program, last year makes the All-Star game, only having 5 starts, everybody's pissed off. Everybody's pissed off that he makes it in there, but it felt like everybody actually playing baseball was like, nope, this guy's the one. Media was pissed. Fans were pissed that he made the All-Star game. Should have been a guy from Philadelphia who had a lot more starts than he did. But it felt like all the players kind of understood why this guy was given an All-Star nod at such a young start, such a fresh start. This year's breaking the record known to mankind. He goes seven innings. I heard his last 8 starts. I think he's going full games. Did he not go a full game?
Yeah. He had what's called a Maddox, which is where you don't throw that many pitches and you throw a complete game. And he had 15 strikeouts, so you factor that in. He's striking out 15 guys, only throwing 98 pitches. He has the best stuff in baseball, and it's not particularly close. Like Skeens, guys like that are obviously unbelievable. This guy throws so fucking hard. It's just like, if he does get hit, there's a chance he's going to give up homers, but it's really hard to hit a 105-mile-an-hour fastball. And then on top of that, he's throwing a fucking 97, 98-mile-an-hour cutter or slider. It's just, when he's on, he's as close to unhittable as there is in the majors.
Okay, so him, Shohei, Skino, what's the super duper pitcher award?
Cy Young.
Cy Young is not, it's both leagues.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is there one though, or does one, like, how do we?
No. So there's Cy Young for AL and NL. He's pitching well enough where he will probably, if he can continue this, he'll get MVP consideration.
Okay, so that's like in the NFL, MVP and Offensive Player of the Year.
Right.
Normally, position player that could have won MVP will win Offensive Player of the Year. This one, MVP, potentially most dominant pitcher, and then you got 2 pitchers winning the NL and AL too.
Right.
So you can celebrate 3 pitchers as opposed to...
Yeah, it's very rare that a pitcher wins MVP. The Cy Young is like the equivalent of the pitching MVP, but he's... I'd be curious what his odds are.
The last time a pitcher won MVP was Kershaw in 2014. NL Cy Young, Miz is minus 140 with Chris Sanchez plus 220. Those two have been the most dominant, with Shohei being plus 1,200 and Skeens 1,500 right now.
And then MVP, what are his odds?
MVP, the odds for MVP, his odds are plus 8,000. Shohei is minus 1,600 because he has unbelievable.
Yeah, it does both, so it's been hard to. But he would be what, like, I might bet him after the show, because if he keeps doing this, like it'll be like the single best pitching season of all time.
Miz?
Yeah.
But Show hits as well. So there's a chance they give Show the MVP. Skino will then get and then Miz gets or they're Miz and Skino on the same side.
Yeah, Miz and Skino on the same side.
And Shohei?
Also,
holy fuck, Skino!
It's not his fault. Skino's 6-6. He got it last year with a bad record, but sure, I thought he was 6-6. Maybe he is 6-9. They don't help him out. I mean, he's 7. Miz is 7-0 in his last. So if you are getting wins and then you're also striking guys out and not giving up runs, like there really isn't much of a competition between him and Skino in that regard.
Fuck. Lowest ERA since 1913.
Will the Brewers be able to pay him?
Thank you, Sir Lanes.
They've paid guys they paid Yelich in the past and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
they're not going to let him go in there.
Good.
Hose. I'm going to just give it to you real quick. Fashion viewers. Hit 105.
Yeah. The only thing with him, his arm might just explode.
And his knee.
Yeah. And
that knee hyperextend.
He is Gumby like those.
Yeah, and he didn't even really hurt him. He might be like Phelps. Phelps was built to be a fish.
Yeah.
You know, like the way he was.
Ligaments like when weeding.
Yeah, this Miz guy might have the same. He was literally born. He's a further reach than everybody, right? And but he's not the tallest. But he has the furthest reach as everybody, so he has the longest stride. His knee hyperextends seemingly every single pitch. It doesn't matter, just kind of walks it off. He's utilizing literally every part of his body to generate power, and it happens on every pitch for 70 straight pitches.
Yeah. It's nuts.
He's supposed to be a closer, this guy.
He's listed at 6'7", so he's pretty tall.
Good player. Jeez. He's definitely tall.
Fuck. Is he the tallest pitcher in the league?
No, I think there's guys like 6'10", but
holy fuck.
He's tall. Very tall. Probably 6'9" in spikes.
Especially up on that bump on that.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like 7'8".
And he feels like he's 20 feet tall.
Bailey over is who goes for twins, maybe not twins anymore, 6'9".
Imagine Miz just sitting there knowing what he's about to do to you, and you gotta fucking walk in.
Well, I don't think there's any way you can replicate that. Like, if you faced him before, maybe, but like I understand a lot of guys throw hard. I don't like even these guys who are seeing guys throw heat every day. Like seeing a 105-mile-an-hour fastball, like I don't know how your brain can even like get to the point like, okay, now I need to swing. Like you need to start fucking swinging when he's
now.
Yeah, exactly.
Mookie Betts gave an answer about that. Like, you don't really realize how hard it is to hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, but like the difference between that and 105 is exponential.
Yeah, he threw the fastest pitch ever thrown by a starting pitcher. So obviously that's good. All right, well, he'll keep going. He's young too.
Yes, very.
U.S. soccer team, very young.
Boom.
San Antonio Spurs, very young. What?
I worry that the worst possible thing for the NBA was the Spurs losing, because now he's going to be motivated to go get a bunch more.
Yeah, they're calling him a child.
I'm going to need to see him pop a little less before I'm completely there. I think he's a powder.
What is victim?
Yeah.
Victim Wembanyama.
That's what Skip said?
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Speaking of Misery.
Still got it? It's closer if you need it. That was fun to watch. Sorry, not for Victor. I assume it wasn't fun. But it was fun to kind of watch that entire narrative change about him multiple times.
Crazy, yeah.
Even in the conference finals, it was like, we hate this guy. No, we hate SGA more, though. Yeah, you're right. Oh, he's taking on New York. We hate it. Wait a minute, this New York team's pretty likable. This fucking guy actually getting away with a lot of stuff. This foreigner. Oh, he's collapsing down the stretch. This guy's whining. This guy's pounding. This guy's a cheap shot. Fuck this guy. We like New York, actually, now. Never thought we'd say that. That was kind of, it was a pendulum.
It changes quick.
So quick. And then going into the offseason, powder, choker, get him the fuck out of here. Guy's French. What are we even talking about? It's like, wow. He hears all of that.
Yeah. Throwing 10 straight.
He hears all of that. Somehow he's going to get taller. I don't know how that's going to work. Somehow he's going to do that. Good for him. All right, let's get the hell out of here watching games. Thank you, Sports, so much for being great.
Thank you, Sports.
And thank you for allowing us to do this all. Last week we had NBA Finals alt cast, program feud against NFL Live, Omaha College World Series, World Cup game, Stanley Cup champion crowned, NBA champion crowned, and an American knocking out a foreigner in front yard. Not knocking out, making a foreigner quit in front yard of the White House. It's been a hell of a run for sports and for us. And it only happens because all of you let us do it. I'm not going to get into it. I'm at a different stage of my life now. I don't need to dive into everything that everybody says. I don't need to tell the world everybody that I hate. I don't need to do that anymore. Ain't that right, AJ? I don't need to do that anymore.
You don't need to, but if you feel the need, you can.
See, you got a lot of Geraldo in you. Right there. That is. That's what Nick always told me.
I knew exactly what you're talking about. I can determine whether I want to push you or not. We'll find out.
That's always the problem. We're not going to do it. We're lucky to be a part of sports. We're thankful to be a
I can't even read it. Your show is really gaining interest. Spider McGee tweet of the day, or super chat of the day, you get a shirt. I'm mailing you a shirt. This is too good. By the way, Zeke, your shirt's going out. Spawn, your shirt's going too. Relax, it's coming. It's coming. I just made an appointment to set my milestone signature. Tom, they say you're not funny. They're fucking stupid. That's what it is. 18 months. 18 months, everybody. That's not called waiting. That's called making an appointment and showing everybody. Cover that, Carl. You fucking retard. I'm actually going to close on that. I have a show on Wednesday. I'm going to close on that. That's a good one. That's when you closer. Thank you, Tom. Oh, I can't believe you. And I'm not even drinking.
truly made up. You're so good. You're so good. Why are you here? Why aren't you in SAD? Why aren't you writing from somebody? I don't get it. Why are you wasting your time on Super Chats when you could be writing for a sitcom? This is great stuff. You're so good. Oh, we can't even start the show. We're not even doing a show today. It's not even happening. Burnham, but he's getting a golden shower.
If I had to rate my hunger on a scale of 1 to 10, I think we're sitting at a 1, maybe 2, but this is my last episode of this trip, so I figured I might as well squeeze out one more before we head home. I don't know the next time I'm going to be in Ohio, so we got to take advantage of that. But luckily, the challenge doesn't look too crazy. It's a 36-inch, 3-foot Stromboli, so it shouldn't be too difficult. And the guy, Jack here, I think he has a record, and he completed it in like 8 or 9 minutes, which is pretty insane. I have a feeling Jack's record isn't going to be broken anytime soon. Today, we're just north of Cincinnati in Springboro, Ohio, at Roma's Pizza and Pasta for their giant 36-inch Italian Stromboli challenge. Now, I'm not sure, but I think I might have the biggest Stromboli out of the videos I've watched. I could be wrong, but this thing looks absolutely enormous. The last few days have been a little humid. Kind of similar to Florida humidity, just not that slap in your face mugginess that Florida brings. Hello. What's going on, man? Here to do the Stromboli challenge. Nikki. How are you, Bobby? Good. How you doing? Good. Hungry. Kind of. Not really. You better be hungry. So you were telling me that 2 people attempt this, like as a team? Oh, couples? Yeah. So is this technically a team challenge as well? Oh, okay. This team challenge is 15 minutes. 15 minutes? The couples is only like 1 or 2 people. Okay. The rest all dead. Okay. Yeah. So if I fail this, how much does it cost? $60. And if I beat it, it's free. Is there any t-shirts in it? I didn't have any t-shirts. No, it's all good. Yeah. No t-shirts? Okay. All is good. I've gotten plenty of t-shirts on this trip, so. Yeah, I appreciate you. So the owner does have to leave here. He has kid duties. Really awesome guy. I appreciate him for hosting me. And yeah, 30 minutes. Let's see if we can do it. 3, 2, 1. My time has started. They must really trust me because they're allowing me just to. Ooh, dang! I might have started too early. Oh, this thing is still piping hot. I've given it like, I don't know, almost 15 minutes to cool down. Yeah, with a Stromboli this size, all that heat gets trapped inside the dough, and I didn't want to wait too long for the cheese to start to firm up, so I figured 15 minutes would be plenty of time to let it cool down. Well, it's still piping hot, but I'd rather eat it warm and gooey than wait around for it to get cold. The occasional burnt tongue is a small price to pay for the fresh Italian hot food we're eating. Oh, that water's so cold and nice. You know, after the first bite of this, I am so glad I'm ending off the trip with this challenge. This Stromboli is fantastic. Fantastic would be an understatement. This is heavenly extraordinary. I'm not sure if that works for a description. I think it does, so we're rolling with it. Now for the challenge, we have a true 36-inch long Stromboli stuffed with pepperoni, sausage, loads of 100% mozzarella cheese, and thanks to the owner Lobby, is some spicy pepperoni as well after he asked me if I was a fan of it, which I am. Everything is wrapped in their homemade pizza dough and baked to perfection. If I can finish the entire Stromboli within 30 minutes, I'll earn the $60 meal free and a spot on their social media wall of fame. Unfortunately, as you know, there's no t-shirt this time, but I'll gladly take another win for the road. We have 1 out of the 8 slices done. Now this dough, the crust, the bread, in my opinion, is perfect. I love when pizza dough has those slightly charred edges and a little bit of crispiness to it. It adds texture and flavor and honestly just makes the whole experience that much better. Now, as far as weights, I'm not entirely sure. Lavi's brother estimated it somewhere around 12 to 14 pounds, which I personally don't think it's quite accurate. My guess would be it's closer to 8 to 9 pounds, but either way, it's a good amount of food. I'm 5 minutes and 15 seconds in now. It's filling so far. Okay, I have 2 of the 8 pieces done. This one's still pretty hot as well. Yeah, it's not going to cool down that quickly, but look at that cheese bowl. That is magnificent. And I think after this trip, I'm officially adding lactate pills to my travel essentials. The eating part is always fun. It's the aftermath that's a completely different challenge. I do have a flight today after this. To give myself plenty of time. It's 3 p.m. right now. My flight doesn't take off until 8 p.m. tonight. I think I need to stop flying out on the days I do challenges. Those flights are rough. Now, whenever I fly, I always pick my seat ahead of time and try to find a spot where I don't think anyone will sit next to me. I'm never that lucky. But my last flight after eating 5 pounds of poutine was the roughest flight of my life. I had an aisle seat, which was great, but the guy next to me was built like a bodybuilder, and his arm was basically in my chest the entire time. Normally, it wouldn't have been a big deal. Well, it would have been a big deal, but after doing a food challenge that day, every minute felt like an hour, and I could not wait to get off that plane. Let's just say I'm going to make an effort not to fly after a challenge. We're going to go ahead and grab this one down here. This is a mega piece. 8 minutes and 55 seconds in now. All right, we're almost at the halfway point and making good time. Well, I say good, but the youngster Jack Eats was pretty much finished by this point already. But if I keep up with this pace, we shouldn't have any problems getting this thing all done. Now, the real challenge right now might be the flannel I'm wearing because it's getting pretty warm in here. 4 more pieces left. We finished 4. But I feel like we are way past halfway done. The owner did put in a little bit of the spicy pepperoni. I don't know if that has to do with heating up or it's the fact that I've been doing challenges for the past 2 weeks. Oh, look at that cheese pull. That is gnarly. Oh, another good cheese pull, and we're about 14 and a half minutes in. Now, this trip by far is the longest one I've done and featured the most challenges I've attempted on a single run with a total of 9. Normally, I'll do around 6 and give myself a day or 2 to recover in between, but I kind of went hard on this trip, and it's definitely starting to show. That said, I'm still feeling optimistic. We've made it this far, and if everything keeps moving along like it has been, I don't think we're going to have any problems getting this one all finished up. 18 minutes and 28 seconds in, 3 more slices. Now, I was contemplating on maybe doing desserts. They have a bunch of cheesecakes. I think even cannoli. I don't think that's going to be a smart idea this time around. I think we've had our fair share of desserts over the last few challenges, so skipping out on this one is perfectly fine by me, especially since I got a flight in a few hours, and I'd rather not make myself even more uncomfortable than I already am. Although I don't think it really would make much of a difference, as I'll already have a massive stromboli brewing in my stomach, so a dessert probably isn't going to make or break this flight. Right about now, I wish I had a partner. We don't have much left. 2 more slices. We're getting there, but the time is starting to creep up. Now, I gotta give a massive thank you to Lavi and everyone here at Roma's Pizza and Pasta. They were incredibly accommodating. The food was fantastic, and they made this entire experience a memorable one. In the next episode, I'll be in Vanta, Finland, taking on Mike's Diner Quadruple Burger Challenge. I've never been to Finland before, so I am beyond excited to finally visit the country that's consistently ranked as the happiest place on earth, and that's a real fact. As always, thank you all for being here and following along the journey. I truly appreciate the support, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of today's episode. Last piece, less than 2 minutes left. Let's finish this up. Time starts in 29 minutes and 57 seconds. We cut that close. I start sneezing after I complete it. 29 minutes and 57 seconds. We are not going to do any desserts, and I think that's a good note to go home with. I can't even talk right now. One of the cool things they do here is a thing called Pay It Forward. You buy a meal and you just put it on the wall here, and then somebody else will have a meal. So we have 2 strombolis for somebody and something to eat. I appreciate everything. Yeah, buddy. You as well. So pretty much the same thing as the last episode at Reaching Burger, where you can donate a gift card to somebody in need. It's about 4 o'clock and we have plenty of time to make it to the airport. That wraps up this trip. I ate lots of food, had tons of fun, but for now, I need a rest. And thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Structures like from base, floor, 3 like this. But also we have VIP player here and that guy here. So like we have the best, not the best, but like a very good. We have very good players, so we can play. If that guy like, for example, if I hit here very well, he's gonna pay me everything, and I hit my straight draw then. And this guy, he plays more straightforward in general. I think in theory, like just like it could be some sort of indifferent plus minus decision, but it depends. Like like Sower, it would be like Sower against Sower, but you don't play against Sower. You just play against 2 exact opponents, and they are unique, right? And they have unique strategies, and we understand how we're gonna play against them. So I think his hand brings a lot in this case, much more than it would bring, would gives to you if you play just against Sower. Hey Dennis, really enjoy watching you play and hearing how you think about poker. Thanks for everything you do. Cheers. Cheers, brother. Thank you very much. Thank you for your feedback. That's very important. The same year, we open race, we have beautiful table, we cover almost everyone, actually everyone. I think I'm done with. Still cover everyone. Maybe only this guy could be a problem. Seven, 5, 3. I will check that. For sure. I am super wide. For him, that's very easy to check raise me, and I don't have to play that. Oh, oh bad. We are calling for sure. Check, check. You know, like I would assume that he has no better hand here, and I just like bet for protection here. Just deny his equity. Oh, wow. That's gross. Interesting sizing. 4 by pot and like 13, 17%. After the call. So in. No matter what. Yeah, I don't know leads them. Just this hand by itself. That's not so easy, eh? Why he bets so big? I'm not sure what's going on. Like, why he bets so big? What is going on? And if I check, he checks it back for sure. He never bets ace king. The question was like, why he bets so big on the flop? Only one, but maybe he has some bluffs, but I try to find some bluffs which he's gonna bluff on the river if I check, and there is no bluffs. But even if he has bluffs, he's gonna bluff them against my small sizing. But if I don't bet, if I check, he checks it back with his king, ace king. That's quite close. If we would not have a bubble here, I would button. Or if it would be a black, I would button. I'm not sure that he's calling this time, but that's about equity, and I need more equity to value buy there uh, because of the bubble factor. So I was not sure. I mean, like his calling range is decent, right? Like in this position. So he has what the king is there, and like his range is decent. And when I buy it, like I get half of the bottom return. Yeah, of course he has both sides there. It's just like maybe on the blind it would be fine. But just like when Jack 10 he's and all that shit is there, that's much harder. Well, they're still calling because of run of flush, right? The bounty, but just like that would all fold a lot. Actually, after my call, my range is decent here. Just super cool. I have straight, I have two burst. I mean, I've never checked raising, like zero check raise. There's some flush also first. No pairs. Just like I never check raise. There is no sense of check raising. There is a bounty there, why you check raise? You just lose by check raising there. But like here, interesting, like with ace 10, I'm not sure that I can call like when we jump. I think maybe we could fold. Maybe sizing was not so accurate like on the river, maybe. It should be like 20%. Yeah. Oh, we have free money. No, John, Bria, bro, no, John, no, John. No, John, no, 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 free money, no, John. Oh, what the heck? Such a beautiful hand. Actually, I think in this position, it is better to three bet, not jump, because this hand is too strong. It's like when you jump, that guy falls, and I fold. A lot of worse hands. Hi Dennis, in live tournaments you three bet like you play online. Of course. I think even more. In live tournaments I would three bet more. Because like people play in white earth in live tournaments. In my opinion. But like in general my three bet is like average three bet in total is like 12. I think in live it would be like 15, maybe 14. We will see. It depends of course. Like we're speaking about just like, you know, some cheap tournaments in Vegas. Like from maybe until like $3,000. Because like in 5K it would be different. It would be online. It would be online poker. 5K. But in 10K in WSOP mine, of course you have to keep it more. Much more. What's the plan? What the heck? That guy is freaking. Yeah, but we have 23 bigs now. Yeah, what now? What now? We were owing A side. That's a good flop for my calling range and calling range. It's like that. I thought like he's gonna jump or he's gonna.
Just when you think you got the answers, MMA changes the questions. I mean, seriously, who could ever possibly predict how this sport is going to play out? For the first 5 fights of this 7-fight card, UFC Freedom 250 looked like one of the most obvious events in the history of the sport, all things considered. Sure, nobody could have possibly predicted a UFC event would take place at the White House. Nobody could have possibly predicted the storm cell that looked like it was going to cause a long delay, would split in half and miss the event altogether. But in the cage, all favorites won handedly and with finishes in each of the first 5 fights. It was exactly how everybody expected those bouts to go. And then we got 2 title fight stunners. Even though Gon and Pereira were even money, given Cyril's inability to close out on the big one and Alex's ability to almost exclusively close out big ones, I fully expected, and I know a lot of you did too, for Poetan to Poetan. But nope, he got dropped with a jab and beat up all over the White House lawn. But that upset felt routine compared to Justin Gaethje doing what he did to Ilia Topuria. I mean, there is just absolutely no way in hell. It sounds like the plot of some cheesy 80s direct-to-VHS movie or something. The super patriotic American brawler who's all heart and literally planning to retire after the fight beats the unbeatable smooth slick Spaniard in his prime by completely breaking him to celebrate America's 250th anniversary at the White House with fireworks going off on the Potomac while a full band is playing Stars and Stripes Forever. I mean, get the actual fuck out of here. You couldn't have written this to be any more unbelievable than it was. Everything I just said actually happened. I have been watching MMA for well over 20 years now, and I've been working in it for nearly 15, and this is still my blind spot. This is the only thing that still surprises me. Fights like Gaethje versus Topuria. There truly is no telling where this sport will go on any given night, and I suppose that's part of why it's so damn compelling. The aftermath of this one is going to be biblical too. So many fates were altered last night. First off, of course, Justin Gaethje just completely rewrote his own legacy. He was about to retire as pound for pound the most entertaining fighter that could just never win the big one. By taking gold from Topuria in the manner he did, he has completely redefined his status among the all-time greats in the sport, whether he ever steps back into the cage again or not. For Topuria, man, that was a beating unlike we have ever seen him take. And from a guy that fighters Ilya has made look average were able to defeat. So what does that even say about Topuria? I honestly don't know, but I know that his mystique and aura just took a massive hit. And I do not know where he goes from here, but that was a legacy-altering loss. Don't get me wrong, he's still done amazing things, but that was quite the pothole he just hit. Poatan flew too close to the sun as well, trying to bump up to his third division for gold, but his legacy is far different than Topuria's. Ilya has 3 incredible title victories, Alex has 6 in 2 different weight classes, and he was trying for a third in a higher division. There's really no shame in losing there. He gets out of this the least changed. Cyril Gahn just turned his rematch with Aspinall into the biggest fight in the sport right now. Now, his early success against Tom brings even more questions into how the rematch plays out. It feels massive now. It feels like Gahn could win the big one. He wants Aspinall in Paris. I love the idea. That would be a huge show. You know who's the biggest winner last night, though? Islam Makhachev. He killed 2 goats with 1 show. Dana was talking about Pereira surpassing John Jones all time if he became triple champ. There's been a ton of talk about whether Topuria is the top guy in the sport. Well, after all that, no more questions. Nobody active even comes close. Islam Makhachev is the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world. Even Dana couldn't spin it at this point. The second biggest winner last night has to be the UFC. You couldn't have asked for this event to go any better than it did. In every way they wanted to pull this thing off, they managed to do somehow. The weather didn't appear to be a factor at all, but for the slight delay at the start, apparently there was a strong breeze that kept the bugs away. There were 0 production issues that I saw all night, and in the cage itself, all finishes. All finishes, not even finishes, all KO TKOs. I mean, that is just absurd. And they got topped off with an all-time great title fight that saw an American win at an America-themed event. For as big as the Sphere felt, it was entirely based on the novelty of the arena itself, and that show didn't turn out anywhere near like this one when the cage doors closed. But even as gigantic as that event felt, there is just no way the UFC is ever going to be able to match the imagery of their fighters walking out of the White House into the octagon. It is an insane thing to see. And the way the UFC shoots everything, it was nuts. It was nuts to see. Dana didn't give any particulars when it came to viewership. He just said that Paramount was freaking out about how good it was and that he would let them announce the viewership. I suspect because of the smaller pool of Paramount subscribers than, say, a Netflix that has 3x more, it didn't hit the Super Bowl numbers Dana was touting earlier this week, but I have no doubt that it probably did some absurd viewership total, not to mention the social media impressions. But with a $60 million price tag, it doesn't sound like Dana is eager to ever do something like this again. Then again, he said the same thing after the Sphere, so who knows? Maybe if they do another one, they can give Joe Rogan a longer tie, huh? All right, let's run the numbers on this unique card and pass out some awards before we go our separate ways, shall we? The UFC's first visit to the front garden of a head of state featured a shitload of knockouts. 7, in fact, in all 7 fights for a total cage time of 1 hour, 1 minute, and 23 seconds, which isn't a ton of cage time for an event that lasted as long as it did. But AI George Washington and ads aren't going to watch themselves. Favorites completely dominated the night up until the title bouts. Gahn versus Poatan was a pick'em, making the only dog on the night to win Justin fucking Gaethje. How about that? The big dog. Diego Lopez snapped Steve Garcia's 7-fight win streak with his second-round KO victory. This is Lopez's first fight since losing to Alexander Volkanovski again, a title challenge he earned by snapping Jean Silva's 5-fight win streak after losing to Volkanovski the first time. So if the pattern holds, Diego will lose to Alex a third time and then snap someone's 9-fight win streak. Bo Nichols scored his 6th UFC victory with a TKO win over Kyle Dawkins. Every one of those wins has been against unranked opponents. In those 6 bouts, he has been a combined 65-1 favorite, earning Bo our Easy Button Award. Mauricio Rufy earned his 5th UFC win by defeating Michael Chandler. That was his 4th by stoppage stoppage and is third in the first round. Rough data on the other end for Chandler. That makes 4 losses in a row with 3 finishes. His overall UFC record now sits at 2-6. In his win over Derek Lewis, Josh Hokett landed 86 significant strikes. That is the most any fighter has landed on Lewis in his 32 UFC bouts, but for Cyril Gahn, who landed 98 but with a whole extra round to do it. DC and Joe compared Hokett to Cain Velasquez and Fedor Emelianenko, earning them our Calm the Fuck Down Just a Little Bit award. The Sugar Show returned. Sean O'Malley's knockout of Ayman Zahabi was his first KO victory since winning the bantamweight title back in 2023. Cyril Gahn finally beat a former or current champion in a fight. Just kidding, he beat JDS back in 2020 as well. A huge factor in this victory, though, Poatan only landed 36% of his significant strikes. That is by far the lowest of any UFC bout he's ever had. And a crazy bonus stat here, those two have accounted for a combined 13 title fights since 2021. And finally, in our main event, no surprise here, that was the most significant strikes landed on Topuria in a fight with 91. And with his title victory, Gaethje has now had the 7th longest road to gold from the start of his UFC career at just shy of 9 years. What a ride and a finish I never saw coming. And that was the UFC at the White House. A sentence that would have sounded
Here's some genuinely tragic news because I genuinely enjoy these music. US musician Oliver Tree dies in helicopter collision in Brazil. Imagine dying with a bowl cut though. I'm sorry, I had to get that one out. The alt-pop US musician and internet personality Oliver Tree was among 6 people who died when the helicopter he was travelling in collided with another in Brazil. The 32-year-old had been on a world tour when the crash occurred over Rio de Janeiro on Sunday. One of the helicopters then fell onto the car park of a dealership, setting around 20 vehicles ablaze. Footage published by Brazilian media shows one of the helicopters dropping from the sky, as well as flames and thick smoke rising from the crash site. The authorities say an investigation into the cause of the collision is now underway. The military fire department of the state of Rio de Janeiro said it was called to the crash site around 9 a.m. local time. Argentine content creator Gaspar Diaz, also known as Gaspe, was also believed to have been in one of the helicopters, according to the Associated Press. The other passengers on the helicopter's manifest were Luca Brito Chavez, Luca Vignali, and pilot Alejandro Souza. The crew manifest for the second aircraft lists only the pilot, Charles Marcelin. Tree, born Oliver Tree Nickel in Santa Cruz, California in 1993, first rose to fame in 2016 after going viral on social media. With his distinctive bowl haircut, he was known for hits including Life Goes On, Miss You, and Alien Boy. Tree had just begun a world tour with his most recent show in Sao Paulo, Brazil on 6th of June. He was next scheduled to perform in Lisbon and Portugal on 1st July and had been due to play dates in Glasgow, Manchester and London in September. I've got mates who actually had tickets to go see him in Glasgow. YouTuber KSI, who collaborated with him on the track Voices, paid an emotional tribute. In a post shared on X, Britain's Got Talent judge KSI said, "Can't believe I'm actually having to tape this. You're 32, man. You should still be here. You still had so much life to live, so much music to make, so much content to make. You're a legend and will always be a legend. Still doesn't feel real, genuinely feel sick. I love you, bro." Jackass star Steve-O, real name Stephen Glover, also paid tribute to the late singer online, sharing a photograph of the two of them together. "I was incredibly lucky to become friends with Oliver Tree," he wrote. "He would check in on me regularly and let me know he cared about how I was doing. Such a great person, I'm going to miss him." Tree was nominated for a Brit Award in 2024 for his song Miss You, alongside German producer Robin Schulz. In 2020, he broke the Guinness World Record for building the largest at 4.16 meters tall and 3.13 meters long. Oliver Tree was a genuinely funny guy, and I really liked his music. I liked the sort of like absurdist, like surrealist nature of it, but it was also very catchy. I like Cash Machine and everything. I'm probably not going to remember the name of the songs, but I do actually quite enjoy them. I did like his $1 Million music video as well. That's actually a really good one. I was actually listening to that just the other night as well, but it's just genuinely fucking tragic because he was a funny guy. He was a musician, but he was also sort of a comedy performance artist in that vein as well. Like his main thing was music, but it was like a vehicle for his comedy performance art too. And it's just like I just really liked him. I never saw anything bad about him or anything online. He was like a bit of a cheeky bastard as well, which I actually quite liked, and I did really enjoy his music. And it's just basically how many fucking celebrities and helicopters claimed. I mean, it's like sort of, oh, you're flying in a helicopter, you must be rich. No, you must be dumb if you're still in this year fucking flying in helicopters. Isn't it, I don't know if this is true, but is a helicopter not supposed to be by far, even adjusted for per capita, the most dangerous way to travel? Like, just don't fucking get in helicopters, man. I mean, if you do not fly around in something that's been solely held together by one single point of failure called the Jesus nut, where if that goes, all you have left to do is pray to Jesus. Right? Just like.
You want another drink? Yeah. Make sure you tip me 20%. That's awesome. You're never gonna fucking blow it. You know? Usually I'm like, yeah, it's awesome. But she goes, yeah. She's like, I'm sorry about all your recent trauma. And I'm like, finally people are checking out my show, and it's the worst. Meanwhile, he gave her a sticker, he gave her a business card. And he's probably there a lot throwing down money. So she's like, I'll watch this guy's show, so I'll tip more time. You could possibly check it out. So she's like, yeah. So she goes, I hate that I'm telling this story. She goes, yeah, I heard about your recent stuff. And she's like, yeah, I was watching your show. So like, you're constantly talking about it. Oh, and she's like, you ain't been on YouTube lately, which is true because you guys know I'm having the Rumble Studio. It's never happened. Yeah, well, she were on YouTube tonight. She never said you ain't been on YouTube lately. She never said that. By the way, I was like, yeah, like I'm having issues with YouTube and blah blah blah. Like, you know, I was like, you think the bartender gives a fuck if you're having issues with YouTube? Yeah, I'm Mersh. You might know me. You know.
Turns out, to absolutely nobody's surprise, the world's biggest cock is also the world's biggest simp.
Would you want us to have a DNA test when we have the baby?
I feel like it depends
If I'm still working?
if how close up to it you work.
Yeah.
Yeah, like anyone believes for a second that she's going to stop working, as she calls it.
I think I'd have to have a bit of stint off work. Just, you know, I can't. We need to make sure it's yours.
Dude probably has 1 in 1,000 chance of it being his. Quite literally.
But imagine if it came out and it's half black. Yeah.
What are the chances of that? Like 99% probably.
Like,
It's not his.
no, that'd be awful.
I'd still look after it.
Oh, I know you would.
I love the accepted wisdom that the biological father obviously wouldn't.
I feel like you could be the best dad.
Yeah, what a fantastic role model for the kid he would be.
I feel like you'd be a really good girl dad.
Given the example she's providing, maybe he would.
5 words to describe me. Go.
I would say compassionate, loyal.
Loyal. Really? We're going to go with that, are we? She makes Genghis Khan look monogamous and loyal in comparison.
Oh, loyal. You heard it here first, guys. Corn stars can be loyal.
They're talking about how they'll definitely need a paternity test, while in the same breath calling her loyal. Yeah, a bit of a disconnect there. She then explains what she did after she took part in a, let's just say, group activity.
That was very early into our relationship, wasn't it?
That was like second week.
Yeah, the second week. But like, I came home from that and we went out for dinner together, and then I came home to a box of chocolates on my bed.
The Ferrero shirts.
Yeah, love them. He told me how proud he was of me.
Oh, man.
You're a dream.
I really am fun.
We're talking levels of simpery here that even the biggest are.
Like, you don't even need to show it. It's fine, whatever. Done. She proceeds to just turn the phone around. And it's literally Aaron Holt and John. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. It's just Aaron. Look, we don't. What are the odds? What are the odds it was Steel Toe and Johnny? Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Send in your money. You very rarely get to say this, and I'm going to say this tonight. I'm going to concede this
It's gonna hurt me. It's gonna hurt my audience. It's gonna hurt a lot of us to do this. But guys, you know this. On Nightwave, like I'm an honest guy. I always gotta give people their flowers when it's due. Tonight, it was genuinely another win for the toe. I gotta give it to him. I actually have to give it to him. How? How's that a win for the toe? Because he was talking about your breakup on an internet video? Like, where's the win? Why do you have to give it up? How is this a win? That's as delusional as Aaron's wins. Because he was on an internet video talking about your breakup. Oh, you gotta give it up for it. I mean, I don't do it. You know, Mersh, I'm a nice guy. And it hurts me to do this, and I know my audience is going to be mad, but I got to give it. It's a win for the toe. Because he was talking about me on a clip. It was a legitimate win for the toe. It was so legit. She legit was like scrolling. She turns her phone to me, and it was a steel toe clip. It was literally the thumbnail was just Aaron on the left and Johnny on the right. How's that a win? I was like, where's the win? And why is it that? Like, you got me. You got me, Toe. Toe, you got me. You got me good. But I like, bro, I wasn't even mad. I wasn't even like, I wasn't even mad, bro, that you were talking about me. So I will give him. This was. He ain't gonna get many more of these. Now, why do you have to give it up for? There's no reason to give it up for the toe. What does he get?
Why didn't you back Josh Hawkins at the press conference?
Well, I was terrible. Dogman was within 15 inches from me. What am I going to do? John on that. I was not going to say nothing. I mean, I could have made fun of you. You know, his feet just swinging from his chair, yelling at him. Yeah, okay. This is a pound for pound best guy in the world. Give him at least a small chair to make him look a little bigger.
You got, like, funnier. Like, you always, like, funny, but, like, you were Sugar Sean. And then something happened.
Shit, something happened. We said I lost the fight. I got humbled.
Maybe you lost a couple fights, got humbled. Now you're really funny. You know the funniest people? They've been through a lot of trouble.
Did you say that?
Are you a handyman?
No, I haven't jacked off.
No, I didn't.
I mean, yeah, I've taken handy.
It's Pride Month. What are you proud of?
Proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Stand up! Do you think you'll be asked any questions at the press conference?
If I don't get asked the first question at the press conference, I'm leaving. I'm gonna stand.
I think I did for a month, and then they yanked the offer. See, I have a 10 p.m. open mic on Friday. It's not an open mic at all. Good try, though. Sticking it to me. Yeah, fucking stuck it to me. It's not. Good stuff. Yeah, I get paid $5 for my show. Good stuff. Bartender was a huge J-Mo card clip fan. Really? Really? She was a J-Mo fan? Really? Remember when J-Mo did that? Really? Really? Unnerving brain. Decent Mersh impression. I'm a genius. I'm Rich Little of the shitverse. Is this Neil? Nasty Neil? So I wanted to ask Nasty Neil if he would help me put together a merch store. Because I think he did one for Jake Hudson. It actually was pretty decent. Oh, Mersh, you're the best. You're so good. Mersh is always going to do his thing, baby. I'm just here for the fun.
Man, there's so much I want to do. There's so many directions I can go in right now, and I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. I could do a vindictive nerd origin story. I could do Kiki the victim. I don't know where to go. What am I in the mood for? I tell you what. I tell you what you can do while you're waiting. You can hit that like button. I get so much good intel from the chat before the show. I get, now that the Cold War between Nightwave and Steel Toe is over and Mersh has declared himself a toe boy, I've had people writing me like, don't believe this, Aaron, don't take the bait. It's a podcast. Who gives a shit? Have fun. Mersh thinks I'm a giant piece of shit. I happen to think in many ways Mersh is a giant piece of shit. You see this? It's a newspaper. It's 90% bullshit, but it entertains me. That's why I read it. People are like, don't believe Mersh when he says he's a toe boy. Oh, yeah, I was planning to go down to Florida and wait outside his apartment with a boombox and just hold it up in the rain and like, I'm here, buddy, I'm here. I was about to go see if he wanted to go get... Of course he's full of shit. I'm full of shit. Just have fun. That's what we're doing here. We're having a good time. All right? I don't mean anything I say into here. He doesn't mean anything he says into there. I doubt when the show's over, either of us think about each other at all. You think about me, don't you? But people were telling me that Mersh was going to town on this girl, Penny. She does a show. And this Penny was mad about my thing with John. Everybody, now the vast majority of people were like on my side, which I don't think there are sides. This is a conversation I've had with Johnny on the air probably a dozen times. I mean, we just had it like 6-7 months ago when I was telling him about jobs he could get if he was because he was talking about how he's bored during the day, he needed something to do, and he wanted to move out. And I gave him this lecture on getting some kind of phone job. And we had this same kind of conversation. This one, for some reason, caught like fire, and everyone wanted to talk about it. I think people were just out of things to talk about. And most people were like, I'm on Aaron's side. And I'm like, there is no side. I dressed down one of my employees publicly for picking up my shit. Is that not, I mean, do you not? I see Carl had a crazy theory. Like, Carl was thinking about this way too much. He's like, Aaron, guys, Aaron's money is down, so he's trying to fire Johnny. I'm like, what a chicken shit coward, Carl. That's a hard one to say. What a chicken shit Carl must be, because that's a projection. That's how he would do it if you'd have to fire someone. He'd humiliate them publicly, get people to turn on them, and then he'd do it. What a Jewish sociopath. Whereas I would just call the guy and I would go, hey man, money's tight. We're gonna have to let you go. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Now, money's not tight. I've never been more comfortable missing a goal in my life based on where, I mean, don't ever. What I meant to say was I'll have myself go. It's not tight. And if I was going to fire Johnny, I would just fire Johnny.
I can get stoned as a motherfucker and go on stage. So Friday I went to the store, and I swear to God, guys, I didn't eat nothing all day. I had smoked some pot. I worked out. Before I left the house, there was a little brownie, a 70 milligram brownie. I had like maybe 13 carbs left for the day. I was fucking starving. This little brownie is right there. It was a half a pack of an anarchy edible. They give you 2 brownies. Each brownie is 70 milligrams.
That's so crazy. That's so scary.
I rub my balls with 70 milligrams. You understand me? 70 milligrams for Uncle Joey is like an aperitif. It's not even a fucking
Explain
exercise.
to the rest of the world, 70 milligrams will put you into a fucking hole.
You know, I gave him 500 last night. We split a.
Jesus Christ! 500 milligrams?
We
Oh my
split
God.
1,000 milligram edible.
Did you hear the Alice in Chains song, Down in a Hole?
Oh my God, listen to me, Doug. We split it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh my God, what are you trying to prove?
By 7 o'clock, I was so fucked up. By 8 o'clock, and you know what? Usually when you eat, you tame the animal.
Yeah.
Fuck no. This turned on me. This animal turned on me, dog, like a savage. He beat me into submissions. At one point, I had the cheese doodles that belongs to the baby pirate's booty.
Yeah.
They were on the floor. They were just coming out of my face. I was just stuffing it. I was just stuffing pirate's booty in my face in a pair. I couldn't stop. I kept eating peaches and pirate's booty, pears and pirate's booty, cantaloupe and pirate's booty. I must have ate the whole. Even my wife was like, "Oh," because I had my back turned to them so they couldn't see me. My wife's like, "What the fuck are you doing in here?" I go, "Listen, I gotta go to bed." She goes, "Go to bed already." I went to bed at 8:45. I slept till 4. I got up. I didn't know where I was. I just lay there for 30 minutes like Mad Max. I just laid there all confused.
So you woke up at 4 in the morning, you didn't know where you were?
Solo. At 4:30, I woke up with a ton of energy. I went in the shower. I washed the car. I went for breakfast. Oh my God, I was fucked up. And I kept calling Lee and saying, "Lee, if the cops call you, don't answer the phone." He goes, "Why are the cops on the phone?" I go, "I don't know, but don't answer."
Guys, my voice. This is my fight. This is my choice. I won't be stuck.
Here we go again. Do you think a man can become a woman?
I agree with that, yeah.
You think a man can become a woman?
Transgender, yeah. I agree with that, yeah.
Okay.
That's my opinion. Obviously, you can talk your opinion. I'm saying your opinion here could cause people to be, not intimidated, but like offended by what you're saying by that.
Okay, and again, I'll ask you a question.
Yeah.
If somebody's offended, is that against the law for them to be offended?
As in, by what you're wearing? We're wearing them.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, if it's causing alarm distress, if they are alarmed by what you're wearing, it can be like public order.
Yes, this is a police officer in the police force. He believes men can become women, and he also believes if people feel alarmed and distressed, that could be a criminal offense if you make them feel alarmed and distressed, whatever that means, and how you determine as to someone objectively being alarmed and distressed. I really would love to know how you would get to that conclusion, because someone can just tell you that they feel alarmed and distressed and they're not, and they're just lying to you because of the fact that they hate the people that they're trying to get arrested. But yeah, this is a police officer and this is how they think.
I don't.
You have a medical degree.
No.
Then automatically you should not be saying guns.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on this?
Yes, I do.
Do you have a medical degree? Do you have a medical degree though?
I have a uterus. It's actually small. She has a uterus, and I'm saying it's wrong to kill these children.
So, is she allowed to speak on this since she has a uterus?
Yes. Okay, so
The argument doesn't actually make sense, but
You probably ask yourself this question, and I ask myself this question, as to where in the blue hell they got this criteria as to you happen to have a medical degree and you happen to have a uterus in order for you to speak on abortion. Based on that criteria, most women who are pregnant wouldn't be able to speak on abortion because they don't have a medical degree. Yes, they're stupid, and unfortunately they're in college. before we get back to the video, make sure you guys like the video as much as possible, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also mainly hit the notification bell so that you're notified when a video comes out. Also, go and subscribe to my new Facebook channel. It'll be linked down in the description below, so go and subscribe there. And then let's get back into the craziness.
No, but feminism generally is about fighting the patriarchy. I agree. But also, most importantly, that includes trans women. And then you think trans women are what, oppressed just like adult female humans and girls? Trans women that they get away with. Trans women suffer from misogyny and from trans misogyny and from transphobia. They can't suffer from misogyny. Misogyny is the hatred towards female people. Yeah, and those are, and trans women are female. How are they female?
You really couldn't make any of this up because essentially what's going on here is it's about fighting the patriarchy, and fighting the patriarchy also includes trans women, which is men. So basically, a man could identify as a woman and he would also be a feminist fighting against the patriarchy. You can't really make any of this up, and then also at the same time, it really doesn't make any sense because what if it was a case that then the patriarchy decided to identify as women? Would they still be fighting against patriarchy?
How many planets are in our solar system?
9. Like 25?
Okay.
Like currently?
100 years ago. Yes, currently.
11.
The government building the Pentagon is what shape?
Like a pyramid.
It's like a pyramid, okay. What country is directly north of Mexico?
Like Spain. That's not too far from Tel Aviv.
How many months are in a year, Gemma?
15. 12, sometimes 13. It really just depends on if we have a leap year. Yeah.
She said 15.
12, sometimes 13.
Weird, like ancient Greek calendar or some shit. How many sides does triangle have?
Oh, that's a real hard one. 4?
What country gifted the Statue of Liberty to the United States starting with you?
Tel Aviv.
That's not a country, mother.
No, that actually was Italy.
England.
Just know, and I really want you to all know, and I know I've said it before, I'm going to say it again, and I'm probably going to say it more times in the future. They're able to vote.
Get on my face. You get on my face. Hey, investigated better from the Palestinian class. What's your favorite country out of those 5?
Well, America, of course. So we have to support all of these guys. So,
what's up? Get on my face. You get on my face. Hey, investigated better. I'm not an instigator. I was asking about inside. And then you guys come over and instigate me. I don't get what your problem is, Mr. Yellow Vest. I was having a great conversation, and you just come in and ruin it. Maybe that's why you guys can't ever get your point across. Oh, click record. Make sure you hit record. But, yeah, so what brings you out here today, sir? It says, F your thoughts and your prayers, your sign says, your sticker, or what do you call that? Your pin? It says, F your thoughts and your prayers. Let's see this thing. Look, do you believe in the power of prayer now? Cold stone face, have a great rest of your day, sir. Hope you do a great job at keeping other people away from speaking and having conversation with people today, so applaud you for your efforts. They're gonna fail, but we're gonna keep going. Here we go.
Why would you come up to him and then tell him to get out of your face? I know they're stupid people, but I'm really trying to understand the brain and the thought that goes behind what they do, because it really doesn't make sense. I could never approach someone and then tell them to get out of my face as if they're the ones who approached me. It doesn't make any sense.
Where are we? Depends. Are you talking metaphysically, literally, biologically? I mean the street, Bungus. Pennsylvania Avenue. Actually, it's Nicholson Avenue now. We've kind of gone a little too far south for Pennsylvania. How does that work? Legalese. Gerrymandering. Gerrymandering indeed. Very much the fuck. Okay.
What are you? You shouldn't be asking where are you. You should be asking what are you.
And on free speech, that has long lived in this country. Free speech is one of the founding values of the United Kingdom, and we protect it jealously and fiercely, and always will, and we will bear down on any limits on free speech.
A few moments later.
So for all of those who didn't know what just happened in this video and what happened with the officer and those two people who are wearing their face diapers, what happened is what my great friend says, which is,
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Every parent wants the best for their kids. And that's what being a parent means. And for me, for my two kids, all I've ever wanted out of heart is for them to be safe and for them to be happy. And the rest is up to them. But you know, I think back to when I was growing up, and I have to say, I think we had it easier. These days, kids have to find their feet in a world that changes so quickly, where technology intrudes into every area of their lives. And we know that harms them. The response from parents at the consultation has been absolutely clear. Thousands of parents say their children are addicted to social media. It can leave them trapped in a cycle of endless scrolling that displaces play, sleep, and time with the family. It can harm their mental health. And frankly, parents need our support on this. That is why today, the government has decided to ban social media access for children under 16. It's a big step for our country. Now, it's not an easy thing to do. I'll be honest about that. We haven't rushed into it. We've looked carefully at the evidence. And we'll have to adapt our approach as technology changes. Learn from other countries which are taking similar steps. And it's fair to say that this decision has been resisted, and it will face resistance from some of the most powerful companies in the world. But we will take them on, and we will win. Because the need for action could not be any clearer. Social media is making our children unhappy and unsafe. And as a parent, as much as a Prime Minister, I just can't let that go on anymore. Because our children deserve better. They deserve a happy, safe childhood in a stronger, fairer Britain.
if you vote for someone like him, you're an idiot.
Oh, you want to be a trillionaire, maybe? Okay, just work harder. Just like work harder. You're not working hard enough. Girl, I work 3 jobs over 40 hours a week and no overtime. Oh, is that right? Well, just get a better paying job. Just get a better paying job. This was the better paying job. These were the better paying jobs. Do they have benefits? No. Have I tried applying for other jobs? Yes, every day. Every day. Every day. Do I have a degree? Yes. Yes, I have a bachelor's degree. Nobody should be a trillionaire. Nobody should be a fucking trillionaire. I don't care.
Well, that kind of is how it works. Get a better paying job. Although it might be difficult for you to do, that would be what you would need to do. Anybody can work 3 jobs. I can work at McDonald's, Starbucks, and Burger King and then tell you all, hey, I work 3 jobs, but I'm not a millionaire yet. I'm sure you've been told this saying or you've heard of this saying, but it's not working harder, it's working smarter. Clearly, you're just working harder and probably not even working hard at that, and then you're complaining at the fact that you're working 40 hours a week, which most people do, and you're not becoming a millionaire. Maybe you find different jobs and you could possibly get there.
And everyone keeps hitting me up saying, what are you so upset about? You're the one who went into New York City during a Knicks game. The game wasn't even in New York. The game was in Texas. No, where are the Spurs from? San Antonio. Yeah, it was at their place. It wasn't even in New York, and New York exploded last night. And it's embarrassing that people, specifically men, of course, can't contain their excitement without reverting to violence. Like, be so for real. Why don't y'all get violent about political shit like this?
Rainbow colored hair, we do not care about your opinion. Thank you, Lou.
For the men who consider themselves the good ones. Because my last post about this went down such a treat. Patriarchy is the water that women are swimming in every day of their lives. I have some suggestions for you to make this less hellish for us. But quick caveat, because there's always some pushback, men can be abused too. Totally, but that's not what this post is about. Truth is, you do not and cannot know what it's like to walk around in a patriarchal culture in a female body. So please accept this. Don't get defensive. Don't invalidate our experience by making this about you. Manage your defensiveness and focus on holding space for our feelings. Listen to understand our experience without making it about you as you try to separate yourself from the perpetrators by clearing a good name. This automatically takes the focus off what we're feeling and experiencing and makes it about you. Don't do that. So, what we need you to understand, allyship is not passive, it's active. Doing nothing explicitly sexist or bad is not allyship. If you're passive in the presence of everyday sexism in the form of banter or misogynistic jokes, dismissiveness, objectification of women, then you're complicit and therefore not an ally. Women notice when men are silent. Not being outwardly problematic yourself in comparison to a lot of dudes doesn't automatically mean you're a good guy or an ally. Your inaction and silence, you being passive in the face of sexism, is registered by us and translates as support for it. And allowing macroaggressions, gender bias, sexism, all that stuff to slide isn't just being complicit in sexism, it's cowardice. So please roll up your sleeves and get in the mud with us, because we're up in here doing it and we do not have a choice, except that you'll feel uncomfortable. You might lose friends, you might be called dramatic, you might be told you're overreacting, being too sensitive, you might be called a simp, you might be excluded from friendship groups or spaces. This discomfort and inconvenience to you is minor compared to the harm women and children live with. This work requires integrity over belonging, truth over comfort. It means risking your standing with other men. It could jeopardize your ticket to the boys' club. But if you aren't using your privilege and power as a man to rebel against the patriarchal scripts and rules in play, are you really an ally or a good man or a brave man or a strong man? We would love it if you cultivated a vigilance that all women have inbuilt from a young age towards discriminatory behaviours, so that when, not if, they occur, you can notice them for what they are and be ready to respond to them. Not because we can't handle it ourselves, but because we shouldn't have to. And because men calling out other men on this stuff is proven to be more effective than when women do it. And yeah, it's exhausting when you realise how often this everyday sexism is happening all around us all the time. But think about how we feel. So let this be a little nudge to say something next time and show women around you that you notice, that it's not okay, and that you're actually willing to put some skin in the game and do something about it. That's what true allyship looks like, and it won't go unnoticed by us.
I'm really confused here. Feminists talk about how they're equal to men, they can do whatever men can do, yet you want men to help you get rid of the patriarchy. You should be able to do it on your own. Remember, you guys are independent women who need no man, yet here you are making an almost 4-minute video talking about how you need men to help you attack the patriarchy. You're a strong and independent woman. You shouldn't even need other women because you're so independent. You should be able to get rid of the patriarchy on your own, yet here you are asking for help. Make it make sense.
Do you believe in human rights? Oh my god, yeah. Yes. Absolutely. For all humans? Yes. Yes. What about the unborn? Oh, well, I believe in choice. Free
players, when I say most, it means like almost everyone, just like ignoring everything. They just like playing like against idiots. That's I don't know why they do that and how that works for them, but I don't understand really. But especially in this tournament, like for example, 525 Classic, people told me that that's very hard tournament. Don't play. Like there is so many good players, so many red, whatever. But like I just like I made like so many heads ups in this tournament somehow, and like I have crazy arrow in here. I still can't believe that. It's like tournament per tournament. You play against Rex 90% of the time, and they did the same. Like I don't understand why. Not all of them are losers. I'm not a genius, you know. Like I'm just a guy. I'm just playing pretty fair poker. Like what is going on here? Yeah, I just ribbon. Ten would be cool, you know, like 10 of spite. One of the are also good. So I don't know why people ignoring. Just like I was like first 3 5 months, five maybe 3 4. I was not sure that I understand everything correctly, and I asked so many people, and people had different opinions about that. And like they're professional players. And then like I realized that I have to check everything only according to optimal ranges. Actually, I don't know what to do here. I think 6 is a call. And like I start learning everything without anyone, like just like alone. And it works much better than I could expect. Because like people are still doing the same. Like I have a feeling that people are just lazy and I don't know why. Maybe because of poker schools, and they just like learn people to do something what works in general, like against. I don't know. I don't have explanation. But like this is very very easy. Like you have a answer. You can check like this simulation a few times in your life, and you will remember. That's not hard to memorize. Like you don't have to memorize everything. Like and you see people who play like for 10 years and they still ignoring the just optimal boy, and they think that they're smarter. But like if they would watch how like super high stakes players play, they would say,
I'm in Philadelphia, and I'm with my boy Tommy Jr. and his girl, and we get high as Jesus on the fucking space shuttle. We got down, Joe Diaz. We went deep. We just kept smoking.
Just fucking smoke isn't even shit to me.
What?
You gotta break out the A weed when I come up here, dog.
What are you talking about?
Right, that weed we just smoked don't do shit to me. If you make me drive 40 minutes up, you gotta get me stoned, bro. That Susquehanna weed, I've been telling you about that shit. Yeah, that shit don't do nothing to you.
You're so crazy.
It's true.
You need to go to a doctor.
What the fuck, dog? You gotta
need to
bring
go
that
to
some strong fucking weed. That shit don't do nothing to you, dog. You gotta bust out some good weed, dog. Look at my fucking eyes. Do I look higher than you guys?
Yeah, you look high as fuck.
Because I smoked on the way. Because I knew you were gonna give me that Susquehanna fucking weed.
Joey.
You better start getting some good fucking weed, dog.
Hannah Montana weed.
Yeah, it's that shit fucking weed you give me. That's the second time in a fucking row.
Yo, dude, you just smoked train wreck.
That was garbage. They sold you on it. Look at my
You're
eyes.
so crazy.
That's garbage. You better
You're
start
so
getting some
crazy.
strong fucking weed. A little
Okay,
different story. I love you, dog.
Relax. I love you too.
I love
you. You gotta go to a doctor.
We're here, motherfuckers.
Hold on, Brian. How high are you right now?
Bro, he gets high on a fucking toenail.
Are you high as fuck?
High as fuck. Look at him.
How
If he
are
was
you?
high as fuck, he'd dial an ambulance.
Joey, please relax.
The biggest thing was that it was a tightly rolled joint.
Right.
And
Don't
he's
do
used
that. Come on.
huge power hits where he's just feels
Ooh.
as long as you are. You like big.
Bro, I couldn't get a hit off. It was too fucking tight. It was too fucking. You know I love you to death, but you gotta pack the 18.
Okay, Joey. All you're doing is complaining about
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that I want to get high when
I'm not complaining. Listen to what you're doing. That's complaining.
You invite me to your home and you give me the Susquehanna weed.
What the fuck is a Susquehanna? What the fuck are you talking
Remember
about?
the Susquehanna?
No.
Robin Costello, those cheap fucking hats. You got
What?
the 18 here.
What fucking planet are you from? You are so fucked up.
You know what Susquehanna is?
I don't know what Susquehanna is.
Who gave you?
No more fucking late night podcast for Joey. No more. No more. You can't
I
handle
love you, dog. I haven't
Yeah,
seen
I
you.
love you too, but
So Philly has a cracked bell. We played Joey telling shit stories for sure. And he told us about when he shit in his backyard and somebody thought a bear had come.
The lady, she would let her dogs out every day at home. And then she would clean up. And here's what's beautiful. I took a shit and I put my back against the wall. When you shit outside, it's not going to be a decent shit.
Yeah.
It's going to be like explosive. So when I got up, it was like somebody got shot in the head. They would shit all behind me on the wall. So she's sitting there with her little French poodles and her little chihuahuas. And she's looking at the wall like, what the fuck happened there? And all of a sudden, she actually walks up close to it and squints and looks down on it and looks around and runs in the house. I'm watching all this. I can't breathe. And now I go to the computer because my wife's very decent. I'm sitting there for a half hour. And then my wife comes in and she goes, were you home all day today? I go, yeah, why? She goes, I just had a conversation with Susan. She wanted to know if you heard anything in the backyard. Because some animal put their shit back there. I went to get sushi. Like, you ever go get sushi, eat a lot of it? The rice pushes everything out.
Yes.
And you had plans to go get a weed store, you go to the post office. But I made a detour. I planned to go home, but I left the house key in the house. So I had to climb around the window. That's what happened.
Yeah.
So when I pulled myself up, I actually landed with my stomach on the window.
And now you really
Which made it push it out more. Like and I'm fatter than fuck, and my hands are struggling the window, and my little fat feet are on the other side, and the cats are meowing at me, scratching at me, and I'm like, it's me, you fuck. So I ran down the stairs, and shit outside.